And so, it wasn't until 2016 that I started speaking out. And I only realized after 10/7 that it was because I was still hiding. I had been advocating for the LGBT. I advocated for women to pass the ERA. I marched in, for Black Lives Matter, George Floyd. Anytime anything happened where there was injustice, which is obviously foundational for the Jewish people, I was there, except, and I there was never like a group of Jewish people who were marching for anything. And I think it's because when we assimilated, so much of the assimilation was just stay quiet.
Speak out for others.
Yes. It's like you have your moral standards, your ethics, and speak up. Don't be scared to do that. And people don't need to know that you're Jewish.
Let me ask you a question. So, I mean, we're getting there, but in the past couple of years, when the massacre of October 7th, the atrocities, and then anti-Semitism, there's a tsunami around the world, including in the United States, which I never thought. You grew up with some of it in a personal way,
yes.
But for most people in America, didn't really know it existed. They read about it, but didn't really feel it, didn't think it was an issue. It seems like your own experience is a little bit different because you did actually experience it to a degree as a child.
Yes.
But when this broke out and Israel became extremely unpopular, and it became the popular thing to attack Israel and not to speak out, you're one of the few well-known celebrities in America who stood up and who said, I'm here, and who spoke out for Israeli women who were assaulted sexually, who spoke out for the hostages. What do you think, from your experiences, made you perhaps different than the others in Hollywood who may think like you but chose not to speak out? To what do you attribute that ability to take that stand, to make that decision, which I'm sure has costs on your life in Hollywood, your career? So that, for me, I've been doing this for many years.
Yeah.
I really grew up in this world, and I'm kind of sort of been always in this world. It's kind of a natural thing for me. But you kind of broke out of the mold of the people around you.
Yeah.
To what do you attribute that?
I think that it was growing up in a household that was so proudly Jewish and Zionistic, and strong-willed people in my family, and I kept being told growing up, if not now, when. That was something that they talked about the Holocaust all the time, and our responsibility as Jews to replenish the population and to continue to celebrate our customs and our traditions and to protect Israel, and that was vital. But I also, so when October 7th happened, I thought, oh, if not now, when? Like, there had never been a moment in my life up until that phrase came to life for me.
Wow.
And I just assumed everyone else would feel the same way. Like, they would see the urgency, they would see the danger. And when people didn't speak up, it was devastating. I felt bereft for a very long time. I know that there are a lot of reasons why people stay silent. A lot of them are just about protecting professional, financial security, etc. But I have to also thank you, because seeing the videos of you speaking out so forcefully around the world, so forcefully, so unapologetically, with facts, and it was always concise and bulletproof. And I thought, here's this one man in this huge room full of people who are adversaries. And he, he's like, I will take my time and I will speak the truth. And I thought, you know what? We have to do this. We have to do this if we're able to do this. If we have a platform to do this, then we have a privilege that, we have to use for good.
Right.
You said that you've been doing this for so long that you're used to it. Did you make the conscious choice to step into the ring knowing that you would be hit with propaganda and painful gaslighting and lies and aggression and derision? Did you know that when you stepped in, and when it started to happen, how did you process that, and how were you able to continue doing your work?
Well, I think I began speaking out when I was in college, so I don't know if I experienced those kinds of things. It was before social media and that sort of thing.
Right.
But I did speak out in a public sphere, whether it was in my classroom or at other venues. And so I think it began to be natural that way. And I don't know if I've experienced all of the things that maybe you have, and that's, you're a major celebrity and you're one of the few who's speaking out, and you're a woman, which makes it even more of a target for people doing nasty attacks. So I don't think I ever thought about it, and I guess it's been gradual, because I've been doing You and Watch for 20 years, and the whole social media thing is sort of gradual. And so I guess I developed a bit of a thick skin, but at the end of the day, we're humans, and people say nasty things and do things. It can hurt you. But I'm sure you're getting it on a whole other level, because you are a Hollywood celebrity, and because you're one of the few. And I said, because you're a woman and a Jewish woman, and so it's just, for haters, it's a lot. How have you been able to deal with this? And of course, we're here talking about a program, Amudim, which helps people with mental health.
Yeah.
And how's that been for you? And how have you been able to try to manage the incredible hostility and hardship that's come your way because you just spoke out for what's right and spoke out for victims, for hostages? How have you been able to deal with this? What's it been like for you?
It has been a long struggle for me the last 2 years. As I said before, when I realized that none of the people that I stood with were going to stand with me, that felt like a death. And it felt like the life I thought I was living was just an illusion. And so
Which is a crisis for anyone.
Yes. At the time, people were ripping the hostage posters off of, right outside my door, and I was putting them up and they were being ripped down. And so there was violence in the air, and I didn't feel safe. And so I did what most people do when they're having a hard time. And, I reached out to family, and I reached out to the few friends that I had who were true supporters through this. But that did not fix it. And so then I started just really reading voraciously novels.
Wow.
And realizing just losing myself in another world.
To escape.
Yeah. Was a way that I sort of self-protected from all the hate. I was playing the piano. I played when I was a kid. I haven't in decades.
What did you play? What kind of music?
Just, the basic, very easy classical stuff, and then the very easy pop stuff. Bad. I'm bad.
Okay.
I'm bad.
But it was a way for you. It was therapeutic.
But it was absolutely therapeutic.
Right.
It's like, especially as an adult, having to learn an instrument, the kind of like focus that you need. It really just stopped time for me for a couple of hours, and that helped.
Yeah.
and I'm learning Hebrew
Amazing.
through an app, and that's been exciting, you know.
If I can ever help anytime, I'm fluent in Hebrew. So so anytime, Deborah.
Toda rabba.
Bivakasha. Anytime. Any questions on Hebrew? If you just want to schmooze in Hebrew to practice, I'm there for you.
Oh God, see, I'm already sweating because I'm so nervous. It's like
it's great.
It's like I want to blink and be fluent. You
Right,
know, it's
right.
the process
It's
is
hard.
so hard.
It's hard.
But I found it so gratifying. And I went for walks outside with my dog just to get fresh air. So nature and art and, you know, family and this new Jewish community that I found myself in New York. Prior to 10/7, I was not part of what I would call a Jewish community. And then obviously, you know, those of us who felt compelled to do something, we found each other. And
That must have been an incredible group of kindred spirits who you can really commiserate. You're feeling the pain of what's going on, and you're speaking out. So people who are courageous. Did you find kindred spirits here?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. And that helped immeasurably. I mean, like, you know, my mental health just really started to heal much more rapidly at that point because I realized I wasn't alone.
Right. You have a support group.
Yeah.
People who get it.
And, you know, and these are people, you know, the age range is enormous and our lived experiences are so vastly different. But to be able to come together on this fundamental issue, and there's something really, really beautiful and sort of life-affirming for me, you know, that actually did exist for me, and I didn't even know it.
It's interesting that the Jewish people as a whole, the people of Israel, experienced the horrible tragedy, the worst day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, and horrible things still keep coming out about what happened in those days and what the hostages experienced, the torture they experienced. And so all of that is horrible and awful. And yet, facing this tragedy, we did see the Jewish people come together in many places in Israel where there was a tremendous failure, but then people came together to help each other. And here abroad, Jewish people seem to come together. There are October 8th Jews who suddenly woke up and said, my Jewish identity matters. I want to be more Jewish. I want to be more connected, learn more about Judaism. You're learning Hebrew.
Me.
And you know, my work, I'll just say a word. You know, I spoke recently at a synagogue, and I said that my work is fighting lies that are being told at the United Nations about that spread anti-Semitism, part of an ecosystem that justifies horrible blood libels and lies. And that work is necessary. But one of the in history, the best response to anti-Semitism, the recipe for Jewish survival over thousands of years has been living proud, rich Jewish lives. That's what the Jewish people have survived and succeeded, because people knew about their Judaism, celebrated it. You talked about, if not now, when. That's a saying from Hillel the Elder, who was a great teacher, who actually was tolerant, who said that the whole Torah is that which is hateful unto thee, do not do unto others. That is the whole Torah. All the rest is commentary. So we have a beautiful, rich tradition. We have incredible festivals and, so many great things in Judaism. And by celebrating it and living it, that's the best answer that we could give in these times.
I just got back from Israel.
Oh, yes?
My first time was 6 weeks after 10/7. And this time was a very, very different experience. All the living hostages had come home.
Okay.
And there was a lightness in the air that I hadn't experienced
when you went
before.
then last time, yeah. And the last time was your first time?
First time ever.
Okay.
My parents had been like 6 times,
right.
But
they didn't want you to go because it wasn't safe enough.
They were like, it's not quite safe enough. I'm like, Mom, it's never going to be safe in the way you want it to be,
So you went the second time?
So I went the second time, and it was stunning to me, just the joy that I encountered everywhere I went. I mean, when I walked into the 𝐶𝐞 in Tel Aviv, and there was dancing and singing, and it wasn't even Shabbat. It just was. It just made me realize how vitally important that Jewish joy is to our survival and our resilience, and it probably makes our enemies really angry. So I kind of enjoy that a little bit.
Right.
The idea that, you know what, it's like, you do your thing, we're not going anywhere.
Right.
And, I am an October 8th Jew. I light Shabbat candles, which
Nice.
I never had before. I've
Nice.
been going to Shabbat at the local temple.
Nice.
And I definitely am much more curious about both just the laws, the books, the commentary, all of that, as well as just the history of our people, obviously, because that is so much at the center of the conflict that's going on the other side of the world. And I just felt like I need to know. I need to be able to speak, in a way that feels authoritative and honest. And I think the things that would set me back were when I would do that and it didn't make any difference.
What didn't make any difference?
Presenting facts,
To certain people or audiences.
usually on the internet.
Uh-huh.
When people would come to me with the lies that you're always fighting.
Yeah.
Instead of fighting back. Which I feel is I my whole life, I guess I've felt like a fighter, but I consciously made the decision I'm not going to fight. I'm going to first try and have a dialogue. That didn't happen. Mm. Then I just thought, okay, well, I'm going to educate myself, and I'm going to try and educate people in order for them to at least have something to consider that might change their worldview or their preconceived notions about everything. And most of the time I feel proud that I've been doing that, and some of the time I feel a little defeated. Because I can't see the cause and effect. There are so many incredible Jewish New Yorkers who have come up to me and talked to me and about, my advocacy. And that has been really meaningful.
You've inspired so many people in the United States, but around the world. I live in Europe. And when you spoke, I think it was the November rally, was it in Washington?
Yes.
When people saw that around the world, that here's someone that we know and love from TV and movies and entertainment, and who's speaking out, it meant a lot for people around the world, and it gives them strength. So, you never know who you touch, and you touched a lot of people and gave them a lot of strength and courage.
Oh, thank you. What's it like living in Europe? You are based in Europe.
Yes.
This is a scary, scary time.
Yeah, it is. To be honest, the scariness is worldwide,
Yeah.
It used to be the case, 20 years ago, there was anti-Semitism in France, and American Jews were flying to France to try to help the French Jews deal with their problems. And of course, now in America, which we never could have imagined, literally couldn't have imagined it, none of us could have. So it really is worldwide. Europe is scary. But, I grew up in Canada. Canada is scary too. Montreal and Toronto, similar horrible protests. The police, the mayors, not really doing what they should be doing. So you have a combination of aggressive people on the ground who might be a certain demographic, but then they're getting empowered by elites who are giving them a wink and a nod in various ways. And that's what we're seeing around the world. In the UK, it's horrible. A lot of Jewish people asking, should I move somewhere? So it is a difficult time for Jews around the world. At the same time, as we said, Jews are more committed to their heritage and to their way of life. Certainly in Israel, I think it's good. Every Jew should visit Israel if they can, because as you said, you saw the joy. The Israeli people are very joyful, very resilient, and they live through insane times. I spent a lot of time in Israel the past 2 years. Missiles landing from Hamas, from the Houthis, it was every night. Iranian missiles which destroyed buildings in Tel Aviv. And it's insane what they went through, and yet they are life-affirming. I have friends of mine who their kids are getting married, young people in their early 20s, and just really life-affirming, wanting to do good things for society and make Israel a great society with all the troubles that they have. So I think it's a very good thing for Jews who see the troubles that we have here, can visit Israel. I think it's very uplifting.
Oh, it changed me. It really did. But what you said about young people, I think is key right now. Seeing everything that's sort of exploded on the college campuses, which has been devastating, because you should just be going there and worrying about your tests the next day. You shouldn't be worrying about anything else. The leaders that have come out of those college campuses, and it is so, they give me the most hope for the future, because they are proud and they are unapologetic.
And they're on the front lines of horrible stuff. Yeah.
It is right there, and they are not cowed by it at all.
Some of whom I met in a movie I think that you produced was October 8.
Yes.
Yeah. People like Tessa Wexler.
That's right.
And
that's right.
Talia Khan, and some amazing
And
people.
it's when you have that kind of pressure, you can collapse or you can grow and become something you didn't even know that you had inside you. And that's what I see everywhere with these kids. And so anytime I start to feel down, I look to the kids.
They give you inspiration.
They give me inspiration. They give me hope, because they are so committed to making it stop that I believe them. I believe they have the power to make the biggest difference for their generation, which obviously is gratifying. I have a son in college, so
gives you hope.
Gives me hope, and it makes me feel like, what, everything is scary right now, but everything will be okay, because it has always been okay. We have always survived thousands and thousands of years, and this is what it is to be a Jew. And so we're just part of that journey, and we will persist.
Amen. If one didn't know Jewish history, it would be impossible to have any optimism. But, Jewish people are the people of Hatikva, which is the Israeli anthem, is the hope. Mm-hmm. And we've prevailed over so much in Jewish history. And when we read about what the Jews went through, and soon to be celebrating Hanukkah, and you learn about the stories of Purim and all these evil tyrannies, whether it was the Greeks or the Persians, the Nazis, or in our time, the Islamic regime of Iran and their proxies, who said, let's destroy the Jews.
Yeah. And
they failed, and the Jewish people prevailed. And in Hebrew we say, Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker. The eternity of Israel shall not falter. And that keeps the Jewish people going, and it's been true for thousands of years, and we know it shall continue.
I love that. Now I want you to write that down for me.
I will. I will write it. That's my first Hebrew lesson.
Really?
No, for you.
Oh, for me.
That's my first. I offered to tutor you. So this is my first tutoring.
That's fantastic. Okay, I have to get a pen and paper now.
Yeah. And actually, I'll just share with you a bit of history that during World War I, the Ottoman, the Turks were controlling the land of Israel, and they were oppressive, and the British were coming, and there was a group of Jews in a place called Zichron Yaakov, and it was then Palestine, who wanted the British to come to liberate them from the Turks. And that group of Jewish spies, called the Aaronson family, the name of their group was Nili, which is the acronym for Netzach Yisrael Lo Yishaker, the eternity of Israel shall not falter. That was the name that they chose for their group that helped the British win and brought the British in. Yeah.
That's
so
amazing.
Bit of history.
I love it.
Yeah.
This has been really satisfying for me.
Likewise. I wanted to say before that you had very kind words to say about my work, and so I wanted to thank you for it, and to say that every time that you gave me a kind word, gave me a lot of strength when I was at the United Nations fighting dictatorships. See Deborah Messing sending a kind word and a blessing. It was really nice. So thank you very much.
Well, I am always on your side.
Thank you.
And anytime you need, a little buck up, you can come to me.
Thank you.
Because besides your family, I'm your biggest fan.
Thank you. And likewise. So.
On December 25th, which was a Ser B'Tevet, when my father-in-law passed away, 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, alav shalom, it was a Friday. It was a very short Friday. And he wanted to be buried in Israel more than anything else. He was a soldier in Israel in his youth. He loved �РEZZ-YISRAEL, and that was his lifelong dream. And every time that he was ever sick, every time he was going to go to a hospital, he would turn to us and say, "Don't forget, you must bury me in �REZZ-YISRAEL." It was really only because of Amudim and everything that Amudim does that we were able to get the Ishur and for my husband to fly with a Kvura and for there to be a burial in Israel. There's a study that says that the impact and the support that one receives at the time of loss and trauma directly is connected to the ability to heal. We will always think about what Amudim did and talk about how that was our strength and our sense of support.
Shalom. As Israel's Deputy Consul General in New York, I'm proud to join all of you to support the critical work of Amudim, led by 𝐶𝐕 as we take steps to recover from the devastating impact of the pandemic and continue to address many issues that plague our community. I'm grateful for Amudim and its leadership that play a leading role in helping others, saving lives, and fostering change and growth, all while making a big Kiddush Hashem in the wider community. Through various services, Amudim shoulders the burden, grief, and pain of so many and must be commended for all they do. Our concert has enjoyed a very warm and collaborative relationship with Amudim for many years. And we appreciate the friendship displayed to us and look forward to working together on many new projects and initiatives in the years to come. So on behalf of the consulate, I wish you all continued success, prosperity, and accomplishment.
I'm asking each and every one of you to please take a few seconds to hear what I'm about to say. I'm coming to you on behalf of an organization that means a great deal to me personally and should also mean a great deal to each and every member of our community. Amudim is an organization, as so many of you are aware, that responds to all kinds of crisis, whether it's personal, familial, communal, whether it's in your own community, whether it's in your own state or across the world. Once a year, we have an annual campaign in which the proceeds from this campaign comprise the overwhelming vast majority of our budget the entire year. Every single one of the services that we provide and every drop of assistance that we provide to those that are struggling or facing a crisis, we don't charge a single penny for. This is the time that once a year we're coming to you to please open your minds, open your hearts, and open your pockets as much and as generously as you can. Because if you believe, as I do, that the issues we're dealing with are critical and need to be worked on further, and that we need these resources readily available for when people do face a struggle or a crisis, then please contribute to this campaign and please partner with us so together we can unite to heal.
That's what Amudim is all about. All of my interactions with Amudim, it's unparalleled in terms of standing by people in the toughest times of their lives at the bottom of the mountain, at the bottom of the hill. It's a time that people are often not able to think clearly. There's often a tunnel vision. There's often a tendency to just become paralyzed and go into survival mode. And what Amudim does with their caring staff and their amazing passion for helping others is it literally sets up an island of calm that gives individuals a sense that they're not alone, a sense that here's a plan of action, here are the right people to go to for help, here are the right kind of connections to smooth over what may seem to be the lowest point of your life.
Welcome. This is a very meaningful, exciting conversation amongst a group of women, and I think that all of us here have a lot of similarities, a lot of differences, and we have come together to discuss what it means to be a Jewish woman today and juggle many roles. And before I introduce our guests, I wanted to say thank you to United to Heal for this 36-hour campaign in honor of Amudim, which is an incredible organization that helps thousands of people with mental health, anything to do with mental health, whether it's addiction, trauma, and they are there 24/7. So welcome and thank you for having us. And to open up, I just wanted to share a powerful experience that I had, and I think that's going to allow us to all share powerful experiences we've had and where we have to let go and where we have to zone in and stay where we are and realize we're in our purpose and in our mission. So we're all multi-role women over here. And sometimes we feel overwhelmed and sometimes we feel like we've got this. And it was last year, I was feeling very overwhelmed. There's an amazing woman that we've interviewed. Her name is Rivka Slonim. And she said, well, there's a lighting it's 50 years since the Rebbe launched lighting, that women and girls should light candles starting from the age of 3. And we want you to launch it on social media and spread the word. And I said, it's Tuesday and Friday, that's not enough time for me to launch a campaign. And she's like, you can do it. And I said to her, do you know that I just wrote a letter to the Rebbe that I'm feeling overwhelmed? And she said, do you know that Rabbi Adin Steinsaltz once came to the Rebbe with 3 projects that he had to do, and he wanted to let go of one of them, and he was coming to the Rebbe to ask him, which one should I let go of? And the Rebbe said to him, take on more. And he shares that there's this idea in physics that there are some objects, when you add more to the object, it expands. So that's what she said to me, and I said, I cannot say no to a lighting candles the lighting candles campaign because it means so much to me to light Shabbos candles. I know how much it means to the Rebbe. Okay, I'm going to do it. I called our social media manager for our podcast her name's Esti New, and she's amazing, to put together something. And she didn't really have time, but she said, this means so much, I'm going to make it happen. And it was already Thursday or Wednesday evening, and I'm sending it out to influencers, and it was like crickets. I'm not getting a response. And then all of a sudden, a single that has this huge social media platform, she said, "Oh, I'll do it." And she did this adorable thing on lighting Shabbos candles, and it got so many responses. It ended up spreading all over. Like, by the time Friday came, this was all over social media. And I just knew it was the Rebbe's bracha there. And one of the women that I reached out to, her name is Brittany Hopper. She shared it, and she's on Fox News. She has hundreds of thousands of followers. She said, "I'll do it." And she said, "I see you're a matchmaker. Can I speak to you?" So I spoke to her. Long story short, she's engaged now. I ended up making her shidduch.
No way.
From this whole thing. And I also saw, like, I had so much going on, but doing this brought light to everything else that I was doing.
Wow.
And I realized from that sometimes you take on something else and it helps with everything else.
Wow.
Obviously, I had to let go of something to do this. It was working on some more shidduchim, but I ended up making the shidduch through doing this meaningful, holy experience.
Wow.
So I wanted everyone to share who they are. And when you're sharing who you are, share what your mission is and perhaps something that you've taken on that you appreciate that's helped you in your life right now. So I wanted to start with 𝐕𝐄 �X𝐈𝐄 𝐬𝐭𝐫 is your maiden name, correct?
𝐔𝐧𝐢𝐭𝐫.
Oh, 𝐔𝐧𝐢𝐭𝐫
Yes,
is your maiden name. 𝐿𝐿 is your married name, and she is the Rebbitzin of Altnoy Synagogue and a writer. And I'd like for you to share with us a little bit more about you.
I think you said everything. That's it. I'm a journalist by profession. I've written for many major magazines. I was an editor at a few major magazines as well. Now I'm freelancing and working on a book. And I founded a shul with my husband on the Upper East Side of Manhattan called the Altnoy Synagogue, as you said. And I really leaned into this role in many interesting and I think unconventional ways. I'm also a mother of 4 children.
Beautiful. And is there something that you've taken on that's helped you with all your roles?
I'm still figuring this out, but it's amazing that you mentioned the story of Rosh 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 because I actually heard the story from him in person.
Oh, wow.
When I interviewed him, I was the last interviewer of his for _HaAretz when I was working for them before he passed away, before he got sick. And he shared this story with me. And I've always...
His story?
Yeah, this
Same
very
story.
same story about the notion of physics, of this idea that you can always stretch more. And I literally thought about it. I must have been 21 or 22 when he told me this story. And I think about it all the time. Like once a week, I think of that story and what the Rebbe told him. It's one of the pieces of wisdom that really speaks to me in my life because I'm constantly overwhelmed. Constantly overwhelmed. It gives me chizuk in an interesting way, in a way that I think a lot of like modern mental health, which is much more like, drop things, don't do, like cut down on everything, which is, there's truth to that as well. But this notion that we can do hard things and we can push ourselves really speaks to me. So I'm amazed that was the story that you shared today.
And I'm amazed that he shared that story with you.
My father is a physicist.
Oh, wow.
So this notion, like this connection of like science and our everyday life and Torah was a perfect story.
Wow. And we're going to hear more from you and all the roles that you play, but we'll now go to
Margalit
Lankry.
Yes, Margalit Lankry.
And you're an interior designer.
I am. I'm an interior designer.
And what other roles do you play?
Which ones don't I play? So I'm an interior designer. I've been working in the industry for about 26, 27 years. I'm a little bit of a late bloomer. I was a young mother. I had my kids right away. I'm a creative. I grew up in an artist family, and I was always itching for something, but I wanted to be a mother first. And I think even throughout our journey of working in our careers, which so many of us have, we all believe that being a mother is probably our most important role. So I couldn't imagine doing more than that. But one day I woke up and I said, I have to do more. So I started an interior design company, and I have a few employees, and we specialize in commercial, and I'm a creative, and I'm an artist, and I'm a mother, and I'm a grandmother. And one of the things I found in working in a creative industry is that people could think it's such a materialistic type of industry, but really, really, when we think back behind the scenes, we are really helping people build their dreams, whether it's a beautiful home, and then they can wake up every day, no matter what they're going through in life, and they could be happy in their space, and they could do their job so much better. Or somebody who's been waiting to do a business, and they need help opening up because they're supporting their family. It's so much bigger than just materialism and beauty. And it was such an eye-opening thing where, sometimes we think what we do is just surface, but if you dig deeper, we could all be so much greater at what we do. And I've turned it into an opportunity also to help and to give back to people. Like Hashem has given me a talent, and I could go and I could help organizations, and I have done a lot of, jobs without getting paid just because I want to be able to give back. Children with special needs, I do a lot of shuls or schools just to be able to share and give back, to use our talents for good.
I love that. It is spiritual. Everything can be spiritual. It's just the framework,
Exactly.
what you come to.
And I'm
going
to take it one step further. That I love tablescapes. It's one of my favorite things to do. And I take my Hanukkah table for my kids, for my grandchildren. I take my sukkah, I take my Shavuos table, and I make it beautiful, and everybody loves it. So imagine taking your talent and using it for your home and to serve Hashem. It's a beautiful thing. I always say Hashem created the world. He didn't have to create flowers. He didn't have to create the beautiful things that are around us, but he gave us that to enjoy. So if you use it in the right way, you can really enhance your life.
And in fact, I think it's an even greater opportunity to take something material and elevate it to the spiritual.
Exactly.
Because spirituality is spirituality.
Right.
You take something material, like a couch, and you have a Torah conversation.
There you go.
Sitting on that couch, well, there we go.
Well, it's the whole purpose of the world to reveal Hashem's light.
Right.
And by us taking the physical and revealing it,
Exactly.
you're a big part of that.
Yeah, try to do that every day.
The Gemara says that one of the three things that gladdens a man's heart is a dira na'ah, a beautiful home. Right?
Oh, see?
And it's very important.
There you go. It is, right?
Yeah.
Now you should have a lot of success. Continued.
Thank you.
So we have here 𝐋𝐈𝐬 Kaufman, who is a media buyer and a campaign creator.
Yeah.
So you're doing a lot of things for a lot of companies, correct?
And non-for-profits.
And for nonprofits, and you're the CEO.
Yes.
So can you share with us?
So we have a great company. We build organizations, we build businesses, we build people. We create the message behind a lot of big things that you see around that you don't even realize there's actually so much thought and a company behind it. And then we create a plan, like a strategy on how to get the word out. So we work with Amudim, and that's why I think I am so connected to the cause. And they're an organization, every organization and every business has their own struggle, right, on how to communicate. How is it going to resonate? How do I make sure people hear me amongst this such a noisy world? But my heart is definitely with the organizations, because I feel like, without them, where would we all be? So Amudim definitely struggles with, over communication because of the sensitivities of what they're always doing around the clock, 24/7. And this conversation comes up with them. And I feel like a campaign like this, a fundraiser that's going to really be shared with hopefully 1 million people can be viewing this, is so critical for people to really tune in to understand and realize that these organizations, because of the sensitivity, they can't always be out there and market themselves properly, fundraise better. It's a struggle. So here, the fact that people are tuning in, listening, and donating, I think is so special and critical for the sake of what they do. But I started in non-for-profit mainly. That's where my heart was. That's where I felt passionate. It would get me to pause and really think, let me connect, and then I can develop. And I feel like, I think that's the root of anyone's success, is saying, how can I connect to something and then bring it to life? And we do all kinds of businesses too, but there's something very special about working for the non-for-profit world.
So you're a strategist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big deal. You really have to think about things deeply.
Yeah, I like to start with it. And I was telling Margarita on our way in, seeing, I need to have that vision of what the end looks like, and then building it, till the end to get there.
Is it usually what you envision? By the time you get to the end,
there's a lot of additional things that happen along the way, but I need to have that clarity in my head about the end. You know what I mean? And that's the only way that, even if things come up and things have to change,
I wonder if that's how we should be in our lives. Do we need to have a vision of how we see our lives, or does that sometimes hold us back from being present in the moment?
No, I think we need a vision of where my life takes me is where I'm supposed to be. You know what I mean? I think that's definitely a vision that we should have, but it's different in life.
It's different in life.
Because we're put into places that we really have no control of.
Yeah.
But when you can actually curate a message, you want to be able to control that narrative as much as you can.
What's your vision for, let's say, Amudim, which is such important work that they do? I trained to be a mental health counselor, so I had the opportunity to see clients who you wouldn't think would be struggling as much as they were. And then you realize everybody is affected by mental health.
Right.
So what do you want to see? Like, what's the vision that you would have if you're working backwards with
Well, let's say right here, our vision, let's say is that, like you said, like you see regular people come in and regular people have to look like they're running regular lives with so much going on, showing up as the best they can, but really like deep down, we all have there's this like underground world in all of us, you know, but knowing that everybody has such a deep underground world of so many different moving pieces, and giving ourselves like the ability to, you know, allow certain things to fall, to allow like faith to take us, you know, to different places. And I think that if we all really understood that we're all going through something, it humblizes us, and it really helps us, you know, make better decisions. We know we're not in control of everything. We're supposed to be where we are. Other people are going through challenges, and they do. And I think it's really...
And that it's okay to reach out.
And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you should reach out if you need help.
And you're the one that works with Amudim. Amudim is one of those places that you can reach out to if you're feeling that you don't have, you don't trust, or you don't at the moment, or you don't have anyone at the moment to turn to.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Well, thank you for sharing, and we'll continue strategizing. But first, before we continue the conversation, before we start really the conversation, even though I wanted Ida to share a little bit about, okay, I know Ida really well. We speak to each other every single day because we're always strategizing.
That's amazing. What's really nice about this conversation is like we really are learning about each other for the first time. So
exactly, and it's really so inspiring to hear from each of you and the many roles you juggle. And I know Ida juggles many roles. She's a mental health counselor. She's a podcast host together with me. First and foremost, she's a wife and a mother of 4 amazing children, and she's totally there and dedicated to them. And there's more things that she does. She has a new company. Okay, she's very creative, and I watched the process. She launched. It's called 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. It's like this multi-role garment that you wear, and it's modest, it's 𝐶𝐈𝐕𝐄. Yeah. You can wear it to go jogging, you can wear it in heels or with boots to go out to eat.
What?
You got to check it out.
It's a blank
I love that you're plugging this.
That's great.
So
it's called
she's running a business. She's a CEO of a company. She's also an ADHD coach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You look so calm. Ida, you look so calm.
Right.
You have such a calm
there's
demeanor.
something called cognitive hyperactivity, which is a little different from the physical kind, and that's just, it's more common amongst girls and women. That's why girls are not as easily diagnosed as boys. Boys will jump around. I mean, not all girls, not all boys, but generally that's how it is. So that was me. It took a long time. Yeah, it took me, I was at 27 years old, I was diagnosed. So I spent many years not understanding why I had trouble learning, and that's why I became a mental health counselor. So I turned a struggle into a strength, and that's when I realized how many people sort of have this outer appearance of feeling like or looking like everything is fine, but on the inside there's stuff happening, and I experience that sometimes. And so I wanted to build tools, like a toolkit for myself, but this was one of those things, like that garment and other things that would help me get through the day without feeling like, I'm trying to stay afloat.
Right.
Like I want to feel like I'm thriving, not surviving. And I think a lot of people feel that way. It's like a lot of people are in survival. It's like, no, let's take it, up a notch. Let's feel like we're thriving in our lives and everything that we're doing.
Do you know that we just interviewed Omer Shem Tov, who was, Omer Shem Tov's mother, Shelley, and she was saying there's a difference between surviving and thriving. Mm-hmm. There were, in some ways, while she was waiting, while she didn't know where her son was and he was in captivity and longing for him to come home, she felt like she was surviving, but at the same time she was also thriving.
Wow, she was growing and changing.
Yeah, she was growing and changing. She was on the journey, seeing Hashem helping her along the way, and that's how she felt like she was thriving, when she would see Hashem helping her with the things that she would ask along the journey.
Yeah. No, I say when you're going through something very, very difficult, and recently went through something traumatic, very difficult, and when you're in that period, it's like you're in so much pain, you can't see any truth. You almost feel like I'm being punished, right? Like it's so hurt. There's so much hurt. And then suddenly when like the rays start coming, you're like, 1 minute, like Hashem loves me, right? So if I'm not seeing, if I'm feeling this way, it just means it's masked. There's no way he's doing anything to hurt me. So it's like, if we keep that, and the more I felt that, and the more I internalized that, no, everything that's happening here, it's going to turn out amazing. Everything's going to turn out good because he loves me, right? So when we're going through something so difficult, that's what you can thrive through it by saying, like, there's my light. Like, he loves me. It's going to,
Hashem's right there.
It's for the best. Like, it's so hard.
It's the bitachon.
It's so hard to feel that, but all of a sudden, when like it clicks in your head, like, 1 minute, he loves me. Why would I think he wants to put me in pain? He doesn't. So, just like
the hardest part is in the moment. That's where the bitachon comes in, because if we see it, it's not the
same situation. All of a sudden, like, just becomes a different situation. It's like, oh wait, this light.
So when you're in it, sometimes it's very, very hard to see that there's going to be some way to get out of it. And that's why there are support groups that we could reach out to, or a friend or something. I recently went through a very, very hard issue last winter where I ended up having emergency foot surgery, and it was an infection. It was really life-threatening. And I really, really, in my head, I suffered the entire winter. I'm a doer, I'm a runner, I go about, and I couldn't walk and I couldn't drive, and I was stuck sitting and staring out the window in the cold, snowy winter and the gray day, and it felt like my life was over. And sometimes when you really feel stuck and you feel like your life is over, those are the opportunities where you should reach out to organizations and to friends. And sometimes you have to look within yourself and say, what are the things that I love to do? And when you find something that you love to do, it can really help you get through the pain. Do you have a talent? Do you have a creativity? Do you have a passion? Do you love to bake? Do you love to babysit? Do you love to talk to people? Do you love to do chesed? Whatever it is, as a creative, someone who loves to do, build beautiful spaces and help people, that really was my savior. So I always tell people, like, to find the thing that lights you up, find the things that could really, really help you get through. And it's healing in any which way.
I really relate to that. Just to share that, okay, so I'm a matchmaker, a shadchanit, and a holistic coach. Before this, I was a health coach, but now I coach singles. And I am a co-host with Idan from the Inside Out, and I'm a mother of 8, and I have 4 married children now. While we've been doing the podcast, Hashem has blessed me to have 4 weddings. So I have 4 married children and 3 grandchildren, thank God, and a wonderful husband. And my father-in-law was actually the Rebbe's secretary and driver and spokesman, Rabbi Krinsky, and
yes, of course.
My husband is his right-hand man in Chabad World Headquarters. So it actually so what you're sharing right now, I experienced that. Like, I got married very young. I was living in Australia at the time, and I remember having a baby and feeling like I'm so young and I haven't found myself yet. And it can be a really lonely feeling. Like, all those years ago, I'm now married a little over 30 years, you didn't even express those thoughts. You know what I mean? Now women can talk to each other and say, oh, I want to find the right thing that I want to do. I felt like, who am I to have a baby? I haven't even accomplished anything. And it can be a really depressing feeling. And that's what I did. I just started to think about, okay, what's something that I love to do? And I got a guitar teacher to come to the house, and I love music. And I started having guitar lessons. And then when we moved to New York, I started singing. First, we moved to Florida. I started teaching music in schools to the kindergartens. And then I made an album with the song and started traveling and singing. But I remember that feeling of feeling empty.
You have to find something that filled you.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be a business. We're all business people, and we're like go-getters, and we're very, very ambitious. But I tell it to people, it doesn't always have to be a business. It could just be something that you enjoy doing, and it really enhances your life. For you, it's business. I also love business. Oh, fitness, right? Everybody finds their thing. Find your thing, and it really, really helps you get through the gray days.
Yeah. Do you want to share anything from, like, we were just talking about going through the journey and not knowing, going through a hard time, not seeing the outcome, but having that faith in Hashem. And sometimes we have the blessing to be able to see when we look back how that was good for us. So I thought maybe if we all share an experience you did already do that, of a hard time that you've had, but then later on seeing the blessing. Like, for example, I'll share something. You can hear my accent, I'm Australian. And I had my first 3 girls when we were living in Australia, and I have an amazing family there. And it wasn't working out for us to live there. My husband felt like
moved there?
We lived there for 5 years.
He's from here?
He's from here. But we tried it out there. And I was living around the corner from my parents and grandparents. I'm the oldest, so I'm the guinea pig. But all my siblings are living there, everybody. And we decided we were going to give it a go in America. And for me, that was the hardest thing to do. I thought, like, this is the worst thing that I'm leaving my family. But something in me felt like it was the right thing for us. But it was the hardest thing. But ultimately, in the end, years and years later, I have 2 siblings that live here with me. It also ended up making me much more independent. I don't think that I would be who I am if I didn't move away as close as I am with my family. And you can be close with people oceans apart. But looking back, I think about how I thought this is like the hardest thing for me to do, and it's so hard to leave my family, that it ended up being the best thing for me and my family to do. I love America now, and I have so much family. I'm the oldest of 11. I have a sister that lives in California, a sister that lives in Atlanta. I have 2 brothers that live here. Some of my family lives in Australia, and we try to go as often as possible. My parents are here right now visiting, and thank God that it was hard for them to say goodbye to us too, but they're very proud of me living here and what me and my husband do. So that was a hard moment for me that I thought of too, where you can actually see the bracha in your lifetime.
Right.
So do you have anything that?
Well, because I was learning 𝐷𝐢𝐕𝐄 for a long time, there's one thing that really stood out to me is that we have this benefit of hindsight. Looking back with many experiences that we've had that were hard, the perspective that they gave us really changed how we see those experiences. So our memory of them almost changes because when you're in it, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to understand how this can be good, especially in more difficult situations. But then looking back, we know we have the benefit of hindsight. So one of the things I always try to remind myself is to act now with that benefit. Act now as though I have the benefit. And if I were doing that, what would I be doing? So say the last couple of days have been I definitely felt like off kilter a little bit, maybe because I was traveling. I was like, hey, if I had the benefit of hindsight, what would I be doing differently? And the answer is, first of all, I'd be a little kinder to myself. I wouldn't be hard on myself. It's okay to not have a day when everything is scheduled and full. Some days are just...
I don't even know of a day
that's a challenge for a lot of personalities.
But
here.
It's I actually made sourdough for the first time last week, and I'm thinking, I don't think I'm going to do it again. But there's such a...
Don't tell me you won't make sourdough.
I could never make sourdough.
I'm going to the bakery. I absolutely, but I don't absolutely have to do it.
Because the reason I decided to do it is because people that I have spoken to who make it were like, I'm telling you, once you do it, there's this...
They all say it's a big deal.
Yeah. But then I was thinking, there's just waiting periods that I can't handle. You have to do this, then wait 30 minutes. Do this, wait another 30 minutes. Right. 40 minutes.
I wouldn't be able to do it. I think because of that also.
Yeah. But then I'm thinking, that time when the dough is resting, it's doing something. And even though, it doesn't look like it's doing, you need to just have that period of waiting.
It's like pregnancy.
Yeah.
The question is when to do that.
Right.
Time of Tu B'Shvat. The plants are about to burst forth, but there's a process there too.
Yeah. Right. So when to allow yourself to calibrate, when things are not going as planned, it's like we were saying, do we do more or do we let go? That's the big question. Is how to navigate life. Take on more, let go, and then I think it's a constant process of asking yourself every day, what do I need to do today?
By taking on more though, I'll consciously take on more when I know I'm conscious, meaning it'll be a conscious decision. I know I'm at capacity, and I'll say, 1 second, why do I feel like I have to take this on?
Right.
Right.
Is it I'm connecting from a passion place?
Mm-hmm. Or is it an obligation?
Or is it, right.
Is that what you ask yourself?
Yeah, very often. Yeah.
Or if things are falling apart at home, then that's a sign too. If it's too much and then you're not available for the other parts of our life, and that's a sign too.
Yeah.
So, because I was just asked to take...
That's, I feel so relative. You know what I mean? There's a normal that
that's supposed to be falling apart?
adapt to. No, not falling apart, but I'm saying they adapt to a norm. People ask me, don't your kids, do your kids ever say, they wish you'd be home more, right? My kids don't know different. Meaning this is the home they grew up with. They're loved, they're cared. When I'm with them, I'm present. But yeah, mommy's out till 5, 6 o'clock every day, at least. And they adapt. I think it's amazing how people...
Really important when you're with them, you're present. Because I did this parenting course with Rabbi 𝐶𝐲.
Yeah.
And he said, sometimes a moment is more infinite than a whole day. If you're present in those few moments, can be more powerful than you being there all day, but you're not present and you're not happy.
Sure. And one thing that I did work on with my kids is when they're talking to me, sometimes I'll even hold their face. Like when I get home and it's
I like
late and
that.
I came in and there's like a lot going on and they come over to me, I'll like hold their cheeks. Like, who's talking to me now? I'm looking at you in the eye, I'm connecting. Like, you want to tell me something? Tell me.
Also, wait a second, before I want to just ask you, so you ask yourself if you feel passionate about this or responsible?
Yeah. Like,
and what if you feel,
if
which one do you choose?
Then I usually run with it. You know what I mean? Like, there are certain projects that, yeah, I give up, trust me. Like, I give up of myself constantly. I think we all do, right? We're always like,
When you do something that you love, it fuels you.
Yeah.
And then when you get home to your family and you're fueled and you're energized and
I'm happy.
You could do your job that much better. And that is a big part of.
Sometimes the thing you're passionate about that you're doing is hard as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's always hard. It's usually hard.
Not sometimes.
It
always.
never comes easy. Yep.
You're afraid.
But the energy that you get from doing something that you love or a successful project, you bring that home.
Yeah.
And your kids see that.
That's why it's like when you raise kids, right? I'm sure your kids think it's normal with their parents.
It's hard. Last night I was running a Baruch Hashem, a big event in shul. I got home at 10 o'clock. I didn't see my kids. Usually, I try to limit it every week that I'm not out many evenings. But this morning, I'm standing at the bus stop with the kids. My son's like, oh my gosh, he didn't sign my Kriya. Mommy, you weren't home last night. He's fussing with his folder, taking it out. I'm quickly signing it. And I'm feeling so bad because I was not there last night. Like, there was not one moment that I overlapped with him last night. But he knows that that's part of my job.
Yeah.
He knows that's part of my role. My kids, we try to really involve them in the work that we do in the shul. So they're aware of what we're busy with.
They need to see the good.
They see the good. We publicly also thank them. We talk about how they allow us. They help us to serve the community. So we try to give them that kavod publicly.
Nice.
How old are your kids?
9, 7, 3, and 6 months.
Wow.
Wow. Look at her and she's here.
So it's like just making sure that they feel they're part of it. They're part of the team. They have corners in our actual offices.
Well, that's so
my
cute.
husband's in my office.
That's so cute.
Upstairs. And that they just, they know how important it is what we're doing. Like, we don't keep things separate, for better or for worse, at home. They're very aware. It's funny. My daughter was telling me the other day that when she grows up, ask her what she wants to be. She says she wants to be a representative.
Oh, that's so nice.
That's a good sign.
I know. And I said, what does a representative do? And she said, she speaks.
Oh,
wow. I was like, that is an interesting answer. But that's her
interpretation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Do you speak a lot of Shul?
Speak all the time.
Right.
Oh, wow.
I'm saying on Shabbos or?
So now it was like on maternity leave, but yeah, usually I give a shir every Shabbos after Kiddush. Wow. I'm starting a new series probably next week. And I do shirim during the week.
Wow.
What topics are you passionate about?
So I did a lot. I'm just at the weekly parsha, but this coming year I'm going to do a survey of classical and Musar literature, going through self-refinement and improvement of the character.
Wow, nice.
So I feel like that's something very relevant. Part of our challenge with our shul, it's a great challenge, is that Baruch Hashem, we have a lot of diversity. So we have people coming with zero backgrounds, and we have people who are very learned, went to yeshiva their whole lives, learn all the time. So how do you speak to both populations in one place? And that was really our dream, was to build a shul like this that has that mix of Jews, where literally someone who does not know how to read Hebrew is sitting next to someone who learned in the mirror, and there's no problem. So I was thinking about how I think actually Musar is something that is unusual and that it can
Universal.
really speak to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're all
someone
better, right.
who just walks into the room who's never learned before could learn from Mesilat Yesharim, just like someone who went through the system but maybe hasn't picked it up in a decade. Yeah.
When do you prepare?
All the time.
I'm saying, when do you have time to?
I don't have time. The answer is I don't have time.
So is when's your happy hour? In the morning?
So I started now a new schedule. I actually just left my full-time job in a magazine.
Which magazine?
I was at The Real Deal, which is a big left magazine.
Really?
I just left. I'm announcing here.
Oh, wow. Why did you leave?
I realized I had bigger things I had to do. So both in the community and also as a writer when I worked on a book.
Oh, wow.
So So what has shifted now is my daily schedule, which is super exciting. So on a normal day, I have 8:30 to 1 o'clock is blocked out as my creative deep work time.
Oh, wow.
That's nice. Actually, my WhatsApp and my Instagram locks off during that
Good for
time.
you. Wow.
I'm not accessible. Only like the schools and my husband have my number. Like can reach through me, and that is spent on writing and on learning, preparing. So I really, really believe that is one of the things that we lack in today's world is the ability to focus deeply on something without distraction.
Also, if you want something to happen, you have to schedule it in. That's a great tip. It's a great strategy for success in business.
Everything
goes exactly. You got to schedule it in.
But it has to be even something unworked as like writing or studying has to be blocked out because otherwise it doesn't happen. They fill it, of course, for sure. So like one of my challenges is is really the pastoral needs, the demands from people, just human needs are endless, and it's very difficult. But like I have one meeting slot a day for shul, like for people. And
it's one person. That means one person.
I only have one 45-minute slot a day because I need to prepare shiurim. I need to deal with programming with staff. Like there's a lot of other things going on. Right. And I also have my own creative ambitions that I want to really pursue. So I have a 45-minute slot once a day, and it could be sometimes also like a double. People. Yeah, it could be a meeting my husband and me and a couple. Like it depends on the day, and I just decided that's it. I have one slot a day, and that's on my day, and I'm booked for January 5th.
Wow. I was going to say, you probably have a lot of bookings.
You have to, but you have to do it that way. People are shocked. Like, what do you mean? Like, what are you doing all day? You know, and I'm actually doing deep work.
What happens if something comes up, like a crisis or emergency?
Crisis that was
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that, by the way,
I always feel the guilt though of like not being able to service people. Like when I can't, I feel terrible. I can't respond, and it's like you freeze because you don't want them thinking like, what's wrong with her, or she's so busy she can't respond to me, or you know that whole like
I
challenge
relate to that.
And we're people. I mean, I'm a people pleaser by nature, and it's like I just want to make everyone happy, and I just want to respond. And that stress could be like
and when you know you can help someone, and you have to build boundaries, otherwise you
don't
can't
have the
be
capacity.
yourself.
Right.
Someone in shul said to me this past Shabbos, she looked at me and she said, "You cannot be like the giving tree, where you hand off all your branches. They take all your branches, and you're left as a stump."
I know. That's right.
And I thought that was such a cute, like,
I love that.
I think it's something we all struggle with.
I think every woman does, especially mothers. We struggle with that.
And especially when you know that how one act of kindness, what it can do.
That's true.
And then you're like, 1 minute, this might be the very thing I'm meant to be doing right now.
Even business, even if it's a business decision.
Yeah. Right.
You know, not even from such a nice, beautiful place.
Right. Yeah. It's true. It's a challenge.
Could you share a few like tips for time management tools that help you? I feel like I'm listening to you and I'm thinking, wow, like it's amazing that you have this time slot set out. Like you have the decisive idea of what your day looks like.
So, first of all, it's going to sound funny, but I actually read a lot about focus, about attention, there's actually a great book called Deep Work. There's another one called Stolen Focus that I really appreciated recently. The author is Johan Hari or something. And just understanding the science, the psychology of like, especially what we are today battling with technology, I think is really essential. And just being aware and naming the battles we're fighting here for our attention, right? And remembering that our time and our attention are monetized, right? So how do we retain it? How do we maintain control over it? I think is really important. And constantly like studying it and thinking about it keeps me aware, keeps me constantly conscious of the value of my time and how I have to protect it. I'm not great at protecting my time, but I'm trying. Like it's my daily nisayon. I really believe it, because if I didn't, I would just be absolutely torn apart by legitimate needs. By the way, they're legitimate, and there's so many mitzvot, there's so much chesed that I could be doing, but there's also my children, and there's my sanity, and there's my marriage. There are a lot of things that come first. So it's just...
So you trust your intuition. Well, you made a schedule.
I make a schedule. I really make a schedule, and I stick to it. And I try to really control. My Pilates instructor says, you have to control the machine. The machine cannot control you.
That's right.
And I think about that in terms of technology as well. Don't let the machine control you. Right. And I really think all of us struggle with this. So, and by the way, part of the challenge is like accessibility. Like anyone who gets your WhatsApp can just text you.
Yeah, and then if you don't respond,
it's a real problem. This was never normal. This was never normal.
In a single, like I could put my phone down for an hour and like,
and then it's like all these,
because it's so easy to reach, anyone could reach
It's
you.
so easy.
Right. You're
It's just
so
like, just
accessible. It never used to be like that. Right. No, but email you could easily ignore. A WhatsApp, not.
I don't know. I get 4 nonprofits a day emailing me asking me to collab with us. And I'm just like, we're a startup. I'm still like figuring this out. We're very lean and nimble. Like I don't have capacity. I just don't have capacity.
I think you have to pick the things that are the most important to you and that what you want to accomplish, what you want to do.
You don't always know. You really just don't always know.
Right.
But picking things, as far as like discipline, that's one thing that I've always been this way. Like my friends, since I'm a girl, like I was always one sleeping at 10:30 in the morning, 10:30 at night. Like seminary, I had like the face mask when nobody did.
You're very disciplined.
Yes.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's like, she's a disciplined.
Very, very disciplined.
Yes.
Very much scheduled. I'm up the same time basically every single morning, have my routine.
Let's say you want to take on something new. Like how do you put
Where do you fit it in?
It means I'm coming home from the office at 8 o'clock at night. Yeah, the end of the day is not as disciplined as the beginning of the day. Meaning like I'll stay in my office until, and it's funny because like sometimes I leave my office and I'm the last car there and I'm in a building with a lot of people.
Right.
And I'm like, but it's only 6 o'clock. Why is everybody able to get home? It's like
it's a good thing.
What? It's the strangest thing to me. Like,
right.
Yeah, like it hits me like, wait, if you're the only person leaving the office now at the building, right? And there's 200 cars that are gone. Like, shouldn't you be rethinking this? Right. But no, like I have like a skip in my step. I'm like happy, you know. It's not
Let's
like
say someone doesn't have that nature and they want to take on a new project and they just don't have the time. Like, what does one do? How do they? You know, they're not as disciplined.
Right.
And you know, I always tell people like we could talk from today to tomorrow. We have all these ideas, and then call the dreamer. But how do you bring dreams to fruition? And you have to put it into your calendar somewhere. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's just a dream. And how do you make it into a reality? And if there is no time, sometimes you have to schedule 1 hour a month to work on something that you want to achieve, but you have no time for.
Yeah.
You know, and I have that a lot because always projects coming my way, or something creative. And
so things take more time than you think.
Right.
Yeah, like because I meet singles every day and I have all these amazing experiences with people I meet and you know, epiphanies when I coach somebody, and getting a couple to go out is a miracle. And how did I inspire that person to do it? In my head, I'm like, I'm going to remember this tomorrow. And I keep thinking, okay, I'm going to write, I'm going to get up another hour earlier, which I know I can't because I need a certain amount of hours of sleep.
Right, sure.
But I like this idea. I would like to write things down, but I don't have the time. Yeah, okay. But I can't take the whole, I guess everyone has their own schedules that they can do. I can't take the whole morning off. But
it finds a
you're getting me
to
think about finding a way to write.
Find a way.
To write.
Right.
Yeah. But, you know, I was just thinking as you're talking because when I started out doing this as a matchmaker, it was actually Steve, you know, he's actually an amazing human being that brought me on to be a shadchanit. It's a long story how I got there. You know, Hashem, I was looking for something new. I was a health coach. And even though I was very stimulated by the podcast, in my health coaching career, I just felt like I needed something more. I didn't know what it was.
Recent that you're doing shidduchim?
3 years.
Oh wow.
I had, like, when you're part of a community and you have success with 2 or 3 people as a health coach, the whole community comes. So I had many people coming through my door, but I just somehow felt like I wanted something more. And out of the blue, my husband's very close with this amazing philanthropist, and he wanted to help singles. He had friends who he wanted to set up, and my husband one day said, I think he's looking for someone. You go meet him. And at first I was like, shadchan. I had set up a bunch of my friends, but I never looked at myself as a shadchan. It was just over the years, and it happened like it was just so simple. We're in a different world today. Yes. But so I decided, let me just go meet him. And he said, I want to do this with you. And I ended up working at Greystone for a couple of years. And I met many, many people, but I was watching him have a few secretaries, and I'm like, wow, that's an amazing thing when you can have a few secretaries. Now I started my own thing. I have a whole team that works with me. I do it on my own now, but I have a secretary, and it is incredible, but somehow I'm working harder.
I know.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I know.
I actually have a
I
full-time
know.
secretary,
And you're still
and
working
she is
hard.
amazing. I could not do what I'm doing without her. And I'm wondering, 1 minute, how did I do it before without a secretary?
Totally.
But I'm somehow working.
Well, everything expands.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens. You take on more when you do more.
Exactly. Well, it attracts it.
It attracts it. Or when you and I have a whole team that works with me, but somehow I'm up day and night. It's just interesting how when you have.
But how do you prevent burnout?
You have to love what you do. Oh my gosh.
I think that I
That's what
definitely
we do.
have more of an adrenaline because I love what I do.
Burnout, I think, happens when, like, within the situation, something so uncomfortable happens. That's when the burnout, not from what you're doing, meaning from a situation that comes up, a relationship
Someone
gets
who
hurt,
gives you a hard time.
Someone gives you, like
someone gives you a hard time. I can't
something. It's never like, it can't be from the work you're doing, because then you can't keep doing what you're doing. But situations,
I definitely feel that I sleep less than I used to, and I think it's because I have an adrenaline of how much I love what I'm doing. But I do think that there can be burnout if you're not getting enough sleep. Do you know what I mean? There's certain things you have to just.
Like a week that I'm like, it's adrenaline driving me. I know it is. Like, I feel it. I could, even at night when I'm in bed, I have a hard time falling asleep, and I'm on 5 hours. It's like I'm up since 5 in the morning. It's 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. You should be able to sleep.
Yeah.
But then Shabbos comes.
Yeah.
And I'll sleep probably like 14
I'm like,
hours.
I can't believe it. I slept 9 hours and I'd never do this during the week. How is that possible? Well, Hashem was very wise.
Yeah.
But
our adrenaline is scary because, like, it.
That's in nature. It's a type of entrepreneurial spirit, and that's why so many of us could do what we do. Like when you talk about all that you're doing and how you're doing it, but we need you, and the people need you, and the singles need you.
I think that's what it is when you know when you feel needed.
Yeah.
Right. You can't stop.
You can't stop.
Yeah.
There was a crazy story that happened, like a pigeon 𝐔𝐈𝐕𝐄 piece also, and it was like a day that was supposed to be like Erev Rosh Hashanah cooking, like that type of day. It was I don't know. It was a day that, like,
It's the only day you had
Sunday, and
right.
it was. And I can't say no. Like, I can't say no. So I'm sitting there all day busy with this, and it's a Sunday, so I didn't want to involve, like, my employees necessarily. I was like, going to try to just do this on my own. I'm like, I know. How could you say no? So you have situations like that, especially when you're doing meaningful work, right? It's like someone calls you, your heart just is like, I'm going to help this person.
I think the beauty here is that we all run businesses and do amazing things, but it's really meaningful. When you just said that, you can infuse it with meaningful moments, and it's really meaningful work, and that's what sets it apart from just a job. And this is or a career, but it's everything. Every one of us here, and so many people could find a thing to infuse what they do with meaning, and that's what takes you to the next level. And
that's the thing that brings light to everything that you're doing.
Right. Exactly.
But like you said, sometimes you need a boundary, and
sometimes
it's really hard.
1 second, let's talk about the guilt.
Yeah. Oh, guilt.
I'm saying it all looks like very fine and glory, but like there's definitely tremendous guilt that comes in running, 150 miles an hour.
Yeah. So how do you manage it? How do you manage guilt? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's everyone share how we manage guilt.
Who wants to go first?
I think it's never a good thing to feel guilty.
I think it's a 𝐔𝐬𝐯, and it brings you down.
Yes.
I really do.
Yeah.
And we're all naturally going to feel guilty, but we have to find ways to get through it. And I think when we go through our hardships
for sure.
and our suffering, whether we like it or not, if there's one thing that could come out of it, maybe it's making us more of an empathetic person and feeling for other people and caring for other people.
Mm-hmm.
And when we're struggling and we don't know how we're going to get through, and when we do come out of it, if it just makes us a little kinder, a little bit nicer, or feeling for someone else.
Also, what goes through your mind when you're going through a big challenge is like the flash, like all these scenes flash in front of you, like the negativity, all flashes, right? And then you're like, there are people, meaning these are stories we create for ourselves, right? And there are people that live, their lives have these stories.
That's right.
And all of a sudden you can relate, and you're different. Right. It's like,
but sometimes Hashem sends it just to
humbles us,
just to remind us and put us in our place.
Yeah, like in the Torah, it says, like, I think 𝐷𝐸𝐬, right? When like Hashem made us a ger, why?
Right.
So that we can relate to a ger.
Someone else.
We can relate to someone that doesn't feel comfortable.
Right.
So
everybody's going through something. I always say, when you look around the world, everybody is going through something. Sometimes you see it, and sometimes you don't.
Yeah.
But just be kind and be nice, because we have no idea what the other person is going through.
Yeah.
Reach out to the friend who's quiet and who hasn't WhatsApp you every minute.
I think in New York City, like, I'm an Australian girl, and it's a smaller community.
Yeah.
And when I first came here, it felt so lonely, and I'm not a shy person, but everyone like had their groups and their cliques, and there's a loneliness that you feel when you're trying to find your friends, and I think that's something that at the time was so hard, but Hashem showed me be there for other be there for someone when you see that they're lonely, you know?
I think loneliness is something that everyone thinks they're the only one going through, you know?
Yeah. It's interesting because, like, when I've had lonely periods, I feel like one of the things that I thought about was, you know, oh, how come no one's reaching out during this time, right? And then I came across something that was so profound and it was about relationships, but it applies to, it was about marital relationships, but it applies to all relationships. And it was a simple exercise where you just write down like what you would have wanted someone to do or what you want, you know, what you like when you're lonely. I wish somebody would reach out. I wish that I could, or like things you wish other people could do for you to get you out of that lonely state. And then you just ask yourself if you're doing those things. So let's say you move to a new town and nobody's calling you, right? You need to make that call. You call, make the call. You do the things that you wish other people were doing. And then so it's like, be the change you want to see.
Right, exactly.
So
that's so nice.
Yeah.
It is.
Like we could all learn from every experience.
Right,
That's it.
right.
But when we going back to guilt, like what you were sharing about that moment, like I think we all experienced this where your kids' papers are flying and you went to a thing last night at 10 o'clock. And that's usually the deepest guilt is with your children.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Because they see through everything.
Because they see through everything. And
The most important people to us. Right?
I just went through something like that the other night. Yeah. And they wanted to watch something special with me. And I knew it wasn't the right night to do it. It was like the night before we were entering Douglas Murray, but I was already somewhere else the night before. And I did it anyway. I did it with them. And then it just prolonged the whole night. That was out of guilt because there's nothing wrong with me telling my kids we're going to do it on Motzei Shabbos.
Right.
My husband was like, it's fine. They would have understood you're busy these few days and you're going to be with them this other night. But I did it out of guilt, but it didn't end up being a good thing. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes from the guilt comes...
You need the support.
Irrational decisions. But we should be more, like, I think, confident in our roles.
Yeah.
Our kids know we're busy right now and we're going to be there for them.
Sometimes it's like a real dilemma. Like I have this in the evenings when I have teenage kids. I want to put them to bed. I want to hang out with them at night when they go to sleep, but sometimes they go to bed late. And I want to go to bed early.
Right.
So it's like I need to choose. Do I hang out with them and spend the time? Or do I go to bed early and then, run the risk if I stay up late of being cranky the next day and then I'm not good for anybody. So it's like a constant, like, what do you do?
I think I've learned like Shabbos has been my beyond focused time on my kids. I don't really have company. Like I don't host a lot purposely because they know it, and my kids know if there's a guest coming, like I'll hear a mumble like, "Ma, like you're gonna still hang out with us on the couch." Meaning it became like they know that they expect that during the week it's busy, and as much as I want, they know that's where I want to be. I want to be with them. I think they feel it. But
Do you have guests?
Not so often, purposely, very intentional. It's like also I'm a perfectionist in certain ways, so I know if I have guests, that means I'm feeling overwhelmed and I'll have to cook more. And no, it's like I want Shabbos to be a place that's safe and delicious and just.
Well, that's really amazing that you figured that out. Like,
Oh,
you know, Shabbos
I know my complexities.
Yeah.
That I know.
No, you figured out.
You have to know yourself.
Yeah.
You have to really know yourself.
Yes, I'm saying because sometimes you want it. There's all these people that you want to have over for Shabbos, but I need my time with my family.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to really.
And I love it when I'll hear one of my teenagers say something. I'll be like, you see, they know that Shabbos is their time.
Yeah.
And they don't resent that during the week. It became they know.
Yeah.
So it's
hard when you work on Shabbos.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was going to say there are some people that can't.
Shabbos.
Do you have the shul? Does it cater the meal or?
There, pretty much every meal I'm with the community. Every dinner, every lunch also, we have a big caterer. So it's like a community meal.
You find your other drawings.
So it's like our
Shabbos is your work days.
My busier work day, my hardest day is Shabbos.
Oh wow, that's hard.
Everyone asks what is it like to be a Rebbetzin in Manhattan. I say, imagine you're throwing a wedding once a week.
Oh wow.
Oh my God.
Like, Baruch Hashem, 700 people going out to shul, and you have to be on and welcoming, and on and remembering
People.
birthday. This one had surgery. This one's kid came into town. This one.
Oh my gosh.
So Shabbos is hard. But so we find other times, and Sundays also Baruch Hashem Simchas.
So you find other times.
Usually our time looks different. So like we find the pockets of time. Like one thing we've been very makpid about is like 5-6 weeks every summer where just out. We disappear. We're in Yerushalayim. We're like just out, and the kids know that that's our family time. We'll try to find that throughout the year as well, obviously, but it's definitely a challenge. And it's like, a lot of it is like talking to your kids. I feel also about like validating that it's hard. You know, like sometimes they'll say, I know it's really hard to be a rabbi's kids when you're sharing your father with the whole community.
So they don't resent it.
Yeah, and they'll sometimes repeat it to me, but they don't resent it when they say it. They're like, I know it's hard. You know?
I think it's such an important point what she just said, is that sometimes what we do is hard or overwhelming. And if we each have to find for ourselves what works for us. For her, it's the 5-6 weeks. For you, it's your Shabbos. Whatever it may be, we each have to find for ourselves what's going to help us get through our challenging times, our hard times. And everyone has to look into themselves and decide what that is for them. Yeah. But it's important to acknowledge it and take that time. And that's what will help. That's what helps us get through hard things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or busy days.
Or busy days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever it is that you need. Is it your delicious coffee, your energy drink, your homemade muffin, you going for your manicure? Everyone finds what it is, going for a walk, doing your fitness, whatever it is that you do. But it's very important. Sometimes so many of us can be so overwhelmed that we just feel like we can't, or we're burnt out.
Well, my oldest daughter, who's visiting from Israel, she just said that to me. She was staying in the house. She's like, Ma, you used to go to bed at 10 o'clock and get up at 5, and that was great because you had your full night's sleep. Now you're going to bed at 12 o'clock.
You're still waking up at 5.
And you're still waking up at 5, and you need to go to sleep at 10. She's like, you work too hard. But I don't think, like, that's not the way I was seeing it. But then it made me think I probably would be better off. Like, you think you're working extra hours and you're going to accomplish more. Sometimes, you know, you got to put that phone down.
On more. That's what happens.
Sorry?
And then you're just taking on more.
Then you're just taking on more.
Swells to fill your time, I feel.
Yeah, but what if you knew that you can be as effective in terms of what you accomplish, but it takes you significantly less time, so then you have like a whole new chunk of time in your day, right? So same effect, same result, but much less input, right? Time. Then what are you doing with that rest of your day, like with that big chunk of time? And I feel like if you're saying, I need to fill it, I need to find things to fill it with, then it's
probably
like,
not healthy.
Well, why? Right. Like, what's the goal?
Right.
Yeah, but do you ever need to find things to fill it with?
No,
they're all there.
For sure not. No,
but some people are naturally inclined to want to be productive and want to be busy and want to do, which is an amazing thing. But
sometimes it's an insane drive. And what is that drive? Every minute has to be busy.
It's not healthy.
It's not healthy.
No,
they would say be able to sit with yourself, be able to just be in silence.
Sometimes there's just a lot to do in a day, and you don't end up finishing everything, which I've learned that it's okay.
Right.
And you just Hashem will help you the next day. Like there's only so much you can do in one day.
There's a famous story of Dr. Tversky, Avram Tversky, where he went. He had some type of ailment, I think, a skin ailment, and he went to these hot springs, and he was told to sit in the hot springs for 20 minutes, I think. I think he went in, and within 5 minutes, he was like,
now what?
Yeah, he was ready to go out, and they were encouraging him. I'm probably missing parts of the story, but like, I feel like we got the gist of it. He was, you have to sit in there. That's where the sort of the healing happens. And he was so accustomed to just doing and doing and doing. I mean, we know who he's accomplished so much in his lifetime. It's like, he said it made him sit and think for a second. Like, I couldn't sit in the hot, I couldn't be with myself for this period of time. And then he learned, I think he learned through that process, like how to be able to kind of be with himself, you know, for.
No, that's very healthy.
It's hard. It's very hard.
To do that.
We have our phones, we have our distractions. It's like, how often are we actually just sitting with
and I
ourselves?
think Jewish women in general, Jewish mothers, we have so much on our plate, and we have so much to do, and we could be overwhelmed. And I think trying to figure out how not to be overwhelmed is something that we all have to work on a little bit more, because there's a lot of, you know, young girls who are trying to like accomplish this and do that, and I don't know if the message is always great for everybody who are going to feel like they're falling apart or they feel like they're
No, it's not for everyone.
Right.
And
It's not for everyone.
And
it doesn't have to be.
It's not.
Right.
You know, we have an episode that's coming out soon. It's an amazing lawyer and his wife. And he just said, can I bring along my wife? I didn't know her. Ida knew her. But she is so happy being a stay-at-home mother. You know, a lot of people are stay-at-home mothers, and they think that they have to be doing a million things, but they are really happy, but they don't allow themselves to be.
Right.
If you're not happy, if you're genuinely not, then you probably should find
I'll get like a glaze over. If someone says that to me, I'll look at them and I'll be like, you're real?
For you.
No, so I was amazed by her. She really...
No, I think I could be like that maybe.
I'm always envious.
That's why I look at that. I'm like,
I'm always envious of those
I could
people.
maybe be like that.
Right.
I just... Also, like, life takes you in places.
Yeah, well, also how she
I don't know if I was. I was put into it. I don't know.
No,
I'm
it's
wired
not.
differently.
You know that Jonathan, the Rebbe actually said this to Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs, because he was in Cambridge University, and he was looking to become a professor, and the Rebbe encouraged him to become the rabbi that he was. And he said, I'm not doing this because I find myself in this situation. And the Rebbe said, you don't find yourself in a situation, you put yourself in a situation. So it's that you're actually leaning towards that because
I do gravitate to it. It's funny, like it's almost like I look at like,
how can I say
you're
no? Just
amazing. I could maybe be that, you know?
Right. But
teach my kids.
I realized when I was looking at her though, because I used to be like that, a little bit jealous of somebody who was just happy to stay at home.
Yeah.
But I was looking at her and I was inspired by her that she's happy in her role, and I was thinking, and I'm happy in my role. Like Hashem wants me to be doing things because He knows my personality is that in order for me to be a happy mother, I need to do other things. And she's a happy mother staying at home and being there with her family. And that, you know, if you're envious of that person in some way, maybe you should be a stay-at-home mother.
But do less or something.
Yeah, or
no,
do less.
Do less doesn't
I was just inspired by her to see that she didn't feel the need. She's happy to support her husband in his role as a lawyer, and he actually asks her opinion on all his papers. And she's happy to be there for her teenage kids and she's got a glow about her, and she's happy.
I think the key is that each person has to learn yourself, know what you're about, and find what works for you, and do it. And it's okay. Don't compare. Don't look at her. Look what you're doing. You only sleep 5 hours a night. Are you kidding me? I need 8. I can't function, and then I feel guilty. So each person, not me, but one
no, I
can.
should be getting 8.
One can. I don't sleep.
No, I don't need 8. But 5 is the truth is, since I'm doing what I'm doing, 5 to 6 works for me.
Well, that's my point. Is that each person has to look into themselves and decide what works for them, and don't look at the other person.
So that's what I'm saying. Like the guilt comes when you're trying to compare yourself.
Yes, right.
That's where the guilt comes.
You know? She looks better. She works out. She's thinner. She makes homemade dinner. She has things ready on time. She looks like beautiful.
Also, I used to be embarrassed. My husband cooks in my house. Almost like everything.
That's beautiful.
And I used to be, it is amazing. And I used to be embarrassed when, like, if I would have someone over and they would compliment the food. And like, they would say it to me, assuming, like, of course I cooked it, right? And I'd be like, and I would look at my husband and say, it's delicious. Meaning I had to work on my, like, you can't, the guilt, otherwise you're feeling the guilt is there. No, there's no guilt. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
This is what he does to help me do my role and my work, right? Is the guilt is awful. It makes bad decisions. It doesn't help you propel yourself. Take care.
It holds you back.
It holds you back. It really, really holds you back.
Yeah, so it's more about when you have that guilty feeling, it's more like you were saying, like, is it something that I need to improve on, or am I just comparing myself to somebody?
Exactly.
Or feeling like I have to do something instantly for my child, and my child, this is really good that who I am and that I am there for them, but not every moment.
Yeah, but
I feel like we also have a responsibility in you know, as women in public roles. I often think about this: we have a responsibility to kind of lessen the pressure on other women around us too. And I really try to work on this. And everything, like, sort of, I think I used to be more perfectionist about sort of the way I would present or the way I would, and now I'm just like, I became much more like raw, vulnerable a little bit, you know, like, totally. Like, I had a young couple over for a Shabbos dinner a while ago, and there's a bunch of couples, and I ordered catering. Like, I literally don't have time to cook sometimes. And the food was great. They're like, where's it from? I'm like, caterer. Right. And they looked at me, their jaws dropped, like, what? She ordered, and I actually wrote about it for Vogue. For Vogue magazine, about the choice to do that. And that, like, that also was empowering, by the way. Right? And just to, like, normalize, like, you're not always going to have time for everything.
You can't be Superwoman.
Yeah.
Right.
I can't be. And by the way, that is actually one of the most enraging things when people, for me, when people say, oh, you're amazing, you're Superwoman, you do everything. And I sometimes want to say, I don't want to be Superwoman. I just want to be woman. How can I lessen the pressure on other women? I want to help other women to just, like, normalize. Like, you don't have to be, you're amazing. You're amazing. Whatever you're doing, you're amazing. Don't be such a perfectionist always. And if, like, you have to take things down a notch in whatever you are doing, that is okay.
We're so hard on ourselves.
Hard on ourselves.
Well, I think that we're all discussing here that we've become less hard on ourselves.
Right.
For sure. And that allows for a lot more happiness and growth.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
And one thing we all have is a strong intuition as women, and I think that's something that we need to turn up the volume on. Because even looking back, it's like we could probably say, like, something was telling me not to do it, but then I did it because I felt bad. And then, like, the other a month or two ago, there was an event somewhere. I don't want to give away who it was. And somebody asked me to do something for the event. And I said, I'm sorry, it won't work. And I felt that pang, of guilt. And she said, she's like, oh, I wish I could say no the way you just did.
Exactly.
Oh no.
You see, you're modeling. You're modeling.
That's what I'm saying. We all have to model it. Once we learn it, we have to model it for other women. That it's okay.
That's right.
Not right now.
Right. And it's a big part of mental health also.
Right.
Right. You talk about mental health.
It was hard to hear, though. It was hard to hear someone say, I wish I could say no the way you do.
It was hard to hear?
Person now. It was hard for me to hear.
So you felt guilty again.
Yeah. Because now I'm that person who just conveniently says no to things and I had to really wow.
Right.
I do wonder sometimes when I've said no if it was a missed opportunity. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is. And
I think your intuition will tell you. I think you just need to turn up the volume.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you learn from it. Like, I could have done that, and then you do.
After a decision is made, that's one thing I learned. I taught myself is don't overthink. You made the decision, move on. I move on.
When you look back, you turn into a pillar of salt.
Yeah.
That's right. Looking forward.
To something else.
I just don't. Yeah.
So that's it.
Everything makes sense looking back, but I feel like
you were
moving forward,
before.
those decisions, like your decision to leave your the magazine, that it's not easy. You got to really make that decision and know that you're letting things go if you do that, but you're also gaining things at the same time.
Right. Sure. But it was actually intuition driven.
It was
I felt in my gut that I have a book concept. I really want to do it. I need to do it now.
Right. And you don't always have that clarity.
I actually waited until I got the clarity.
I'm sure it took her time.
So,
how did you when did the clarity come?
Maternity leave.
Oh, okay.
That's amazing.
Interesting.
But actually, I would never have left if I had not already had a vision of my next goals.
Wow.
It was a scary thing to do. But
having a baby does all kind of funny things.
Yeah. Does funny things, but also clarifies for you what really matters.
That's what makes us women amazing. Yeah. It's all part of it.
Yeah.
For sure.
Wait, so you take a maternity leave? That's new.
Yeah, take a maternity leave.
Oh, that didn't exist in my life.
I think it was the first actual.
I would say I need to have a baby again just to take a maternity leave. I'm finally at the space that I would say wait, you know what? Now you could give yourself space.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know what I mean? It's okay, I'll do it for the grandkids. I'm going to move in there.
Hey, you got that on tape.
I always tell my son when he says Ma, when do you think you're slowing down? When you have kids?
Okay, we're going to remind you.
Slowing down.
Yeah.
Well, my grandchildren don't live around me. But when I saw that it does do that when they stayed in the house and I want to carve out the time to spend with them, it definitely slows things down a little bit. Yeah. But I realize this is what Hashem wants for me right now. I'm going to be with the grandchildren and be present with them.
Yeah.
Because I love them so much and they love me.
It's beautiful. It's very nice.
It's we're both grandmothers, right?
Yeah.
There's a very special relationship.
It is. It's different than your own.
Yeah,
it's enjoyable.
different. There's a lot that comes with being a mother, but I'm called Safta because my grandson is Israeli. But there's a lot that it's just more like this. I can give him whatever I want.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's no
there,
rules with Bobby.
We kind of earn it. We went through it. You took a lot to get there.
Yeah.
And it's okay for you to just gloat over it. That's what I say.
And sometimes when you do ask for help, that's one of the things that I had. The trouble I had was asking for help, being able to feel vulnerable enough to say, hey, can you help me with this? It's we don't realize that by doing that, we're actually giving someone else the opportunity to do something that they probably want to do. Because when someone asks you for something, there is a sense of joy and empowerment that you can get when you get to help someone. Not always, obviously within reason, but there's something really beautiful about that reciprocal relationship that you can ask in a real vulnerable way. That actually also means that you can, if you like the reciprocal relationship between giving and receiving, you can't really be a giver if you don't know how to receive. Mm-hmm. So by asking for help, you're actually becoming a better giver. And I think that when it comes to people really struggling, it's remember that. It's important to remember that. You're not in this position of bothering someone or inconveniencing someone by asking them to help you out. Right. You're actually empowering them to do something with their time that maybe they really want to do.
Right. And it's very important.
Yeah.
Very
on that topic, which is a very important topic for us to discuss, is femininity. And I think it's a Hasidic concept because I've learned it in a maimah that the male is on the giving end and the female, sorry?
Right, the nosin and
the female is the receiver. The makabel, the receiver. And the receiver ends up becoming the giver. I mean, we're the ones that give birth And when the giver is a real giver, we're able to have that open vessel and receive in the right way and then give back.
Even more.
But give more. But sometimes it can be hard when we're in these positions and we're doing a million things, and to keep in mind that we want to stay feminine and be the Eshet Chayil and the woman of valor, the woman of the home, and the receiver, and to be that open vessel to receive so that we can give. And yeah, I thought maybe we could all share a little bit about that, how we do that, like to remember that we are the women. I mean, I see working with single women and single men that as a woman gets older, you can often get into that masculine role because you're busy working. You have that male role that you want to have that feminine role of receiving, but you end up taking on this masculine role. And I know from these women, they'll even tell me like they're yearning to be in the feminine role. Mm-hmm. So that they don't have to feel like they don't have to do this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think maybe that's the key, is not feeling like you have to do something, but you're choosing to do it so that you can be the woman.
Right, right.
You know, for me, it's very naturally easy because I'm in the world of beauty. And, you know, women tend to be a little bit more in tune to beauty and the surroundings and details. And, you know, we have to remind ourselves that although the world out there is like screaming, you know, be strong and be feminine, we don't need someone to take care of us and we don't need someone to support us and I don't need no man, you know, you always hear that. But there is something to embracing our home and being proud of making a beautiful home and cooking delicious food and making a beautiful tablescape and decorating it beautifully, because that's our pride and joy. And we have to remind ourselves that this is what really an important part of who we are. And the connection to femininity and beauty is something that we should be proud of and not like try to like push it to the side.
Yeah.
And, you know.
I think it actually goes beyond gender in our society today. I think we live in a very individualistic, me-first society where, yeah, I think women are saying like, you know, I don't need the men. I can do this on my own. And then they get burnt later on for saying that. But it's the same, by the way, with men. It's not like women are the only ones that are taken care of by men. Any wife knows that we take care of our men too. Like there's this two-way street of taking care of nurturing one another. And that I think is very much lost in like Western society as we know it today.
Like when you tell the kids and they say, I want the blue one, I want the red one. No, we only have blue and it's okay. You're not getting the red one today. It's okay.
I remember Brene Brown once shared that she has this method in her house where sometimes she'll come home and she'll say, I'm at 80%. So I've got, and then so he'll fill in the remaining 20. And sometimes she'll come home and say, I'm at 20%. So he knows like, hey, time for me to step in and be the remaining 80.
It was a great
and it fluctuates. You know, some days we're at 20, some days we're at 80. We can't always control, you know, how we show up. I mean, we do the best that we can. There's this, the story of the man. You know, every morning the Jews would get the manna and they had their daily allocated portion. And Friday they would get double portion. If they collected any more than their daily portion, it went bad, right? They had their daily portion. And I like to think about that, like, this is my daily portion today. This is what I have, and I'm going to give it everything I have. And if I, you know, if I need extra help today, then, you know, someone else has got to step in because I can't give any more. If I try to take more manna, then it's going to happen. It's going to spoil.
It's also with the man trusting, because Hashem brought it every day, and everyone had to trust that whatever they had that day, they're going to get it the next day as well. But to trust what you have today in the present,
so
and
what
to
is
trust
it
Hashem.
that, like, you walk in, like, I have certain, like, cues, like, my kids know, like, oh no, mommy's wearing the green sweatshirt. I come in and go straight up to my room.
The charger for the 1%. Yeah.
So if I come in and run upstairs, I'm like, there's the hoodie and the leggings, and they're like, okay, mommy needs to detox. Like, you know, what are your cues?
Like they just know when you walk in where you're at.
It's amazing.
Totally.
Even the kids know.
The little ones and the bigger ones.
Yeah. My son knows how to detect my size.
It's true. That means
something. Mama.
My daughter, one of my daughters that just got married, Etty, I'll give her a plug. She does the emotion code. I don't know if you know what the emotion code is, but you know, she helps people. It's a healing. It's a form of healing where you can detect people's emotions and just help them recognize them and then talk about it. So she is so intuitive. As soon as I come in, she'll be like, "Ma, you're feeling this, 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 and this."
She sees it in you.
Yeah, she sees. And you know what? Just her telling me that, I'm like, yes, thanks, Etty. That's how I feel. Just the validation.
I have this app on my phone that pops up morning and night. Like, check in. How are you feeling? I like it. And it
helps?
You know what it is? It's like, it brings me, it like grounds me for a second. Right. It's like 1 second, how am I feeling? And then you could jot down notes and I'll.
Like sometimes you don't even have time to think about how am I.
Right. So it reminds me, like, checking in. How are you feeling? Yeah. It's like a little thing I did about a year ago.
Yeah. I do that in the morning. That's before everybody gets up, is check how I'm feeling. But it's not always possible when you have a little baby to get up so early. That's what I'm saying. There's a time for everything. Yeah. I wouldn't have done that when I had a 6-month-old. You need to sleep when you need to sleep.
That's right.
Yeah.
Or it happens in seasons.
Yeah.
Everything, there's a time and a place for everything.
Yeah, like you might have to readjust your schedule at a certain period, and it's not going to, it's just about knowing I can recalibrate and change things around. I'm inspired by all of you, and I feel like I've learned something from each one of you. So also just knowing that we all have that same struggle and we all have the strength.
Yeah.
And we're doing it. We're here in the present right now talking about it. And that we do get through our days and look how you're each sitting here because we're inspired by you. And you chose the two amazing women to come here. I saw who you are and I'm like, I'm so inspired by you. You chose us to interview you. So we all have our inspiration that we give to each other and we give to the world and our surroundings and our families, and we all have our did I say struggles or strengths? No, we all have our inspiration and we all have our struggles that we have worked through and we continue to work through, and that we can learn from each other and turn to each other, turn to Amudim if anyone needs to. Everyone goes through dark times and everyone goes through. Maybe it's just something simple in a day that we're going through.
One last thing, I was sitting recently at Rabbi Joey Haber was speaking, and when he spoke about challenges and struggles and embracing the place where you are and all that, and when I walked out, I was with a sister, a brother, like we were all sitting there, and we all said how he was talking to all of us. And that's what's amazing is we don't even realize everyone feels the same way. Like everybody felt like the chizuk he was giving or like was to them, because we all have struggles. Like everybody is going through or has gone through challenges and struggles, and just understanding that you're not alone, right? There's tools and things you could do to help yourself, but there's also, like we said, there's places you can call and there's Amudim you can reach out to. And
there's actually one more thing before we end off that I think is very important to bring up, something that we all have in common, is that we're all religious. We're all we all cover our hair, we all dress modestly, and we're all dealing with people in the outside world. And I just wanted to end off by asking everybody what keeps you grounded to stay that way, and what does it do for your life? Because it's not so common to have religious women out there in the world who stay true to the traditions and the halachot that Torah teaches, guidelines that he gives us.
I think it's something that we have to constantly work on. And when we go to the place where we can remind ourselves that there is somebody above and we believe in him, and it helps us across the board. Or I could look at someone else and they have more, and they're more successful, or they have things that I wish I had, but then I remind myself that I get exactly what's meant for me, and Hashem gives me exactly what I am supposed to have, and it takes away all that other noisy parts where I have to look at everybody else, and it helps me get through. And as a believer, it's what we use.
And no, I'm lucky. I just deal with the insular world. I don't deal with the outside world. So for me, every day being part of it, right? See the good, the bad, the ugly, but it reminds you like we're really all driven to the same purpose, you know? Try to.
And you, 𝐓𝐡𝐢𝐬?
Definitely my day-to-day life. I really believe that this is shlichut. It's a mission that I'm on, which sounds sort of evangelist, but it's not. It's really, especially now, especially in this moment in Jewish history, we're seeing an awakening of Jewish interest and thirst for like real Torah, for authenticity, for honest leadership, for integrity, and I really feel like Hashem put me in this position to do that, and to do it in my own way, which I thought, I was very insecure about it, by the way, in the beginning, in my early years, because I'm also a journalist, and I'm not without controversy. I've written about frum issues all the time. I'm known for that as well, but I try to do everything with integrity, and all those pieces come together, I think, in my role currently, and that I really am passionate about the Jewish community, improving it, and representing it honestly and with good faith to the world outside.
Beautiful. Ida?
Wow. Oh, me?
Yeah. You too.
How about you start? You first.
I'm just thinking about the Bat Mitzvah letter that I got from the Lubavitcher Rebbe. We all get a letter on a Bat Mitzvah, and I have the zchut to be able to receive one, and it says, may you grow to be a dugma chaya, which is a living example for others. And I think that having that role of being an example is the zchut, is a privilege to be able to set a tone.
Yeah.
In the way Hashem wants us to, in line with His will. And the Rebbe often writes in his teachings that covering your hair brings bracha to the home. The way we are as a woman in the home brings blessings. And I see when I take on something new, whether it's sniot or covering my hair or to walk to the gym, you look out for it and you see how Hashem is guiding you and blessing you with those blessings. And I just believe when we do things in line with Hashem's will, it keeps us, we see the revealed light.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's not
you are a role model. Yeah.
Sometimes it's not what we expect. It's something else. We're asking for something and Hashem brings us something else. But to bring light into the world as a dugma chaya is a privilege. And I think all of us sitting here, and every woman has that privilege in their own way, in their home and wherever they live.
Ask me the question again.
My question is, how do you stay a frum woman? Like, what keeps you to stay frum when you have surroundings where people are less religious? Some people aren't covering their hair. Some people are wearing pants, and you might have this desire to do that, but yet you stay grounded in who you are.
Right. So I trust Hashem, and I think that if I look around and I just observe the world around me, I find the people who work on becoming more connected and more spiritual in their lives generally feel more of a sense of menuchas hanefesh, like peace and connection. And I don't see that with the opposite, letting go of the connection and doing what you think is good for you without like a higher purpose in mind. From my own experience, my very limited experience, I haven't seen that produce good results. So I feel like I'm just trusting the data. And at the same time, I learned shar b'tachon. So I know that if you put your trust in Hashem, Hashem is limitless and could, bring you opportunities that you maybe once never thought possible. So I for me, even selfishly, to be able to live big like that requires faith in Hashem.
Yeah. And that's how we're able to go beyond status quo.
Yeah.
Yes. On that note, thank you everybody for being here.
Thank you.
And may it bring a lot of light and healing and comfort and inspiration to everybody watching and listening.
Yes. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We're here today with Gitti Greenwald. First and foremost, a very dear friend, very close to my heart, a licensed social worker in the Borough Park neighborhood who has really brought breath work into the clinical work. She's trained clinicians, many cohorts of clinicians, I know because I've been there, in bringing breath work into their practice and helping people use breathwork as a healing modality. Hi, Gitti. Welcome.
Hey.
It's so nice to be here with you.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Thank you for taking
this
the time.
This is what we need to do to get together.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Shame on us.
Shame on us. We should have a coffee, not a cup of water on the table. But I'm really glad. I have so many questions that I think people have. People ask. They want to know. They want to know about breathwork as someone who wants to practice breathwork. Clinicians who want to utilize it as a modality of healing. So we'll jump right in. We'll jump right in. Let's start with, for the people out there who are just tuning in to Night to Heal because they want to make a nice donation to Amudim or something. They're finding this segment, breathwork. Oh, that sounds interesting. Let's define breathwork. What is breathwork? How would you define it?
Okay, so that's a really good question. So why don't you help me define breathwork? Because you know that you're my partner in crime, okay? So let's not pretend you don't know about breathwork. Right? I picked you up by your bootstraps and flew down to Colorado with you.
Yeah, it was a summer, so it was more like sneaker straps.
Sneaker straps. Yeah. Okay, whatever it was, At least I had what to eat because Miriam took care of me.
Washed the best lettuce I ever ate in Colorado.
Yeah, you took care of me in Colorado. Okay. Because you know what I do? I travel with my protein bars, but you travel with chickpeas. You're the whole Sephardi vibe.
For sure. You got to have your salad. Without salad, what's the purpose?
And your lettuce.
Yeah.
So you nourished me.
It grounds me.
You nourished my soul and my body.
Pleasure.
Thanks for that. Right. So let's define breathwork. So on a very technical level, breathwork is a guided breathing practice, right? Almost like meditation that allows us to go deep into the body, into the mind, into our spirit, to access whatever it is that needs to be accessed, right? It takes people very much like into a psychedelic space without substances. It takes people into trance states, so a little bit like hypnosis, right? Where they're in we call it the theta state. In the state where they're very open, they can connect with their subconscious, with their stories, with their traumas in a way that's safe, in a way that's gentle. And I want to talk about that because I think that's very important.
Yes.
And it helps people heal on a deeper, visceral level. It works on the mind, it works on the body, it works on the soul levels. It's just such a powerful modality. And what's so fascinating about breath work is that we're working with a breath. We're working with our own natural medicine, with our own natural healing. In a way, like, who would have known? Who would have known that this breath that was given to us at birth, like a gift, right? This neshima that was blown into us, that it held such power.
Right.
And it held such power to transform and to heal. I who would have known?
Right. Yeah.
Like when I found it, I was like, it blew my mind.
Right.
Like it blew my mind. I felt gypped that it took me close to over 40 years to find my breath again. It took me over 40 years to find the breath that was gifted to me at birth. Miriam, okay, that's something I just realized, and that's something I still need to grieve that.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. And it's so interesting. As you were speaking, what I was realizing was, and then once you do know, it's like, of course.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not like who would have known. Okay, until you know, you don't know.
Yeah.
But once you know, it's so clear. Neshima, remember in Denver when I told that to our trainer, and it was like, whoa, and we realized that of course it's so fundamental. Yeah. Not only is breath the same letters as neshama, like neshama, neshima, but it's intrinsic to everything.
Yeah. And the feeling I'm having right now as we're talking is like, I feel like almost like, when they say that the angel comes at birth and kind of smacks our lips, and we should forget everything. And,
right.
And the veil comes down and we forget why we came down here.
Right.
And it's almost like at the same time, he blows breath into us and says, I know this is going to be really hard, but if you find your breath, you'll get through this.
Beautiful.
I kind of feel that. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, because it happens at the same time, right? Like, bam, bam.
Right. Exactly.
But like, how many people are aware of that?
Yeah.
I wasn't until we started talking now. So this is good stuff.
And like with the breath, there's always deeper and deeper layers of it. So that's part of the journey of breath work.
Yeah. I love that I'm talking to you about it. Because not only because you're my friend and I'm glad to spend time with you, but I like that you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to explain something to you and you're like looking at me and saying, what do you mean? Like, how?
Right.
You're like, I get it. And there's something very wholesome about that.
Right. And borrowing from somatic language, when you tune into the breath and you can experience that felt sense, you know. And as soon as you know, you know. Yeah. And that's very powerful.
Yeah, because I've spoken to a lot. I've done this before, and I speak to people about breathwork all the time, and I always feel like I'm selling it. And I don't want to sell breathwork. Like, it makes me uncomfortable. Like, when I talk about it, and I feel like, okay, I'm going to convince you now. I don't want to convince anyone. I want everyone to convince themselves.
To find it.
What I usually say when people ask me is, try it, and then we'll have a conversation.
Beautiful.
Because I want you to experience it. Yeah. And once you experience it, I won't have to talk much. You'll know. Right?
Exactly.
So this is very nice.
Yeah. I want to go back to something that you said. You mentioned how the breath could almost be like a psychedelic experience. And I've had people do breath work. I've done breath work with groups. And some people say, I don't know, I don't feel like anything happened. I hit a wall. You know, it was blank. I started to go in, I started to feel certain sensations, and then I hit a wall. How would you explain that as a psychedelic experience?
So what you're asking is, like, why some people have this kind of an experience, some people feel like nothing really happened.
Yeah.
So the way I see it from my experience is that the breath will take you to where you're at. And I've seen this over and over again. When someone will say to me, I don't know, I was completely out of it the whole time. Right? And when I sit with them and we process and integrate it, I might ask them, how is that a pattern in your life?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
How is that something that, and they're like, yeah, I'm always like all over the place. I'm always dissociated. I can't focus. I can't concentrate. And I'm like, right. And that was the message for today. This was your lesson in breathwork today. That you're coming in and you're telling me my intention is that I want to understand A, B, C, D, and E. I want to know why my life is stuck here, here, and here. And the answer that your subconscious gave you was because you need to come into focus, into groundedness. You need to come into presence. That when you'll be in presence, when you'll show up, the rest will follow.
Beautiful.
Right? So this happens all the time. And people will tell me, like, I fell asleep in the middle. I was gone. Right. And very often, those are people who dissociate in life all the time. They're gone. Yeah. And that's where the work is. That's where the work is. So, yeah, I find that the breath will take you to where you're at because it's so natural. It's so organic. It's so pure. People say, I had an intention that I wanted to understand this, and my breath took me here.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, we'll process it. And I'll say, oh, and somehow through the conversation, we'll come to the awareness that if you want to get here, you first need to get through this.
Right.
Like, it's like beautiful. It's almost like someone coming to you and say, you can have that.
Right.
If you can work on this. Like, I want to go out there and I want to succeed in A, B, and C. And then they're taken to a childhood space, a childhood wound of a deep insecurity, of being bullied, of not being seen, not being met.
Right.
And what they need to learn is that we need to work on that insecurity. We need to find that child and give her confidence back so that you can go out there and do your life.
Exactly.
And it was like, oh, again, inner child healing. Yes, yes, yes. We are a product of our childhood, and we need to honor that. We can't be stuck in the past.
Yeah.
But we need to look at it. Yeah. And we need to help. We need to help that child meet the adult we've become.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Because our child parts holds our creativity, holds our spirit, holds our courage,
our playfulness,
our playfulness, right? So if we can't access that, then
exactly,
yeah. And the breath will take you there.
Yeah. I often tell people, I said, you may have done like a lot of inner child work and parts and different things like that. Now you have a chance to look at it. You don't have to do all that work again. But recognize that all of those things impacted, and it leaves its footprint on your reality now. So you have to do all that work again. You can step into it and say, okay, I know this. Okay, how do I move past it? How do I utilize this gift that the breath is giving to open up certain experiences for me?
Yeah, so I want to just on that note, I have people come to me after years of therapy. And they sit in the chair and they're like, I don't need to talk about my childhood. I know everything. I have my narrative down pat. Everything is okay. I get it. I get everything. those really brilliant, intelligent people who really get it.
Yeah.
Right? And then I say, so why are you here? And they're like, because I'm miserable. I'm feeling horrible. I'm not feeling well, right?
Right.
And what I tell them is, you're right. You can write a book. You can write a book. You know everything. There's nothing you don't know anymore. The part that's left is the somatic experience of what happened to you. Right? You can tell me your story like you're telling me someone else's story, but can you actually go into that story and find the parts of you that were wounded and help those parts release the emotion that gets so stuck inside, right? Yeah. And that's where we bring the breath in. I know for myself that was the case. I came to breathwork after years of my own healing and therapy, and I believed that the feelings I was having was just the scars that I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life. Look, I had it hard. This is it. I'm going to have certain scars, right? And then I realized, no, I can go in there, I can cry it out, I can shake it out, I can move it out, and I felt so free afterwards. Now, I can't undo what happened. But what's so beautiful is that through the breathwork process, I was also able to get to a place where I can find meaning in the pain. I can understand why my soul might have chosen this journey, this path.
Yeah.
How the lessons I learned from my pain was actually what brought me to where I am today. And I'm pretty pleased with where I am today. I'm not done, but I'm happy with the person I've become. And I wouldn't have been who I am today if not for having to really, do I want to live through that again? No.
Right.
So like the past 25 years of my life were the hardest and best years of my life, right? They were really hard, but when I look back, it brings me to tears. It was incredible. Incredible learning, incredible lessons, incredible healing, incredible growth. And through the pain.
Yeah. That's, people think it's about the destination. It's about the journey, right? It's about the process. That is life. Life is that journey. And to be able to kind of savor it and even have that sense of wow, silver lining, that suffering took me brings me to who I am today. It's taken me to something beautiful. That's a gift. It's a beautiful gift.
I found forgiveness where I never thought it was possible.
Right.
In a very deep and meaningful way of I'm going to get teary-eyed. Almost it's going to sound crazy, but to the point where I almost, I'm saying because it's I'm human.
Right.
Almost feeling gratitude to certain people in my life who've really hurt me.
Wow.
Of but not but it's thanks for the lessons.
Right.
On a soul level, I was almost, again, we're human, by kind of understanding why we contracted on that. Right? Now, I'm not going to get into the place of people who do evil. That's between God and them. I'm not getting into that space at all because there is no excuse for anything bad that ever happened. Nobody has the right to hurt another human being.
Correct.
Right? So I'm not talking about abuse. I'm not talking about people who are completely evil and traumatized and all that. I'm talking about my parents.
Right.
Right? I'm talking about certain friends that came into my life who didn't mean to hurt me. Right? My parents,
best people in the world.
Right. Wonderful people. But because of their deficits, they passed it down to me. And I had to do my healing around that, right?
Sure.
So for some time, I was angry. I was angry at them, right? But then through my process of healing and very deep breathwork processes, I was able to understand why I chose them as my parents.
Wow. Beautiful.
Right? And what they gave to me, again, what they couldn't give me was exactly what I needed in order to push through. What I complained about, I wish they would have done this, and that, if only they understood and only they saw and if only, right? That ended up being the gift. That's what I mean when I say that I came to a place of forgiveness.
Yeah.
And I really do not want to touch on the place where people go out there and hurt people intentionally.
That's something else,
because that's I leave that to God.
Yeah.
I'm not getting involved in that.
Right.
And I don't like talking the word forgiveness around that, because I think that's, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go, but I want to go to the place of people in our life who didn't intentionally hurt us, but hurt us. Right? For example, our parents, right? They meant good, they loved us, but they couldn't love us, and we needed to be loved. Right? And to understand, to come to a place where we can separate from it. Right? So,
and with each generation, right? Like, we're parents, Baruch Hashem. We try to do best by our kids, and possibly even heal generational stuff in the process. Right. But our kids are going to have to do the same thing with their own process.
I know. I always say, I hope my kids find a therapist that knows I tried my best. Like, at least protect me. Yeah. At least just know that I was a mother who really tried.
I really tried.
Yeah. And then,
Right.
Yeah.
And the rest, but that's,
But I hope I'm doing better, because my parents did better than their parents.
For sure. And there's generational healing that comes with each one. But there's always that struggle. There's always that generational shift, because we might be doing, but our kids are also growing up in a different generation than we grew up. And the needs or the gestalt of the time is going to be different. And we might be tuning in to something that maybe we would have needed then, but maybe they need something. So we're always trying to do our best, hopefully.
And I really believe that, in most cases, there are exceptions, and, in most cases, parents love their children and are doing the best they can with what they have.
Absolutely.
And I think that's why education is so important. That's why speaking to parents is so important. Because parents want to do best. They really want to.
Absolutely.
Right? Again, with
99.9.
Yeah. And and sometimes I don't think my parents intentionally did anything wrong to me. In fact, they killed themselves for their children.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. Then,
Yeah.
Right. So that was for me a very meaningful shift that happened.
Powerful.
Once we release the trauma, we can go deeper.
Yeah. Opens doors.
Yeah.
Right. And some people get stuck banging at one door, realizing they could just open it, walk through it. And that's the experience of healing.
Yeah.
Powerful. So, we've touched a little bit about this, but are you able to explain to us, like, what happens in the body and mind when we consciously alter our breath?
So what happens in the body and in the mind? So much happens. And I think we touched on it a little bit. Like, we go into this deep state. I always say breath work is somatics on steroids.
Okay.
And
so it is a healing modality.
It's a very much so. I had many people who came to my training and to my classes. I've taken thousands of people through breath work who would say to me, somatics doesn't talk to me. Somatic therapy doesn't talk to me. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't have a felt sense. I don't know what, it doesn't work for me. I'm much more of a mind person. I work better with modalities that are top down, not bottom up. And then they'll be like, I don't know how breath work will work for me. And then they'll go in with a breath and they're like, wow, this is like open new worlds for me.
Beautiful.
Right? But Miriam, I want to take a minute to talk about the concept of breath and the concept of breath work. I think that many people out there,
I like that.
They talk a lot about breath work, but they're not talking much about breath, period.
Right.
Right? And this is something I differentiate a lot when I teach therapists and when I talk to people, when I work with my clients, is, I won't do breath work with everybody. I don't think breath work is for everyone, right? Even though technically everyone should be able to do it if we have enough core sense. And my goal is to be able to take every one of my clients to a place where they can tolerate it.
Yes.
Right? But what's so important is that just coming in contact with your breath in a conscious way, that in itself is so healing. Right? Like I'm sitting with you here now, right? And I want to answer you clearly. And I want to be honest and straightforward with you, right? I don't want to just talk theory with you. I want to embody what I'm saying. And what I keep doing is checking in with my breath. Like, if you're breathing, right? Just breathing. I'm sitting with someone and I start feeling agitated and I start feeling uncomfortable. The first thing I'll check in with Gitya, are you breathing? Now you'll say, Gitya, I'm always breathing. Look, I'm alive. I would be dead if I wasn't breathing. Well, thank God that breath is one of those automatic nerve body process systems, because otherwise we would all be dead. Right. Because we would all forget to breathe. But it's also something we can control. It's actually the only system in the body that's both automatic and in our control. And it's not a freak of nature. God didn't make any mistakes. Yeah. Right? It's because when we have the awareness of the breath, then we can alter our state of being. We can alter so much about ourselves. We can heal, we can transform, we can go deeper. And people think like, oh, so I must do breath work. No. No. You need to connect with your breath. Just take a breath. Yeah. Just connect. And I won't start a session with a client. They might come in and start talking to me, but I won't share anything until I can contact their breath. Because a client that's not breathing doesn't hear me. A client that's not breathing is not in the room with me. Right. Their bodies walk in and they're gone. They're somewhere else. So before we don't come back inside, nothing I'm going to do is going to be helpful. Before we are not embodied, we're just keeping ourselves busy as therapists. And we're not really doing anything. And I'm guilty of that for a long time. I thought I was doing something. Right. Right. And when I found the breath, and I was doing something. And my clients were definitely moving along and all that. But what I find now, when I bring the breath in, everything I've ever done, every modality I'm trained in, and it's many, right? I have a nice resume. Yeah? You do? Yeah. But everything is smoother. Yeah. Everything is simpler. Everything goes deeper. And I'm watching my clients move. It makes me even emotional as I'm thinking about it. Sure. Like I see people moving into these beautiful spaces. And I'm like, wow. It's like, you know, every time I can terminate a client and I walk through the door and I close the door and I'm like, oh God, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Another person walking out there embodied. Another person walking out there tolerating their world, doing better, right? And not even the ones who terminated. Even sometimes a client walks out, they don't know. They walk out and I literally I'm like that. Because I watch these beautiful, deep transformations happen that were not possible before. And what am I doing? I'm not doing breath work with them. Right. I might do like a mini in the middle of a session. Sure. But I'm just bringing them back to self. And they themselves come to these amazing, powerful awarenesses. Yeah. And I'm like, how did you know that? And they're like, I don't know. It just came to me. And I have chills when I talk about it because there's such a gift in having this in our hands when we're sitting with people, right? And I feel like every social work, every psychology, anyone who's going to go in, every psychiatrist, anyone that's going to go in and work with clients should have this as a baseline. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, yeah. Right?
And I'm sure in that process you experience how challenging it is for clients. It's not like, oh, I'm going to focus on the breath and suddenly they're able to. No. It's a real work to get them there, no?
Yeah, it's not a hard work, but it's work.
Right. Meaning, when I say work, I mean, it's a process. It's not like, oh, okay, we're going to tune into the breath and it's going to be simple.
No, I will never tell a client, I need you to breathe now. Yeah. Start breathing. You're not breathing. No, no. It's about contacting very gently. Because let me tell you this. Most of us are walking around in this world not breathing. Not breathing deeply, properly, right? The anxiety and the depression and the panic out there,
through the roof.
Crazy. Yeah. Right? If we can bring people back into back into their breath, so much of that won't be there anymore. Because people don't realize, you asked about the science, what's happening in the body, right? I'll back it up a little and I'll tell you that 85% of clients who walk into my office or I make contact with, and I contact a lot of clients because many people come to me for breath work, even if they're not my clients, they come from other therapists. 85% who struggle with anxiety, and I would even go higher than 85%, but I want to kind of
be conservative.
Yeah. Their anxiety is due to lack of breath.
Oh.
Because people don't realize that when people go through trauma and pain or hardship or stress or tension, it doesn't even have to be trauma. A lot of stress in their life for whatever reason, right? It can even be stress for good reasons.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
They catch their breath. So let's say I hear something and I'm like shocked. What am I going to do? Right?
Yeah.
This is the breath of fear. And then we never release it.
Right.
And we kind of continue breathing. Look, I'm holding it now and I can talk to you for the next hour like this, right? But I never did this. I didn't let it go.
Yeah.
And in the studies that we see in research about somatics and about, they study the animals and the shock response and the trauma response. And they talk about how animals don't necessarily have PTSD like humans have. Right. If you really look at the studies and you watch videos of what animals do after they go through shocking, difficult, stressful experiences, right? They don't only sequence, they don't only shake it out.
Right. Not just the plonking.
Yeah. They actually breathe very deeply. And they go,
right. And also the strong exhale. Yeah.
Yeah, the deep inhale, deep exhale. And that's how they release the tension from the body.
Yeah.
Right?
Get it out of the nervous system. Yeah.
And research shows that only 2 kind of animals struggle with PTSD. You know what that is? Humans and domestic animals.
Domesticated, yeah.
Domesticated.
Like dogs who live in homes.
Right, right. Because animals out there, they know how to take care of themselves.
Right.
They know how to take care of themselves. And we don't, but so when we bring the breath in, what we're doing is we're relaxing the nervous system again. We're basically sending a signal to the brain that the trauma is over. There's nothing to fear.
Yeah.
There's nothing to be afraid of. And sometimes I'll have a client say to me, I'm so nervous, I'm so nervous, I'm so anxious, I'm so anxious, I'm so anxious. And I'll be like, let's talk about that in a minute, and why don't we just take a moment to connect with your breath first? And I'll say, I'll play some music. And let's take 1 minute. And all I want you to do is breathe in and breathe out. Nothing else.
Nothing else.
There's no right or wrong way to do this. Just connect with your breath, right? By the time those 2 minutes are up, they're with me, they're calmer, they already have strategies of how to get out of this very anxiety-provoking situation.
Right.
I don't have to talk much.
Right. It's fascinating.
It's fascinating, and everything is easier. Now, I could have spent 20 minutes of the session calming them down and grounding them.
Right.
And it might have worked because there are many ways to ground people, or I can spend 2 minutes breathing and then we have 18 minutes to talk about what's really going on.
Right. Amazing.
So things are just softer, smoother, easier. And this is not breath work.
Right. This is the breath.
Yeah. And so many people will come to the training and they'll sit down the first day and I'll say, okay, let's start with connecting with the breath. And then they'll open their eyes and they'll be like, where am I? It's like they come they land, bam.
Right. Yeah.
And there's so much wisdom in learning this stuff. Right?
Yeah. It's so interesting, the feeling of a lot of what we call healing is really getting back to basics, getting back in touch with self, being able to sit internally with what's going on. And breath creates the space to be able to do it. It's beautiful.
Breath softens everything.
Yeah. Beautiful.
But you know how many of our clients are afraid to breathe? You know how many people, when I tell them, can we connect with your breath? And they'll be like, no.
Yeah.
Because they know that as soon as they connect with their breath, they're going to make contact with themselves. And a lot of them have been running for a very long time.
And that's where the challenge is. Clinically, we see that all the time. To pause would be disastrous.
Yeah.
So the minute you ask them to breathe, it's like take a pause, that self-reflection, that turning inwards, that's too hard.
Yeah, yeah.
But because the grief that happens next is what they're avoiding. Is exactly what they're avoiding.
If you don't go there. So when you ask what happens inside, right, on an emotional level, on a physical level, if we can't make contact with the grief, with the pain, with the emotion, right, and we just keep talking about our stories over and over and over again, then you're right. You know your story. But what are we really doing? We're afraid of ourselves.
Right. Right.
You know, and what, you know, and that's why, like I'm saying to you, is like, I meet people who've been in therapy for years, years, and they're just not feeling better. They're still miserable. They're still running around trying to find someone who's going to give them that miracle cure that's going to help them feel human again.
Is it the story that they're stuck in? Do they need to hold on to that story? Is that part of it from your experience?
Sometimes people have a need to hold on to their stories, but then the question is, what's the need? Like, you know, and nobody wants to hold on. Nobody like wakes up in the morning and says, well, you know what? I went through hell in my life. I had a really rough life. So I'm going to hold on this to the rest of my life. This is my badge of honor. You know?
Right.
No one wakes up in the morning and says, this is what I'm going to do.
Definitely not consciously.
Not consciously, right? But if someone is holding on to it, then it's our job to find out what purpose is it serving?
Right.
And how can we do this differently? You know, so there's like a judgment piece. People sometimes say like, you know what, you just want to suffer. You just don't want to let it go. Sometimes we really can't let it go.
Right.
I will say with full, complete transparency and honesty that I really wanted to heal. I did not want to suffer. And I suffered. And you might look at me and say, okay, now that you understand why you're suffering, now that you get it, you can consciously decide that you don't want to anymore and stop. I couldn't stop. It was like my body was running on autopilot.
Right.
You know, you can't tell me not to be scared. If I look at it, then my whole body shuts down.
Right.
I didn't choose to shut down.
It's automatic.
It's an automatic response. It's like my brain kicks in and bam. And I would stand there and say, Gitty, stop it. Don't shut down. You're an adult now. You can do this. Don't be so afraid. And I can tell myself all those beautiful lines.
Right.
And I can do all my positive affirmations.
Yeah.
And you know what? Do something.
Right.
I'm frozen.
Right.
Right. So what I found that with breath work, we can bypass that. Why? Because we're bypassing the thinking mind. When we do the breath work
and the trauma mind, you're bypassing both.
Exactly. Right. When we do the breath work and see, with regular breathing, it's sometimes hard to do that. But when we do the breath work, the way we do the breathing, it bypasses. It's like if we keep going with it, at some point the person will go into what we call transient hypofrontality, right? Where the thinking brain shuts down. Bam. So this is our conscious brain. Our conscious brain is the part of our brain that tries to keep us thinking. And the amygdala, the trauma brain, quiets down. Right. And it allows us to go deeper into our subconscious. Right. Once we go into our subconscious, we can start negotiating. Once we go into subconscious, we have more suggestibility. We can start looking at it without fear. Right. Because our fear response is not there. Right. And we can face it and say, oh, so that's what happened.
Right. Now the protective systems come down.
Exactly. We're much calmer. And we can start experiencing the depth of that pain and that emotion. And once we clear that, we get clarity. And then we move through it in a very deep and meaningful way. And that's more the psychedelic property of it.
Got it.
Right? So we start by getting people into their breath first. First, I want you in your body. But once you're in your body, once I can see that you can tolerate yourself, then I will take you into a breathwork session.
Beautiful.
Because then we can go deeper.
Right.
Right? And a lot of people miss that step.
Yes.
They're going to take people straight into breath work and they ram their system. And this is why we have so much, breath work is such a beautiful thing, but we hear so many negative feedback from it. So much negative feedback because people go before they're ready. Not everyone is ready to go into a breathwork session. And this is something I stress so much in this clinical breathwork training, right? You need to check in with your client first. You don't just go right in. Deep end. We need to first get the person embodied, present, safe. Right. And we do that a lot through the breath and through every other modality that we do.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
And then when the client is ready to go deeper, we can dive deep in.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that produces a result of healing, of inner peace that sometimes gets,
right.
it's
and
just
what we do as therapists. And this is something that is so necessary. So we start with connecting the person, right? There's like a science behind it. We get the person deeper into their breath. We do the breath work. And then our job is to bring them back to their breath in session. Like, let's talk about what you experienced in the breath work. This is where the integration comes in. This is where the processing comes in. And let's bring what you learned about yourself and the healing and the transformation and the awarenesses into your current life.
Beautiful.
Otherwise, it's just information.
Right.
What's the point?
Right.
Why
or this experience, very nice.
It's
and
a
then
nice experience.
Yeah.
So, you know,
it's a trip.
It's a trip. Exactly. And I always, people ask me, like, I want to just come experience breathwork because I like the feeling of it, whatever. I'm like, there's so many people out there. Go do it. I want to do breathwork therapeutically. I want to do breathwork to help people heal and transform. I want you to be able to use the information you got from your deep subconscious space to make changes in your current life.
Yeah.
To create a life that's better for you. Because breathwork is hard work. Like, why put in all this work if you're not going to get anything out of it?
Right.
And people will say, yeah, I did breathwork and I felt good for 2 weeks and then everything went back to normal. Of course.
Without integration.
Of course. There's no magic.
Right.
Without integration, you're not really learning and shifting and making change in your life based on this information that you have. So this is where the therapy comes in. And this is why I feel it's so important to do breathwork with a therapist.
Yes.
Right. So when I developed this training, my goal was, like, the world is shifting. People are going for psychedelic experiences. Psychedelic is not legal here. And there's a natural way to do this. Right. So we as therapists, we need to catch up. We need to catch up and we need to meet our clients in those spaces. People are done suffering.
Right.
People are done. They don't want to do this anymore for 100 years.
Right. Yeah.
They don't want to sit in therapy for 20 years doing the same thing over and over again.
Right. And barely feeling better.
Barely feeling better. And I'm happy about that. I think it's great that people should say enough. Enough.
Right.
I want to, if I was able to be hurt, I'm able to be healed. And let me get to the bottom of this. And then start, you know, you know what it is? If someone's in therapy for 20 years, that doesn't bother me. It bothers me if they're in therapy for 20 years and they're not feeling better.
Right. Exactly.
Right. I don't care if you're in therapy for 1 year, 5, 10, 15, 20. Be in therapy for life.
For life.
Therapy is
It's a beautiful thing.
It's great.
You have the time, you have the money, go for it.
If you have the time and money, it's a great place to come and just be clear and
process,
you know,
grow. Even.
It's your mental health. You
Sure.
know, your physical health. You go to the gym. You don't say, I'm not going to go to the gym because I did it already for 5 years.
Right.
But this is your mental health. It keeps me clear.
Beautiful.
It keeps me grounded. It's wonderful. I think therapy is wonderful. I always want to have someone in my life I can talk to in a real way without judgment, that I can just hash things out with and get clarity with. And I think it's great. And friends are great, but sometimes we need someone who's not our friend.
Right.
Right?
Objective, outside the scope.
Outsider, someone I can just like not, you know, right? Not someone I don't have to protect my ego with. like this is who I am, deal, right? So I think it's great. But if you're in therapy for years and you're still not feeling better and nothing is happening and you can't move on and you're still feeling so stuck, then we need to re-examine that. That's a problem.
Right. What's happening, right? Or what's not happening.
Yeah. And I'll tell you very often, Marianne, they're not breathing and their therapist is not breathing.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's often the case. You know, for somebody who's in so much pain, you want to sit with them, you want to help them hold their pain, you want to be, you know, a recipient to their experience. But sometimes, you know, the transference counts as you just become a mirror image, and then the two of you are sitting there not breathing.
Yeah.
And the whole, you know, all systems are off. Right.
Miriam, you know what blows my mind?
Yeah.
And you can call me crazy. So many people, therapists, right, they call me to inquire about the training, or they heard about the training because it's out there. People are learning about it. Or if I'm doing an online event, right, for therapists, over and over again, the fear of contacting their breath, it blows my mind. And, you know, there's research that shows that therapists are the most emotionophobic people.
Yeah.
And that's ironic.
It is ironic.
Right? We're sitting with clients and we're bringing them through their feelings and emotions, and we're so afraid, right? And I really feel that and this is my personal feeling, we can take people as far as we've gone. We cannot take people further than that. And if we, as therapists, are afraid of sitting with our own emotions, if we're afraid of doing a breathwork session because I'm afraid it might dysregulate me, I'm afraid it might make contact with something inside of me that I'm hiding, then how do we have the right to sit with clients and ask them to do the same? I really want to understand that.
Right.
I have no right to sit here with you as a client and say, lean into that. Just let yourself feel it. Allow it to come. I'm right here with you. When I can't
let the emotion come up.
Let the emotion come up. You know, it blows my mind. Am I crazy?
No, I think you're making a very, very valid point. And sometimes I think it goes even a step further. We're saying all those beautiful lines that you just said. Maybe even the client has the courage, strength, the fortitude, the blessing to let it come up. And then the therapist can't hold it. And the client knows it. The client can feel it. And it's so detrimental to everyone, to that whole system.
And they shut it down.
And it gets shut down.
You know how they shut it down sometimes? By throwing a tissue box at you, you know? Here's a tissue. And when a therapist is not able
to
sit through a client's deep emotional process, in many ways I feel like it re-traumatizes the client. Because that's what traumatized them in the first place. Like, think about it. Someone, like, that's how it traumatized them. That was part of the trauma. Right? There was nobody there who was able to hold them through whatever it was. Maybe they didn't trust that they could share the experience for whatever reason. Right? But then when they're in therapy and the therapists themselves freak out from their emotional experience,
even if it's not being shown on the outside, right?
They feel it.
Exactly. That's my point. Like, you don't have to be like, oh my gosh, you know. No, even if the client is like, oh my God, like internally, it doesn't have to be like a big freak out, you know.
You know what? I want to tell you something. Before I had so much awareness and before my intuition was so fine-tuned, right? And I was just a plain client, right? Talking about years back when I was, in my opinion, half dead, right? Walking around, numb, dissociated. I remember sitting in with a therapist that was like at the beginning of my journey. And that was the first therapist I sat in a room with. And even I'm thinking about it now, I'm getting like a body reaction. It's like, oh, you know how the body remembers?
Sure.
And I had to force myself to sit through the session because it felt so off. And I felt like she wasn't meeting me. And I was so depressed. Right? But still, a client feels it.
Absolutely.
They don't even know what they know, but they know it. Today, I can tell you what I felt. Then I didn't know. All I knew is I'm never coming back. But when I sat into the room with my therapist, who, God bless her soul, right? Who was the best thing that ever happened to me, I knew it the moment I laid eyes on her. She got
Powerful connection.
She got me. I didn't get myself, but she got me.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
And I knew in that moment, it's here or nowhere. I'm here to stay. Right? Was it perfect?
No, it's never perfect.
It's never perfect. But it was, I knew she can hold me through my process. And you know what? She did.
She did.
She did. And sometimes it was, I'm a tough client. You know, and I think back and I'm like,
well, you're a great friend, so don't worry about it. Yeah.
Thank God. I don't know if you would have wanted to know me back then. It's a good thing you met me when you met me.
I should send your therapist a thank you card also.
So thanks for the friendship. Thanks for creating a friend for me.
Right.
But you know what? I think that clients really know. And what I loved about her was that any time I pushed against her threshold, and it's very interesting because as a client, I can feel when I'm pushing against a therapist's threshold because I worked with her, but I've worked with other people in different, ways. And I've pushed against many people's thresholds. And usually they would say like, okay, I think we need to like, they would make it about me.
Right, right.
But with her, every time I pushed against it, she would come back the following time and she already worked that. And I could feel it. I can already feel it.
Wow.
Like she was moving with me.
Right. Right.
She was always moving.
Pushed the threshold further.
For the life of me, outgrow her till today. It's been years, right? Like we're not officially in therapy and we're not doing these things, but when I talk to her, she just has this incredible way of always moving.
What a gift.
Always moving, right? And that was a great role model for me too.
Yeah.
Right? If you push against me, I will find a way to push forward.
I will keep growing with you.
I will keep growing with you.
Yeah.
Because that's our job.
Yeah.
That's our job.
Yeah.
It's our job as human beings.
Absolutely.
To keep evolving,
Absolutely.
keep growing. And if a client is the one who's going to be my teacher and is going to be the catalyst for my personal growth, then great. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
I learn from them as much as as they learn from, it's a two-way process.
It's a reciprocal process, 100%.
Yeah. So I think this is an important concept for therapists to understand that, I will not do anything with my clients if I cannot do it for myself first.
If I cannot tolerate something, when I went to train in hypnosis, and I knew that I had tried hypnosis many years ago, and it was a flop.
And I had this belief that I was not hypnotizable.
Right.
And I walked around with that belief. And then before I took that training, I said, there's no way I'm going to ever practice this on my clients if I cannot be hypnotized. I need to know what it feels like to be under hypnosis. And I went out there searching and I found someone who took me through the process. And guess what? I was hypnotizable. Right?
And just to clarify, when you say hypnotizable, explain what it means to be in a hypnotic trance and what that...
It means that I was able to go deeper into a relaxed state and have access to my subconscious in a way that was very meaningful. Beautiful. I don't mean stage hypnosis. No, I wasn't standing on making jumping jacks. And
right. That's not.
In fact, what I learned from that, and that helps me a lot in the breath work as well, is that people think that when they're in a deep trance state, they're gone. Right? So you asked that question before. What if someone feels like they can't go there? Right? What if someone feels like nothing happened? Something always happens.
Right.
Right? No one is expecting you to go and just like fly off somewhere and then come back and say, I don't know, that was this.
Right.
It's not about that. It's about being in a calm, relaxed state, a state where you can access yourself without freaking yourself out, right? And have a deeper awareness, a higher level of consciousness, right? That's what it's about. And I always thought hypnosis means that you're going to put me out and then I won't know anything and I won't know what's happening in the room.
Exactly.
And that was not the case.
Right. And you were always able to be in that dual awareness.
I was always in dual awareness. I in breathwork, I'm always in dual awareness.
Yeah.
In hypnosis, I'm in dual awareness. But I'm in a place where I can access myself deeply, right? So that's something that also comes into the breath work a lot, where people don't understand what it means to go deep. It doesn't mean you're going to be gone.
Exactly.
Sometimes people go there.
Right.
But according to research, a very small percentage of people can really go into this somnambulistic state, I think it's called, where they're so gone that they come back and they don't remember. Right. So it's really, a misunderstanding that many people have.
Right.
But my point
and could actually alleviate a lot of people's fears because they're whatever is going on because of the breathwork or because of the hypnosis, they have the ability to be in dual awareness, which for those who don't know, dual awareness means you're in that deep trance and you're also your current, your regular ego state is able to observe that and you're able to connect to it simultaneously.
Right. And I want to kind of go off of that. In the breathwork process that I developed and that I so much encourage, I want people in dual awareness.
Exactly.
I don't want you going away and not knowing. I want you to be able to integrate it into your life. And this is where the psychedelic piece comes in, right? Many people go into these psychedelic states where they just go off somewhere and they come back and they have a hard time integrating that.
Absolutely.
Right? Because, when you're taking any kind of plant medicine or any kind of psychedelic, you're at the mercy of the medicine. You have no control. So it can take you. It really can take you. It can take you. That's what I call it, a trip. It can take you on a trip. And that trip will happen whether you want to or not. It's there.
Right. It doesn't necessarily respect the process of where you are. It doesn't have the softness of the breath work.
Exactly. And for many people, that's very difficult and very traumatizing. And I see that a lot. I see a lot of people, you know, it should be a different conversation because I don't want to make it about that right here. But I have such strong opinions about the psychedelic world and what it has become and how such a sacred medicine can be so disrespected.
Wow, powerful.
Through addiction and abuse of power. And it's sacred. It's sacred, and it shouldn't be the way it is right now. But I don't want to talk about it now.
Right.
Because,
it's a different conversation.
But I just want to kind of point that out. And then we as therapists, we can help our clients without substances. We can help our clients in the same deep and meaningful way through the process of breathing, through the process of their natural God-given medicine.
Right. And we see that people jump, let's say, to the psychedelics because there are these barriers that are stopping them from connecting to their own breath. So maybe you could name a little bit, like, what are the barriers that you see? And maybe people could actually recognize it. We see these barriers, and breathwork could help them get past it, good therapy and breathwork. But what are the barriers that stop people from getting in touch with their breath?
So help me understand what you mean by barriers.
Why is it hard for somebody to go inside? Why is it, or / afraid? Oh no, I don't want to do that, I'm afraid. Or you tell somebody, let's try and take a deep breath. And like you could physically see sometimes on a client, they go, and you see it stop right here or here even, you know? What's stopping them?
It's very sad, actually.
It is.
It's very sad because many people are afraid of their own internal process. They, you know, very often it's trauma-based. Very often it's not, you know, trauma is such a broad word. You know, trauma doesn't only mean that something really bad happened to you. Trauma doesn't only mean abuse. Trauma doesn't only mean an accident, right? Trauma is also what we call like this developmental trauma, the attachment trauma, which is much more subtle, right? So many children aren't comfortable in their bodies because their parents aren't comfortable in their bodies. So just being in contact with their physical body is uncomfortable. And it makes them, you know, and it doesn't have to be something dramatic or traumatic that happened. Sometimes it's just this subtle, complex traumas that happen over and over and over again. Or even those adults who as children weren't given autonomy, weren't allowed to say no, had to listen and be obedient, right? It's a very subtle trauma, but it creates a space where I don't have rights over my own physical being.
Right, and even on like an emotional level, the minute a kid needs to cry about something physical or emotional, right away trying to soothe away that pain instead of allowing them to like experience it. It's like a parent saying, I'm here with you, instead of saying, don't cry, I'm here with you, and letting them cry on your shoulder. Right? It's a very, the parent means this, like, you know, I think parents mean well, but sometimes that kind of comment could say, shut it down. We don't need crying in the house right now. You know?
Right. Or like even a parent saying, you know, stop crying. I'm not going to give it to you unless you stop crying.
Exactly.
And what does a child do if they really want it? They swallow it, right? And then we see people going through breath work or in our sessions, right? And an emotion will come up. And on automatic, literally, like you see the emotion coming up, you're like, let it go, let it go, let it go. And they do this.
Right. They swallow it back down.
And I'm like, wow. So when I see
how did you learn that?
So when I see that, I'm like, bam, pattern. Like, where did you learn that? Where did you learn that it's not okay to express, to just cry for no reason? I don't need a reason to cry.
Because the emotion just needs to come out.
Because crying is an emotional release. It's a discharge, right? So children who've been through that process, or like even teachers in school, they don't realize that sometimes, you know, a child is in trouble, they did something wrong, right? And the teacher will say, look at me when I'm talking to you. Now, a child that's feeling scared or ashamed, even adults, what do we naturally do? We look away, they look down.
It's
right?
Yeah.
But then they have to, right? So they can't even respond to their natural need, right? So these kind of, again, see, now, if it happens once, okay, it happens once. But when we live in an environment that does this over and over and over again, then we have an adult who's trying to have their own personal process and has a very hard time taking hold of their experience, right?
Right.
So it doesn't have to be such a huge thing,
right?
So this is where you got all these little barriers that come. And now, of course, the obvious ones: trauma, high stress environments, you know, dissociation. You know, a lot of people who struggle with panic and anxiety are very afraid of their breath, especially breath work, because the way we breathe has a bit of a hyperventilation feel. And then they think they're having a panic attack. But I will tell you that I've taken many people who struggle with panic through breath work, and it gave them back their life.
Wild.
When they realized that they can control the breath and that they can take themselves through a panic attack. See, panic attacks technically last a couple of minutes. And because we have such fear, we prolong it. And when they realize that if they just slow down their breath, because panic is shortness of breath, right? And when they realize that they can go through it in a safe space where they felt held, where I wasn't afraid.
Exactly.
And I wasn't going to hospitalize them.
Right.
You know? When they realized that, they had the courage to go through it, and they got their breath back. And it's like, I literally get emotional when I think about it, because it's like, it's a gift.
It's a powerful gift.
It's a true gift. It really, really is.
And the client could then take that into their own life.
Sure,
Wow. Powerful, powerful. So, which kind of makes me want to ask in general, how do you create safety for those who are experiencing deep emotions, not just panic, but any deep emotion?
So, let me ask a question back. You know, I'm a therapist. I need to do that. How do we as therapists create safety for our clients, right? And the reason I'm saying this is because I think it's important for anyone, for any therapist out there who's doing breath work, right, to understand that we're not breathwork facilitators. We're therapists, and we use breathwork. We're therapists first. And that's a very important piece, because we need to always remember our ethics, our boundaries, our legal license, and our commitment to holding safe space for our clients.
Absolutely.
Right? And there's so much out there in the field of breath work. And I'm not going to speak for it because I'm not even there, so I don't know, but I just see, right? And a lot of people out there who are breathwork facilitators, who are wonderful, wonderful human beings, and God help them and give them the strength and the courage to be there and help people heal, because the world needs more healers, right? But many, if not most of them, are not therapists, and they don't have the training that we as therapists have, right? And it's not their fault; they're just not, right?
They don't hold that responsibility.
And what's frightening about that is that we don't know what we don't know, and we as therapists also have to know that we don't know what we don't know. But what we do know is that when we decided to become licensed, we took on the oath of being responsible, ethical, boundary, safe people in these clients' lives, right? And this is something I take very seriously. So when we move into something this deep and this powerful, without remembering, remember who you are, right? Remember what you hold for this client. We can overstep boundaries very easily. So safety is a huge part of that, right? So the real question is, who are you as a therapist? Before how do we create safety for breathwork, who are you as a therapist, and how do you create safety in your room? Yeah.
In general,
In
right?
general,
Not just in breath work.
general. Are you a safe person? Can you look yourself and say, I do whatever I can, whatever's in my power to create safety for my clients, right? The second level, I think, is safety within yourself. Do you feel safe within yourself to go to places that are unknown, that are deep and meaningful and sometimes difficult, right? Do you have that capacity within yourself? Because if you don't, then you won't be able to hold safe space for that client. If that client goes to a place that's really difficult, you won't be able to take them through it successfully.
Yes.
So your own practice, taking care of yourself, doing your own healing, having your own therapy, your own supervision, that creates safety for the client. And then education. Know what you're doing. When I took my training, you were there with me, we got very little psycho-education.
Right.
We knew what to do, and it was a lot of fun, the training. And
A blast.
great guy.
We were the only therapists in the room.
Exactly.
It was not a clinical training at all.
Therapist in the room of 24 people, right? It was not clinical at all. So we learned the modality, right? But it wasn't clinical. It was not trauma informed, right? It did not abide by ethical boundaries. There was a lot happening there that was wonderful for whoever was there in their own way, but not something I would bring to my clients.
But for a lot of people, it was more questions than answers, right?
Exactly.
What was happening, sometimes we had the language to explain it and they did not.
Exactly, right? Remember that? We were able to explain this is what's happening, that's what's happening. So the education, the knowledge is so important. And this is something that I really break down when I teach therapists is like what's happening? What are you seeing? What can you expect? What are you going to notice? Because that creates safety. How to prepare a client before a session. How to make sure the client is ready to do a breathwork session versus mini breathworks versus just breath awareness versus meditation. Like how do we know what to do? Knowing our knowledge gives us a lot of power, right? Knowing what to do. And so that's and all that, and then again also explaining to the client that you're in full control. You can stop this at any time.
Yes.
Right?
Letting the client know that they have to, all they need to do is close their mouth and breathe regularly.
Exactly, exactly. Letting the client know, getting consent, right? Breathwork sometimes involves like touch. Make sure the client agrees with that. Allowing people to say no without any consequences.
Correct.
Right? So there's so many different things. When I was developing this training, I never planned on being a trainer. You know that, right? I still don't know how I got here. But once it exactly, I have no better way of saying that. I sat down with a lawyer to discuss it, every angle of it.
Brilliant.
To put together a consent form that gives the clients very clear stuff around it, like
true informed consent.
True informed consent, exactly, right? And so this is all these different ways that we make sure that we create a space where the client is safe to go through the process and to work through whatever it is that comes up. We're also there for our clients afterwards. Some people do get dysregulated after a therapy session, after a breathwork session.
Absolutely.
And we say to them, we schedule a session afterwards, come in and talk about it, because people are very afraid of their dysregulation. People are very afraid of triggers. But if we're going to be afraid of it, we're never going to heal. We need to move into it. We need to not be afraid of getting triggered. We need to not be afraid of and walk around in our life avoiding things that trigger us. Because our triggers is our body's way of saying that this is an issue that's unresolved within myself. And that person is just a messenger. That situation is just a message. It's a messenger coming to inform us that this is a place that's unresolved within you. If someone triggers me, I say thank you. Thank you. That's information. I don't want to have to avoid anything in my life because I'm afraid it's going to trigger me.
Beautiful.
I want to be able to walk around free, to explore, to live, to breathe, without having to worry that someone's going to tick me off. Because if you're ticking me off, then there's something I need to look at.
Right.
Right? So, yeah.
That's the work. Yeah.
That's the work. That's the work. But when I believe that, right? So if a client comes in and tells me I got so triggered, right? if I'm not comfortable with triggers, I might say, well, then you really should not visit your mother-in-law again if she triggers you that much.
Wow.
You shouldn't be going there. Like, why do you, and I might even sound very intelligent. I might do something like this, like, I'd like to understand, why do you allow yourself to go into situations where you keep being triggered like that?
Wow.
Like, maybe you should not allow yourself to go to this family simcha because this person that triggers you is there. This is where we put boundaries. Put a boundary. And it sounds wonderful. It sounds wonderful. But what you're really doing to that client is you're
limiting their world.
You're limiting their world in a way where they are at the mercy of their world. Like, I will be okay when the world is okay. I will be okay when people stop bothering me.
Yeah.
I will be okay when somebody stops getting in my way at a wedding. I need to avoid, and you know what? If the person that's triggering you at this simcha is the one that hurt you, why does he have the right or she have the right to keep hurting you that way?
Right.
And that you can't go enjoy a family simcha because that person's there. Why?
Right.
Why? Our work instead, so we could do it that way, we could say, we can be all psychological and very beautiful and put boundaries, and you shouldn't go to your mother on Shabbos afternoon because then when she makes comments to you, da-da-da-da-da. Or a client comes in and says, I went to my mother Shabbos afternoon and she made a comment to me and I got so triggered. And I'll look at the client and say, tell me more about that. Tell me more about what got you triggered. Yeah, in my mind, I think, isn't that wonderful? Now I know where the work is.
Right.
Right?
Giving me a roadmap.
You just told me exactly what we need to work on today. Yeah? Like, what got you triggered? What do you need to do to help yourself not get triggered? But to tell them to avoid that, why should we cut people, in very, very, very small percentage, a child should not have contact with their parents, right? It happens, unfortunately, sometimes.
Very rarely, but yes.
But why should we cut children off from their families of origin just because they get triggered there? Strengthen them. Get them to a place where they don't get so triggered, where they can feel strong and not everything, it's okay. It's okay. So, and you got
like you and I will always discuss. A client successfully terminates treatment after a year, 2, 3, whatever it is of therapy, and you ask them, you say, well, what's different in your life? Their life is pretty much the same.
Exactly.
How they handle their life is completely different.
Exactly.
And that's the magic.
Yeah. And I tell this to clients even in therapy many times. They'll tell me, I feel so much better, and I enjoyed this wedding, and it was not so triggering, and da 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 da. And then I'll tell them, so what changed in your family? Did your mother change?
Right.
No. Did your family change? No. Was it in a special hall that had this beautiful vibe? Did that change? No. So what changed? And often they can't even tell me. They're like, I don't know.
Right.
And I say, you know what changed? You changed. You changed.
Yeah.
And that's what healing is all about.
Exactly.
That I can tolerate my world. I can tolerate myself. I can stay in my body. And I started saying it before, and I want to say it again. When we spoke about the dual awareness, I realized this very powerful thing, that many people, some people can't go into the breath or into their trance because they have a hard time with that, right? But then there are many people who are so good at dissociation. They're experts.
Right.
And they can go into these deep psychedelic spaces and soar. Right? And they'll come back and they'll be like, oh my God.
What a trip.
Yeah. What a trip. What I saw. I met my ancestors.
Right.
Yeah, they go. Yeah?
Yeah.
Our job, our goal really, is to get them to a place where they can go there while they stay in their body.
Yes.
Stay in the body and watch yourself go there. Instead of dissociating and going there.
Right.
It's a very,
it's nuanced.
It's a very nuanced piece. But what I'm learning is that that's where the work lies. To keep people embodied in duality.
Yeah.
Stay in your body and then go here. So this is something I work on a lot, because I do a lot of different kind of things, not just breath work, right? And many times I take people back in time to different things, and very important, don't be with me. Be with me first, and then I'll take you there.
Right.
To stay in we're in this body, in this life, and stay in the current and watch that, and there's such beautiful healing that happens there. It's amazing. It's just,
this is like a really like a spiritual work.
Yeah, it's a very integrated healing when we can bring that here.
Beautiful.
You know, sometimes people will tell me like I had this past life memory that came up, right? I saw myself here, there, and everywhere, right? And I believe in that kind of work.
Sure.
You know, because I've been there myself as well. And I tell them, you know, you've had many lives. And you've had many, many experiences. You were given the privilege where the veil lifted and you got to see something from one of your lifetimes, a snippet, a sliver. Why that?
Exactly.
Why did that come up for you? And then I'll say to them, how does that that concept still apply today?
Right.
Tell me about how this is in your life right here, right now.
Right.
And the message they get is that you're doing soul work here. That you've come into this life to resolve and to work through something, whether it's a past life trauma, whether it's a past life, a piece of a part that needs to be evolved, a correction that needs to happen, a tikkun, right? And they were given that privilege. It's like really a gift of like a snippet of like a vision that came through,
right?
For you to understand that this is something that's still happening here now. It's a pattern that keeps repeating itself. And very often I'll tell the person, take me back as far back as you can in this life when you remember yourself feeling this kind of fear or anxiety or urge or whatever. And they'll like go back and back and back, and they'll be like, forever. I feel like it's since I'm born.
It's always there.
Like I see myself, like, and it's always been there. It's because at that point, we've moved into spiritual work. At that point, we've moved into the spiritual realm of healing.
Wow.
And, you know, when I talk about it, I get chills because that's very powerful. I love, don't get me started. That's where I hang out.
Yeah.
I love the spiritual aspect of working on these levels. It's just,
It's fascinating stuff, and I definitely can lean into it as well. I'm wondering if you see like a progression with it. Does somebody need to heal this and then that, and then they can go deeper into spiritual, work, healing on a soul level? Or is it not necessarily in any particular order?
So yes and no.
Okay.
Right? So we never know where a person's going to go. Like, we're literally at the mercy of God. We go in, and whatever needs to happen, happens. We can't decide where they're going to go once they go in with their breath, because it's really their personal medicine. Right. And it's really depending on their personal process. Right. And what he wants for that person. Yeah? However, there's something magical and beautiful that happens in breath work, right? That it's like we go in and there are like layers and layers and layers, right? So let's say a person will come for their first breathwork session, and they have this beautiful emotional release because they made contact with something. And then they'll come in the next time and they'll do breathwork again. And they'll be like, I don't know, last time I had such a deep emotional experience, and today it was lighter, right? And I'll say, that's wonderful. That's the goal.
Right.
If you have to keep repeating the same thing over and over again, then nothing's happening. So what I'm finding so interesting is that the breath work, each time we do it, it peels off another layer. It goes somewhere else, and that layer peels off and peels off. And because we're one person with one nervous system, right, we are not here, we open the knot here, and we open the knot here, and we open the knot here, and all of a sudden things start flowing.
Right.
And people start feeling better.
Right.
Right? Because their nervous system is balancing, right? It's like when you think of a garden hose, right? If it's twisted here, and twisted there, it's still one hose. If I open this and I open this and open this, I don't have to start pulling water out. It'll just flow through, right? Something beautiful happens right there.
Right.
With groups that I run that are ongoing. That's why I love the closed groups, because I do mostly with therapists only. So in these ongoing groups, like one of the groups that I run is going for over like, what is that, a year and a half, 2 years? For sure 2 years already. Where they come in monthly. Once a month they come in and they just, approximately once every 6 weeks, they come in and we continue the breathwork process, right? With them, at this point, it's magical, it's sacred. It's like when we do breathwork, everyone goes deep. It's soft, it's gentle. And it's just, the energy is stunning.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not so much like gut-wrenching trauma work anymore.
Right.
You can see that they've moved away from that. Right? And it's, so yeah, there's like a natural progression that happens that when we clear out at some point, you know, and the conversation afterwards, you know, we always talk afterwards. It used to be like, mother, father, sister, brother, trauma, school, bullying. And now it's like, I got a real sense of like my meaning, my purpose, my goals in life, and what's holding me back. And,
powerful.
And it's like, and I sensed into this like deep soul space. And one person said, like, I felt such a deep connection on a soul level. I felt God in my life. And, and you know, it moves.
It's very spiritual experience.
It's a beautiful process. And so, yeah, there is a progression that happens if you keep doing your work. At some point, you're going to meet your soul.
Yeah.
You're going to meet your soul.
It's a beautiful thing.
And that's, you know, at one point I was doing a breathwork session, just happened just recently. And because it's a group that I've taken through many, many processes, right? So they've peeled away so many of those layers of trauma, pain, whatever it is. And I asked a question.
You know.
Yeah, exactly, right. So I asked a question at the end during, like the last, like we were doing the breathwork, and I was kind of guiding them, and I invited them to go back in time, as far back as you can go, to the moment when you took your first breath, when you were born, right? And I said, who were you before the world told you otherwise? And I just threw that question out.
Yeah.
Like, who are you at your core? Right? Before
essence. Before everything.
Exactly. Before all those messages. Before the conditioning. Before rules. Before systems. When you were just a soul coming into this world on a mission. Before anything got in your way.
Yeah.
And it was profound, Miriam.
Yeah.
It was so profound. Because it was like looking in the mirror, but a clear mirror.
Yeah.
A clean mirror. Of suddenly finding yourself and saying, all that I believed about myself, all that I thought, all that I all those barriers, it's not who I am.
Yeah.
It's not my truth.
Right.
It's I'm not that.
Yeah.
And to come back into that space of, and then I asked them, I said, why are you here? Why did you come down here? What were you hoping? What are the patterns that keep repeating itself that will point you in the right direction of what you came here to resolve and to figure out? Miriam, it was so beautiful.
Wow.
And we were talking afterwards, and oof.
Yeah.
You know,
what a gift.
It's such a gift. Such a gift. Such a gift. And I'll go back to what we started with. It's a gift that we were given by God.
Yeah.
It's our God-given gift. It's our right as humans.
Birthright.
It's our birthright. And only humans have breath. You know, spirits don't have breath. Right? They don't need that. But we always think like, oh, if I was a spirit, I can seek and have better vision. But that's a myth. Really, we all can have better vision if we allow ourselves to go there and to peek a little beyond that veil.
Right.
But we were given a tool to do that.
Yeah.
Right? But through pain and life and trauma and stress and whatnot, it was taken from us. But we can take it back. It's ours.
Right. Right.
And if you ask me on a personal level, what I found through breath work, it was that. It was that it was in my control. It's mine. My breath is mine. My breath can take me where I need to go.
Right.
And it can shift. And my life changed. My life changed. I'm a different person in this world just because I'm in contact with my breath.
There's an integration, a wholeness.
Yeah, like, you know, people talk a lot about healing, right? What is healing? Does that mean that my life is going to be easy, smooth, great, fabulous, nothing's going to get in my way? No, life is life. And there are times that I might feel anxious, and times that I might feel really upset or frustrated or angry or annoyed, or stuff might happen that's very stressful, or I can have wonderful things in my life that are very stressful. I can move into a new home.
Right.
I can marry with my child. I can have a new baby, which is great. We want it, but it can create so much stress, right? If I can tolerate myself through it and stay embodied and stay grounded, then that's power.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. And that's healing.
And that's super healing.
Yeah.
Right? So nobody can guarantee you a life that's going to be pain-free or hardship-free. But we need to be able to tolerate ourselves.
Yeah.
We need to be able to stay in presence. We need to be able to sometimes lose it, but have a way back. Right. And what's the way back? Take a moment. Come back. Come back. Right? It's okay. It's okay. Whatever it is, we can do this. We'll get through it.
Right.
Everything passes. Nothing lasts forever.
Right.
Neither the good nor the bad. And if I can just tolerate myself and stay in my body and stay present during that time, it'll pass faster and smoother. And I'm even going to learn some lessons from it.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
And actually, like now, you know, hard fact science shows like kids who never get a no, never get any hardships, really struggle in adulthood. It's not about life not being frustrating, difficult, challenging to some degree. We don't look for trouble, but it's learning how to overcome it. That's a skill we need to develop.
It means learning how to manage the stress.
Correct.
You know, I just was watching this incredible thing on a research that was done with children. They took young children, maybe you saw it. They took young children and they did this experiment where they took a big marshmallow.
Oh, yeah.
You saw it?
The marshmallow test, yeah.
Yeah, and they put it in front of the child. And they told the children, each child separately, that here you have one marshmallow and you can eat it. However, if you don't eat it for 15 minutes, you're going to get 2 marshmallows. Right? And some children could not. They just had to eat it. And then you saw those children who would watch it, and they would smell it, and they would touch it. But they wouldn't eat it. Right. Because they're waiting.
They're waiting.
They know.
They're going to get 2.
Short-term pain, long-term gain.
Right.
Right? Like they know they're going to get 2. And the most interesting part of this research was that they followed these children. Years later, the ones who were able to tolerate their discomfort did better in life.
Right. Delayed gratification. Yeah.
On so many levels. They were more successful. They did better on their tests. And the ones who could not tolerate their own discomfort were the ones who really struggled.
Yeah.
Addiction, hardship, not being able to make it in life, right? So this is the core of it all. Tolerate yourself. Can you sit in your discomfort? And then when I speak to people and they tell me I'm afraid of breath work because it's going to take me into my body and I cannot tolerate myself, then that's the work.
Yeah.
Let's quit all other therapy.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about your traumas for a long time. And let's get you to a place where you can first tolerate yourself. If you can't sit through it, then what are we doing?
Yeah.
And this is what, you know, they talk a lot about in somatic therapy, is that we talk about traumas, you're basically re-traumatizing the person. Because if the person can't talk through their trauma while they're in their body, then they're basically telling their story, freezing up again.
From a dissociated
space. Now we have another
Yeah.
layer of that same thing.
100%.
Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think this is such an important piece of
I mean,
to tolerate ourselves.
This might be it, but if you could leave our listeners like with one message, a practice, something you feel that they should know about the healing power of breath work, what would it be?
I would say 2 things. First of all, I don't want to say healing power of breath work. I want to say healing power of breath.
Okay.
I want to differentiate that because
Beautiful.
breath work is an intervention. breath is life.
Beautiful.
Okay? So I really want to differentiate.
So that in and of itself is a very powerful message.
Yeah.
Remember, the breath is constant, and if you learn to pay attention to it, to take care of it, just like you need to hydrate and be nourished, take care of your breath.
It'll change.
Creates a dramatic shift.
100%. So, because breath work is an intervention. It's something we do. It's like doing open heart surgery. Not everyone needs open heart surgery, but everyone needs a heart.
Yeah.
You know?
Love that.
So the breath is the heart. Right? So the question you asked again is?
If you leave it, if there's a message about breath or breath work, or about healing in general that you would want everyone to know.
Yeah. So, let me take a breath.
Yeah. A parting gift.
Yeah. So there are two thoughts that pop in. A, if you're not in contact with your breath in a holistic way, I'm talking about not just like I'm breathing because I'm surviving, chest breathing, then you're not healing. And I want this message to go out to everybody, therapists included. If your client is not breathing,
or especially.
Deeply, meaningfully, consciously, then shifts are not happening. You're just doing therapy, you're not living it. Okay, that's one thing. And then there's a very passionate message that I want to get out there. I really believe, in a very deep way, that healing was never meant to be this hard. Too many people are struggling through their healing. It's like the pain of healing is worse than the pain of their trauma. It's like they spend years trying to move through something that happened to them once or twice or 3 times in their life. Right? Or even if it was ongoing complex trauma. Right? And I'm not, again, I want to repeat what I said before. I'm not talking about the years that it takes. Because again, I don't care if you're in therapy for the rest of your life. Are you doing better? Are you living life to the highest and best? Are you in good relationships?
Right.
Are you happy with your life? Are you content? Right? Are you healthy? Are you strong? Are you smiling? Are you smiling? Right? Are you living life? If that's the case, great. But if not, and many people are waiting for the day that a miracle happens and they start living. And they're so afraid of dying, but they're not even living. Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
They live their whole life afraid of dying and they haven't lived a day in their life.
Yeah.
And it's so painful. Healing was never meant to be this hard. There are ways to do this in a way that brings you to a much better place. People ask me sometimes, like when I see a new client, how long will it take until I feel better? And it's that question that we therapists get all the time.
Yeah.
Right? And I tell them, I don't know. I wish I could tell you. Because my guess is as good as yours. Right? But one thing I will tell you. Within 6 to 12 weeks, you're going to start feeling that something is shifting inside. And you're going to know that you're on the right track. And if not, we need to talk about it. You're going to start sensing that healing is starting to happen. How long it'll take in the long run, we don't know, because a lot depends on me, on you, and on the environment, on the nervous system, on the story, on what happened to you. We don't know. We don't know. But you should know. You should be able to feel that even though it hurts, and sometimes it hurts a lot in the beginning, then better. It takes time because we're opening up spaces. But even in that pain, you're going to know that you're in the right place. You're going to know that this is a track, that this is a journey, right? And if not, then we need to talk about it, right? So I think people should be able to sense it, to feel it. You know, I personally, therapy took me many years. I had a lot to unpack. I had a lot to unpack. But you know what? It was life force for me, right? It was my life force. It was, I can feel. I didn't know. If you asked me today if I knew it was going to take this long, would I have done it? I never would have started. But you know what? As I was doing it, I never felt that one session was wasted. It was my life force, and it was healing for me. And I was able to make shifts in my life and do things and start creating and start building. And slowly, I was coming up and out. I don't care how many years it took me.
Right.
Those years passed anyway.
Right.
But here I am. Right? Here I am to tell the tale. And I'm not there anymore. I've been reborn. I'm a whole new person. I feel like I had a near-death experience. Like I died and I was reborn, right?
Wow,
I really
powerful.
believe that, right? But yeah, so this is my message really, you know.
Beautiful.
Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Don't stop. Bring the breath in. And it's like putting oil on the machine. It starts to move.
Right.
It starts to move. It's all we need. Bring your God-given gift into your life and continue your CBT, DBT, EMDR, IFS, somatic therapy, hypnosis, you name it.
Etc.
Energy healing.
Right.
Whatever you want. Do everything. Bring the breath in.
Beautiful. 𝐶𝐤𝐯, thank you so much for your time, for your wisdom, for your compassion. It really is enlightening speaking to you, and to be continued. I look forward to many more of these conversations and bringing just this wisdom and gift of yours to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐞 and I am a Hatzalah paramedic. I can't begin to stress the importance of the vital and critical mission of Amudim. Under the leadership of my very close friends, 𝐔𝐲𝐢𝐈 and David Kushner, as well as their entire team, who work 24/7 to help our communities during the most difficult of struggles and the most trying of times. Unfortunately, the need for Amudim's resources, services, and guidance continue to grow on a daily basis in all of their service lines, from addiction, mental illness, abuse, case management, and so much more. Please give generously. Your support goes a very, very long way. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rabbi Levi Shem Tov here in Washington, D.C., urging you to help support Amudim today. You may wonder why I would ask you to support another organization, and the answer is very clear. Every day, throughout the year, thousands of people approach Amudim for help, whether it's youth or family in crisis, or people with other logistical dilemmas they need help in overcoming. Amudim is there with everything they've got, every time. Somebody who helps sustain one person is as if they saved the whole world. And therefore, Amudim is there saving worlds every day of the year with people who rely on them, sometimes very urgently, for their support. And now Amudim is relying on you for yours. So please, help support them as generously as you can and have a part in this great organization of mitzvah.
Hi, I'm just here to urge you to support Amudim. They are helping Yidden all around the world, in our communities, your community, in your shul, in your school. Please help me mechazik the work of Amudim, 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, and all of the important staff and board members. Please join me in donating to Amudim today.
All right, well, good evening to all of our friends, supporters of Amudim, wherever you find yourself in the world. We have people watching from the U.S., from Canada, from Israel, from Australia. We are joined today by someone who really needs no introduction, but nevertheless, I will introduce him, Nate Buzz. Nate is an actor. I will be honest, Nate, I have not seen the Vampire Diaries. My sisters have, though, and when I told them I would be speaking with you, they got incredibly excited and insisted I take a selfie with you. Nate is not only an actor, he's an activist, and perhaps most importantly, he's a follower of God's Word. And so we're incredibly honored to have you, Nate. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to this discussion.
So I'm going to ask you the classic question that no doubt you've been asked 1,000 different times, but for our listeners, we as Jews are used to anti-Semitism. We're used to being hated and oppressed. And when I, for example, will talk on TV about why I support Israel, you know, my name is Shabbos Kestenbaum. I wear a yarmulke. I'm from an Orthodox community. It's like, go figure, this guy likes Israel. But when we have a guy like Nate Buzz, who, correct me if I'm wrong, does not have any immediate personal or familial attachments to Israel, we kind of are taken aback in a very positive sense. But we're just so not used to it. So I got to ask, what is it about Israel that drew you not only into supporting it, but to supporting it consistently? You've been there more than 55 times, which is more than most Jews have ever been to Israel.
Yeah, look, it's like anything when God is building out a person or a story, there's a lot that goes into it, you know. So like the short answer of why I support Israel is, you know, really my deep connection to the Word of God. You know, reading the Torah, the Tanakh, and for me as a Christian, the New Testament, you know, I was profoundly impacted by the covenantal relationship that God has with this people that can be tracked. through human history. Now, I wasn't always a believer. I was born in Australia. My mum was actually born in a refugee camp in Egypt.
Oh, wow.
So I was a first-generation Australian. And when I became a Christian, I was exposed to, the biblical narrative, which is a very, very complicated book, which I think many people will agree watching this. Sometimes we're overwhelmed by the daunting challenge of trying to understand this text that's been written over 1,500 years by many, many different authors, but really pointing to one reality, which is the sovereignty of the God of Israel and the story that he's telling with his love for a people, but also his plan to essentially break the rebellion that humanity has had against him since the beginning, and to bring everything into its fullness, which would ultimately be called Tov Meod. It's the goodness of what God really created, which we can't really see in 2025, but we're starting to understand how God is telling us this story. So for me, it started with that. Now, as a Christian, I wanted to understand the Jewishness of Jesus, and so in 2017, I went to Israel for the first time, and my goal was to understand Yeshua, but I was confronted with what was currently happening in our world today, which is this conflict between Arab Palestinians and Israelis about what the real story is, and the conflict that's unfolding in this land. Now, I grew up in a very Muslim majority community in Sydney, Australia, so my understanding of Israel came from a very Arab Islamic perspective to begin with. So you can only imagine when I first went to Israel in 2017, I was like, everything I've been told doesn't match. In fact, it was almost as if everything I've been told was this. Everything that people were saying about apartheid, genocide, occupation, was almost the opposite. And I looked at this Jewish Israeli identity, and I was amazed at their resilience and also heartbroken at how the world has lied so much about them. So I spent the next 8 years just going back to Israel, learning, understanding. I was leading Christian tours. And so in 2023, when October 7th happened, I felt that everything that I'd done for the previous 7 years really led me to a place of knowledge, understanding, and responsibility. I realized that very few people would stand up with the Jewish and Israeli identity purely because it comes at a cost. Just as it comes as a cost to being a Jew and identifying as a Jew. Walking down the street, you have to make the choice. Am I going to wear my yarmulke? Am I going to be looked at differently? Am I going to be targeted by different groups? What do people think of me when I walk into a room? There's a cost to everything that you do. And I realized that there was going to be a great cost for anyone who stood with Israel during these days. But it was something I was willing to pay. And so, it's I'll say this. The last 2 years has been probably the hardest 2 years of my life, without a doubt. So many challenges, so much heartbreak, disappointment, and betrayal, and being exposed to the heightened human wickedness of the world, a world that's morally bankrupt. But at the same time, I have seen the glory of Hashem over and over and over again. So the hardest year of my life has also, or the last 2 years of my life, has also been the best 2 years of my life.
I mean, there's so much there to unpack. I want to focus on that last part, though, because I think at least the Jewish audience who's watching, they can certainly relate to the costs, whether it's the campus Jewish student who lost friends for their support to Israel, whether it was the Jewish student on the subways of New York getting physically assaulted. We can certainly relate to that. You have a different set of costs and a different price that you paid. One of the things that Amudim does really well, which I think attracted us to support this organization, was they do mental health counseling. It's not just drug addiction recovery, it's not just domestic violence, but for people who are really struggling with mental health. And I think one of the things that our religious communities have in common is mental health is still very much a stigma. It's not really something that people want to talk about out in the open, or perhaps they're embarrassed by it. But I guess if you're comfortable sharing, given that you're so noticed, you're so public on those front lines, how do you manage from a mental health perspective to just keep going and to talk about the truth, even if, or especially when, it is incredibly difficult and comes with those sacrifices?
Yeah, look, mental health is, I wouldn't even call it mental health. I would say, have you built a mental toughness to a callous world? if you can conquer your mind and you can control how you think, how you talk to yourself and how you perceive the world, it changes everything. The problem is, I think we get so internal in ourselves that we lose focus of what our real task is, you know. And so for me, I've learned, you know, through lived experience, how to really control my mind, and I know that everything starts in here. If I can conquer this, then nothing outside of me is impossible. And that's really the case for a lot of people. You know, there's a few things that I've implemented. And I've lived a very, very interesting life becoming an actor. I grew up very, very poor. Low social, economic family. It was just me and my mum. My dad left when I was a little kid, and I learned very, very quickly that no one's coming to help me. I'm going to have to learn how to look after myself and build a resilience to a world that isn't so friendly. You know, when you're a kid, you have this idea in your head that the world's beautiful, it's an amazing place. But from 12 years old, I started working, supporting my mum, who had an extremely difficult and challenging life. And I think I became an adult really, really quickly. But it taught me some really, really valuable lessons about what it takes to mentally overcome challenges. And the beauty of it is, I look back at my difficult childhood now, and I'm actually grateful for it, because it built something in me that prepared me for something much, much bigger. So I think that's kind of like, you know, been one of the big parts of my journey, is trying to conquer the mind. But more importantly, when you think about it, we're purpose-driven creatures. Most people that fall into depression have no purpose. And if they do have a purpose, their purpose is anchored to somebody else, or some other thing that they can't control, but that controls them. And so I think really from a spiritual point of view, what's given me a lot of strength is my relationship with God, you know, Hashem. I'm a Christian, so my relationship with Yeshua has really kind of cut away a lot of the rubbish of the mental health thing, and I just have a purpose. And I can achieve that purpose every single day, regardless of my financial status, regardless of my health status, regardless of my, you know, social status. Because ultimately what we're called to do as people is to be reflectors of the divine. And he has this divine love, which he's revealing through Israel. It's a covenantal love, but it's, I guess the word that I would use in Hebrew is chesed, right? Which is this faithful love. When you're able to serve him and your purpose is him, and I often say there's only one audience that I care about, and that's his. If I can please him, then everything else will fall into place. And so I think that's a big part of my mental kind of challenge of constantly simplifying my life and saying, this is my task, to be a representative of Hashem in this world. And I know I can do that regardless of any situation I find myself in, whether I'm on a bus, whether I'm defending Israel online, whether I'm talking to a stranger about dealing with the loss of a loved one. I can answer all those questions by relying on him and his wisdom and his knowledge, which we find in the Torah. So I'll give you an example. I'm an actor, and I've had the opportunity to receive a lot of fame, which the world values so much, right? You're an influencer, you have millions and millions of followers, that must be an amazing feeling. And one rule I made myself, because I grew up with nothing and I had no exposure to this kind of world, I always said to myself, if I ever got to a place where I was influencing people, I would never take it seriously. And what do I mean by that? People can say really, really nice things about me, and I'll appreciate it, but I won't take it as my value system. And I'll tell you why I don't do that. Because if I'm going to take the good compliments seriously, guess what else I have to do? Take the bad compliments, the criticism seriously. And so when I remove both, then I'm free from that world of, does the world like me? And a lot of people, they live for the validation of the world, but they will ultimately die from its rejection.
Wow.
And so when you let yourself go from all that and say, that's my purpose is him, You know?
I mean, in Hebrew, we have a term for influencer, mashpia, literally one who influences, but we don't use it in the context of someone with millions of social media followers. We say anyone can be an influencer. You're an educator. You're someone who imparts wisdom onto others. You are a mashpia. You are one who influences others, and anyone can literally do it. I think one of the many things that your answer sort of galvanized in my mind was the pasuk, the quote from Sefer Tehillim, from the book of Psalms, of Gam ki elech b'geit salmav lo ira ra ki ata imadi. Though even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of the death, I do not fear because God is with me. And I think you personify that tremendously, that you are facing so many attacks from so many sides and on so many different platforms. It's not just on the online space, it's also directly, it's in person. I mean, you were telling me that oftentimes you have to carry a gun with you. So I guess, I mean, there's so many things I want to ask you, but first and foremost, because you mentioned that you're on this online battle as well, what message would you want to tell our listeners or those who are trying to defend Israel online as well? Either words of encouragement or practically, what are things that we should be doing different, things that we need to be doing better? Because it's quite obvious that while Israel is certainly winning on a militaristic lens, the battlefields of Gaza or Yemen or Lebanon, it's also true that they are losing tremendously the battle of ideas, the battles in the campuses, on the streets, in the court of public opinion.
Yeah, and there's a lot of reasons for that. You know, over the last 24 months, I've really had time to think about how we got here. From a narrative point of view, when you look at what Israel is presenting to the world and what the propagandists of the Palestinian movement present to the world, and like first and foremost, it's much easier to tell a lie than it is to tell the truth. So the pro-Palestinians already have an advantage because they can say whatever they want, however they want, and even if they get caught in a lie, it seems like it doesn't really matter. Right. But more than that, culturally, what I've realized is the Jewish identity and the culture of the Jewish identity isn't really fit to explain to a world who they are to people who don't understand them. Because you're a closed practice belief system, you're not in the business of converting, so you've never actually had to learn how to talk to people that don't believe what you believe, but to convince them to believe what you believe in such a way that they would completely change their minds. When you think about the history of the Jewish identity, particularly after being exiled from the Roman Empire, you went and you disappeared into the world. And it was for your benefit that you would almost hide from society, so everything was closed and quiet because you didn't want to experience the horrific nature of what humans do when they realize the Jewish identity is amongst us. And they make up all these lies and propaganda that we're seeing over and over and over and over again. So that's one of the disadvantages of the Jewish identity, because as a Christian, as a Muslim, as soon as you become a believer in that framework, go and share it with everybody. But more importantly, go and share it with people who are not your own. So you get very, very comfortable in having conversations about how to influence people in what you truly believe. The other thing I would say is this, and this is a criticism of the world. I speak at a lot of Jewish events, and I can see the Jewish identity really struggling with why is the world so against us and why can't they see the truth? And so I've created an equation, a formula to help the Jewish identity understand where we're at in the world. And so the formula is this: why are the Palestinians so successful in their narrative? When stupid people talk to stupid people understand. And I say that with absolute confidence, because when you think about the narrative of the Palestinian movement, they have no facts, but they're great storytellers in the sense of from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Which river? Which sea? Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's catchy. And, the whole idea of the oppressor and the occupier, this ancestral identity of the Jewish people. Okay, like everyone wanted to kick them out from Europe, kick them out of Europe, and they send them away, and then they get back into Israel, and they're like, no, you can't be there either. Well, where are they supposed to go? I often say that the Arab nations in 1948 were the original Zionists because they kicked out every single Jewish identity from every single place they could find them. They were spurring on the reality of a Jewish state being formed and helped increase the influx of the Jewish people who would be returning to the land out of their hatred. They're true Zionists. But this is the problem that the Jewish identity face. And the other thing is when if you've had enough time with Jews and Israelis, you realize you guys are high-level thinkers. By default. Maybe it's a blessing from Hashem. Maybe it's just a culture of learning and study through the Torah and the Tanakh. Either way, Jewish people are high-level thinkers. And so when you're talking to a world on a high level, it's sometimes hard to talk to that average person who doesn't really think on that spectrum. And so this is one of the biggest challenges I think that Israel faces. On top of that, what goes against you so often is your mercy and compassion. And we've seen this since the beginning of the war. October 7th and the horrific nature of the massacre that was unfolding before our eyes was something that I'll never be able to remove from my mind. The images, what Hamas did. But Israel chose not to show the worst videos. They chose not to release these horrific pictures and videos to the world because they cared more about the victims and the families having to maybe see that than the people who inflicted these horrible acts of violence. Now, on the other hand, if you and I were watching what was happening in Gaza, for every single person that was taken into a hospital, there would be 25 DLSR cameras, filming it, shooting it, retaking it. It was almost as if they were picking up these children and to shoot it again because they needed to get the perfect shot. And they didn't care about the child in their hands as much as they cared about getting the shot, getting back to Wi-Fi, posting it, and claiming that they're this victim and look what's happened to these children. They don't care about the children. I watched a video of, his name is Motaz or something like this. He blocked me on Instagram. He was a journalist in Gaza. And I remember,
that's how you know you're doing the right thing, when they block you on Instagram.
Yeah, because I'll go at them on social media. And he was holding this baby in his arm while he was kind of driving and he was trying to film. And the baby's head is just flopping. And I thought to myself, you are the definition of scum. Because you do not care about this innocent Gazan child who has been born into jihadism more than you care about getting the shot and telling a story. Because if you did, you would put that camera on the floor, you would hold this child like it should be held, and you should actually care about it, but you don't care about them. You care about getting the shot. That is an evil that the world can't even fathom, but yet we allow it to exist.
So can I delve deeper on that for a second?
Yeah.
Many Jews, certainly in the Orthodox community, we would agree with the diagnosis of the problem that you just outlined. And then we'll say, well, the Hebrew Bible kind of prophesies that. The Hebrew Bible said that so long as Jews are living in exile, which we are currently in, whether you're living in Israel or not, we don't have a third temple, the Messiah has not come, so we're in exile. The Bible says three things will be true. You'll be small in number, check. You'll be scattered across the world, check. And you'll be hated. And it will be an irrational hate, but you will always be hated. And in fact, in last week's Torah portion, Parshas Toldos, we have this new terminology of Esav Sona Es Yaakov, that Esav and his descendants will always have this almost existential, ontological hatred towards the descendants of Jacob, the Jewish people. And so a lot of Jews will say, yes, it's just so terrible, and the world is celebrating this culture of death and jihadism, but it is what it is. And the Hebrew Bible, it predicted this 3,000 years ago, and we see anti-Semitism, it's just merely a manifestation of what God said 3,000 years ago. So I'm curious, as a Bible-believing Christian, how much of this anti-Semitism battle, especially vis-a-vis Israel, Palestine, how much of it do you think is part of this greater spiritual plan? Or is this just like really bad politics and just the world not being able to see the truth? Or do you think, God is behind this in a very real way?
Oh, God is sovereign over all things. And what God allows is human wickedness to unfold for two reasons. One, it exposes the darkness of our hearts by default, which means we need an actual transformation. The Torah talks about God giving the Israelites a new heart, not a heart of stone, but a heart of flesh. And I think the world is so dark that God is revealing our wickedness so that when everything is said and done, not a single person will ever say, I want to go back to that version of the world, right? God is building out a testimony against humanity, allowing us to choose, right? Allowing us to choose self, ego, wickedness, pride, all these things, so that we can actually understand that apart from him, we are not good. So that's the first part. But the other part is God will use human wickedness for his glory, right? We see this in the story of Pharaoh. And you can see the parallels between the Exodus story and what's happening over the last, 2 years in Israel. We have a Pharaoh that from the very beginning of the story creates a narrative that if the Hebrews get any bigger and stronger, another army could come along and they could join force with them and they could destroy us. So there was a fear of the Hebrews, even though there was no evidence for that. And his hardened heart would drive him to persecute and hate this Jewish identity. And even though the plagues would keep coming and his people would keep suffering, he would keep choosing the same path. Even until the very last plague. Now, what was the very last plague that would be inflicted on the Egyptians?
Death of the firstborn.
Firstborn, children. What does everybody talk about? Oh, the children in Gaza, the children in Gaza. Well, yes, the children in Gaza are suffering because of the hardened hearts of Hamas and their parents. Because they've committed to jihad. And they don't celebrate life like you do. You may think that they just want what you want, but you would be absolutely mistaken in your analysis of what the people of Gaza want. They celebrate death. In fact, Ohad is one of the hostages who was released after 491 days. I got to interview him. And he lived in a kibbutz, and he believed in coexistence with the Palestinians. And he was in a tunnel, and he would have conversations with these Hamas terrorists. And the one thing he told me is he was shocked at how completely different they view the world. That these people really do celebrate and live for death, and Israelis truly live and celebrate life. This is why the expression Am Israel Chai is such a powerful statement, because it's really what drives the Jewish identity. We want life. And what's one of the key features or components of life? Creating. Now, you're a people that was chosen by Hashem, and Hashem is the creator of all things. So it makes sense that the people he chose would reflect his creative ability. And when you think about Israel as a nation, it's the startup nation of the world. They have the ability to see a problem, solve a problem, and create solutions. I mean, even this conversation, they see a problem with mental health. They say, hey, we've got to fix it. We've got to solve it, and we've got to create something to help people for life. Now, what's the counterweight to a spirit of creation? If you could give one word, what's the opposite of creating?
Destruction.
Destruction. So now it makes sense why the Palestinians are driven to destroy a Jewish state. They have no desire to create. They only know how to destroy. And we're seeing these two people groups side by side, as if God is saying, look at the difference. It's almost as if we're standing, listening to Moses talk to the Israelites before they enter into the promised land. And he says, today I present to you life or death, the blessing or the curse. And he says, please, please choose life. But I think the world's been giving a choice right now. We can choose the culture of life, which is Judaism and the Jewish identity, or we can choose the culture of death, which is jihadism. Jihadism, Judaism. The world will get to choose. But be careful what you choose. Because whatever you choose is going to be what you're going to have to deal with. You're either going to get a people who create or a people who destroy.
Right. I have to flex for a second because my Instagram bio actually has that quote. It's Deuteronomy 30:19 of
Amazing.
Choose life. And that's kind of, in my opinion, that to me personifies the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, where I believe the leading cause of death for Palestinians is just really bad choices, and insisting on electing leaders who believe, like Muhammad Deif, like Yahweh Sinwar, that the greatest weakness of the Jews is they love life, where we love death. And it reminds me of this excellent book, If It Takes 1,000 Years, where this author, Jesse Petrella, he's interviewing a senior Taliban commander who's had his arm blown off and he's injured, he's in a cage, and Jesse asks him, why don't you just surrender? Why do you keep fighting? How long will this take? And the senior Taliban commander looks at him and says, if I don't have the privilege of finishing this war, then my kids will fight you, my kids' kids will fight you, even if it takes 1,000 years. And I think that's what so many in the West are struggling to rationalize that there are legitimate cultures out there in this world who really don't want peace and really don't want coexistence, and like evil is like an actual tangible thing. And Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iran, they symbolize, they actually are like evil incarnate. So I think you totally nailed it. Let me go back though to what
I want to ask you a question though, because I want to kind of drive home what we were talking about. If I had the ability to change your identity at the end of this interview, you're no longer Jewish, would you give it up?
My Jewish identity? No, for sure not.
Why not?
Well, we have the concept of 𝐷𝐻𝐕𝐄, or better to be killed than to actually do that thing. Judaism is not a component of my identity, it is my identity. And I don't view my Judaism as something that's relegated to the synagogue or the study hall or in prayer. Judaism is life itself. So my interactions in the professional world and in business, my interactions as a friend and as a son and as a brother, they are all constantly influenced by my Jewish identity. So you take that away, then who am I?
And you know what, I've asked every single Jewish person I know this question, and they've all given the same response: never. But it tells you something. What you believe is inherently gifted to you, didn't work for it, you were born Jewish, has value, a deep value, a value that you would hold on to at all costs. You'd never give it up. And that's the powerful and beautiful thing about, I think, the Jewish people, but more specifically, whatever God decided, and when he chose Abraham, he put something inside of the Jewish soul that says what you have is not easy, but it's valuable. It's valuable because you know at the very core of your soul that you have a connection to the Creator that you'd never want to give up. When you find that connection, your value no longer comes from what you do, how much money you make, what car you drive. Your value comes from something much, much deeper. It's this divine connection where humanity and Hashem connect. And that's really what drives everything in my life, in my purpose, in who I am. If I lost every single follower tomorrow, who cares? As long as I don't lose that connection, I'm the richest man on the planet.
Wow. And that's so markedly different from what our culture dictates. Our culture would say, no, you actually do base and measure your value based on the followers and based on the car you're driving or the money in your bank account. But you're making the argument that I'm so emphatic and in agreement of that, no, it's not about the externalities. It's about your internal values. It's about your relationship with God. It's striving to create a more perfect world. And I think that's what our society is so clearly missing. Which brings me to what I want to ask you, and this might be shifting the conversation a little bit, but we briefly were speaking about Charlie Kirk and whether one agrees or disagrees with his politics. He was clearly an influential male figure on so many Gen Z men. And I always say that Charlie is the closest thing that Gen Z Christians would ever have to a Hasidic rabbi. Right. In the sense of, if you were to watch his debates on college campuses, they weren't just asking questions on immigration or tariffs or the economy. They would say, what is the type of woman I should be dating? What is the type of church I should be praying in? And I think a lot of Gen Z men, the data kind of supports this, are incredibly lost. I mean, Christians, Jews, people are looking for answers. And we are seeing for the very first time that Gen Z is actually more religious, more observant than their parents. Yeah. Usually it's the opposite, that the younger you are, the less likely you are to be engaged in your religious faith and your religious traditions. So I guess I'm curious, what would your message be to whoever's watching, Jews, Christians, young people? Why is faith so important for the flourishing of a society? Why is faith so important in these incredibly confusing and dark moments?
Well, first of all, I would say Charlie was one of the best examples of what I think true Christianity was, particularly in America. The one thing I appreciate about Charlie is not the sound bites, but how he saw every single person. He would see every single person and he would give them his time equally. And that's really what his life was about. It was about bringing people into something better, right? And he sacrificed his entire life in order that people might come to know that they can actually transcend who they currently are through the lens of faith. People often said talked about what Charlie would think about Israel or whatnot, and we spoke about this before we went on camera. But Charlie had only ever been to Israel twice in his lifetime. He's not an expert. It takes many more trips and many more experiences to actually really understand Israel, because we're talking about one of the longest histories of a people, but we're also talking about an Israeli identity that is against 1.9 billion Muslims who have muddied the water enough to make it so confusing that you really have to start digging and you have to spend a lot of time there to understand it. So what I appreciated about Charlie was this: he'd only been to Israel twice, and yet he supported Israel because I know he read his Bible. And the Bible is very, very clear that God's covenantal with Israel will not be broken. It's an unbreakable covenant. The covenant he made to Abraham, the covenant he made to Isaac, the covenant he made to Jacob, the covenant he confirms throughout the prophets. Even in the book of Deuteronomy, Moses will talk about God's faithful love to Israel for 1,000 generations. So let's just say, hypothetically, one generation is, 40 years. If we have 1,000 generations, that's 40,000 years. Now, how long has the Jewish calendar been in effect?
Less than that. We're talking
about 5,700 and something like this. So that tells me
5,782.
Okay, so that tells me we've got another 35,000 years before we can even begin to question God's faithfulness. Now, for a Jew, that should make you feel like, God's still with me. For a Christian, that should make me go, wow, I better understand Israel, because he still loves them. It's the apple of his eye. In fact, he called Abraham his friend, beloved friend. And so if Abraham is his beloved friend and you are the descendants of Abraham, he has a deep relationship with you, an unfinished business. Now, in terms of what advice I would give, there's a lot of things I could say. When I look at Charlie's life, I think what made him a great man was his belief in Yeshua and his conviction to be less of himself and more of who Yeshua represented to us as Christians. The whole idea of the Tanakh and human rights comes from this one line in Genesis 1:26, where God says, "Let us make man in our image." Right? So we're image bearers of the divine. And so I think when you stop thinking about you and you start thinking about how I represent God, for me as a Christian, how I represent the Messiah, all of a sudden, my framework, my perception, my goals become completely different, and I become free. But more than that, I tend to do more. I mean, when I look at the last 2 years of my life, if I had have said to myself in 2017 when I first went to Israel that I'm going to be a voice of an entire nation, a defender of the Jewish identity and the Jewish faith, the first non-Jewish, non-Israeli person to light the torch on Independence Day, I would have said, no way, it's not possible. But I've achieved so much, and I've shown what love looks like to millions of people because I haven't thought about myself.
Wow.
That's powerful, right? What happens is we get in our own way and we start thinking of what I should do for me and how I should look after myself. There's a line that I hate. I don't believe in self-love. I think that's a myth. I think it's a lie.
We're going to have to circle back to that.
And we can circle back to that. But I don't believe in self-love. And people often say, well, how can you love others if you haven't loved yourself first? And my argument would be, what would you love about yourself if you haven't loved others first? Think about it.
Wow.
Oh, I like my hair. I like how I look. I like my fashion. Boring. No one cares about that. You know what the world is inspired by? People like Charlie Kirk. Because you could see that he loved others more than his own self-servicing needs. And he's all of a sudden elevated to a point where people go, wow, I want to be like him. And the beautiful thing is, you can be. But you have to give everything of yourself up first.
So how do you understand the verse then, 𝐓𝐡𝐢𝐬𝐭𝐫𝐞, love your neighbor like yourself?
Yeah, exactly. But think about the context of that statement. Love your neighbor like yourself. And there's a deep desire to go, oh, well, I've got to love myself, right? But that's not what the verse is saying. It says, love your neighbor as if it was you. So the question is really asking, if you were in that situation, how would you want to be loved by another? It's a transfer, right? This is what true love is. It's the transfer from one party to another party, where the other party doesn't want anything back from this party. They just want to elevate that person, right? This is what love is. It's an exchange from one party to another. There's a famous verse in Jeremiah where Hashem says, my people have committed 2 evils against me. I think you might know what I'm talking about. First, you've denied my living water, and then you've tried to create cisterns for yourself that don't hold any water, right? Now, I think about it because rabbis, the sages will have debates about what are the 2 great commandments, right? Some will say, love your neighbor as yourself, and others will say, love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your mind, and all your strength, right? So the 2 great commandments in the Torah is about loving Hashem or loving others, right? And the 2 evils that Jeremiah identifies is rejecting this love and also trying to keep love for yourself, but it can't hold. Now, if I ask someone the question, okay, I'm going to give you a choice of 2, but you can only choose one of them. You can either choose to love yourself for the rest of your life, but you'll never receive love from another person, or you'll receive ample amount of love from other people, but you'll never be able to love yourself. You don't have to love yourself. What would you choose?
Oh, man.
Think about it, right?
That's a tough one. I think people have an intrinsic desire to be givers rather than receivers.
Exactly. And we also know that when someone actually loves you, it is so much more powerful than when you just love yourself. Now, do I believe in self-value? Yes, absolutely. I don't believe in self-love, but I do believe in self-value. But where does my value come from? I'm an image bearer. It's that intrinsic thing that I asked you earlier. Like, would you ever give up your Judaism? No, because I know it's valuable. And it's inside of me. And I didn't pick it, I didn't choose it, and I didn't work for it. It's just inside of me, and I know it's valuable. So I believe in valuing yourself, but I don't believe it's possible to love yourself. Because what happens is when you start loving yourself, you're just this. And that's it. That's your world. And you only see you. And the extreme version of self-love, we have a word for it. Narcissist. It's attractive? No. Right? Have you ever looked at a person like Charlie Kirk, like those who sacrifice everything for someone else and be like, they're a horrible person? What do you say about them?
Well, clearly they didn't know who Charlie was, but I digress.
You'd be like, that person is amazing. So it tells me the more I love, the more people will be like, wow, that is a great human being. The trap is to love yourself. The lie is to love yourself.
So I have to ask, and we were sort of talking about this behind the scenes, but when you go to Israel and just people are throwing themselves at you in awe, in appreciation, in love, do you get uncomfortable when they say that? Because to you, it's you're sort of suggesting that this is just intrinsic to who you are. When you read the Bible and you see that this is God's chosen people, not that chosen means better, it does not, it just means different. To you, it's like, this is obvious that I would be doing this. So it almost would seem like you'd be weirded out that people would thank you and give you an honor and say, hey, can you light the torch for Israeli Independence Day? Like, how do you navigate that emotional complexity?
Absolutely. So you just mentioned that the chosen people is not better. It actually means you have a greater responsibility, right? A greater responsibility to what? Others.
To perfect the
right?
Well said.
So here's the amazing thing. When people come to me, I don't look at it like, yeah, I'm Nate Buzz. Like, yes, I stood up for your nation and everybody wants to kill me and I lost my career. No. When people come to me and say thank you, I want to look them in the eyes and I want to see them on their level and I want to love them. And I wanted to remind them of something that's far greater than my love, his love. And so often people say, oh, thank you so much. We will never, Israel will never forget this. I was like, stop. This is what I want you to do instead. Next Shabbat, next shishi dinner, when you're lighting your candles, when you're with your family, don't thank me. Thank Hashem that He raised me up. Right? Now I'm transferring the glory. Because who deserves the glory? God. Could I have done it without Him? Impossible. And I wouldn't have. Because if I was void of my relationship with God, who makes me look up, not look down, then I would have only thought about me. And I would have been self-servicing. That is why so many people support the Palestinian movement today. because it makes them feel good, because they get the validation from millions rather than a few. They get 1.9 billion Muslims going, wow, you're amazing. You see the Palestinian jihadist movement for what it is, murderers, rapists, and kidnappers. You're so amazing. And they're like, yes, yes, I'm a great human, and I love, give me more, yes. Destroy Israel, give me more. Whereas I'm doing the opposite. Getting hated by the world, but I know that I'm pleasing the Father.
Wow.
And so again, it's just like, my journey to Israel is a lot more complicated. So I'll take you to this. Before I first went to Israel, I went to Iraq. I was working on a very, very popular TV show called The Originals. I was a successful actor. I had money. I had fame. I had everything that the world says will make you happy. But I had just come off the back of a very, very heartbreaking relationship. I was dating a French-Moroccan girl for 3 years, and she cheated on me with a very, very famous musician. Shattered my heart. Broken. And that's the kind of irony of life, right? You can be loved by the world, but if the person you love has done something to betray you, nothing matters anymore.
Wow.
And I was in so much pain that I wanted my life to end. Not because I didn't value my life, but I wanted the pain to stop on the inside, and I couldn't stop thinking about this betrayal. I was so heartbroken. And having a good job and having a good career and having money in the bank and having fame meant nothing at that point in time because my heart felt so completely crushed and broken. So I had a big dilemma. How do I marry ending my life without quitting? Because I have this personality where I hate to quit. And so I'm like, I'm not going to commit suicide because I can't. I don't like quitting. But I also don't want to live anymore. So how do I marry those worlds? And so I was sitting in Los Angeles in between filming one day, and I put on the TV and I was watching the Iraq-Syrian civil war with ISIS just running rampant throughout the Middle East. And I remember watching this one video of this young boy sitting in the back of an ambulance after an airstrike covered in blood. And my heart broke for him. But then I had an idea, like an epiphany. Go to Iraq. I can go. It's dangerous. Maybe God will do me a favor and end this life a little bit quicker, and it can all be said and done. No one will know why I went or what I was doing, and I thought this is a great solution. So I started reaching out to non-profits in Iraq, and one reached back and said, yes, we would be happy to have you, but it's quite dangerous. Perfect.
Wow.
I told my agent, my manager, Warner Brothers, that I had a commitment that I couldn't get out of, and I needed 2 weeks off of filming. I told my mum I was going to Greece. I wrote up a will. Had the whole plan. The last person I saw I was working on Originals, and there was a girl that I worked with called Claire Holt, and I said, Claire, I just want to let you know I'm going to Iraq tonight. I'm flying from Atlanta to Turkey, Turkey to Iraq, and probably not coming back. She's like, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I'm like, no, just, I'm on a mission. So I get to Iraq. I land in, a dusty, broken down airport in the middle of the night. I think we landed at 3 a.m. I have my Beats on, ripped jeans, and I think I'm going to get kidnapped in the first half an hour. Like, this is going to be so quick and easy. I'll end up on a video with a bunch of, ISIS guys, and I'll be wearing an orange jumpsuit, and they'll be confused why I'm smiling the whole time. I really was just committed to the cause. I get picked up by this Arab guy. He says, are you Nate Buzz? I'm like, yeah. He's like, get in. Like, beautiful. Get in. And then, I get to meet the organization. Like, we're in the green zone, everything's safe. And I said, no. I didn't come just to stay in the green zone. Let's go to where the action is. So we did some crazy things. We did some really, really crazy things. I was, some days I was 20 minutes from Mosul while ISIS was camped down in Mosul. This is 2016. And you can go back to my Instagram and you can see all these photos from Iraq. Nobody knew I had a death wish. And there were days where I was standing on rooftops and, the Peshmerga fighter that was with us was like, you need to get down because we don't know if there's snipers. There's like IEDs still in this area. There was dead ISIS soldiers around, and I just did not care. I did not care. And then a few days later, I was in a refugee camp working with Yazidi children who had lost everything, watched their parents be murdered, sisters be raped or kidnapped. Very similar stuff to what Hamas did on October 7th, but this is ISIS and the same mentality, this radical Islamic mentality. And I just heard horrible story after horrible story after horrible story until I went out into a dusty field. And I remember just crying out to Hashem saying, take my life, I don't want it anymore. I'm done. This world is ugly. It's broken. There's just so much wickedness and evil, and I feel so much pain on the inside. I just want it to end. And all I remember is a very, very loud whisper to the depths of my heart that said, if you're that willing to give up your life, give it to me. What's the difference?
Wow.
And it's like playing chess with Hashem. And you think you have like, I'm done. And he's like, checkmate, give me your life. What's the difference? Because in that moment of time, I realized if everything I was saying was true, I don't care about my life, I don't care if I'm loved, I don't care if I'm hated, I don't care if I'm rich, I don't care if I'm poor, I don't care if I end up alone, I don't care if the world hates me, I don't care if someone just spits in my face, nothing matters to me anymore, then God was right. What's the difference between me taking your life right now or you giving me your life? Everything. Because the result doesn't matter. And then bang, shalom. I felt peace. And I was like, wow, you're right. Nothing matters. Now I just serve you. So, okay, it's yours. Whatever you want. Whatever you want, God. You asked me to, fly to Nigeria. You asked me to fly to, Vegas and preach the gospel. You asked me to go to Israel. Whatever you want, I'll do it moving forward, and I won't ask questions. So I went back to America. I felt a huge sense of peace, and I read the entire Torah, the Tanakh, and the New Testament in 28 days.
Wow.
And this is where my whole life shifted. Why? Because I just read all of God's word, and I just found out who he really is. This God that saves. Now, you know what's amazing? I got to the part where Eliyahu is on the run after, doing this unbelievable event by raining down fire to show these false prophets that the God of Israel is actually, ruling and reigning, and he's on the run, hiding in a cave. And what was amazing is when I read this verse, Eliyahu says, God, I don't want to live anymore. I'm no better than my fathers. And you know what God does? He sends an angel, he makes him breakfast, and he sends him on another task. And I was just like, wow. Now remember, I'm in Iraq. Where does Abraham originally come from?
Right.
Iraq.
Ancient Mesopotamia.
And so a few months later, I'm sitting in church, and that same voice, which is a whisper to the heart, but you can't challenge it because it's not you, says, go to Israel. Chapter 12 of Genesis. What's the parsha called?
I think that's Vayera.
Go.
Oh, Lech Lecha.
Lech Lecha.
Lech Lecha Ma'artzecha.
Go. And that's all I remember hearing, go. And so that started the entire journey. Now here's what's amazing. I went to Israel in 2017 on the 8th of May is when I first arrived. And I knew I had a purpose to know him, to understand the Jewishness of Jesus, but then I was exposed to this whole other story. And I would spend the next 7 years of my life just trying to understand Israel, the Jewish people. I'd never met a Jew before. I'd never spent time with Jews. I never went to synagogues, but I would just find myself sitting in the back of synagogues, understanding, listening, learning about these people, learning about what the Arabs are saying, learning about what the Israelis are saying, learning about the Independence War, the Six-Day War, the Yom Kippur War, just trying to understand everything. And I had no idea what I was doing the whole time until October 7th. And then all of a sudden it all made sense and everything came into play. Now I told you I was the first non-Israeli and non-Jewish person to ever light the torch on Independence Day. And so I lit the torch on Mount Herzl, and it was an amazing night for me, very, very powerful to be with a line of heroes, the best of Israel, from post-October 7th, people who saved lives, people who risked absolutely everything for the Jewish identity and saved so many people from whether it was a Nova Festival or kibbutzim and did unbelievable things, And I'm standing in this line, I'm lighting the torch on Independence Day, and I thought, wow, I've been invited in to a nation of people that I've fallen in love with. And so on the cab ride home, I was thinking about my first time in Israel. And I went back and I looked at the post, because I posted a photo, it's still on my Instagram today. And I said, this journey begins with a sunset. And Trevor, who was a guy I was with, find ourselves giving thanks to God on the Mediterranean. And then I had a hashtag which was Purpose Holy Land Tour. There was a purpose. And even in 2017, the very first time I came to Israel, there was something in my head that you saved me in Iraq, you called me to Israel, and there's a purpose to what I'm doing. Now, I went and checked what day I lit the torch, because I was on the cab ride. I was like, what? Today's May. And it was the 8th of May when I first came, 2017. Wow. Today's the 8th of May.
Wow.
2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 7 years. 7 years to the day. Now, to the non-believer, they'll be like, oh, nice coincidence. But to the believer, It's Hashem saying, I'm writing your story. I will take you from no knowledge, no understanding, and no connection to a people, and I will put you in a position where you will be so close to a nation and a people and understanding that I could do all things with you over 7 years and you didn't even know what I was doing. But imagine this. What could I do with you for another 7 years now that I know you trust me? It's the question, right? And so let's wrap this up with an idea of mental health. My strength comes from God. My value comes from God. My identity comes from God. I am nothing without Him, but with Him I am an unstoppable force, not because I'm strong, but because He is willing. And so people who are suffering from mental health, if someone came to me and said, oh, I'm depressed, I hate my life, I want to die, you know what I would say? That's amazing. What do you mean? Because what you're saying is you no longer care about the result. You're free from the prison that we put ourselves in, which is I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to be this, I need to be loved, I need to be appreciated. If you're truly wanting to die, now you're free. Now give everything to Him and let Him take it. And I promise you, He will do something with your life that you could have never done, but He did it from your brokenness. He did it from your chaos. Now, we go back to the Torah. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was formless and void, and the Spirit of Elohim was hovering over the abyss, the chaos. Now, if you and I were standing with God on day one, we would be like, this is a balagan. It's a disaster. No one can live here. There's no life. There's no land. There's no animals. This is horrible. And God goes, wait, let there be light. Whoa, okay, that's nice. Oh, wait. Vegetation. Separate. This, that. And by the time we got to day 6, you and I would be like, wow, this is tov. No, God would be like, no, it's tov me'od. It's very, very good. And so this is a beautiful thing about the Creator. He says, I work in chaos. So if you're done with your life, if you think you can't fix it, you can't solve it, you can't redeem it, perfect. Let me take it and let me turn it into something beautiful and good. But here's the amazing thing. I don't get the glory. He does. And that's His story. With me, with you, with humanity.
Wow. I get paid to speak on TV, so it's not often that I'm at a loss for words, but I really am at a loss for words. And I know you're not always comfortable with compliments, but I would say the analogy between you and Avraham is apropos, because the Talmud asks, why was Abraham the father of our religion? You have Noah, you have Adam, people came before him. Why Abraham? And the Talmud says, because when Abraham opened his tent for the passerby, for the wanderer to come and eat and receive shelter, and they would say, Abraham, how could we thank you? He said, don't thank me. Thank the one who made this all possible, as in he got others to recognize the oneness of God and the beauty of God. And so I think Nate Buzz, Avraham Avinu, I think there's a lot of synergy and similarity with there. And as I said, it's not often that I'm at a loss for words, but I think you've given so much hope and inspiration, not just since October 7th, because as you said yourself, you've been doing this before it was cool. You've been doing this for years and years. It's not just something you do for the camera. It's not just something you do for a gala dinner. It's who you are. It's a core part of your identity. And I think our listeners from Amudim who've struggled with suicidal thoughts, who've struggled with relationships that ended in domestic violence, who've struggled with drug addiction. I think when they hear your story and they can see someone who on paper is successful, he has the followers, he has the fame, but nevertheless what he really wants to be known as and what really animates him is that godly soul that is within each of us. So thank you, Nate, for everything you're doing. Thank you for supporting the great work of Amudim. And if you appreciate what Nate does and if you appreciated this conversation, then make sure that our community has the tools, has the resources to combat the struggles that they're going through. Please consider supporting Amudim. I know we are, and so I'd encourage you to do the exact same thing. Thank you so much, and thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
Imagine being stuck at home, no friends to talk to, never going outside, never doing activities, never eating out, never exercising, not taking care of your home, not taking care of yourself, not taking care of your family. Imagine feeling isolated, stressed, anxious, depressed. All day, every day, with no end in sight. Imagine wanting to go outside, see other people, connect with them, talk to them, laugh with them. Imagine wanting so badly to break free of the heavy weight holding you down and not being able to because it doesn't feel safe. Now imagine feeling this way long before the pandemic, long before the lockdown. This is how people who have suffered trauma feel every day. Amudim knows that many people have for years felt the isolation and loneliness many of us feel these days. Not because of a virus, but because they feel broken by trauma, depression, anxiety, or other mental health issues. And we want you to know that we are here for you with whatever you need. Amudim is a lifeline for anyone who feels alone and helpless. At Amudim, we change lives and build futures.
A child within a family goes through something. The other children in the family see what's going on, and they see how it affects their parents. They see how it affects the world around them and all the different things that the parents have to deal with. And there's two ways that children can react to that. Either they say, wow, I don't want to do that to my parents, you know, and therefore I'm going to run the opposite way, and I'm going to, you know, not demand any attention, and I'm going to stay completely under the radar. And that's painful for a child in itself. Sometimes it goes the other way, and they look at it and they say, wow, look at all the attention that my sibling is getting, you know, maybe I should get involved in something like that too. And it's very scary. And when you have an organization like Amudim, and they don't just focus on the individual that's going through the issue at the time, you know, they get involved with the entire family, and they say, listen, whether it's therapy, whether it's sending somebody in to deal with the other siblings, to explain to them what's going on. These are all, you know, collateral damage. They get forgotten, but it's very important that we have to focus on them too.
Hello everyone, welcome to Unite to Heal, which is Amudim's annual event, bringing people from all around the world to speak about strength, unity, and healing. And who better to do it with than the two gentlemen sitting with me now. We have Tamir Goodman. You're known as the Jewish Jordan. You chose your faith over your fame, and we're going to get into that in a little bit. We have Bruce Pearl, coach, entrepreneur, speaker. I mean, there's so many titles we could give you. Before we get into it, I want you each to take a moment to tell the viewers a little bit about your background and kind of how you've adopted the nickname Jewish Jordan, how your claim to fame came about, and why you've chosen to speak up for the Jewish people, because both of you have been so inspiring, especially through the most challenging times. So thank you all for being here.
It's great to be with you, Emily. Thanks.
Tamir, let's start with you.
Okay, my name is Tamir. I'm originally from Baltimore, Maryland, and
a young age, I fell in love with basketball, and I got a crazy idea of becoming the first person to get a Division I scholarship and a professional contract without playing on Shabbat. Thank God I had the support of my family and my coach. And by the time I was in 11th grade, I was ranked the 25th best player in the country, and ultimately got a scholarship offer from the University of Maryland. I originally committed to Maryland, hoping that everything would work out and I wouldn't have to play on Shabbat. They originally said they would try to accommodate me. But as time came closer, saw that it wasn't going to work. So Towson University called me, and they managed to change the schedule for me.
Wow.
And I got to be the first person to play Division I basketball on a full scholarship, and then went over to Israel to play professionally.
We'll get into why next, Bruce.
Let's see. I'm a Jewish basketball coach, one of 3 who played in this year's Final Four. John Shire from Duke, Todd Golden, who won the national championship at Florida, and myself. I've always kind of worn it on my sleeve, kind of growing up as an athlete and competing against other kids. Didn't really care what color you were. Didn't care, what temple or synagogue you went to. Could we stay on the floor? Would you pass me the ball? And could we win? And we didn't really care, but our parents cared and our grandparents cared. And I noticed that. And then at the same time, God's got this plan for me to be a coach and bring people together. And I'm watching color and religion and all kinds of different factors divide us and separate us. And it just bothered me to my core. So I've kind of tried to live my life with my faith just out there for everybody to see, break down stereotypes, and try to find a way to be the best possible Jewish person I could be and be an example, which is what my family, I think, would have expected me to do. And break down those stereotypes just one relationship at a time.
Well, I can say you've both been incredible examples. As 2 people who've been on the court and now both off the court, do you feel that there's that separation where, ideally everyone wants there to be one language only, which is basketball. But today, like you just mentioned, Bruce, there's so much politics that gets, brought into it and it tears people apart. But do you feel like today there is that separation? Tamir, we'll start with you.
I think there definitely is separation just because the way the world is going right now. But I'll just share one quick story, which was one time I was playing in college against an SEC school down south, and fans were all over me, making fun of my kippah during the game. And I didn't say anything to them or the referees or the crowd. I just let my game do the talking. And because that's the way I was raised, that's, my father taught me. But after the game, I was trying to get on the bus, and the fans were blocking me from getting on the bus. And I was a little bit nervous at first. And I was thinking, why are you guys here? You were making fun of me all game long for wearing my kippah. What's going on now? And then the guy just surprised me. He's like, on behalf of everybody here, we just want to shake your hand because even though we were on you all night, you didn't take that hat off your head. So congratulations. So I think the message now more than ever is to let our game do the talking. Keep being positive, keep being great, keep doing what we do. And usually that will be the best way to inspire others and break down some of the hate.
Would you agree with that?
Well, I'm glad to hear the ending of that story because I've spent so much of my career in the South, and I have found that the evangelical Christian community has been, so welcoming to me. I'm almost a rock star because, the 2 most popular Jews in Alabama are me and Jesus, right? And I say that all the time. And so, I would think, Tamir, that originally you may have thought it might have been something to do with anti-Semitism, but it was just them giving you a hard time because you were maybe a little bit different, but they had respect for your game. And you know what? In many ways, they actually had respect because the evangelical Christian community embraces the Jewish roots of their faith. And they recognize that 12 Jewish men died horrific deaths, bringing Christianity to the world. And we must continue to remind them of that because there are others that would love to replace Jerusalem with the church only.
Both of you have made really tough decisions. But let's just say decisions the world would have not wanted you to make. How did you guys block the noise out?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think for me, it was the way that I grew up. My Savta, my grandmother, was a Holocaust survivor. She survived 2 concentration camps. Even though she lived in Israel, she would come spend 6 months out of the year with us in Baltimore. So I knew what she had gone through. I know the sacrifices that she made for Judaism. And I knew that, I wanted to honor her and respect her. And when I had to make tough decisions about playing on Shabbat or not playing on Shabbat, having her around made it much easier for me.
And yours brought a lot of public scrutiny. I'm sure there was things in private that many of us didn't see. How did you block out the noise?
Well, I get so much just shut up and coach, right, stuff. And for me, it's not political. It's survival. Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to teach the truth, the biblical truths, the historical truths, the realities on the ground right now facing the Jewish people and our brothers and sisters in the state of Israel. I can't take it on and take it off. This is who I am. This is my identity. And when you hire a Jewish basketball coach, this is what you get, all of it. I don't think that places like Tennessee or Auburn were expecting to take the profile that I've taken and be in the middle of the NCAA tournament and tell our viewers the story of Purim and how, Mordechai, which is my Hebrew name, spoke to Esther and said, look, if you don't get the king to not listen to Haman, this is going to be the first Holocaust right now, and told that story years ago. And then, of course, last year when Idan Alexander was still being held hostage in Gaza, I asked my players, I said, guys, would you mind terribly if I started off? I said, look, we're going to the Sweet 16. I feel God's blessed us. He's given us this platform, and it's not just to talk about Michigan State in the next round. We have an American held hostage right now. His name is Idan Alexander. Would you guys mind if I spoke his name? Like, coach, absolutely not. Go. And so getting the support from my players to fight for an American held hostage when they knew millions of people that may not even know the story might be watching, and they were okay with it, which I thought was really cool.
I want to pause for a moment. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have you guys met in Israel? I know you brought Auburn to Israel, and I'm sure you had something to do with it.
Yeah, well, he has something to do with everything involving Israel and sports, right?
Go ahead, Coach.
Well, Tamir, I'll tell the story because, I'm bringing Auburn to Israel. I'm doing it. I've raised money. I'm doing it. And I've never entered the world of Jewish philanthropy, but I know it exists and I know it's big. And Tamir gets wind. I think I probably had called him, reached out to him. We had not really met, but we knew of each other, of course. He says, I got the guy for you. And the guy was a guy named Daniel Posner from New York who started Athletes for Israel. And sure enough, I called Daniel and said, look, Daniel, I'm going. I don't need you to send us, but boy, we sure could use some help because it's expensive and so on and so forth. We jump in, and so I credit Tamir with connecting me with the folks at Athletes for Israel. And since then, we've done really great things together.
So how have your students received kind of the information you're giving them? Because I'm positive if you were not there to feed them this knowledge, I don't think they're getting it at Auburn.
Right. First of all, when you're going to talk about Israel, you don't need to do much pre-work as far as teaching and talking. The trip does it all for itself. They get off the plane, you take them to the beaches of Tel Aviv, they see all these beautiful, they see all that flesh, they see these beautiful people, different colors and the diversity. My God, coach, they're as dark as I am, right? Stuff like that. And so it just breaks down stereotypes. I want to make better Christians of my Christian players. I do. I'm not trying to get anybody to convert to Christianity, but if you're going to be Christian, I want you to walk where Jesus walked. Right. I want you to be baptized where John baptized Jesus, so on and so forth. And again, that's my way of I think Jerusalem can unite us.
I agree.
Instead, some people want it to divide us. And through sports and through those trips and visiting, and the proof of the pudding is I have 5 kids right now that played for me at Auburn that are playing professionally right now in Israel.
Oh, amazing. Wow. I'm sure you know them.
Yeah, they're doing great.
There's a hand everywhere.
Doing great. And I want to congratulate Coach. I mean, it is just unbelievable what you have done. And I think that sports has proven itself as the greatest platform to do all of this. And your leadership has been amazing, and it's just incredible to see. And I'm so proud of you, and love you too.
Love you, brother. Thank you.
I'm proud of the both of you. You guys are both incredible. And as a sports fan, I'll add, I'm not on the court or off the court. I'm on the camera, outside the arena. But as a sports fan, it's so reassuring to know that you have people in your corner. We were just chatting about this off camera. But, it gets isolating to be kind of in the minority, especially in an issue that's so public and so personal. Like you said, it's about survival. And then when we go on our phones and we see the Jewish Jordan and we see Coach Pearl, we're like, okay, we're not alone. So thank you both for that.
Well, Emily, how do you put up with, because you get criticized, everybody knows that you're a great Zionist and you love this country first and you love your ancestral Jewish homeland, but you get a lot of criticism. And I bet there have been a lot of opportunities professionally that you've missed on because you're so loud and proud about your Judaism.
Well, I like you as the interviewer, Bruce. Listen, it's nothing that us here, we have not experienced. I mean, the truth is the attacks, I'm sure we can all relate, but the attacks towards me, they've never actually been personal. They've never been, oh, you look a funny way, or your parents are this, or your family. It's always made up lies. So my thing is, if you need a lie to insult me, you don't really have a base for your claim, so I can't take that personal. The newest rumor is that I'm a honeypot for the Mossad. So I just laugh at it. Like, to me, it's like you're reaching so far to try to hate me. Like, just admit you don't hate me. You might hate what I believe in, but it's not that personal. But Tamir, I want to ask you, you've been through a lot in your career, ups, downs, and outside of your career. What was a moment that you felt like your faith was really being tested?
Yeah, I would say two really hard moments for me were, number one, when my original coach who brought me to Towson got fired, and they brought in a new coach who was not accommodating to me. That was number one. And number two was suffering a knee injury, a career-ending injury at such a young age when I thought I'd play professionally for at least another 10 years. But you know, it boils down to support. You know, I have been blessed with the most amazing wife. And another thing is my coach. My coach, if you look at like the movie Rocky, like Mickey or like Karate Kid, and he had Mr. Miyagi. So I've had that. My coach has raised me since age 6. I'm almost 44. So I've always had, the Torah tells us, make for yourself a mentor, because it allows you to overcome really hard, challenging situations. And that's why I love Amudim. That's why I love this organization, because many kids don't have that. What if they don't have a coach? But Amudim makes it possible that they could call people and bring in the right people and save the kids when they're going through challenging situations. So I'm thankful for the support I had in my life. It allowed me to overcome the challenging situations. And I'm thankful for Amudim and their work for helping the kids and people that may not have that in their lives.
Coach, what was a moment that really challenged your faith?
Well, I got fired at Tennessee. And Tennessee did not need bail on me, but they did. The NCAA, I made some mistakes, but we could have gotten through it. But they were pretty devious in some of the ways they went at it. But what I didn't know at the time was God had a plan, like truly had a plan. I had a career-ending knee injury, but I was 15 years old and I was the best athlete in town. God took that away from me, said, no, I got something else for you. Got something else for you too, Tamir. It's interesting that we both share that. If I don't fall at Tennessee, I don't have an opportunity to recover at Auburn. And what Auburn did for me and for my family and for my career, it let me rewrite what was, I don't want to say a checkered past, but certainly I had my comings and goings. Everything at Auburn's been just wonderful. And so now I'm looked at as, at the time, one of the best coaches in college basketball. If Auburn didn't give me that opportunity, if I didn't fail, I may not have learned. And so I think a lot of it has to do with just faith, allowed me to get through it and then recognizing God's got this.
I agree with that. I love that story, both of you. I want to talk about Israel now, not in a political sense, but in a personal sense. Like, what does Israel mean to you? Tamir, I mean, you live there, so we'll start with you.
Yeah, Israel is everything to me. I really wanted to prove to the world that I could knock that door down and play Division I without playing on Shabbat. And after I did that, I got the call from Coach David Blatt, who was the first Israeli to ever coach in the NBA. And he said, you know, what do you think about making Aliyah and playing in Israel? And I said, Coach, that would make me so happy. I just have two clauses. I'm not going to play on Shabbat. And number two, they were going to give me an apartment as part of the package as a basketball player, but my Safta, my Holocaust survivor grandmother, was still alive. And I said I'd rather live with her, and they let me. So I thank God that I got to live and play professionally in Israel, and that my grandmother, who survived 2 concentration camps, lived long enough to also raise my kids in Israel. And Israel's everything for me, and forever grateful, you know. Yeah.
The Jewish moms watching this are loving it right now. What about you?
So I'm 7 years old. It's 1967. My papa, who spoke broken English but spoke Yiddish all the time in the house, never saw him watching TV. And this one night he's watching television and he's got tears in his eyes. Like, Papa, what's wrong? Puts me on his lap and tells me about what's going on. It was, of course, the 6-Day War. And I I said, well, Papa, why are you watching the TV? He said, well, I'm afraid to go to sleep because I'm afraid that when I wake up, Israel won't be there. And then he goes on to tell me that in 1929, at 11 years old, he immigrated to the United States of America with his 3 younger siblings, my Auntie Shirley, my Auntie Claire, my Uncle Harold was an infant. This country saved my family's life, and he wanted me to understand that. He became a citizen when he was 32 years old. But the story he told me about Israel was that had Israel been a state sooner, and I don't think he knew enough about Zionism and knew it was an option, that maybe it would have been a little less expensive trip, and maybe more of his family could have been saved, because he always sort of felt guilty that why did I get to come over here on that boat? And so many of his family had to stay, die in the pogroms and die in the Holocaust. So he made sure that I understood 2 things: to love this country because it saved our family, and to recognize the importance of the state of Israel.
It's beautiful. In this country, it's getting, let's say, challenging to be visibly and proudly Jewish. Where do you kind of draw the line, or do you even draw that line?
Oh, there's no line. There's no line. What you see is what you get. I'm just really proud of our people. And I tell her, like I helped found the Jewish Coach Association. And I say to our coaches there during every Final Four, I said, we got a responsibility. Yeah, we've got to be better. Like, we've got to be kinder. We got to be more patient. We got to be that mensch and that coach and that mentor that we're talking about here. And when you stop and think, like, Tamir, Emily, like, who is somebody that can speak to you, somebody you trust, somebody you know really cares about you? Are they Jewish? They might be. All I'm saying is we got to stop apologizing for being Jewish. We should be proud of it. We're hardworking people that have had to overcome a lot. And look at us. We're still here in spite of all the odds. And so that's kind of my message. Rather than apologizing for it, well, I'm proud of it. Get you some of this.
Tamir, you work with so many very young athletes, and you teach them about both faith and basketball on the court and off the court. What message do you want them to resonate with when I know you're never done with the students, but if they could take away one message from you, what do you want them to know?
Yeah, very similar to what Coach said. When October 7th happened, we were frozen. Everybody in Israel was absolutely frozen. And about 24 hours later, my basketball mindset kicked in, and I said, Hamas is not only trying to kill us, they're trying to break our spirit and our happiness and our Judaism. And I said, we can't let this happen. And I don't know where I got the courage. I just posted on my social media, basketball meets terror. Basketball beats terror. We're going to meet at the basketball court at 1:00 today. And it's near a bomb shelter. God forbid if we need, there was a big bomb shelter right near the court in Jerusalem. And over 100 kids showed up. And a grandmother showed up. She just wanted to see kids living again. And my message to the kids were, we can't let them break our spirit. We're not a nation of billions of people. We're a small nation. But like Coach said, we live it to the fullest. We work hard and we don't let anybody break our spirit. And there's even a tradition for this, because when we go to shul, we don't count how many people there are. Like, you're not supposed to count, like, is there exactly 10 people for a minyan? Because that's not our skill set. We're not big numbers people. We don't have billions of people. That's not who we are. But what we are is we're a small nation, and we work hard, and we have great spirit, and we're happy, and we're positive, and we try to do good. And that's who we are, and that's what I try to teach the kids.
Amen. How do you bring Judaism into your leadership style?
Well, I think that by definition, rabbi is teacher. And so I think your best coaches are your best teachers. And so how you teach, it's not just about the what, it's about the why. And if my guys understand why we're doing something and why this has a chance to work and why we train the way we train, bring them in, make them part of the solution, not part of the problem. So honestly, I think being Jewish, and being a teacher and a preacher and trying to emulate what the rabbis would do and study, and have some discipline and hold people accountable, and some of the things that, that we're raised with is what's made me a good coach.
What Jewish values do you see that maybe correspond with something biblical that you bring into your teaching values?
Yeah, I agree with what Coach said. And I also think that, faith allows you to release a lot of anxiety. Okay? Because God sees past, present, and future. And our mind can't really process that. And oftentimes we get so stuck, especially basketball players, we lost a game, we have an injury, shots not falling, whatever it is. And Judaism teaches us that there's a bigger picture out there. And we have to focus on what we can focus and release all the stress that we can't focus and just keep moving forward. And I think that's a great message of Judaism that really helps in basketball as well.
I think that the thing that I would add to that, and is so true, Tamir, is, loving your God and loving your neighbor, right? A couple of the first commandments, right? So at Auburn, we were doing this all year long. After we'd banged a big shot or dunked the ball, was calling God. We're giving God the glory and victory and defeat. There's a lot to it. But we're not going to go out there and be late for class. We're not going to go out there and be jealous of another man's success. We're not going to treat women this way. We're not going to be the last guys to leave the bar if we're going to do this. Okay, so it gave me an opportunity to sort of teach along those lines. And then the love your neighbor thing is all about making sacrifices. It's all about understanding that when we as a team are successful, you as an individual can benefit far more than if you as an individual is successful, but the team fails. Every great society, every great state, every great team has that. We're a makeup of our parts. And so be a good neighbor. Be an unbelievable teammate.
Yeah,
and we got a fighting chance.
You're as strong as your weakest link.
That's true.
That's how it goes.
There's also a secret, message in basketball too. The screener is actually always open. Like if I set a screen for you to get open, I'm actually always open too. So you never lose out by being there for your teammate and your friend.
And then if you screen the screener, you can even be more open.
Exactly.
I'll share a quote. I think you're both going to love it. Honestly, I hope it's true because I constantly quote this. Someone claimed they visited the Rebbe. I live like 15 minutes from the Rebbe's grave, so I go very, very frequently, and I'm very lucky to live that close. So I'm very inspired by him. And apparently there was a student who was debating. He was a very successful engineering student, and he wanted to leave and move to Israel and study Torah all day. And he visited the Rebbe, and the Rebbe said, instead of leaving your career to advance your Judaism, bring your Judaism into your career and spread it. And I took that so to heart because I find that we all kind of struggle with that. Like, how do we balance both of it? And I think what the Rebbe said was so perfect because you can have both. You can bring your religion into your teaching and you can spread it so positively, and you both have been doing that. Let's be optimistic now. You guys have both been. I'm not. But when we look forward, right? You live in Israel. We're kind of speculating from the outside. We're seeing moments of unity now with the hostages coming home. We're still seeing, attacks and fear. What gives you hope?
What gives me hope is our tradition. We've been through so much, like Coach said, and we're still here and we're not going anywhere. And Am Yisrael Chai, like that message got us through all the pogroms, the Holocaust and everything. It's not going to fail us now. We still got the same mission statement and we got the same faith and the same skill set, and we're going to make it happen. But like Coach said, now we have Israel. We have Israel, and we're living in really, really special times, and we have only confidence and only faith that everything's going to work out better than we could even imagine.
Amen.
I think what gives me hope is our young people. I think the youngest generations in the state of Israel are really a special group. They're brilliant, they're hardworking, they're nationalists, they love their country, they're grateful. The United States is going to celebrate 250 years, and it's going to be a very wonderful patriotic moment. But don't you sometimes wish you could turn the hands of time on that clock back to when people really were willing to give their life for their country? America was that. Okay. I don't think our young people feel that way anymore. It's too much about what's for me and why don't I have this and why can't I have that? Whereas I think in Israel, you've got young people that are willing to give their lives for their country and for their neighbors and for their friends. And that is a very, very special, unique thing. And so that those young people and their courage, their toughness, and also the fact that I think they're learning from history in the sense that while we want peace in the region, we also recognize the only way we can have it is to be strong. We have to be economically strong. We have to be militarily strong. We can't be so politically foolish to divide ourselves and have ourselves be vulnerable again, because when that happens, the enemy will seek to destroy us.
That's very true.
Just share one personal thing that I've never really shared, but when Israel contacted me about coming to this event, he asked me a couple of questions, and I said, well, I got to get right back to you. It's my son's draft day in the Army when he originally reached out to me. My son was all set to come play basketball here in America. And he actually postponed that to go serve. This is a kid that his whole life is just basketball, like Coach was saying. And then when Israel called, the flag of Israel called and said, "We need you to serve," he put that ahead of basketball, his favorite thing in the world at only age 18. And I'm talking to him, he's down near Gaza now and he's on base. And I'm just so inspired by him that, like, he had the opportunity. He loves the game more than anything else. And yet he chose to do that first. And I salute him. I can't believe it.
Kol hakavod. Yeah. I'm not surprised. I mean, he's your son. What do you expect? One of the things that Amudim does very well is trying to remove like a negative stigma away from mental health. For some reason, I think culturally there's just this taboo thing. You can't talk about mental health. Why do you feel like today that's more important than ever?
Yeah, I think there's a stronger awareness more than ever, especially when we were younger, especially in the sports world. We only knew one thing: persevere, overcome, and just keep going. But now we're realizing, like, that's not always the healthiest way. Kids have to be able to communicate. You have to understand what's going on in their brain and in their heart and in their soul. And I think that's what makes Amudim so magical, because in order for people to reach their potential, especially kids, we have to take away the stigma from all these things. And it's not only enhancing lives, what Amudim is, it's saving lives. Because the kids that don't get the right help at the right time, it could be really, really detrimental and really bad. I don't even want to say it. So thank you to Amudim for your amazing work.
Well, I want to dig a little bit deeper. Tamir, you often speak about how when you had to leave basketball, like you felt like you lost your identity. You had to rebuild everything. I mean, that must have been really tough on you mentally.
It was so hard. Actually, it went out really badly because I went in my locker, Emily, and they already signed another player even before I got a chance to get my stuff out. So it can't really, for a basketball player, get any worse than that. But I called my wife from the locker room and told her what happened, and I'm like done.
How old were you when you got married?
21.
Wow.
Yeah. And she goes like this. She said the most magical thing in the world to me. She said, "Don't worry about it. You're going to be doing the same thing, but you're just going to be wearing a different uniform." And that was the most magical thing. And I think like that's what Amudim is telling these kids. There are a lot of challenges, but that doesn't define who you are. You have a soul and you have a purpose, and we're going to help you get to your mission in life.
And Bruce, you help students every day with setbacks, challenges, bad games, sometimes bad mental health. How do you rebuild their confidence?
Well, I've got to see something, and then sometimes they don't see it themselves. I've got to be more patient than their parents, because a lot of pressure coming from home, parents living vicariously through their children. And, in athletics and sports, we train physically, but we really don't train mentally. The great ones have what we call it. You can't explain it. Sometimes you can't teach it, but you know it when you see it. And a lot of times that it is the feel and the ability to be able to, adversity, it reveals character. So it doesn't just build it. So I want to put my guys through adverse situations and experiences so that they don't panic when things don't go perfectly. We're down. We got a chance to come back. We're ahead. We're not going to win the game. We can't have them obviously too high and too low. So mental health is important. And then for me, I think the spirit, I think having God as a part of your program, I think having a team pastor and having that relationship with God helps you get through some things. Because life can be wonderful. It can be really hard and painful, and especially, I'm 65 years old. I've been through some stuff before. I get it. These kids are feeling the exact same emotions, but sometimes for the first time, they just don't know how to handle it. If they're walking through with their Father God, or for my Christian brothers and sisters, with their Jesus, great. It just helps them get through it. I'm not trading mental health for that. I'm just saying, it's really important. The kids that don't have faith in their life at all, they're missing.
And I never even told Coach this, but one of his players who I've gotten to know pretty well, I'm not going to mention his name.
Dylan Cardwell.
I'll mention his name.
We had a nice talk one time on campus at Auburn, and he was a little worried that he wasn't going to make it to the NBA. And I told him, "You're going to be in the NBA. Have faith. God willing, everything is going to work out." And today he's in the NBA. And it's just an example of how faith allowed a player, because if Coach wouldn't have given him that background, it probably wouldn't have given him that mental toughness to still see it during a challenging time. So, Coach, you've done magical work there.
You're right, Tamir. Faith did help get him through some really challenging times when he was wondering it. One of the things that Dylan said, he said this publicly. He says, with all the anti-Semitism that's out there and all the Jew hatred that's out there, Coach is so out there with his own faith. He said, it gave me the confidence and the courage to be out there in my faith. And then Dylan is such a great role model for other kids who sees him praying before his meals or praying before a game or giving God the glory or telling stories like Tamir that I got through this because God helped me get through it. That tells those other young athletes this is a good way to go.
Wow, that's incredible. I'm so happy. Like, I love when the worlds collide. It's so nice. It's like you're handing him off, and now it's Tamir's problem.
Much comfortable. Coach is here. Everything's good, man.
For the viewers watching, I want each of you to share a message if they're feeling alone, if they're feeling anxious, maybe if they're lacking that faith. What's one message that you would share with the viewers?
Yeah, it's something that, and I'm not like a great rabbi or mystic, but like one thing that definitely makes sense to me is that God could have been alone. God could have totally been alone, but he chose to create the world because he loves relationships. He gave us the Torah so we could have a relationship with him. There's nothing more incredible than relationships. So if there's somebody struggling out there, Amudim is your relationship. Don't be alone. God created the world for relationships, so we know that's healthy for us. Don't be alone. Don't be stuck. Call for the help that you need. There'll be people there to help you.
Beautiful message.
I don't know. That's it. I mean, is anything else I were to say would honestly be secondary to that message.
Oh, come on, Coach. You have so many different students. You don't tell them all the same thing.
I think that I hate quoting movies sometimes, but this was a movie. Remember in Steel Magnolias, when Julia Roberts was running a risk of getting pregnant because she had her own health issues, and Sally Fields, her mom, was like, "You can't do this. Like, having a baby could kill you." And she said, "I'd rather have like 10 minutes of wonderful than a life full of just okay." And so I think sometimes when things aren't going well, okay, they're not going well. That's real. And nobody should try to minimize your pain and what you're going through. But there is some nachas, there is some joy, there is some beauty. Which would you rather have? Get through this pain right now, because on the other side of that, it's got a chance to be great, great joy. I'd rather have the pain to then have the joy of a grandchild, or the joy of just a wonderful friendship and a relationship. I'd rather have both than a life full of just okay.
Well, this is exactly what Unite to Heal is all about. I mean, this is so inspiring. Both of you getting vulnerable, being honest, speaking to people, making sure that they don't feel alone. And this is really what Amudim is all about. Like, Tamir, you said it so beautifully. To everyone watching, don't feel like you're alone. There's resources, there's help. Amudim is there for you. Coach is there for you. Tamir is there for you. They're there for everyone, apparently. I love when these bridges just kind of come together. But really, this is what it's all about. It's being that level of transparent and honest. And like you said, mentorship is so beautiful. And there are resources out there. So if you're struggling, if you feel anxious, I want you to know you're not alone. We all are, but that's when community comes. And that's where Amudim comes in. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all for watching. And we really appreciate everyone here.
With the Olim population here, we do see a lot with the people that have been here for many years, or even people that have just arrived, that they had experienced sexual abuse when they're a child, and they're now in a space where they're able to come forward and we can get them the help that they desperately need.
I would say Amudim is an organization that exists. It's kind of an emergency room organization. It's an organization that intervenes when there are problems. And in our community, much as we wish these problems didn't exist, but we are human. And the nature of humankind is to be affected by challenges. And today's world can be very confusing. We find families in crisis, and we find individuals in crisis. And if somebody were to ask me about Amudim, I would say, if you feel that you're in a state of crisis and you need the type of intervention with a perspective of Das Torah that can be brought to bear in any particular case, Amudim is a wonderful group to reach out to.
Fundraising for Amudim is incredibly important because, unfortunately, our numbers have doubled, tripled, quadrupled, and it keeps going. And the first year, they needed less than $1 million to cover their budget. This year, the projected number for this coming year, it's going to be over $8 million. If Tzvi had started a organization that was not a non-for-profit, he would have people investing in him left and right. So people should be giving money to Amudim because the investment is not just something that is here today, but it's something that's going to carry on for future generations.
When thinking of all the different aspects of Amudim, locations where people work in Europe and Israel or even throughout the United States or what divisions they're in, the common denominator is one thing: heart. Everybody in Amudim is doing so with their heart, and that's what makes this so special.
Amudim is an emergency stop for people that feel alone in the world, that are dealing with problems that they're embarrassed to deal with, that they've been keeping private for years, and they're suffering inside. And they're comfortable to know that we're here to help them 24/7 for whatever they need. We are here and will always be here to help them. And they should never, ever feel alone and never embarrassed of any problem that they have. Amudim has their back. Amudim is a hatzalah for mental health.
Amudim is the oxygen of Klal Yisrael. We couldn't exist without Amudim. From my perspective, Amudim deals with all of the things that you don't really want to know about in society. I think a lot of people are confused, what does Amudim mean? What do? They really take care of a lot of underlying problems that a lot of folks don't want to talk about. And that's the beauty of Amudim. It's sort of a clearinghouse for any type of problem, particularly very sensitive problems relating to abuse and addiction.
I think Amudim is a very essential organization, especially nowadays. There's so many people who are suffering in silence. Tremendous feeling of loneliness out there. And Amudim is one of the only organizations that we have that anybody can call at any time. They're there for the person. They're there to dispel their loneliness, to take away their loneliness. And they're an organization which is just vital to the continuity of Klal Yisrael.
Hi, Tzvi.
Hi, Mary.
It's so great to be here with you. I have to say that I was very excited to do this segment. As a clinical director of Amudim, I very often have these emergencies, and I know that I can call you, I can call Yehuda literally day, night, any time zone, and you guys take my call and help Amudim directly. You help people in the community and beyond. And it's really a pleasure and a privilege just to sit with you. So thank you for
Absolutely
this and for everything. Yeah.
I'm saying we know that you, the times that you do call us are 1/100th of the times that you are working within those hours. So it's our absolute pleasure.
Thank you. And, for all the people that we can't name, I know how much you've helped them, literally saved lives. So thank you, a global thank you. So we're here today to like reminisce and talk a little and maybe even figure out like what got you into this field.
Yeah.
I know that it's more than a job. It's more than a living. It's a passion project. So let's go back. Let's go back in time. And if you could share a little bit about your journey, a little bit about what it was like before recovery.
Yeah. Life was hard. Life was really, really hard. They say, when you get sober that you'll have the same issues that you had before. And that's true, but, you definitely have different tools to deal with it. I don't know how far back, but I my dad died when I was 1 is the easiest way for me to describe like the start of, the difficulties. And I was like an athlete. I never thought like drugs weren't really part of my story. I think like everybody, I might have had a drink at a young age. I might have, tried some marijuana at a young age, but never thought of myself in that category. My uncle actually passed away of like a cocaine-induced heart attack. So like there was a lot of like fear around that, if that makes sense. And I went to Israel for a year and I met a doctor who was in the West Bank, was what it's called, the West Bank, and and he used to prescribe me some oxys because I tore my knee, and my buddies were like, you should try them. And the next thing I knew, I was detoxing on my rabbi's floor in the middle of Yerushalayim, not knowing what it even meant, at the end of the year. And
not knowing that you were getting addicted to a substance.
Yeah.
And not knowing that it was going to require such like a painful process of detox.
Oh, yeah. And really not even knowing while I was going through it that was required. I just thought I was sick. It just didn't make sense. I was young. I was in good shape. It didn't detox. It more felt like I had a bad virus, It was just, and then when I moved back to Miami and I had a young lady that worked with us who had cystic fibrosis, and she would be prescribed from these pill mills, these giant Oxycontin bottles. And knowing knowing how I enjoyed my year in Israel, and there was like this disconnection. One of my favorite guys I've ever worked with in many ways loves the phrase, addiction is the opposite of connection, and recovery is connection. And not knowing that's what I searched for my whole life, the uncomfortableness that I felt throughout my whole life was the yearning for that. And I end up getting into more trouble in Miami with pills, and I end up leaving detox and looking at the sky and asking myself, like, how am I going to live life? And didn't know. And I looked at my brother, and my brother says, and it was some random detox in South Florida in 2008. It wasn't when treatment wasn't cool yet. There was nobody, no cool people were in recovery yet. Or if they were very quiet about it. Like our friends 𝐔𝐬𝐬, they're great people. They were just quiet. I didn't know they were that cool.
Yeah, you didn't know looking them up.
Exactly. And so I looked at my brother and I'm like, I can't live life. I'm not suicidal, but I don't know what I'm going to, like, how am I going to wake up tomorrow and not do anything? Like, how does that make sense? And he said to me, well, my buddy has 10 years sober. He went to California for treatment. You should go there. And I did. I picked up my, I was 21 years old and headed to this city where, there's 7 lanes on each highway and there's, tons of just everything. And I met the world in its eye. Right. And it wasn't a place that I felt comfortable in. It wasn't a place that, I felt connected. I remember seeing people who had kids in treatment and being like, you're such a loser. Like, how are you going to get high when like you have a wife and kids? Like there's some woman that's willing to love you. There's this kid that like adores you. Yeah. How is that possible? I didn't know that I would leave there and within 6 months meet my wife and get married and have a kid. And 4 years later, end up back as that guy.
Wow. Powerful.
Yeah. And I remember just sitting in my room in treatment, crying every night, just looking at a picture of my daughter being like, I don't know how I'm going to do this.
Right.
I guess that's like the easiest synopsis that I could take you to there.
For sure.
Yeah.
So let's go back to, you know, this phrase that I also just, I don't know who said it originally, but, you know, the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection, right? Going back to your time in Israel, would you be able now, in retrospect, are you able to identify that that you were lacking connection because you had friends, you were an athlete? So tell us a little bit about that. Like, how does that lack of connection manifest and feel? Because maybe there are people out there who are listening who don't even know that in some way they might be susceptible. You know, some doctor, well-meaning, intends something. Like, you weren't looking for substances. That was not your story.
So I'm going to say what I share in like my AA speech, because I think it's really important. It goes further back than Israel. I could go over many stories of disconnection during my teens, but this goes back to me being in the 5th grade. I was 10 years old, and I had a coach. He was 6'7", bald-headed man. He played in the NBA.
No way.
He was just in a Hebrew Academy in Miami. He was the coolest guy, nicest human being, and always cared for me. There was, looking back at it, I don't know if there were anyone who cared more on a day-to-day basis than this man. And we used to play wiffle ball, like baseball, like wiffle ball. And
I remember those, yeah.
he would pitch underhand to everybody. And I got up and he pitched overhand. And he pitched as hard as he could, and he struck me out. Now, I'm a big boy. I was a big boy then. I was loud. I was rambunctious. And he was laughing at me. And in that moment, I still remember I went out they used to put a boy and a girl in each position on the field, and you'd play. And I was in shortstop, and I remember looking at Dana, who was standing next to me, and said, "Watch this." And I walked behind the coach and I pantsed him.
Wow.
And this man used to wear 5th grade.
Wow.
And he would wear like basketball shorts. Sure. And the way that I described this story, to fast forward to the end and then go back, is I got to make an amends to this man in recovery. And he shared with me that he wore khakis and a belt every day from there. So like the way that I affected people also by my actions, I didn't realize the power of my actions even in 5th grade. But this man was my coach from then on throughout my whole life. Never let me know how much I hurt him, right? In a lot of ways. But I felt so connected to him in that moment. And when that happened, there was this disconnect. And I remember my dad was the principal of the Hebrew Academy before he passed. And I remember like just being able to get away, no one else's fault, just trying to cater to the almanas, just feeling bad for this boy. Everyone tried to help me. And like this coach got suspended for a week, and I got put back in class. And the reason why was because he should have never struck me. And it's like, that's not what I needed, and it's not what he needed. It's not, and with all good intentions, everybody had the perfect intentions. And I think that's what kind of taught me that I could force connection, if that makes sense. Unbeknownst to me, was only later was I able to kind of put all these pieces together as I ran through my life story. That who would have known that like my entire adult life up until that's all I needed, right? All I needed was that. Little did I wasn't able to appreciate it. Today I appreciate all connections that I have. So I'm very grateful for my addiction. I'm very grateful to go through my story to allow me to appreciate those things. But really that is what was missing for me always.
Where in that process of connection did the connection to self become the strongest? Was it like before, after? Like first you needed to connect outward and then learned inward, or the other way around?
Such a good question. I would say I thought it was outward.
You thought it was outward.
I always thought it was outward, and outward convinced me to connect inward. Right. But I think there's like fake it till you make it kind of. And I think when I think of that, and it's a great question, because I would say it's like, it wasn't even the steps that got me into myself. It was really like some IFS work and some other, you know, therapeutic measures that I took post that. And the truth is all of them have its own journey with it. It's just the depth is different with each one of these things. And
you can't really do it without being in recovery.
Oh yeah.
It's, you know, it's taking you out of reality, the substances. So you can only go deeper once.
Yeah. I had a conversation with someone yesterday. He's on ketamine treatment and he's abusing it, and he can't figure out why any of his modalities that he's tried are not working. And I said, like, you know, no matter what you're doing, no matter what therapeutic work you're doing, you got to then practice that outside of the room, right? And a lot of times we forget that. And I think with reality comes pain, but with growth becomes pain also, right? Sure. And I think that I specifically have a very hard time relating to avoiding pain, just because I was brought up with the pain of, you know, missing someone in our home. It almost felt second nature to me. You know, my lifelong, I call her my therapist, but she would laugh at me and say she's probably not. My life, someone that I've done a lot of therapeutic work with, she says to me, it's really hard for you to relate to people because there's not one thing that you don't know how to do things half measured. Like no matter what you do, it's to the end of the earth. And I think that I've attacked self-growth in that way. I've attacked my own recovery in that way. And attacked helping people in that way. And I do it my way. And, you know, there's plenty of people whom agree, disagree, etc. And I'm willing to have those conversations because I think conversations is what creates connection, you know, whether it's in my business where I say communication is the only way that we could actually help someone. It's also in my life, and it's also with myself. I need to communicate with myself to find out where I'm at regularly.
Yeah, that's powerful. So lead us now a little bit to like the turning point. What was the catalyst for that? Because you said like you went into recovery, but then only found yourself back in those rooms, you know, a few years later, having a wife and a child, thinking like, oh, now you have connection, like, you know, problem should be over.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I don't like saying personally, I don't like saying that I tried recovery the first time I went to treatment, because the truth is I didn't want recovery. I didn't want to have to make an amends to the people I stole from. I didn't want to have to, you know, be at a meeting every day. It wasn't something that like no one woke up and it's like, I'm done using, I'm going to sign up to this AA thing. I'm going to, you know, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And really, I feel like, and this is why I take it so seriously, like the right place for the right person, because like, ultimately, as great as the place I went to the first time is, it wasn't for a 21-year-old boy whom had some opiate issues and really just had like some lifelong traumas that needed to be worked through. The second time I was a full blown, you know, I tried everything. I was ready for help and there was no turning back. There it was more of me surrendering to the idea that I needed more out of life. So the second time going to treatment, and I love, I tease with you, but I love saying the stories. Like I was almost jealous of the guys that came from New York to there, because they came usually through Amudim, and there was this like, you just felt like this connection. You felt this wraparound that wasn't, that like I didn't have coming from LA in there, even with a wife and kid. Like there was just, it felt like family work was being done at the behest of what you were asking for. And watching that really guided my thoughts on what it took to get sober. And I remember my roommate was sharing with me that he had a child in a different country and he hasn't seen him in 5 years. And, you know, he was telling me this horror story. And I just remember him going to sleep and me looking at my daughter's picture. And I'm like, this will never happen here. Like, I just want everyone in the world to tell her that her dad tried everything and couldn't stay sober. I don't think I'll be able to stay sober. There's no way, based on my story, based on how I used, based on everything, like that sobriety met me. Also, I wasn't necessarily interested, as I said, in like becoming the guy that like when, you know, I was told you go to meetings, you work the steps, you do this, you do that. And it's like, I'm willing to try it just because I was willing to try almost everything to feel okay.
Right.
But I didn't think it was ever going to be my story. Like if you would have asked me that, I would have been like, no, I had a better chance of being like in B'nai Brak with Payas and 𝐶𝐕 than being a guy in
that would be a scene. Yeah. One day. With AI, we'll try and conjure up that image. That's great. Yeah. So I want to move on with your story, but I find it fascinating to see who you are today, to know who you are today, and to hear that voice of doubt that like, that you didn't think it was possible for you. Because I think a lot of people, you know, at my work with Amudim and individuals who might come into my practice or whatnot, they can't fathom that there's a better life for them. It's so outside the scope of their reality, like their life experience, their everything that they know up until then just says it's not going to be good and it will never be good. And you were even in the process of trying to recover, and that possibility was still not in front of you. There's no like, you know, pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, or like this, like, whoa, I can get it. And I find that really interesting that you were able to kind of persevere. What do you think that there was some particular program, maybe your connection to Hashem, to God, that kind of helped you like stay the course? How do you?
So it's actually interesting. My friend who reminds me every time I speak to him, and I speak to him a couple times a week, that I missed his wedding for rehab. And
how long is he married?
He's 13 years.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. He's really milking that one. Yeah.
Exactly. He is. He milks it to the T, and you know who you are. Our connection, to go back to what you asked, is when I was in rehab, there was tons of stuff that I could point to. You know, someone said to me 4.5 months in, I'm going to see you back here. And I was like, who says that? Like, you're a counselor. Like, how do you say this when I'm working the steps? I'm in therapy. I'm doing family therapy. I got everything. Like, how do you tell me? And he goes, no, I see you're doing everything. And I got like very upset. I used to have a little bit of anger issues, and I let him know, like, I wasn't happy. And he goes, no, I'm not saying you're not doing everything you can. He's like, but I've never seen you in this facility alone, not once in 4.5 months. And the people that can't sit alone with themselves usually have the hardest time, because you're going to be alone with yourself come a month and a half from now. I said, no, I have my wife, my kid. What do you mean I'll be alone? He goes, what happens when they're sleeping? What happens when they're this? What? You're going to have time alone. And it was the most remarkable conversation I've had at that point in recovery. I went to my room and I would do step work with 7 guys, right? So moving forward, I started doing it on my own. And I remember getting like 3 minutes alone, like timing it. And that felt like a flight back to LA, you know, like it was forever. And today I love at times being alone with myself. Like I enjoy every moment of that. I also enjoy connection, right? So like the balance is very pure to me, but I learned how to be alone. But you brought up the 𝐓𝐡𝐢, which I think is, for me, the catalyst of connection, right? It's the way I've learned how to connect with no judgment. I came into recovery hating God. Like there was I davened 3 times a day. I kept kosher. I kept Shabbos. I remember I used to have a guy crush up my pills if I didn't crush up enough before Shabbos.
Wow. That is super impressive.
I used to go to very large lengths to try to, what I would say is not keep halacha, just not break it.
Right.
There was a difference.
Right.
And I remember the detox I went to, had there was a $5,000 deductible, and no one in my life was willing to pay for it. And they said, we'll pick him up. He's going to do it on the couch in my house. My sister and her husband, who I worked for up until then, who did not have me back working for them in any capacity. And, you know, they were at my house this Friday. I have the extremely close connection with them, their kids, like, but I still remember my waking up from like 4 a.m. till 6 a.m. I would sleep, and my niece was laying next to me, who's now, married with 2 kids on her own, and my nephew who's, married with 4 kids, and they were in the room when I was detoxing. And one night there was this rabbi that came over that my brother-in-law used to learn with every week. And we told him what was happening, and we were sitting in the backyard, and they were learning, and I was kind of just going through my mind. And he said to me, and I don't know if he meant to say this, he goes, if I was in your position, I'd stop keeping everything and find out your connection with God. And it wasn't like he was my rabbi. He wasn't giving me permission. And like, at that moment, I made a decision. It's like, this guy's so right. Like, I have no relationship with God. These are like halachas that make no sense to me. Like, I have zero. And I went to Chabad, right? I went to a Jewish treatment center. I didn't go into shul at Chabad. I did not go to the services. I did not go to, even in there to like read Tehillim. There was nothing I was willing to do for my entire stay there. I did not miss a day of tefillin before that.
Wow.
I missed 6 months straight. I actually missed 8.5 months straight.
Wow.
I then randomly one day just explained the depth of connection. And I have a story for each halacha I've taken on. And thank God today I have a robust part of my Yiddishkeit is I looked in the mirror and I had a really rough day. I was arguing with my wife for the first time, like in what I would call later recovery, but it was like in my later part of treatment. And we were on such a roll, and we had an argument, and I looked in the mirror and I said, I need to do something. And I looked at myself, and something drove me into the shul, which was across the hall from my room. And I put my hand on the Aron Kodesh and I said, God, I know you're God. You're in my second and third step. I know it's you. I don't know how to talk to you or connect with you. I only know how everyone else wants me to. Could you please tell me? And I was wearing basketball shorts, a tank top, a backwards hat, and sandals, because I was going to play basketball. And I walked into a restaurant in LA, which is not in like Pico Robertson or La Brea or Valley Village. It was in an area that is not from, it's like one restaurant in the middle. And Chabad rabbi's in there, and he goes, hey, did you put on tefillin today? And I'm like, nah, I did, don't worry. And I order my meal, and only like a minute and a half later did I process that I just asked. Right. I literally just asked. And I've had the zoche of not missing a day from there.
Wow.
And even like Shabbos, I got a job that I had to work through Shabbos, and I lied to them on the phone and said, I can't work because it's Shabbos. They said, no problem. And then that night I wanted to get high because I lied, and you're not allowed to lie in recovery. And Shabbos morning, I shut off the TV. Shabbos morning, I woke up and I kept Shabbos that week. And I had such a profound connection with my wife and kids that Shabbos.
Wow.
That I wouldn't trade it for the world. I wouldn't trade Shabbos for the world.
Right.
But I needed that. I don't know what everyone else needs. I'm not a Rav. I'm not going to tell people what they need. But I think that my connection with the Yibbush has really taught me how to connection with myself, connection with my wife, my children, my friends, my family.
So powerful.
So yeah. So
the story that you just said about like talking to God and like I know you're the God of my first, second, third step, but I don't know how to talk to you. And then that Lubavitch rabbi showing up. I think the real miracle in that story is that you made the connection, because so many people, I'm sure you've heard it too in your work, like I'm praying, I'm asking, and then they miss that miracle that's actually sent their way. Somehow they're not, maybe they're expecting it to come like in one form or another, like the classic joke of the guy who's drowning, and being open to it and being able to see, something could change. That's mind blowing. It's beautiful. It's really nice to hear that you were able to make meaning from every mitzvah that you took on, and then to like say, okay, I'm in that place because it's a different Yiddishkeit then. It's not just, your inheritance, but it's your legacy for your family, 100%. For your, for yourself and for your children.
And it's remarkable the level of, I want to say ignorance I had to those brachas, right? Like from my seed is like, I say this all the time. My dad passed when I was 30, when he was 31. I was 1. Wow. My mom was pregnant with her 6th kid, right?
Wow.
And I was talking to a friend of mine whose father-in-law passed away this weekend, and he was 74. I'm like, oh, he was so young. And his father passed away when he was 20. And we were just talking about how when you surpass your father's age of being nifter, there's a certain level of like, any age that you pass is young, like, hold on, like this isn't okay. And I think that, there was this, and I have grace for myself in those moments where I did struggle with Yiddishkeit. Is like, the Eibishter gave us all our journeys, all our stories, all our individualism. But like, there are days where, I forget that I'm human. I forget that I'm allowed to fall, whatever, Shabbat you play tzaddik is like my favorite niggin, right? Is like from my vision of this is like, I have had the people in my life that have, that like, even when I was getting high, there's a gentleman who was on Shark Tank and sold his business to one of the sharks or partnered with him. And I gave him to fill in when we were 16. I was 16. He was 19 and he hasn't missed a day. And that was his story. He grew up conservative. He didn't grow up in a frum environment, but he saw me put up the fill in at 4 p.m. one day because I forgot to in the morning. Yeah. And he's like, he's like, I haven't put it on since my bar mitzvah. Yeah. And I happen to have a second pair. And I gifted it to this guy. Wow. And we speak almost at least once or twice a year. And I spoke to him before Rosh Hashanah, and he was telling me how he still hasn't missed a day.
That's incredible.
And like, so I look at that, I'm like, he needed that. Like if he would have grown up with it, I don't know if he would have been putting on every day. And it's like,
you were his miracle in that moment. That's beautiful. Yeah. It's special. Okay. So let's shift gears a little bit, because I'm sure everyone's like curious to hear the story. Like what, you're in recovery and you're healing. You turn this into your profession. Like, how did that happen? A life of purpose, I imagine, but tell us how that played out.
Yeah. So it played out in, I'm the guy that sits in the studio and says, oh, this should be different and that should be different. So me being someone newly in recovery, I had that opinion about a lot of things in treatment. And I remember being like, why don't they X? Why don't they Y? And someone said to me, you need to write down all your ideas. It'll help you work through your resentment, but have them. Maybe you'll open up a place one day. Who knows? And I wrote down all my ideas.
Was that like a sarcastic comment somebody was saying to you?
No, he was sincere. He was being very genuine. He was like, you just seem like a guy, and, I came from, I like worked in different fields and I was young. I'm saying even when I got sober, I was still only 26 years old. Right. So, a part of that was, I didn't know what I was going to do the last 4 years of my life. I worked in construction. It wasn't really for me, but it was a profession I knew how to like pay my basic bills and etc. And I had an interview with somebody about 9 months into recovery. My wife is borrowing, stealing to be able to pay our bills. I'm this guy that like recovery's first. I need and I get it. There's a balance between what I did and what you probably should do. And I had an interview and it was supposed to be this job that would allow me to start paying my bills. And I wait Friday afternoon for this guy. And, he tells me to meet him at Starbucks downstairs at his office at like Shabbos starting at 5. It was like 3:15. And I'm like, I'm not even going to like show him who I am. And he orders a coffee and then asks me what I'm there for. I said, oh, I'm here for an interview. We're not looking for that spot. Oh. And I went home. I waited 4.5 hours for this interview downstairs. Gosh. And I was in tears on the way home. I get home. My wife was super supportive, but Sunday came around and she's like, I get that you've been waiting for all these gigs. You got to do something. Like even if it's $5 an hour, I need you to do something. Right. And, her best friend just bought a home and her kids were like allergic to dust or something. They might have even made up this job for me, but basically they had me like vacuum and sweep and mop their whole home every night after construction. So the dust wouldn't build up. And it was going to be a 2-week job. And this 2-week job happened and I cried every day while doing it. It was like $10 an hour. It was, very hard to swallow my pride, knowing like I can't even pay for my apartment. They just have a house, you know. And the Friday that this ended, I just got a complete bracha, and this is irrelevant to the story, so I won't go into it, but basically I got a gig that I somehow was able to pull off that made me enough money to like pay off some debts and then have the ability to go get a simple job for a year as I kind of figured it out. And I remember going back to Chabad treatment, and I said like, hey, I have 3 months off of this job, of this new gig that I found that was very successful. I said, I don't know what it'll look like afterwards, but I'd love to volunteer. Now, they wouldn't hire anyone without 2 years in recovery. So to me, is like, there wasn't an option of that. And I basically volunteered. And for whatever reason, at the end of that 90-day period, the job that I was supposed to go back to didn't exist. But while that was happening and I was finding that out, Chabad came to me and said like, look, I know you only, at that point, I think I had like 18 months sober. They're like, we'd love for you to come and like be our lead counselor and see how we could make this happen. So I went, and I was pitching them on this for a year. I thought at 6 months I should be working there. And I went back to school and I got my KDAC, and I worked there for a year, and it was the most powerful year of my life. It's where I met Yehuda, who I'm sure we'll get into. That's where that's when I would say, there were a lot of individuals, both male and female, coming from everywhere to, California, specifically Chabad, for help. And, the success, I'm saying I've walked individuals down the aisle that were there at that point. I've been I've been the Sandik for some babies. I've had, that house was the most special year of my life. Like, those guys I'm still super close with. My wife and I started our Friday night meals through there, and Yontif meals. And that's like really where my post selfish recovery became something where it was like, okay, now it's time.
You can give over.
I could give over. And I was not making enough money to pay my own bills then. I was dipping into the savings. The savings I knew would last about 14 months. So at about 11 months, I started to like really trying to figure out what was next. My dream was to open up a Jewish place. Like, it was my ultimate dream. Until I don't remember exactly how this kicked off, but there was this idea that I didn't want money and helping a Yid to come in the way of that. And it was, as you know, is like, it's either free or it's either call me and it's free if I could, and if not, I don't want it. And it's hard because I know how many people need help and want the help. But there's a balance to it. I know myself is like, I want to give everyone everything, but I also have to feed my family. So there was always this, but I had this huge bracha. There was a gentleman who I knew from Miami growing up who was opening up a detox in a hospital. It was a huge detox. It was 29 beds. It was state of the art. It was everything. And little did I know, within 2 years, I'd be essentially running the place. And I was able to finally like feed my family and still live very modestly in an apartment and really getting my life back together. But within, by year 4 in recovery, I was no longer, my wife could get her nails done Erev Shabbos, like this was a big accomplishment to me. And still is. Like, I find that to be, that independence of only relying on one thing, which, obviously going through bitachon and all that, but relying on one thing to me is so important.
And also the importance of being fiscally sound also. You can't ignore that part of recovery. Part of, Pia Melody talks about like the dis-ease of immaturity, right? Yep. So just being mature about all aspects of our life. We all have moments of regression or, like Freud would call it or something like that. But that stepping into adulthood in a certain kind of way is really important and something that spans the scope of what being in recovery is. So I really hear that like being able to breathe, like, oh, my wife can go for a manicure. That's a big deal.
Yeah. And I say it still is because now we do it as a date. Like we go and that's our time. It's like,
I love that.
We try to do a date as often as possible, but that is our date no matter what. Mm-hmm. Like we go together and it's, so I end up running this hospital-based detox. It ends up becoming a national, what is known nationally as, I believe, was the best detox ever, even better than the ones that I've been able to create or do on my own, or with the partner. But there was just something special about that place. I got to work with patients hand in hand and with the freedom of what, the person who started this detox really trusted me explicitly and like was also very into helping them get sober and really be a part of it. We also scholarshiped a ton of people. And he really taught me the foundation of that and really had that heart that like was just very trusting. And I was able to get girls in there and really help them find that right place, as I was saying. And that's really when my life kind of took it from just, working at Chabad and kind of being the guy's guy to really building a community. My wife and I used to have 150 people every Shabbos, right? This Rosh Hashanah, we had 75 people for the entire Rosh Hashanah in our house. Yeah. And it was awesome. We had families of guys that we knew when they were, and it was just
pure joy.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
And, around 7 years ago, I got a call. I used to get calls very often of people like recruiters, people trying to, bring me into their organizations. And I got offered 2.5 times what I was getting paid, by other organizations. And they never really fit. Like, they didn't have the organization didn't have the neshama that allowed me to have mine.
Right.
And I came to New York to look at the place that they opened, and I walked out. I was another one of these places. This is ridiculous. And the financier called me, says, I heard you're not taking the job. I said, why would I take this job? And I was very honest with people, and I probably am still too much to a fault. I told him all the services that I think he's going to go through. And within a week called me back and offered me the sun, the moon, and the stars. But what he really offered me was to be able to do it my way, and had carte blanche to scholarship to run the business in the way that I saw fit. And really, like, my performa, to look at it from a business standpoint, had all these things caked into it. And I had the ability to still make it what ultimately a financier would want it to look like.
Right.
And 7 years later, this project and a different one is extremely, I will say, like, we have a joke in our office is if Miriam calls us, we know we're going to be full next week. And the reason why is every time that you've called us, and I'm telling you till today, every time you've called us and we've had the privilege of bringing someone in on behalf of Amudim, we fill up. It's just, we call it the miser of beds, right? Like we do a lot, we obviously get.
I feel a little less guilty now. Thank you for sharing that with me.
You never need to feel guilty, but it's a joke in our office. When we're slow and Miriam calls us, we know the Eivester was listening. It's a joke that we have and will always.
That's great.
Whether true or not.
Right.
And that's the thing. It's like more of like, we know that is the
Urban
truth.
Legend. Yeah.
Yeah. We know it's the truth though.
Right.
It's like
ultimately it's the truth for all of us. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's how I got into it.
That's incredible. Yeah. And I have so many more questions I would want to ask, but I think that I'm wondering for you personally, has it shift the way you are in recovery, or there's like the personal recovery, and then you, the public person? Has anything changed, or now it's just like, this is my life and I live it and I breathe it and it's just all integrated now?
So it's a great question. I think one of the greatest compliments I ever got from a friend during a therapeutic intensive, I have someone who does like polyvagal and IFS, So I was with one of my good friends that were there, and the compliment that he gave me was, he's seen me in every area of my life And I show up as the same guy in each of those places.
Beautiful.
Like whether it's in my home, whether it's work, etc. And like, I didn't really realize what a compliment that was until like I started to like accept that compliment. I would say naturally I have to be a little bit different, right? Just, I got to be more disciplinarian with my kids maybe, or, you know, at work, I have to, Kiddush Hashem being the most important thing of my day to day. Like I genuinely, like, I believe that's why I have the privilege of being in the spot that I'm in, is to be able to, and I don't even want to say to prevent Chilul Hashem. It's to be a Kiddush Hashem, right? Whether it's me, my business, etc. I don't see myself needing to be any different. I will say my recovery is not reliant on the work that I do, whether both nonprofit related, my business, they just don't conflate because I don't make it what I need. I still have sponsees. I still, you know, do a lot of the things that I still do, therapeutic intensives. I still do these things because to me, I wouldn't have everything else without those things. And also like I chase success emotionally more than I chase success in anything else. And I think that like, I'll never give up those things. So,
beautiful. Yeah. It's such a gift to hear it. It's such a gift to yourself that you live it. It's beautiful. Yeah. So you working in this field. Yeah. You know, calling you all hours of the night, sending people from the community. And I know plenty of people come to you, not through me, from the community. I'm wondering about what you wish the frum world knew about addiction, about recovery, about people going through this process. You know, we're holding a lot of heavy stuff for a lot of people. I don't want to call it secrets because, you know, we're only as sick as our secrets, right? It's not about secrets. And sure, there's stigma. We're breaking the stigma, all of that, you know. But if it was a message or just from your lived experience, what do people need to know?
So we talk about how the opposite of addiction is connection, right? I think in today's world, the opposite of what, it doesn't even need to be our community. The opposite of what this world is struggling with at this moment is connection.
Yeah.
And I think connection starts with conversation. You know, there's not one time that someone could ask me something and I won't answer it, honestly. Now, if it's about someone else, I'm not privy to. But about myself, I have no problem. And the main reason why is just because I've seen how my relatability to other people have been the catalyst for their own success. I think that you know, it's funny. They used to talk about Fight Club. So Fight Club is, you know, you don't talk about Fight Club. And I think recovery used to be that. In the world that I associate with, even in, say, my shul, we have anywhere between 12 to 20 sober individuals, married with children, in our shul. When I moved there was just me. Now, there's 4 people of more time than me who didn't associate with recovery until like, again, recovery became cool. But they're, you know, one guy's 37 years and he's like, he's a foundational piece to our community in terms of, and my rabbi jokes, he says, either you're in recovery or you need to be in recovery in our shul. So, you know, I think it's dependent on each community, but I do think there's so much relatability to someone in recovery's story beyond the drugs and alcohol. You know, it always says like alcohol's only mentioned once in the steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, right? Yeah. But God is mentioned and it's, I think that like if we remove that aspect of it, I think now with gambling and some other, you know, process addictions that our community is struggling with at the moment. And what, honestly, what, you know, people are brushing this off, but what marijuana is doing to the younger generation. I don't mean you, the 45-year-old who's, you know, having a gummy on Shabbos. I'm talking about potentially your son whom is smoking with his buddies. There's a very good chance one of those boys ends up in a psychosis in the next couple of weeks. And,
right.
and I see it over
and over again.
and over again.
Yeah.
I just sat with a very well-known psychiatrist who literally was telling me he has a mental health primary facility. And he said his facility at this point is 75% that. And that's a 36-month turnaround. They've been around for 17 years.
It's incredible. I want to clarify for the people who are listening to this, to explain, some people do not know this. There is 5 people could be sitting around in a circle, smoking the same marijuana or eating the same gummies or whatever it is. It's not about the product. And one person could have a psychotic episode. You want to call it a brain allergy to certain things, but it is pervasive. I have colleagues all across the country and all across the state and in all different communities. And somebody who's working ER in psychiatric hospitals, and it's happening everywhere. So this is something that people need to know. Yeah. And sometimes it sticks. Sometimes, the first time it happens, so a lot of times people will get out of it. A lot of times it could be quite permanent. And if kids are going to ignore it, it could be really dangerous for their mental health. So I just want to clarify what we're talking about. We both have seen so much of, and people need to know that this is, it's not just like, oh, you're okay, a few less neurons, nobody really cares. This is a severe mental health crisis.
Oh yeah. I'm saying suicide attempts without any provocation, without history, without family history in even some cases, which is appalling, right? I used to have a running joke, and I think I've shared it with you a few times, is like, I used to be like, where are the addicts in the Jewish community? Like, there's no more like opiate guys.
Yeah.
There's no more.
Where's the good stuff? Yeah.
Yeah. And I used to say, like, I'm a little resentful against Amudim. You did such a good job of awareness that we don't get the guy that's addicted. I want to help that guy.
Right.
And what the truth is that Amudim has done that job. And in return, our society has provided a level of, cannabis that is so pervasive, as you said, that, and so potent that these individuals don't need to skip now to the next drug. They're getting that relief at such what seems like a recreational drug. And I feel like what's happening now is a lot of people, that becomes much more shame-based than even the opiate addict, because we've educated on what that sounds like. Yeah. But when we're the same and we're both smoking, and like you had that,
right?
I don't want to get near you. And I feel like that's something that,
because the mental health issue, that's the stigma, not what's inducing it, which is the drug. Yeah,
exactly.
100%. Yeah, it is. It's a scary reality, and people don't always know about it, even when they're seeing it. They think it's just like, oh, he's being weird because he's high, and it's a lot more complicated than that. It's interesting. Do you think there would be a benefit to integrating a lot of these types of things into schools? Does Amudim has a program called 𝐷arecheinu, or Our Path, where we do a lot about healthy relationships. Again, the good connection could mitigate a lot of the possibility of people sliding into substance use problems or process addictions or things like that. But is there something that you think should be integrated into the educational system that could really shift the way this is a public health issue, right? In the Jewish and from world and in the world at large, something that would be helpful for people to know, or that schools could bring into the schools. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, it's funny. I have the privilege of speaking at a school. Actually, it was my last year, this past year, because my daughter will, God willing, be going there. So I didn't want to speak to anyone. I only would speak to the senior class senior and junior,
right?
The senior this year,
right?
Because I didn't want anyone in the school to be there. And when I first started 10 years ago speaking at different schools, it was all about my story, substance abuse, this. As society has adapted, and as I said, like as Amudim's education nationally and internationally has been there for our community, I solely speak on connection. And I think that I've had rooms where people have opened up about things that they have never spoken about in their lives, right? I've also had experiences where they one girl tells me she's a senior going to Israel, and telling me she never knew that she struggled with connection. She had so many friends.
Wow.
And I think that I say it, and it's not just in our community, but it's at large. Like, I think there should be an elective in every school that is mandatory, elective, but mandatory on this subject. And I think that we shouldn't wait till people are graduating to like get them that. I feel like there's all these activities within schools, whether it be Shabbatons and this, that bring people together. And I think different schools have different stories, but there's always the 5 or 6 kids who grabbed the bottle from here or got in trouble for this. And we go straight to the consequence rather than why.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, we as adults have a lot of privileges to be able to go to different Shabbatons that provide us the ability to connect, but yet we don't think it's necessary for our children. And yeah, so I not only believe that we need to, as much as Amudim is doing in this area, like I would love for the funding to be that much more to be able to get it to where you could go and attack this in a curriculum way and really provide things to these kids, because you know, Yiddishkeit's all about the next generation. It's time to bring Mashiach. We need them prepped for it.
That's right. Absolutely. We can't go into Mashiach with the Gullus mentality.
Exactly.
100%. Yeah. It's, and what you're saying is very powerful. I mean, you know, if the governor of New York is saying that, you know, this adolescent mental health crisis, it's got to be really bad.
Oh yeah.
You know, and this is, you know, all over the country, frankly, all over the world. So this is something we really have to get on. I could talk to you for hours. You know, I have so much appreciation for you. So many people I know have so much appreciation for you. So many people who don't know you have so much appreciation for you. But what, you know, just to round it up, what would be your message? Somebody's out there listening, they're tuning in to Unite to Heal, hoping to find, you know, something positive to hold on to because they're in a dark place. What would be your message to them?
Do you mind if I give 2 messages?
You can give as many messages as you want.
Okay. So the first message, and I was privileged enough to be interviewed by Ami a few years ago, and I said this, and I got a lot of backlash for it. I'm going to say it again because I want to double down on it. So every shul I've been to has a Kiddush club of some sort. I deal with I have the privilege of attending some pretty important business meetings. Sometimes I won't eat before it because I don't want to have a stomach ache in that meeting, let alone drink, right? But, and I think that anyone who had the most important business meeting of their week would never attend a Kiddush club prior to that meeting. We go throughout our week and we have very busy weeks. Everybody, you know, to live as a From Yid today is not cheap.
Yeah.
The chances are, if you are, you're working really hard to stay From, if that makes sense. And hustle. I work that hard for the pleasure of being with my family. And alcoholic or not, right? I think that there's this idea of connection and the next generation that we're all working towards, striving on making it a healthier place. That I would just ask you to ask yourself, am I disconnecting or connecting by attending this? And I think that there's if we're talking about, again, the opposite of addiction is connection, but if we're talking about the opposite of today's society is connection, am I doing that by attending it? And I think that I would imagine most people, if they are honest with themselves, would say, this is what helps me tolerate myself to get there. But it helps me tolerate this person in my house.
Right.
Well, maybe that's some work you got to do, right? Rather than continue to ignore it. So that was my connection to the person that might be struggling in that way. And obviously use the idea of the term Kiddush Club as a euphemism, like it could be anything.
It could be anything, right?
The person struggling out there, I say my person struggling because you're me, is you don't need to have hope in yourself. There's no need to have hope in yourself. you need to find someone that can have hope in you. And what I have found, and I'll forever be grateful for our relationship in this way, is that, I got to speak to Chaim this week, and I heard now the generations continue to pour love into this world. Is like, there's not one, no matter, we've dealt with someone that this is our 15th time speaking to them, and they're trying their hardest. And they don't know how to love themselves, and you loved them until they did. And I would say, like, I'm sure there's countless stories I don't know, as you said, but like there's countless stories I do know. And there's plenty of people within the Amudim umbrella, not only yourself, that have proven to thousands that they will love them until they could love themselves. And I will say, like, try it out. Just pick up that phone and ask for that help. And you'll learn what it means to love yourself through the way that they'll love you.
Thank you so much. Hashem should give you continued strength to be so integrated, so authentic, to help and benefit so many others. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
This is the story for me, for my parents, but before that day, before my addiction took me to places I should never have gone. Before I needed drugs to feel alive. Before I used them to escape. There was the day my parents found my secret. That was the day they had a choice to make one phone call, but they didn't. But what if they did? What if they realized I needed help? What if they realized they needed help? What if they realized that we didn't have to be alone? Amudim would send someone to talk with us and make a plan. Most importantly, they would listen to me. They would get me the help I needed to heal. And become strong again. I would rediscover who I was and what I loved. I could learn to be happy without drugs. I could finish school with a world of possibilities. And instead of a nightmare, it would be a dream come true.
Welcome. We are here on behalf of an incredible, incredible organization that I've had the privilege to work with many times over the years, Amudim, an organization that deals with perhaps the most important topic, especially in the Jewish nation after such a devastating 2 years, and that topic is, of course, mental health. You're here with Hillel Fuld, Yehuda Sabinar.
Right.
Did I say that right?
Sabinar.
Sabinar.
Yes.
Like Milael, Milara, right? Okay. The event that we're here for is Unite to Heal. Again, spotlighting this very important topic that unfortunately is too often stigmatized. So it's, again, incredibly important work. But that's not what we're here to talk about, because we're here to talk to someone who is, and I've never met him before, but I'm very excited to hear this story because I've heard snippets. I've heard like the trailer, the preview of your life. And all I have to say is mind blown. So let's start from the beginning. Yehuda, where are you from? Where were you born?
I was born in New York. And when I was 1 month old, my parents came here back to Israel. So I grew up in Har Nof neighborhood,
Very
Jerusalem.
I lived in Har Nof too a little bit.
Great.
Wait a second. So your parents are originally Israeli?
My mother is American. My father is Israeli.
Got it. And so when you were 1 month old, they came back to Israel?
That's right.
Got it. Okay. And you're a chassid?
A ger chassid.
A ger chassid.
Yeah.
Now, before we get into that, for those that are watching that might not be familiar, just give me like a high-level elevator pitch of ger chassidus versus Satmar versus Chabad versus any other. What characterizes this chassidus versus others?
Practically, they are the largest, the strongest here in Israel. They have a lot of political power.
Interesting.
Even though that was split for the last 4 or 5 years. But spiritually, I believe they were very focused about learning in Iyun and not compromising in Avodat Hashem.
Okay, so
it's a very extremist place.
Got it. So
they took everything to the next level.
Right. So you would say, in addition to having political power because of how big they are, Torah is one of the stronger ideals in Ger Hasidus. Is that what you're saying?
Torah, separation between the genders, everything. They took any aspect of to the extreme.
It's a pretty extreme Hasidus. I mean, I don't know very much about it, but
we can agree on it.
Very extreme. Okay, great. So you grew up and were part of, you still are, a Ger Hasid, correct? Okay. My understanding...
I'm today part of the Reb Shaul's community, but still I believe I am a Ger, Reb Shaul Alter.
Who is what?
We separated, as I mentioned, we separated 5 years ago.
Got it. Okay. So, you grew up in Har Nof, and at some point, something changed. You went a little bit, not, God forbid, away from, as we say, off the derech. No. You're from as ever, but you took a little bit of a different path, correct?
So in my vision, I think it was, already from the beginning, in age 3, 4, when I have 2 brilliant pediatricians in our neighborhood, Dr. Matar, Dr. Shapira, already I asked them, what should I do in order to be a doctor as you? 3, 4 years old. Yeah.
You were asking doctors what you need to know to become a doctor at 3 years old?
That's right.
Are you like a genius? Have you ever gotten your IQ tested? No, what kind of 3-year-old asks doctors what they have to do to become a doctor? So you're saying basically you were born knowing you want to be a doctor?
Yeah, I didn't want to be a kid, so
Interesting.
Let's finish already school. Let's finish already yeshiva.
So you went to regular elementary school, high school?
To a cheder.
Okay.
So
just to be clear, those that are watching might not be familiar. Cheder is strictly Jewish, again, pretty strict Jewish framework where, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't really learn secular studies, no math, no English, no science. It's all Torah. Is that accurate?
It's almost accurate. From age 5 until age 13, you're learning a long day from 8 o'clock till 6 p.m. 1 hour a day, it's secular education.
Oh, really?
In my case, we didn't get to learn the ABC, the English.
Did not?
No. Okay. In math, we only learned the 4 basic, elementary.
Got it.
Moves. Yeah.
Got it. By the way, I heard some crazy story. You have to tell me more about it because I mean, my understanding from what I heard about your life, we could talk for 4 hours, but we also are aware that people watching might have ADHD, so we have to keep it somewhat, also Shabbos is 2 seconds. But there was some story about your dad in a basketball game or something like that. Did I understand this correctly?
Yeah, that's right.
Can you tell me that story quickly? If you want, of course.
Let's do it like this. So when I came to age 19, finished yeshiva, best yeshivas, etc. I was obviously in the shidduch process. My father was proposed with a shot by a matchmaker, a very special role for me.
Yeah.
They didn't add any financial background, so my father said, this guy is going to learn in his entire life, Torah and rabbinical studies, so I need someone to share with me the boundaries of that. So he refused, and then half a year later, he traveled to California. He had to have there a meeting with a very wealthy guy, billionaire, and his partner told him, look, if you're going to get the meeting in his office, it's very depends what he had in the cereal that morning. He might, kick you out. Yeah, in 2 minutes, you're going to be out of the... Right. But he's a great fan of the Lakers. So I'm going to buy you a ticket to the Golden Ring. And I count about your social capabilities. You're going to be a best friend next to him there. So my father told him, listen, I am one of the administration managing a Gary Yeshiva. I mean, if someone's going to see me in a basketball game, I'm going to be fired at that second. So, California, who's going to know you? I mean, no one here is Hasidic. So we gave him a T-shirt with a baseball cap, and he was sure that no one going to mention.
In disguise.
Yeah. And 10 minutes to the game, he already got phone call that he should come back immediately in order to be fired. He sat by mistake. He didn't know who he was sitting next to, but he sat next to Leonardo DiCaprio and Bar Raffaelli.
So it was all over
the
TV.
The picture was on live, all over Israel.
That's crazy. Okay, so let's get back to you. So you knew you wanted to be a doctor, and then at what point, then you got married, I assume. At what age did you get married?
20.
20. And at that point, did you already know that you're going towards medicine, or were you still sitting and learning Torah all day?
Still sitting and learning Torah, but really had the desire to do something else. 8 months after wedding, my wife was in the end of the first pregnancy. She had complications, obstetrical complications, were sent to Sheba Hospital. That day was the day of the strike of the residents. 800 of them resigned in one day. And we came here, standing very long time on the waiting room, and the doctors was forced to come back to work by court's orders. So they had a big sign on the back where 4 slaveries.
On their T-shirts? Where?
On the scrubs, a big sign, yeah.
In other words, they didn't want to come to work, but they were forced to. But as like a strike, they put on their scrubs, "We are here against our will," kind of thing.
That's right.
Okay.
So when we came to the examining room, so I told the doctor, as you understand, I was young and stupid. I told him, aren't you ashamed to go with that sign? All my entire life, I dreaming to come to that point that I am a doctor. I'm willing to work my entire life without salary, So because couple dollars in the salary, you're going with such a sign? And instead of kicking me out of the room, he told me, so why aren't you doing it? I told him, you know what it takes to be a doctor here in Israel. I don't have ABC. I never learned the multiplication table. So
right.
Obviously I don't have a chance.
Right.
So I told him it's never late. But that was, the little part. When I came back with my wife to house, she started crying and told me, what did happen there in that room? I thought you were going to be the next Rabbi Wozner.
She was there.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be the next
rabbinical. So she heard you say that you want to be a doctor, and she's like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Wow.
She was crying, disappointed, etc. And then the other day she came to me and told me, look, I love you. We will not break the house for that reason, but I'm not going to be your problem. Your rabbi is going to be your problem. If you're getting his permission
to become a doctor,
I'm going to do whatever it takes to be, we're going to travel to Australia if this is the only place they're going to be accepted.
As long as the Rebbe gives you his bracha.
Yeah.
Because that is a very, again, that's how the Hasidic world works. The Rebbe makes the decisions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happened next?
That day I went to speak with my rabbi, and I told him about my dreams. He was in shock. Obviously, it was the first time in the Hasidic sector in Israel that someone wanted to go to medical school first time.
Ever. Nobody's ever wanted to be a doctor. Maybe
people wanted to be, but no one went to execute that desire.
Okay.
And he told me, look, do it, but do it as a religious mission. The world is standing on three beams. Torah, Avodah, Gmilut Chasedim, refers to studying Torah, making prayer, and making charity.
Good deeds, yeah.
So you can bluff here, and you can go to the kollel, and you make believe that you're learning, etc. But in 70 or 80 years, you're going to die. And when you come to Beis Din Shalmala, there's no bluffs. You're going to have to bring receipts. So pick up your beam, pick up your path in life. If you're doing it, if you want charity, take the medicine part as a career and do it as a religious mission. And 2 weeks later, I started, ABC and math.
Where?
In the first program of the Technion University for pre-academic program.
But literally, they started you from ABC?
Yeah.
How many other people needed to learn the ABC?
So people, in our first class, we had 50. We started 57 Hasidic, not Hasidic, very religious men.
Orthodox.
Yeah, and we ended 13. But the first day, very first, lecture that we have they brought us someone that has a PhD in the philosophy of mathematics to teach us, to minimize the gap.
That's funny.
He wrote Z equals the natural numbers, and half of the class asking what is it Z, and half of the class asking what is it natural numbers.
That's
so
hilarious.
that was it.
So then they literally started you from zero.
Yeah.
How old were you at this point?
21.
21. Okay, so let me just try to understand. You grew up till you're 21 in the Ger world. You were married. Your wife's name?
Racheli.
My wife's name is Racheli too. Look at that. Okay, and so she heard, I assume she knew that your dream was to be a doctor before that conversation.
Mm-mm.
You never told her?
We had a meeting of
One day before you got engaged?
One day
met her
before.
once.
What?
You met her once before you got engaged?
I met her twice at the same day. In the morning, we had a meeting of an hour and a half. In the afternoon, an hour and 45 minutes. And then we were engaged. And then 10 minutes without disconnection. No letters, no WhatsApp, no phone.
How long?
10 months.
10 months with no connection.
Between the engagement and the marriage with no connection.
You have to do another video. You have to explain this stuff to me. But putting that aside right now. So she basically didn't really know you at that point. She didn't.
So this is a funny one because before I went to meet her, I knew what the information that her family going to gather about me. Good boy, best yeshiva, probably going to be a big doctor, a big rabbi. Sorry,
a nice Freudian slip there.
Freud.
Yeah, great.
And so I said I don't want to be, mentioned, as a crook. So I told my father I am not willing to meet this girl unless you're telling her father that I am not promising to sit and learn Torah my entire life. He tried to convince me not to do it, but I insist. And when my father told it to her father, he was sure it's part of the bargaining and how much money he has to put in the process. So he said, I didn't ask you to learn Torah in his entire life, so it didn't come.
You didn't even think it was serious.
Yeah,
that's hilarious. Okay, so
I tried.
Okay, so that was the first time your wife heard of this aspiration of yours.
That's right.
So her initial reaction was crying, and then she said, "I'll stand by you as long as the Rebbe says yes." And the Rebbe said yes, because as part of Gemilut Chasadim. In other words, he didn't say to you, "Go build an amazing career in medicine." He said, "The world stands on Gemilut Chasadim. If Torah is not your thing, go do Chesed."
Yeah.
Okay, so then what happened?
Go
next?
do Chesed. It was 14 years ago, and still at that very first, conversation that we had, he told me, you're going to find people in the lowest places in their life, in the worst moment. People with kids, with illnesses.
Right.
Never forget from where you come and why you came to that profession.
Beautiful.
And today, 14 years later, when I working in Schneider's Hospital, the best pediatric hospital in Israel, CPR on babies, ICU shifts, etc.
What kind of pediatrician?
Yeah.
Any specific specialty or just pediatrician?
Finishing up pediatrician in the next 2 weeks.
Finishing your studies, in other words?
I'm finishing my residency in pediatric.
Wow.
Yeah, and pediatrician.
Where do you live now?
In Bnei Brak.
Right, you told me that. Okay, and so you live in Bnei Brak. You have how many kids?
4.
4 kids, and you're a full-time pediatrician.
That's right.
What you're doing. Do you have time to learn Torah at all?
Trying, a little bit, but not too much.
We have team.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. After you started this process at the age of 21, my understanding is you also went to the army?
When I was near to finish my studies, I had the opportunity to join late phase of army.
Would you want to like annoy your family as much as possible? Like, what is that? Why'd you go to the army? Like, again, for those that are watching, I mean, like, as you can imagine, everything you've heard till now is extremely, untraditional for a Ger Chassid. But army is not just not traditional. It's like a whole political thing. Like, why did you go to the army? Like, were you pardon my dirty language, were you a tzioini? Like, where did that come from?
First of all, I think their Ger Hasidim are pretty much, and the beliefs are pretty much tzionim. Okay,
Really?
We like the country, we like our nation, we like our people.
The country? You like the land, but you like the state?
As well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so they're not like
maybe
Satmar.
things turn, for the last decades in the new administration that we left, but really like the place. Okay, my grandfather, he was a third generation of Shlichei Tzibur in Ger. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
My grandfather was Shliach Tzibur in Yamim Noraim by the Sfas Emet in Poland.
Wow.
Great Rebbe.
Wow.
And still he made the army. He was
in the army.
he was wounded in 6 days war.
Okay, so it's not that crazy. There is precedent. There are Ger Hasidim who do the army.
In the past.
Right. Today, no.
Pretty much, out of 70,000 people, I believe there is less than 100 or 200.
Wow. Okay, so you did full army?
No, I didn't do the full army. I was trained to join the reserve forces. In the beginning, I was part of a special rescue unit, search and rescue unit, flying also across the borders of Israel and also in combat across,
Chilutz V'Atzala. Is that what you're saying?
It's the 𝐔𝐲𝐲. It's the unit that's known for the delegations to Miami, Nepal, Turkey, but also during war, we didn't fight. We were going to have a war. They are also in charge to all the search and rescue in the battle, in Gaza and Lebanon, etc.
Got it. You were in the army for how long?
Couple months, and then reserve each year for around.
So now you do this?
Till now. Then we had the war,
Right.
in October 7th.
Are you still doing reserves before the war? Like, are you?
Yeah, I was part of the army 4 years before the war.
How old are you?
35.
Oh, so in theory, you can continue doing reserves.
Yeah.
Wow.
But,
okay.
In October 7th, everything changed.
Right. So here's the big question. I guess, specifically as it pertains to Amudim and the incredible work that they do. How did your family react to all this? Like, when you, it was one thing, I'm sure your parents, again, if you were 3 years old and asking doctors, I'm sure they knew that somewhere deep down you had this dream, this aspiration. But I don't know your parents, but I would imagine they didn't think you're actually going to pursue it. When you decided to go into medical school, forget the army for 1 second. When you decided to go into medical school and quote unquote leave the base medrash, leave Torah learning as a secondary thing in your life, how did they respond? How did they react?
So I must drag you a little bit, before. As a kid, in a Gary Cheder, until age 13, I was the best example to the worst kid.
Best example for the worst kid?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Very hard-dealing kid, probably undiagnosed ADHD, the one that's getting smacked each day, the one that's getting bitten each day by the staff.
By the staff?
Yeah, absolutely. That was the time that still the staff were,
oh boy.
That was the way, to straighten us.
Not anymore.
I believe it's not.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you were a troublemaker.
Really, out of a school of 1,700 kids, I was really the best example to the worst kid.
You were the worst behaved kid in the whole school?
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay.
So already from the beginning, you
were
they saw a big troublemaker. But in age 16, when I was already in a good yeshiva, one of the best ones, and my parents took me to Philly. We were, spending Pesach together, and we went one day to Philly, and there they have the Franklin Institute of Science. So they have there a big exhibit of the heart. And I went inside the heart, from the atriums to the ventricles, etc. And I told my mother, I still have the dream to be a doctor. You remember what I spoke with you when I was...
This was the age of 16, you said?
In age 16. And she started crying, and she told me, I thought we passed the hard times with you.
Oh my gosh. It's a funny thing though, because the stereotype is every Jewish mother wants their kid to be a doctor. In Ger, it's every Jewish mother does not want their kid to be a doctor. Okay, so that was 16, and then what happened next? So let's jump forward, right? So you're doing medical school. Even today, you have a good relationship with your family today?
Absolutely. They were very supportive. it's impossible to pursue that desires and vision without you have
Without support
of your wife, your family, your parents.
But was
No
there
chance.
a point where you felt like this is what I have to do for myself, even though I'm not getting support, or were they supported from day one?
They support me from the minute that I got the permission. You
From
know,
the Rebbe?
Yeah.
Interesting. And they, at no point did they come and say to you, "Are you sure you want to do this? Like, maybe you should just go back to the base marriage." Like, they were just, all right. The Rebbe said yes. You're ready to go.
Before I got the permission, obviously, they tried to convince me that it's stupid and it's impossible to achieve it. You know, even if you decide to go against all your community,
Right. You still have to learn
come on.
ABCs.
You know what is it to be a doctor in Israel? I also someone from the secular world, you know, with
hard as it
wealthy
is.
parents that got private education. It's very hard here to be accepted to med school. I mean, 60% of the Israeli doctors wasn't accepted here in Israel to med schools, and they went to learn abroad.
And they came back.
Yeah, so
It's very hard in Israel.
Yeah,
So then how do you explain it? How did you get in?
stupid enough to try.
But why'd you get accepted? Was it like affirmative action? You know,
So I really made my best. I mean, you know what? In the first trimester of the pre-academics program in the Technion, we had tests on physics, English, and math. English, I got 100. Physics, I got 95. It made sense, you know, after sitting 14, 15 hours a day in yeshiva and learning. It was, you know, it made sense. Math.
You developed your brain for other things, but you already...
Right.
Okay,
Math that it was only, you know, rules, no sense behind the rules. I got 43 out of 100. Obviously, nothing close.
43 out of 100.
Right.
Okay,
So I went to the principal. I told him, look, I have one goal, medical school. So obviously with such marks, I won't be able to be accepted. So tell me now if I have a chance, because if not, I'm gonna leave now. And he told me, you approved us that you are not a stupid guy. I mean, that you have capabilities. I believe if you're gonna give everything that you got, you have a chance. I cannot promise you anything, but I believe you have a chance. And I gave everything that I had. I mean, each day I was making homework until 4 o'clock a.m.
Jeez Louise.
I mean, and after 2 years of those studies, I was able to be accepted.
I mean,
hard work.
Yeah, I mean, hard work, that's an understatement. You know, in addition to clearly you have cognitive abilities and a gift, you're obviously very smart.
I'm not a genius. I mean, in comparison to my class in yeshiva, somewhere in the average.
How do you measure? How do you quantify? Did you ever take an IQ? Like, how do you know that you're not a genius?
You don't have to take. I mean, I had friends that knew the entire Shas, the entire Talmud, that they had very brilliant questions to the Magidei Shiurim. I mean, I was not on the
but
top.
clearly, okay, fine. Maybe you're not officially a genius, but you clearly have exceptional mental abilities. I mean, at the end of the day, you didn't know the ABC, and now you're a doctor. So let's give you a little credit where credit is due here. But more important than the mental abilities, you clearly are a very resilient human being. Like, you clearly have very thick skin, because at any point in that entire process, which, how long was the process from the day you decided I'm doing this until you're still finishing your residency? How long has it been?
14 years.
14 years. 14 years you're pursuing a dream that you've had since you're 3 years old.
And still continue. I was accepted this week to a fellowship in Toronto.
You're leaving?
What?
You're leaving Israel? This
Probably
conversation is
next
over. We're leaving temporarily.
To learn something and to bring it back. I don't know if you know it, but I have a special
special needs.
When I finished med school, I really wanted to be a pediatric intensivist, ICU doctor. And then short time after I started residency, we had our 4th baby. We didn't know anything during the pregnancy, but I had a feeling that she's going to change my career. Wow. I told it to my wife each day. Wow. She's going to change my career. And then when she was when she passed her cesarean section, emergency cesarean section, the minute that I saw the baby, I saw that something is weird, and she has Downs.
How did you not know that in the so I don't want to get too personal, but isn't that something they know during the pregnancy? Do you guys not do like?
We are the guys that not checking before.
Oh, you don't do that?
Even though I am a doctor, yeah.
Okay, so I just out of curiosity, that's a thing in '𝐤-𝐸chassidus. There's no ultrasounds, none of that.
Just the regular ultrasounds.
You don't check the baby.
You're not checking the genetics. You're not making.
Is that because it won't?
Beliefs. Then also that you're not going to terminate the pregnancy.
Right.
So what is the point?
Right. Okay. So you had no idea.
No.
And then she was born. What's her name?
DT.
DT?
DT. Yehudit, and we made it for DT.
DT.
DITI.
DITI. Cool.
And I just felt, I am driving on a autostrad on 200 kilometers per hour, and someone is
pulling the handbrakes.
Yeah. What are you doing? I mean,
right.
I wanted to complete my residency and then to go to Toronto to make a fellowship in ICU.
Right. Okay,
This is what not.
So Didi was born, right?
Yeah.
And how did that change your career? I mean, what did her birth, her joining your family, shift in your mind?
Everything.
Explain.
First of all, she took any complication that Downs can take. A lot of the people with Downs have associated medical problems. She passed heart surgery and 3 months old.
Wow.
She had a very rare neurological condition with seizures. She took any complication.
I want to tell you something. I hope this doesn't offend you, but it's something that I believe. So I've worked with special needs kids over the years. Most fulfilling, unbelievable time of my life. And again, I hope this doesn't offend. I don't think it's offensive. I think it's a beautiful thing. But as we know, there's no nevuah today, right? We don't have nevuah. We don't have prophets. I really do believe that special needs children, whether it's Downs, autism, whatever, have this sixth sense to them. They pick up things that you and I maybe don't. Do you ever experience that with them? I feel like the nevuah is with them. It's not something you've experienced?
I have no idea, but I can tell you one thing. Just as an example. When I feel completing my 28 hours shift in hospital, some of the shifts without the opportunity to put something in the mouth, to go to the bathroom, some of them, you're coming exhausted. You had CPRs in the night, you had violent parents some of the time. I don't want to see anyone, no one.
Right.
Not to eat, just to stick up into bed and, forget about everything. She's the only one that she can get a smile from.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Out of me.
I have had experiences with special needs that are like how did you know that thing? Anyway, it's a different topic, but
so she made me a better father, better doctor, and a better person.
That's amazing.
And then we know once we were dealing with all the challenges, my wife told me, what is the chances that we got that baby as a statistic occasion?
Right.
If we are dealing so much with her and challenging so much with her, even though that you are a doctor in the best pediatric hospital in Israel, think about other people. So maybe we got this baby in order to change the medical path for special needs children.
You said she made you a better father, a better person, and a better doctor.
That's right.
Talk to me for 1 second about how she made you a better doctor.
It's very simple. When you're standing next to a kid and a family that deals with devastating new condition, with a special need kid or with cancer, etc., your point of view and understanding of those parents and kid, it's totally different once you are dealing with a special.
You're saying more on the bedside manner, more on the way you interact with patients and things like that. But I understand
it's not only the spiritual way. I mean, you also have a professional eye to see the sensitivities, the condition, what is wrong here, what is might be pathologic.
Interesting. So my understanding, and you tell me, take me down this kind of road, is that you understood that as a parent to a Down syndrome child, that there's no one place that you can go and, from a medical perspective, take care of all of this child's needs, and you'd have to go to different places.
Right.
Walk me through that.
I mean, our own little DT, I mean, she has cardiac problems, neurological problems, psychiatry problems, developmental problems, etc.
Is she high functioning, low functioning, mid functioning?
Mid functioning.
Okay.
My wife was an architect until until
Didi was born.
Until Didi was born. And then when we saw the entire bunch of things that we have to deal with, each day appointment to a different doctor in a different place, in a different hospital.
There's no one.
She told me, continue what you're doing. This is our mission. I'm quitting my job. I'm going to take care of her.
Your mission what? To build?
To be a doctor and to bring, we're going to change the path, the medical path for those special parents for special children.
To give them one place?
To give them one place.
Wow. Why was that never done before?
I don't know.
Strange thing.
It's a strange thing, but 2,000 years ago, the prophets were very big people. When God wanted to talk with the nation, he took through Moshe, Jeremiah, and etc. Today, when he wants to change things, he's taking Doron Almog, a general in the IDF, is giving him his special needs autistic kid, and then he's establishing that Adai Negev, a world-leading center, a village for special needs people.
Wow. That's
he's taking Yair Lapid, obviously not religious, very far from, from prophecy, but he's giving him his special Yale autistic kid, and he's changing through the politics.
Yair Lapid is a special needs kid?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And he changed for better, much better, the entire...
Such an interesting perspective. So you're saying God used to communicate to the world and make change in the world through prophets, and today there's no prophecy, so God uses messengers, sometimes political messengers, other leaders, that aren't necessarily religious leaders, to make change in the world.
People have the ability to change things.
Fascinating.
And this is your choice, and especially once we're interviewing to that organization, you got a challenge. This is a fact, It's not your fault that you got that challenge, but you got it.
Right.
Now it's your decision.
Right.
If to take it and to cry about it, it's fine to cry about it.
Right.
But the next step, what is going to be? To be a victimized,
right.
to be a victim, or
right.
to take it and to make something better to you, to your family, to your community, to your nation.
I'll tell you something on a different scale. Okay, it's not. I'm not making the comparison, but this war, for me, has changed so much about my perception of the world. Right. So, I grew up religious. You grew up religious. We all know the phrase "Gamzu Latova," right? Something happens. It might be hard right now, but you say Hashem only does good in the world. Gamzu Latova. I don't know why it's Gamzu Latova, but it's Gamzu Latova, right? And again, growing up, I said it, but I never really meant it. Like, if something bad happens, I'm upset that it happened. Gamzu Latova, but okay, I'm still upset, right? But in this war, many times, I don't know, I can't give a number, but definitely 20 times throughout this war, something happened, and at the time, I was like, oh man. And then I said to myself, Gamzu Latova, and within days, I realized this is why it's Gamzu Latova. I'll give you one example. I was supposed to go to Australia to speak at a Magen David Adom gala to raise money. And it was a pretty significant paying gig. It's a lot of money. And I was supposed to fly out on Tuesday. Friday morning, the Australian government wrote me an email, you're banned from our country because of your tweets. They're Islamophobic, blah, blah, blah. I was like, what the? So I appealed, right? I also got the foreign ministry involved. I got the U.S. ambassador involved. Everyone was involved at the highest diplomatic levels. They didn't reverse the decision. I was banned for 3 years. And I was devastated. Not only because of the money, but because, 1930, Germany, an American Jew can't come to Australia. I was devastated. But I said, Gamzu Latova. I didn't know why. But I said, Hashem, well, first of all, Magen David Adom allowed me to speak virtually over Zoom. So I didn't have to travel 50 hours, insane numbers. That was first of all. So they paid me. But because of all the media that the story got, they got more money raised because more people came to the fundraiser to hear me speak. So they made more money. I made my money. I didn't have to travel. And then the kicker, just a few days later, the Iran war broke out. And if I was in Australia, I'd be stuck there with my wife and my kids would be here in bomb shelters. I was like, God, that was an interesting way of doing it, but
you're raising your case.
Right? And this has happened many times over the war. So, it's an interesting perspective of Gamzu Latova. You were given certain circumstances. I would imagine that most people in the world, I don't know if most people, many people in the world would say, Hashem, why'd you do this? Why'd you give me a Down syndrome kid? I'm doing good in the world. I'm a doctor. I've learned Torah. Why you do? You didn't view it that way. You said, okay, there's a reason that I was given this opportunity. I would imagine you view it as an opportunity to make the world a better place. So that's what you did. So what happened next? You saw that there was no multidisciplinary, is that what it's called? Clinic, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Whew, brain is... okay, so it doesn't exist. It's not a thing.
It exists abroad.
Oh,
I mean, I went to see it in CHOP in
Not
Philadelphia. I went to see it in Toronto. I went to see it in Denver. Not yet here.
Because I would imagine it's probably
soon coming.
No, but yeah, but I would imagine it's like a socialized medicine thing. Like
we have here the best medicine.
Right. But why is that not here then? How do you explain that?
I have no idea.
That's weird. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So it existed. So now you're planning. So what now? So you're moving to go discover what they do there and bring it back.
Yeah, to learn it there with my hands.
Right.
And
you're
to import it.
You're going there. I mean, you're going there to practice medicine. You're going there like in this place in where in Toronto.
Toronto.
And what's the process? How long do you think?
I have no idea because it was accepted only this week.
Oh,
so
really? This week?
It's very fresh.
So when are you leaving?
Probably in the end of June.
June. Oh, you got a while.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going there. You're going to study how they do this, how they implement this multidisciplinary clinic, specifically for Downs or for other things too?
For other things too, but also they have their Downs clinic.
And again, that means that a parent of a Down syndrome child can walk in and get all of their medical needs in one place.
That's right.
Again, it seems like such a no-brainer. Sometimes when I meet with startups, I say, how did no one else think of this? It's kind of like, hello, strange. But it exists in the world. It just doesn't exist in Israel. Okay, and then you're planning on taking that, copy-paste, bringing it back to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're planning on doing.
Yeah. But you mentioned the 𝐔𝐬𝐬𝐿𝐻. I must share with you something that I experienced the last holiday, less than a month ago. I was in a shift in a NICU.
A what?
In night shift in a NICU, in the NICU.
What's a NICU?
NICU is where the babies come, the ill babies.
NICU?
NICU. So I was in the shift in the NICU, in charge also on the nursery. And I got a phone call from the nurse in one of the departments. She told me we admitted a mother and a newborn baby, and she cannot be in this ward. That specific department has no monitoring equipment and staff. So only healthy babies can be there. So I asked her, what is the reason that they cannot stay there? So she told me that family had SIDS in the past, sudden infantile
like when they die
death
in the crib.
syndrome. Yeah. So according to our protocol in the hospital, they have to be monitored to 24 hours under a cardio monitor, and only afterwards we can.
And so the specific ward did not have that equipment.
That's right.
Okay.
And the parents resist. They don't want the baby to go any evaluation,
Why?
They don't want nothing. I don't know why, but it was 2 o'clock a.m. So, so I told them I cannot give her okay for that thing.
Right.
I have to call my manager and ask him what he says. Some of the cases we're going until court, even during night if we think it's life threatening, etc. He told me, Yuda, give up. Whatever they want.
Really? Wow.
And I said, I'm going to go, even though I'm going to go to get some chat with those parents. And I went to that family, and they were very negativistic, and the reaction was very, you came to steal our baby, etc. Said, first of all, let's start from the end. You got whatever you wanted. I think it's a mistake, but my manager told me not to give up. So you got whatever you want. And now let's talk a little bit which evaluations you made during pregnancy, what is the situation, etc., etc., etc. And obviously she told me we are resistant to any evaluation, any test, no EKG, no nothing.
Was this a religious?
No.
Wow, that's so strange.
And to show me some kind of, that it's a realistic decision, she told me, and my husband is even working in that hospital. Once she said that word, I asked her, do you live in X town? She said, yes. Are your husband's profession as X? And she said, yes. And I started crying. I told her 2 years ago, when you came with your baby during CPR, in the morning, I was in the emergency room shift. I was inside the CPR of your baby. That SIDS situation, I was in one of the doctors involved in the CPR.
Of a previous kid?
Yeah.
Wow. What are the chances?
And, when I remember that CPR, it was one of the hard...
Did the baby die?
Yes. He came dead, but Even when a baby comes dead, we're trying, we're making, 20, 40 minutes of a CPR. And it was very moving moment during the CPR. Me, other people that was part of that CPR went afterward to get some mental health.
So you couldn't revive the baby.
Yeah, it was terrible.
The
situation was terrible.
The first time that you
No, it's not the first time, but
every time it's horrible.
Under the circumstances, that was. I don't want to get to talk to the details, but it was
hard.
Very hard to anyone that was part of it. And 2 years later, to be to see they have a healthy baby.
Amazing.
And then she saw it was very emotional. She also remembered me, and then she told me, "You know what? Which examination you want to do to the baby?"
Wow, that's amazing.
It's not coming. It's getting better. I said I want to make the newborn physical exam, and I want to make a ECG, 30 minutes of a ECG, just to see that there is no arrhythmias, etc. And I'm gonna give you the baby back. Can my husband join you? Yes. And I was called to emergency section. So I came an hour later. Everyone was sleeping in that room. I woke him up. I went with the father upstairs to my examining room. I made the test, and I left the kid there, on the side next to the father. I went to type the examination on my computer, and then I got called by the nurse. Dr. Sabina, come here immediately. And under our eyes, he made 3 episodes of apnea, complete apnea, meaning not breathing at all and I made obviously a CPR immediately. So just imagine, if you were staying there, if all that situation would not happen, you were staying in the parents' room. And the morning when we were waking up, we would see
what a
cadaver.
Story.
And 2 years before, when God had the decision that this is the moment to take that baby.
What a story.
He was sure also to put a very specific doctor at that moment.
I got to write this story up. That is a crazy story. Let me just wrap my head around this one second. You're telling me there was a family that had this in their family that, what's it called again? SIDS, right? And they brought a dead baby to the hospital. You administered CPR. Unfortunately, the baby died. Fast forward 2 years later, and a family comes in with a baby, refusing to get the baby tested, and you go meet them to speak to them and say to them, listen, we're not going to do anything you don't want, but let me hear what your rationale is. Why don't you want? And as they started to talk, you realize, wait a second, there's similarities here. And you say to her, is your husband this person? She says, yeah. He says, well, is this your town? Yes, this is your husband? I administered CPR on your last baby. And I was in the room trying to revive that baby. She remembered you. You remembered her. Because of that, she trusted you enough.
A lot of crying in that room,
right.
Very emotional.
And then she trusted you enough to say, okay, so what tests do you want to do?
Yeah.
You brought the baby to get tested. And during those tests,
the tests were fine, Right. Everything was fine.
And then
but
the baby
later,
stopped breathing. And had that not happened, the baby wouldn't have been there. The baby would have died.
Dead.
Wow. That is a wild story. Holy smokes. Chills. Okay. All right, listen. Like I said in the beginning, we could talk about this for 4 hours. You have an incredible story. Maybe we should have a cup of coffee sometime. But, okay, so I want to focus because we're coming to an end. I think the most important thing really, again, I said it before, but I need to hear your, how you explain this or, I guess, evaluate yourself when it comes to this resilience. Because, again, a normal person without very thick skin, without a supernatural level of resilience, could not do any of the things that you did, could not go to school for how many years? 14? 14 years?
The process is at least 14.
14 years.
It's still counting.
Without any colleagues and friends who have done it before you, you couldn't get some. This hasn't unprecedented. And you go through this thing for 14 years. You go to the army, even though maybe that's a little bit less uncommon than the doctor, but it's also pretty uncommon. I'm sure you don't have many friends in the Gera world who went to the army, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
I have a brother.
Really? Wow, you guys are a bunch of troublemakers.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and now your parents you're good. Like they support you. Everything's fine.
Not
right?
only good, supportive.
It's great. Unbelievable. So here's the big question. This is the elephant in the room. How do we clone people like you? How do we bring someone like you who understands that you have a lot to give the world besides, and I don't mean to belittle Talmud Torah. I love Torah, but how do you bring you at scale to the world of Haredim, Hasidim, who understand some people are supposed to learn Torah, but other people could be rock star doctors. Other people could do other things. How do you? I don't want to get into politics, but like, how do we change the reality right now where there's this divide? And I'm not blaming either side. I understand why the Haredim don't want to serve in the army. I understand why it annoys the non-Haredim, but like, just give me like a 2-second thought on is it possible to bridge that ever? Because it's right now the hottest topic. What do you think about that? Or are we just doomed?
When there was an academic poll study to see what is the positions of the Haredi people from stage to stage, I mean, the extremists for a year and the modern extremists, how much percent wants the kids of them to go into study English during school? Give me a number in percent. How much was positive about?
5?
67% of them.
But the Haredim want their kids to learn secular studies?
Yeah.
So what?
And when they asked the other question, how much people of you think that your friends and community wants their kids, children as well to go to studying English, what was the number? 20%. So this is called pluralistic ignorance, that you think that you are the only modern, the only open-minded, that you want, but you're very afraid from the prices that you're going to have to pay socially against your, it was not easy. When I was in second year of med school, we were thrown out of shul. I got life-threatening threats.
So it wasn't always so supportive. Yeah. Okay.
But you think, that people are not going to agree with you, that you're going to have to pay impossible prices, and no one wants to pay impossible prices. You agree to pay reasonable prices. So I think that once we're going to work towards individuals and not towards communities, of groups, we have more chances of getting more people involved in.
Well, the protest that was last week doesn't help. You have 500,000 or whatever the number was. Where did you get this level of resilience? Where did you get this drive to not say in this process, you know what? I don't want to get kicked out of shul. I don't want to be excommunicated from my community. Everyone's learning Torah, peer pressure. It's what I was meant to do. It's what I'm told to do. It's what my father and grandfather. Azov, I'm going to leave this medical school thing. It's a dream, but you know what? People have dreams. I have a dream to own a Lamborghini, but I don't own a Lamborghini. So like, what kept you going? Besides, okay, of course you had a dream, but like, you also need resilience. You need thick skin to say, like, I don't care what you have to say. I'm going to be a doctor, and I'm going to excel at being a doctor. How did you not give up?
So as I mentioned, for a second in the beginning, that I had a very terrible childhood. Right. Okay, really, it was terrible.
But not from your parents, because of you, meaning
because of me, because the school, etc. Everyone for the time.
Nothing bad like abuse or anything like that.
Physical abuse, if you count.
Each
day I got smacks.
From your teachers.
Yeah.
Okay. And like somebody.
People thought that I don't have any capabilities to learn anything.
Right. Right.
As long as he's not going to go to jail, we are fine with him not doing anything in class. Right. Even the plus and minus that they learned in school, I was outside of those classes. In my entire life, I was searching for some meaning. What is the meaning of me being here, part of that world? So I tried, so I was dreaming about being a doctor. One day I'm going to be able to make meaningful things, to help people, to be worth it, anything, something.
This was your path.
Yeah.
I got it.
That was my dream. When I was crying as a kid in school, why no one is understanding me, So I had a dream. I'm going to grow up one day. I'm going to go out of that community. In the beginning, I thought, also to be extra religious. When as a child, I wanted to get some revenge. But when I grew up, I said, okay, what's the point of all of this? I believe in God. Right. Maybe some people made mistakes, but now it's my decision to be a victim or to be successful and meaningful for me and for the entire world.
So that's, I think, a good place to end and say that, everyone has their challenges in life. Some people have bigger challenges, some people have smaller challenges, and some challenges are very, very difficult to overcome. There's no question about that. But there is an element, I think this is what I'm understanding from you. There is an element, there is a component here of how you deal with your reality. You know, you're dealt a certain card. And yes, again, I want to be very clear, disclaimer, I don't want to sound like everything's easy to get over. There are some things that are very hard to get over. But pretty much anything that's thrown at you, no matter how hard it is, can be viewed from a victim mentality or from a resilient mentality. And you can do the best you can with what you're given. And that's what you did, and that's what you continue to do, and it's incredible. And I'll just end with a sentence that I heard recently, that unbelievable sentence. Ready for this? Sit down. Hold on to your chair. I don't remember who said it to me, but it's a beautiful sentence. It's probably a famous quote, but he said, "The purpose of life is to live a life with purpose." It's good, right? It's strong, right?
Absolutely.
It's a great line, because you know what? Everyone has their purpose, and some people haven't discovered their purpose yet, but you were fortunate enough to know your purpose from age 3. So my question of how did you stay resilient actually isn't even a valid question, because that was your clear, you knew, again,
it kept me alive.
Right. Again, like it's that in and of itself is, most people, you know, you ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? They could be 60 years old and they don't know. You knew from birth that you were going to be a doctor. So for you, it wasn't a question of maybe that was your path. So it is a big blessing. Yes, you had to overcome hurdles, but I think the key to what kept you resilient and kept you, you know, mentally strong, was that purpose, was that this is what I was put here to do. And that, I think, is something that anybody could learn from. And again, some people are, you know, have harder challenges than just doing a profession that none of their friends are doing. Some people, you know, in this war lost limbs and lost family, and we know all the terrible things that have happened. It's not like, okay, I just have to stop thinking of myself as a victim and everything's going to be okay. That's an oversimplification. But we can do the best with what we can. And I know I said I'll end with that, but I'm going to end with one more thing. I heard from one of my rebbeim many, many, many years ago. This is a beautiful thing. Remember this, because it's changed my life. We say in Aleinu, "Bashamayim mimal v'al haaretz mitachas," right? The sky above and the ground beneath. What's the obvious question? It's redundant. You could have just said "Bashamayim v'al haaretz." What's Bashamayim mimal? We know the sky is above and the ground is beneath. Why does it have to say it? So he said something beautiful. He said things that are Bashamayim, things that are important, spirituality, your connection to Hashem, important things, always look mimal. Try to be better. Strive higher. Things that are al haaretz, not unimportant. Wealth, health, always look mitachas and say it could be so much worse. You stub your toe and it hurts like crazy. Say to yourself, it hurts, but it's not cancer. It could be so much worse. To me, that's how I lead my life. And I think that's an amazing kind of way to build resilience, is shift perspective. So I'm leaving this interview inspired. You're absolutely going to have a follow-up conversation without the cameras, because you're a fascinating dude. And I actually want to, we'll talk about it, because I want to write about you. I mean, it's an incredible story. Maybe I'll interview you. Do you do interviews for Israeli press? Would you?
Many.
We'll talk about that. Okay. But thank you. Thank you, I guess, on behalf of me, Amudim, for showing us what resilience is, and really on behalf of Klal Yisrael, because, again, we need more people like you. So keep doing what you're doing. Go to Toronto, but come back, because we need people here like you. And just stay strong, my friend. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Amudim is always there. I don't know what we would do without it today. We have a community of close to 80,000 people today. And when you're going to have a community that large, you're going to have problems. The problems are out there. And there are hundreds of these problems, maybe even in the thousands from our community alone, that we have brought to Amudim's door. And they're there for us.
They're doing a great job, difficult job. They're involved in the difficult cases that nobody probably would want to touch. But they're doing it, and they're doing it responsibly, and I know they're helping a lot of people.
Amudim is well known. They made a name for themselves, they established a reputation, they do good work.
Any crisis, any situation, any problem, they were there for us. They're there for Am Yisrael. And they're professional, they do it with love, they do it with care. Something that's so important for us.
Amudim is always there for us, 24/7, 365 days a year. Whatever it is, Amudim is there for us. We always know that we have a helping hand.
Amudim has been involved with our community for many years now. They've helped thousands of people in our community, and they're launching a new initiative, the Amudim Israel Sephardic Division.
The division is here to cater to the needs of all Syrians living in Israel, be it families, yeshiva boys, seminary girls, or lone soldiers.
For the students, boys and girls who are spending the year studying Torah in Israel, whether it be families who make Aliyah, Amudim will be there with total confidentiality, with kindness and love to show help and support for our community.
Amudim Sephardic Division is a place where Syrians who move to Israel could come and receive support in any category, from helping to get their family into Israel, making Aliyah to Israel themselves, or God forbid, verbal, substance, or physical abuse.
Amudim Israel Sephardic Division is an organization that is going to help our students in Eretz Yisrael make sure that they have the things that they need in order to be able to live a healthy and a balanced life.
ואני חושב לעניות דעתי שהדבר הזה אין לו ערך, כי זה דבר שלא מתעסקים בו הרבה ולא יודעים עליו הרבה, וכאן חמד בחורים, ברוך השם אברכים, גדולים וחשובים, יודעי תורה וחושבי מחשבות, הם יושבים ופותרים בעיות סבוכות, שהם באמת, אני חושב שזה חסד של אמת.
Amudim means pillar in Hebrew. There's a bridge that connects the Syrian Sephardic communities in the US and Israel. Amudim is one of those strong pillars that enables this bridge to work. Please help us keep the community strong by supporting Amudim and help them continue to be able to help us and our communities as a whole.
For those cases that for most people, they will look and say, I'm raising my arms, there's nothing that I can do. Comes an organization like Amudim, and all we need to do is partner up with them, is write them a check, so that we too can be part of this extraordinary chesed.
We need to do whatever we can to help them. Amudim has been there for us, and they will continue to be there for us, B'ezrat Hashem.
I can't emphasize enough the importance to support such an organization.
We are a family no matter where we live, and we're reaching out for support to help those who live in Israel that might need a helping hand. Tzedakah starts at home, and what better place to be is to send it to your family who lives in Eretz HaKodesh. Please look into your pockets and to your hearts, and whatever you guys could do is greatly appreciated.
אני רוצה לברך אותם בכל ליבי. יהי רצון שפועל ידיכם תרצה, ובכל אשר תפנו תשכילו ותצליחו ותעלו על במת ההצלחה, ובעזרת השם, שלא יהיה לכם קניין תורה, כמה שפחות, ותהיו בעזרת השם עוזרים לדלים ומסייעים ביד כל אדם שצריך באמת את העזרה שלכם, ומהשם תישאו ברכה, אמן ואמן.
They're there for us, we have to be there for them as well, and we hope that Hashem only good things come from this organization.
With saving one Jewish soul, you are saving the entire world. Amudim are out there in the trenches, day and night, saving lives. This is from the utmost importance in the world of tzedakah. Everybody has to dig into their pockets and give to Amudim, because Amudim is out there for us, and we have to make sure that they have the financial backing to continue what they're doing. B'ezrat Hashem, we hope one day, because of the awareness that they're causing out there in the world, that we won't need Amudim one day. But until that happens, ladies and gentlemen, dig deep into your pockets and give generously to Amudim. You know, like we say, Manishtana, why is this night different than all nights? Why is this campaign different than all campaigns? I'll put it in 5 letters, COVID. So if you start adding it all up, this is real, what we call sakanas nefashos. So there's no question. But I'm talking about the quality of the people that answer the phones. You could have a caseworker. You could have a junior caseworker. You could have a person that's just beginning to have a practice. Someone that still has supervision over them, answering these life and death calls. And we had 2 or 3 of the top PhD clinicians doing this work by themselves. And Pashut living, letting their family down and doing this just to save God's children. It's a chapter
in the history of Amudim, which great honor for Amudim to have facilitated that kind of response during the holiday of Pesach. Well, and before it and after it. I mean, it was early difficult March, April, and into May months of COVID.
Welcome to the Unite to Heal event in support of Amudim. Thank you for being here. Shalom Noah. Shalom Racheli. So I'm Racheli Frankel. I live in Nof Ayalon, Shalabim. I'm a mother of 7. I'm a Torah educator. I work at Nishmat and Matan. I do Torah, Halacha, Yotzot Halacha. And this is my very good friend Noah. Noah, you want to say something about yourself?
שלום, שלום רחלי. בעזרת השם נעשה ונצליח. My name is Noah. I'm originally from Yerushalayim, live in Efrat, married to Eli, with 8 children. I have a non-profit organization called 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. We have a special program that we work together, Racheli and I, called 𝐭LA, which working with Jewish women in Europe, strengthening Jewish identity for Jewish women in Europe. And yeah, I'm always happy to be with you, Racheli.
Say a word about the army.
Okay. Also, I'm serving in the IDF, working in Shura base. I'm also leading the teams of the female 𝐶𝐕 Kadisha of the IDF.
So actually, just before we started, you came from the base and you didn't want to take this video in your uniform. You ran to change. Where did we meet first?
Where did we meet? Okay, so for me, you were the famous Racheli Frankel. I have a son, and my son studies in Yeshivat Makor Chaim. My son Itai was in Makor Chaim, and he was close to your son Naftali, Hashem Yikom Damo. And I remember when your son was one of the 3 boys that were kidnapped 11 years ago. So we were all devastated, like all Am Yisrael, and obviously when we were so close to the yeshiva, and my son was very close to your son, so we were really literally in the story, and I was watching you and following you and thought what an amazing woman you are. And then a few years later, I started to open a program for Jewish women, the 𝐭LA program, and I really wanted women to inspire and to connect. So I thought, okay, I'm going to call Racheli Frankel, famous Racheli Frankel.
So I get this phone call from this lady that says...
And you said yes.
You don't know me, but... Yeah. And the but was, I have this tremendous dream of working with women all over Europe, no matter the denomination, no matter, just women that want to connect to their Jewishness. And just bring women together and learn Torah together. And I was trying to understand at which point, where does it stand? You want something for tomorrow, for next week? And she said, no, it's a dream at the moment. I said, great, when this dream comes true, call me. And actually 1.5 years later it did. And we've been having these seminars in different countries in Europe.
Yeah.
So that was part 1 for me. And then on Motzei Simchat Torah and the days that came after it, we were all looking for what can we do. And what can we do? We found ourselves in different roles of what can we do. I found myself somewhat having contact with hostage families, and then with Jewish communities from all around the world, because people were just pouring in goodwill, trying to, and they kept on asking, what can we do, what can we do? And one of the things that was very meaningful for me is, from my own personal experience, to let people know that when they reach out, when they, first of all in prayer, but beyond prayer, with help, with packages, with it's not just something they're doing to calm their conscience because they're far away. It really makes, for me, the support that we got from Jews all over, it kept our sanity. It was a very, very real thing. And I found myself speaking to communities saying, keep it personal, keep it going. It's not a show, it's a real thing, it's very significant. And another place I found myself in a tiny way was, I know that on Simchat Torah, not only you were drafted as the head of the Chevra Kadisha. At the time you were a member, you weren't a head yet, and but you functioned that as a head because your commander was away, and then I think 4 of your sons were drafted and your husband was drafted. And I remember hearing about this scene where you walk out of the house in the middle of Chag, you need to go to the base, and oops, you don't have a car. Because actually your husband was drafted to the northern border and he took it with him. And then there were a few times during that time where I found myself doing this tiny thing of picking you up from the base, trying to get you home for a few hours, going back. And it took time to understand what you're really doing there and what you people are really physically dealing with, and everything that was coming to Shura, everybody that was coming to Shura. I'll tell you one thing I remember from then. It was you saying, I feel I'm doing Hashavat Aveda. I'm in this chaos. I'm taking a piece and returning it to its orderly place. I'm helping HaKadosh Baruch Hu, put a tiny piece in place. And so we had some quality time there.
Did I ever say thank you?
I think you probably said 1,000,000 times.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you. I really remember one of the, sometimes it was 2 a.m. in the morning, and you it's like you're in a different place, you're in a different world. You're seeing the horrific sights and all the victims that came, the civilians, the soldiers, everything that was going on there, and trying to identify. That was the first few days. And then I wanted to go home for a few hours to be with my family, and and the first time I think I was just hitchhiking in the street, and I was people were smelling me in the car. But I remember when I told you and you came to pick me up, that I was so happy, because you need someone to speak on the way, you need someone to talk, you need someone to understand you. But I was also, I don't know if I ever told you, always, I feel like I was selfish because I needed you and you helped me, and I ignored your pain. No, because I'm thinking your son was in Shura. Your son, it was Tzrifin at the time. Yeah, but then they came, right, but our people were in the same...
It's the same rabbis, the same people.
Sometimes we have those discussions because right, I don't say that the job, whatever we do with the victims and the Chevra Kadisha and identification and the Tehara and the working with the families. But it's different. When I see a family, and now part of my job in the army is to go to people's home, I'm stepping back, and I know that I'll give you an example.
I'll just explain what you mean. Going to people's home means the people, the
families that lost,
the soldiers that you took care of. Eventually, the families get to the stage where they might want to speak to the people that dealt with them.
Yeah.
And you go to the family and you meet the parents and the siblings of that soldier.
Yeah, I can meet the mother of the child that was killed, and I was with her. And I remember in the beginning of the war, when I used to come into the base and get into the gates, there were families, waiting to hear. Yeah.
Hundreds of families there.
And I used
on the fences.
Yeah, on the fences, like this. And I used to describe it can you imagine someone that is standing on a cliff and someone pushing down the cliff, and he didn't fall yet. That was my feeling. This is what they are. The shouts, people someone gave me a piece of paper and said, can you find my child there? So I really remember that. But my experience was standing and seeing those people falling from the cliff, and I can't help them, and they didn't fall yet. So I'm still holding my breath, but I'm not falling. They are in that fall. there's some kind of a respect of, you know, of. I have no words to say that. So I feel like you just didn't think of yourself, and you completely.
That wasn't the issue. You know, we were all looking for our, you know, where can we fit in, and here there was something very small that was, you know, part of the ethos of Chevra Kadisha is this almost secretive function. You don't talk about it. You don't want people to know about it. And in the first few days, that was. Your younger children didn't know what you're doing. And when everybody disappeared and was drafted into the army, they did not know. It took a while until you understood, you know, everybody eventually found out. And there was also a bit of a change of a state of mind where we all understood that the world has to know. Yeah. The Jewish world has to know, and the world beyond has to know. And that wasn't in your DNA as a Chevra Kadisha. So at that time, just being the minutes that it took from Shura to Efrat, being with someone that you're willing to be open with, it was a big deal. You know, so it was totally my zchut to be there. It's not the issue.
Interesting. Okay, now that we're speaking, you reminded me that in the very beginning of the war, people came and asked what's happening and to be interviewed. I wasn't so comfortable to speak, definitely in Eretz Israel, and it's so sensitive. But the first phone call that I got from, I think, Rabbi Beshevkin, one of the podcasts, he said, can I please speak with you? And I thought, no ways, I'm not talking, I'm not sharing. And I called Eli, he was in the army, my husband, and I called Rabbi Ruzha, and I spoke to you. Rabbi Ruzha said to me, you have to. And it's something that I always, you know, like I really thanking you for that I understood, and it gave me a lot of strength and a lot of resilience to deal with that. Understanding that what happened in Shura, it's not my story. And if it's the story of Am Yisrael, and when you have such a pain and you go through things that it's part of Am Yisrael, you share it because it's not about me. So I don't care if, you know, what I'm wearing so much and about all those things that you can be nervous when you are, you know, under cameras like now. You just do it. You just speak, and you just give it. You give the story of Am Yisrael. And I remember you gave me koach for that, and it's huge, this gift of be able to share. Thank you, Racheli.
The truth is,
I guess it's also healing to speak about it, right? Yeah.
A story comes to my mind. It's kilu not in the right time of our conversation, but I remember speaking somewhere along the years, and then coming back to that same yeshiva the next year. And usually, you know, it's a 1-year program, so you meet different people. And this guy comes to me after the lecture, and he says, you know, I heard you last year. And I said, you know, I must have bored you. I repeat myself. And he said, no, actually, I'm coming over to you to tell you, because when I walked out last time, I decided to call my mother that I hadn't spoken to for 4 years.
Wow.
And first of all, this is not about Racheli. Maybe it's about Naftali and the power of you know, that people that we lose still have in the world. But I then thought that me sharing, you know, it was just talking about motherhood and about what you miss. You know, it's not you're never sorry that you didn't go to somebody's graduation. That's not the issue. It's you miss hearing them fight. You miss our day to day. So I remember speaking about that, and I figured this guy. I imagine that he walked out and he said, actually, I have such a relationship in my life too. I don't want to miss out on it.
Wow.
And it was more about the power of sharing and about the power of talking about things, and because we're interdependent, you know.
And blessing comes, yeah.
Blessing comes, yes.
I think if you already, I don't know, if may I say that I think for me the essence of speaking about it is really understanding that it's like not my story. It's something that happened, and I think it's give you a lot of koach, because in a way you are in a lot of pain, and obviously we cry a lot. Even today there was there was a levaya coming out of the base, and you have tears, and you cry almost on a daily basis, and when you go home and you hear about the girls or...
Are you allowed to say which levaya came out of the base today?
This morning was Hadar Goldin, Hashem Yikom Damo.
After 11 years.
And then he was aloof, he was the mefaked of חיל האוויר, 𝐟𝐮𝐧𝐢𝐭𝐫, that was passed away. So there was two levayot that came out today. But I think understanding, you sort of not detach yourself, but you feel like you're here to serve. Okay? Speaking about, Hadar Goldin, Hashem Yikom Damo, obviously everybody wants to be part of that. And when you understand that you have your job and you need to do what you need to do, the whole story with looking at, doing Chevra Kadisha is nothing about yourself. You do what you can, and that's it. You're sort of a soldier. You're a servant. כן, אני עבד השם. I came to serve you, הקדוש ברוך הוא. אנא השם, אני עבדך. It's one of the strongest sentences that gave me so much koach. I remember. I think I said many times in many places that I stood on October 7th and I saw what I saw and I didn't understand what's going on, and I say Hashem, you say Ana Hashem, Oshiana, Hashem save us, Ana Hashem atzlicha nas, give us success, but mainly Ana Hashem, ani avdecha, You want me to wash dishes, I'll wash dishes. You want me to, wash people that whatever you want me to do, I'm there for you. Understanding that we are part of Olamo Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu and we're doing what we need to do. It's something very humbling and something that gives you a lot of koach to do it. And then you want me to go back home and wash the dishes and do the washing and shop, go to the supermarket. So go for it. I'm doing it.
Actually, I have something that I am thinking about as you talk. Recently, we were in the beginning of Sefer Bereshit, and we hear about Avraham Avinu as a warrior.
Right.
And it's interesting that these people that we think of as righteous people, tzaddikim, David, Yeshua, Avraham, they didn't only sit at home being righteous, okay? When they had to fight a war, they fought a war. And it also connects to our DNA now because the war started because his nephew was taken hostage.
Right.
And the DNA of taking care of doing everything for the hostage, even if it means, you'd rather not get involved in war, but you are. And then, after the war, HaKadosh Baruch Hu speaks to Avraham and tells him, don't fear. Okay? Al tira. I'm with you, don't be afraid. Now usually, actually, each of our avot at some point is told by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, don't fear, al tira. But usually, it's about what's ahead. Okay? It's don't fear this because you're going to go down to Mitzrayim and it's going to be okay. And don't fear this war, I'll give you power to go into the war. Moshe Rabbeinu is told, you're going to fight Og Melech HaBashan, don't fear. Okay? Here, it's a post-war
anxiety.
It's like HaKadosh Baruch Hu trying to quiet down a post-war anxiety. And I think in a way that's something we're dealing with now. Because as a society here in Eretz Israel and the Jewish world altogether, things are starting to calm down. Hadar was, Baruch Hashem, brought to Kever Israel today, and there are no more soldier hostages in Gaza. There are still 4 we're waiting to come home, but we're done with soldiers. And all the lives won, we get to the point in the war, and things are happening, okay? Yet, there's so much we have to deal with now. In a sense, davka, as we say in Hebrew, because we're post-war. A lot of challenges, a ton of mental issues that we all know are there and going to come up, and some that people hold on to and keeping very strong, but we'll have to start dealing with. Where in many ways we're a post-traumatic nation. And a lot of challenges of, a lot of the unity that was kind of holding up as long as we're in war, and now we know that there are a lot of things that are about to come. There's so much that we have to deal with at this stage. Dafka, because we're starting to feel the end of the war, this specific war, it's not like peace on earth, but there's so much to deal with now. Oh. And you said, if I need to wash holy soldiers, I'll wash holy soldiers. If I need to get back home and wash dishes, I'll wash dishes. But doing that transition is not so simple.
It's not.
In a way, there was one of the songs in the beginning of the war was Giborei Al, superheroes. And it tells the story how the teacher and the clerk from the bank and the thing, they all have day jobs, but then when there's the call, they take out their cloak and they put it on their shoulders and they all become superheroes and they go out to, and
then they come home and they are...
Right, and then there's something very, I'll say not simple, in folding away the cloak, okay? This stage has its own challenges and its own difficulties. And, first, what do you feel about it? I'm sure you have your perspective on it.
What do I feel about it? First of all, I experience it a lot with my own soldiers, that they find it sometimes hard, Baruch Hashem, we don't want work there, but doing something so much meaningful, and then coming back and, putting a business together, starting to do the regular tasks in the house together. Also, we all, our husbands, our sons, even in my own family, like I have someone very close that she, with anxiety, and the husband is still doing miluim. She lost so much weight. She doesn't want to eat. There's a lot going on. I think everybody is experiencing it. You said Avraham, and you describe it so beautifully. Mamash, thank you for this piece of Torah. Mamash, Racheli. But he said, but the Kadosh Baruch Hu says Al Tira, and when you said Al Tira just now, it gave me comfort, because I feel like, especially as a woman and a mother and a wife, and Baruch Hashem, we have a shul, so some people like to call me Rebbetzin, and the community we have in Europe. So you spread yourself in so many places, and everywhere you go, there's anxiety, there's a war, there's death, there's loss, there's injuries, there's anti-Semitism, there's people missing meaning in life, people feeling like they were not doing enough for Am Yisrael. Sometimes people see me and they're thinking, oh my gosh, what you have done, and I'm I didn't do Chava Kadisha, and I'm trying to tell them, listen, what you do, everybody do where Hashem puts him to do what they do. But there's so much going on, and I feel like sometimes I'm, it's like a lunatic. Like just everywhere you go, there's so much happening with pain and post-trauma and tears. But again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said to Avraham, Al Tira. I close my eyes when I really feel like lost a little bit, and I go back even to Shura. I always, I sometimes, see myself with HaKadosh Baruch Hu like a little girl. I'm a little girl and I'm holding my father's hand, and we going for a walk, and we're crossing the road, and it's a very scary road, and it started to rain, and there's cars and trucks, and then it's snowing, I don't know, and there's pits, and we have to go, and it's hard, and then you think like you finish the journey and then you go for another piece, like this is now, but I'm holding Abba's hand. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with me. So, and not only that, I want to say the post-trauma that Am Yisrael is dealing now, and we all have to deal with that, and Baruch Hashem for Amudim and for other organizations like that really support and help, mamash. Toda rabba lekulam. I even feel like Hashem, it's Hashem's plans. He has a journey that He's walking us through. And I say to Hashem, you know what? If you want us now, Am Yisrael, to walk through post-trauma, I'm with you. What do you want? We'll do whatever we can. We'll support each other. You want us not to, the help in the war was one way, and now the help is with mental health a lot. So, Toda Hashem.
I feel that the fact that Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Moshe, all our significant figures are told Al Tira, okay, don't be afraid, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with you, I'm with you, I won't leave you. It says something very basic, very profound about the human reality. okay? The human journey in the world, in a very basic sense, is prone to be fearful. Okay, there are challenges that leave us, and the relationship between our God and ourselves has a lot to do with you saying, "Don't be afraid. You're not alone in the world. I'm with you." And we're talking about the war and post-war Israel, but everything we're saying is relevant to other people with other challenges, and part of my challenges started 11 years ago, and dealing with loss, and
which, by the way, we volunteer together in an amazing organization called 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, Mendy, and he makes big Shabbatonim in hotels with families that lost their children or widows, and I come there to help with different things, and you come to give from your experience to the mothers that are thinking, how can I live again? How can I get out of my house? How can I smile? And here they see Racheli that went through such a loss. And
many. I'm just one of the people there.
Yeah, so no, but it's like the fact that we're sharing, that you come with your experience and you give it to, it's incredible. There's a lot of, nechama, comfort, and a lot of resilience and strengthening each other when we really share everything, all our resources with so much love together.
So if I have to, what I'm experiencing myself and with my friends and what you're saying, part of what we were saying was the drop in both tension and energy and in meaningful activity. You were all tense and you were all for it and you were doing the most important thing in the world, and there's something about this lowering that allows for, even being in a safer space, allows for some of the problem voices to show up, because before we couldn't afford it. Okay, we couldn't allow ourselves to listen to some of those voices. So, it's stepping into a safer environment sometimes that lets a lot of things finally get exposed.
Yeah.
And even on a physical tension, our bodies speak. Everything we experience in a way is registered in our body. And sometimes our body is now acting up because, we were all on the mission, and sometimes, it's the imagining a siren or a sudden noise, or, people are, their whole body reacts to it. There's a process of like it's a bit of a limbo time. It's we're not there yet, and we're not there, and I think it's a time for healing. And I'm trying to think about the different tools that serve us, things that come up as far as this. I can tell them, I can go on, but...
And I'm happy to hear, what do you see?
Okay,
I can share...
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things I think that a lot of people discuss, is with the trauma. I don't know if I don't know even the professional phrasing to those post-trauma situations. But many of my colleagues, and not only in Shura, also I hear it with combat soldiers, or that situation happens in life and it takes them back to what happened. It can be a sound, it can be a smell, right? It can be something that happens and it brings you back to the room, brings you back to what you've seen on October 7th. And we're all having those flashbacks. We have it. I mean, we have it. It can be often, sometimes it can be once a while, but I feel again, like if we're going back to feeling, part of Hashem's plan with everything, that I believe that whatever we experienced in Simchat Torah was very painful, and we've been exposed to really, really evil things, Even our naked eyes, so things that you don't even... You actually, I remember, helped me to... gave me comfort, because I couldn't find the words to describe the bed. You can't say animals or monsters, and then you said to me, no, there's no words for that, and you don't want to. We don't have the words for that. It's not belong to us.
It's not our vocabulary.
Yeah, it's not. It just all these evil things that you see just project how much good there is. And I believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I believe that there is tikkun. There's a correction all the time in the Metziut, in whatever happens. So if I experience something really bad, and now here I am walking in the street and seeing something that happened to me again, this is Hashem's way to heal me, to show me the same essence and idea. Sometimes it can be just, the same sort of environment or something, like a smell or a look. And sometimes it could be more act that is happening that bringing you back. And it's a correction.
Like a flashback.
Yeah. For example, I give an example. I remember when we were having the girls that came, these girls came from the south and they had leaves in their hair. And I remember taking the leaves off the hair and my hand was like this and I'm putting it gently. And there was a shelf in the room and I put it there. And I remember putting it down and looking at the leaves, thinking, sort of this is where the stone of Yaakov Avinu, that was there underneath their heads until we brought them to Shura. And then a few weeks later, less than, I don't know, maybe 10 days later, my son came back from the army. He's in the tank unit and he has those big dungarees things, that they're wearing, and schmutz and stinks, and it didn't take it off for I don't know how long, and I want to put it quickly in the washing. It had less than 24 hours at home, and I'm shaking it, and those leaves coming down, and in my laundry on the floor, I'm picking it up, looking at the leaves, and here I am back in the room. Yeah, mamash. And I remember standing looking at it in my laundry with a smile from ear to ear and thinking, Hashem, toda rabba, that הבן שלי חי וקיים, ברוך השם, נלחם, fighting those terrorists, and your name was disgraced in such a horrific way, and the blood that was poured with these girls, and now here we are, and the same leaf is with our victory. He's a chayal that came and he's fighting. So it was little things like this that happen. I remember also you wrap them with in Cheva Kadisha, and then I go to my daughter and there's a newborn and I'm doing the same act, and this is new life. So it's so beautiful. It's chaim. It's life. I think the whole death experience is so painful, but it just projects for us what is life about. We become eager for life.
It's interesting when you talk about flashbacks as an opportunity for tikkun. Okay,
it's a gift. It's a gift.
In a safe environment, reliving the moment, but somehow correcting the moment. And I think, there are all kinds of trouble in the life, but the one that we're talking about and other people experienced is a meeting with evil that affects our life. And part of the fear, and I spoke to many people that, in different stages of the work that you do, the people that find, that collect, that part of their fear and the fear of us waiting for them at home is that some of that evil will rub down on us, that it will stick to us in some way. I was exposed to cruelty, and somehow the cruelty is going to stick to me. And what was very powerful for me is there's this, when Rav Kook describes, we mentioned the patriarchs as also warriors, he says, when they read the pasuk, גם כי אלך בגיא צל מוות לא אירא רע, כי אתה עמדי, even when I walk in the valley of death, I fear not evil because you're with me. He reads into it, I fear not becoming evil.
Wow.
I fear not, לא אירא מלהפוך לרע, okay? כי אתה עמדי, okay? Because I'm doing this I didn't choose this exposure. I'm here to do the right thing. People from different situations that were exposed to cruelty, they were doing their best. It's not on them. If atay madi, I won't turn into evil. It won't rub down on me. Okay, wow. Which is to me it was a very powerful thought in that sense. I also feel there's a lot of the physical that has to do with it. I remember thinking after losing Naftali, I'm okay, but I don't want to get cancer from this because I don't want it to all be internalized and somehow. Yeah. So there was a lot of meaning to I don't know, to dance, to run, to walk, to listen to my body, to let myself sleep. When I know from time to time we encourage each other to give respect to our physical being. It's not like we can do without it. And there's divine wisdom in this body, not only in this soul. And giving it the time it needs, and understanding that this is an ongoing process, and some of it just has to come out from the physical, and giving the proper respect to the physical, I think is a big deal.
But can I ask you something about it? Like, I never asked you, I hope it's okay. What's good with Racheli, you can always ask her whatever you want. Like, I'm thinking of the evil people that did what they did to your son. Like, what? Ma? Like, do they come back to you sometimes? Do you have... you don't have to answer. Sorry. My encounter with him was indirect. I didn't have the face-to-face encounter like many people in this world have. But... I'm talking more on the...
I chose not to look evil in the eye, but I chose to be part of the mission to fight evil. Okay, we don't come from a culture that serves the second cheek. Okay, just because you were encountered as a victim doesn't mean that you have to continue being a victim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
And the resources in you and around you are the ones to help you out from that position. So that's, but I found myself worried like everybody else. How are these, these precious soldiers and the people and the civilians that were all out there doing what they can, how are they going to come home? What's going to stick to them? And I feel when you feel you're doing things from the right value set, in a way you're protected ki ata imadi. Okay?
Right.
I'll also say that I was discussing this with friends, and one was talking about, let's say, post disease. There's a stage of healing, and the stage of healing is not the stage of being healed. Everything is already there. And she spoke about a mature take on that thing that says, maybe as a child I thought when something breaks, then you fix it, and it's done. When something was sick, then it heals and it's gone. My mature perspective on it is, this is my new life. This is my new stage. It doesn't mean that I get the old one back. It might be much more. It might be very different. But my mature take on it is, okay, here's hello, this is your new life.
Remind me of one of the sentences that Rabbanit Yamima Mizrahi said to our team. She said, she spoke to not to our team, to the wives of the people that are the men of the Chevra Kadisha. So she said to the wives, you had marriage stage A, number 1, with your husband before the war, and now you say welcome and thank you for stage B.
And don't keep on imagining you're there.
Don't think that things we all change.
Right,
Nothing will be the same, and just welcome with a smile.
Yeah, and then a very dear friend that was sitting there, whose brother lost his feet, actually quite recently, 𝐷𝐸. And she said, now when I see the treatments my brother is going through, so the doctor told him about phantom pains, how to deal with them. She said, hug your knee, and your body is now ending here, touch it, and tell your brain, this is my new body. This is my new body. And it's the way our mind deals with welcoming this new stage, the second marriage, the new life, these are the ends of my body now. And it's healing, but it's not, oh, I was sick, now it's gone. I was broken, now I'm fixed. It's let's welcome our new life.
This is shikkum that everyone...
It's shikkum, and it's also accepting that in the end of the shikkum, I won't be that person. I might be greater, bigger, different, whatever, but it's going to be the new stage.
Shikkum is like lakum, like it's getting in the process.
Wherever I am, it's,
Yeah, I'm not standing.
The other thing he said, which I found interesting, is he said, you know, when the pain comes, you could deal with it. You're going to have pain, and you can deal with it. It's the fear of the pain that's going to paralyze you.
Wow.
So there are things that we have to deal in that level of fearing the pain that comes, that they're very, very significant. And when it comes, you'll be fine. You'll deal with it. It's going to be okay. And it's true to
Al tira.
כי אתה עימדי. Right.
I think this is I don't know.
It's our motive, huh?
This is the conclusion, the subtitles, the highlights of Al tira Israel.
Yeah. Do you find there are specific tools that you say to yourself, that you, like mantras? I'm asking because I have my own.
I have a new one.
I ask her, yeah.
I have a new one, Al tira.
Okay.
You know, sometimes you have sentences that walks with you, or you go to bed, or you wake up in the morning, or it keeps coming to you. So, what are your mantras?
The truth is, it always feels funny to repeat something, but when it's powerful, it's powerful. So I'll share with you if you share with me. Things that work for me. One is this. I can feel pain. It's like what about the doctor? What the doctor said. Okay, it's I can feel pain. Okay, and he said it's going to be okay. I can feel pain. I don't have to become my pain.
Wow.
I can feel, sadness. I don't have to become my sadness. It works for feeling tense, feeling anxious, feeling pressure. There are many things that this is something I'm experiencing. It doesn't define who I am. It even in a way, I don't know, in the circles we walk in Israel, one would, I don't know, bring a quote from you, and then they might say, "Oh, Racheli em shakula," okay, a bereaved mother. Hey, yes, this is part of the package of my life. It could be somebody else saying something. Oh, he's a mental patient. Great. This is a thing he's working with. He's dealing with. It's not what defines him. It's one of the many things. In my inner landscape, there are so many colors and shades and successes and failures and hopes and disappointments.
What is you?
You know what? And mostly this great blessing. And to me, the core of whatever my experience is feeling blessed. One could, when they go through difficult things, they can pick up this bucket of paint and black paint, whatever, spill it all over their being. It's a choice, okay? And I know not everybody at every point has choices. I realize that. But there are enough points in time where we can choose what shade am I going to... And who said any one specific shade has to define us? In the end, it's the whole spectrum. So that's a big deal for me.
Wow. Thank you. I think sometimes I used to start in the morning with the blessing of the morning, Birkot HaShachar, Anoten Ya'ef Koach. How do you translate that to English? Give the Ya'ef is the tired, but like strength, that I don't possess anything. I don't possess the Koach. People say to me, you're resilient, you're so strong. I don't know. We wake up in the morning and you ask Hashem for Koach every day. You don't feel like you possess anything. I think maybe I spoke about it before, but Ana Hashem ani avdecha, like understanding that I'm גם אני הבת שלך, like just being with like Hashem is everywhere, אין עוד מלבדו. Those kind of things that He's just everywhere all the time with us. This is everything. Yeah. You know what? One of the things that I'm going back for the first year and thinking of one of the hardest time. Someone asked me today what was to tell a story of one of the hardest time that I had. So it was actually not in Shura base. They took us all the group of the women, 𝐶 𝐬𝐭𝐫 women, And we went to like a retreat. It wasn't really a retreat, it was an army retreat. We have to grab our coffee somewhere outside this building. But it took us for 2.5 days of resilience. And we were sitting in a room. And one of my chayalot, when they opened and spoke about things, so she said she wanna tell me something. And what she was talking about was that it was a time of really, crazy and busy and so many things going on and everything on the top of the heads. And she just came in and straight away I threw her to work. And she said, you didn't even say anything. And I was shocked. I was shocked to see what I'm seeing. And whatever, I apologized. And she said, no, I forgive you. I know that you were very busy and you were in the middle of so many things and you meant well. And I remember after everything finished and everyone went home and I sat outside and then I got into the car and then I was thinking about it and my tears came down. And that was very, very painful for me. I said, Ribono shel olam, Kadosh Baruch Hu, like I was so careful. We are so careful with the bodies, with the niftarim, kvod hamet, dignity, kavod for the people that were killed, in the kedushim. I can't even, it's just unbelievable, the kedusha, and the way that we do our best with them. And what about the chaim, the living people? Many times people say to me, wow, about my work, and I say, I know these people that washing, showering, working in an old age home, old people every night, and they're alive. So it's a phrase that we speak a lot about it in Shura, and it's called kvod hamet. Okay, it's halacha, kvod hamet. You have to give respect, dignity to the person that passed away. But we say in Shura, kvod hamet to kvod chai. It's the dignity of the living people. So when I'm working in Shura, and we have, like, even last week we had a soldier that had been killed in a car accident, and I built up a team that was someone new, and so I have to make sure that everyone respect each other, that everyone feeling okay, that if there's a woman that it's too much for her, that I'm noticing it. I remember on October 7th, the army had to really bring a lot of people to help with the trucks and with all what was going on, and they brought young men that were mashgichei kashrut, and you could see the fear and the shock on their faces. And we had to change the rules, like sometimes you don't speak, and now, yes, we talk to them, we have conversation, sort of mundane conversation to keep them, normal. It's very interesting. We look back now a lot about what happened. We opened a new unit during the war for identification of civilians. If God forbid there is an occasion of many, many victims, we were expecting it on attack from Iran. Baruch Hashem, thank God. Baruch Hashem for the miracles that we didn't have it. One of the things that we learned is that the people manage mentally after the war, when during the chaos, during the work, during the disaster, they, like, sort of when they have the breaks, they have some normality, sort of pockets of life, or islands, I call it. Someone is talking to them, someone is asking them if they want to drink something, they're talking to their families, they're going home. People sometimes said, okay, I'm going to sleep in the car. I had a chayel that she only wanted to sleep in the car. She didn't want to go back home. And you try to push, just go home, cuddle your child, I don't know, go see your parents, do something. Just keep your connection with your family, and then go back. For long distance, they say,
we're here for the long run.
Yeah. It also keeps you, like we spoke before, our trips together. I used to come home. My husband wasn't home. I was worried about my boys, but I, first of all, sat on the couch, cuddled my boys.
The younger ones that were home.
Yeah. And I don't know, just chatted with them, just had coffee, something, but just being with them.
There's still normalcy in the world somewhere.
Yeah, because people tend sometimes, when you really need to do something and it's so important and holy and whatever, or fighting, to just give yourself, Ana Hashem ani avdecha, you jump and you're like, Ana Hashem ani avdecha is also keeping myself normal, keeping my family. You are like sort of working on, like, with open heart on your team, on your commanders, on everybody, to see that, like, you see if someone is wrong, if someone is not okay. When we, God forbid, do something wrong after we treat and finish Chava Kadisha, we always say Mechila. We ask forgiveness from the niftar, to say like whatever we did. But you say mechila, you need to move them. Yeah, you're really, really careful. And then I'm thinking to myself, life. Am I like this with the people that they're pushing me in the train or in the supermarket on the line or in the car, there's always traffic coming back home. Am I saying, slicha, come, of course. So I think this awareness of understanding that there's a hard situation, that I remember the people around me, and to look at them in their eyes and to see what they need and to speak and to love. And when you manage to do it, it gives you koach, and afterwards when you look back at things, it's sort of tied together.
I feel part of the things that you're talking about have to do with not only the things that we go through, but also the things that people around us went through. And we're also, fathers and mothers and siblings and, friends of people that have gone through
challenges.
Yeah, whatever it was, we don't even know all the way what they saw, what they experienced, what they went through. And here we are not knowing what to ask. Should we say, should we ask? Should we constantly check on them? Should we give them space? Can we, what are we supposed to do? Check their pulse all the time? Start interviewing them?
And also each of them is different. Each child is...
And the needs are different, and the stages are different, and who knows what, and it's part of what we, it's in the background of everything we're saying, is the need for compassion towards them, but towards ourselves and towards this stage of what we named as healing. Nobody's going to be perfect with this, and it takes, the evil guys that were behind the scenes, they had no compassion. But what we learned from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and you kept on saying it, is compassion. And it's just, okay, so let's be here for when they feel like talking, we will be able to listen. That's a lot, okay?
And also, you know what, maybe the talking is not...
Maybe
who
not,
says
maybe
they need
it's
to
the
talk?
hug and the cuddling, right. But
whatever they need.
If they choose, when they choose, okay, we should be able to receive it. And it's not so simple all the time.
Yeah. This Shabbat, my son came home, and he said to my husband, I need an aliyah. And he's not like a aliyah chaser or something.
Yeah.
And
to go up to the Torah.
Yeah, to be called to the Torah. And Eddie says, what? And he says, I need to say Hagomel. He came back from Gaza. So I was like, And he just didn't say anything. It was also the situation, just before Shabbat. And on Friday night, he started chatting to one of the brothers. So I just pulled the chair closer to them and started to listen. So they had, Trump said there's no war in Gaza, right? But
she said,
yeah, he's in a tank, and there was a Nuntet, and Baruch Hashem. They were fine. On that occasion, one of those that he was, 2 soldiers been killed, and you like, it happened to me that I was listening, but you go through so much with them that you just want them to know that I'm there for them and I love them, and no ego. As a mother, I need to know, I need to share. Like if my kids tell me, it's me that I'm just really,
it's
really.
not about me.
Yeah. Life is not about us. That's the story. Thank God. It's not easy sometimes, because as a mother, you want to, like this. Yeah. Sorry.
One thing that comes to my mind, it really has to do with motherhood. When Naftali was born, he's my second child, and I was all in with the experience of, you totally fall in love with your first child. And I was wondering, how can you even love another kid? You're so totally, your heart is filled up. And I was feeling very guilty. Like, I'm not good enough, I can't do this properly, something. And it only clicked by me when I realized that I might have 2 boys, but he has only one mother. And there's something almost liberating about that, because it's not only that whatever you are is good enough. Whatever you are is at this moment the totality of reality. And it's not about chasing, all kinds of coulda, shoulda, woulda situation. It's you. It's you as you are. Just be here, and letting someone else know that you're here. So for me that was like a major change. It's you. And you'll be there when they need you, and you're around, and you're not running away, and the deep breaths that you're taking now are maybe in preparation to something that at some point you'll have to hear or listen to or deal with. But just being who you are is a big deal,
Yeah. Just find that sometimes because there was so much going on, so big things take the focus, and then you are a mother, but you're a mother for this child and for this child, and you are a wife, and you are Rebbetzin, and like there's so many things that you want to be your 100% to them as you are. Yeah, I felt like we need to daven for, like I can't just say Hashem sheyeh tov, and I have to just more connect to each angle, each request that comes in life.
So in a way, when we daven Amidah, so we have these little drawers, the Parnasah category and the wisdom category, and all these little drawers in Amidah. And I found myself saying that also when we say Modim, when we thank, I can be specific. And then I met this side of myself that says, well, if you don't cover the whole list, something Chalila will be taken away from you. And I found myself answering, saying, it's not about that. It's about, every time you daven, choose one thing. Just be in this state of mind of recognizing your gifts and being grateful. It's not this OCD of I really have to cover it all, otherwise it won't.
Checklist.
And another thing that you were talking and
but I disagree with you. Okay.
Oh, please do.
So then you stand longer for Amidah, and it's not like an OCD. It's a checklist that I want to daven for each thing. I want to daven for it. I don't want to say, okay, I'm focusing now. Like sometimes, really, you don't have time, or you just
sometimes you tell inside
you
hear my voice.
Yeah, but like really, if you want to, להתחבר בתפילה, so you have to go through things, and it takes time. Okay, that's why we women, we don't need to rush in tefillah like that.
The other side of it is that if you want it to be perfect, you never do it at all.
It's not because of I don't care if it's perfect or not, but it's like you really want to pay attention for so many. That's what I'm trying to say. That it's like there's so many areas of things that being needed. Like we always said, we were busy, and then COVID came, and then we became more busy with COVID, and like the war makes you like, oh my gosh, you have list of people like in WhatsApp that you even didn't open the message, like. When I'm Racheli, I'm one of the blacklist.
Guilty.
You should apologize in front of the cameras, please. So
I,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean, and yet
I have to say the last word, so you can say yet.
Yeah. Oh, I still have many words. It's about sometimes doing what's good enough. Maybe you need to perfect it sometimes, at least you wish to perfect it. I think the ability to live with something imperfect keeps us praying, because otherwise we would if in our mind it's always going to be 45 minutes, it's never going to happen. So that's the thing. But besides, just because we're here, in a way also enjoying a lot of everything sent towards us, all the energies, all the prayers, all the like we each try our own thing, but really we're leaning very heavily on everybody that's giving us this hug. I feel like telling my Florida story. It's a few years after the kidnapping.
Right.
I was sent by my job to do something in Miami, and then we had a break for lunch. And we went out, maybe 4 or 5 of us, to eat. And when we got up to pick up the check, it turned out that somebody had paid for us. And, it was very obvious what happened. Even though a few years went by, somebody with a great Jewish heart, recognized me from the news, wanted to do something good, and they picked up the check. And I was standing there, and I wanted to bury myself. I felt horrible. You know what? Can't I pick up, I can't pay for my own food? Well, what's going on here? And this Harriet, this very wise lady I worked with, turned to me and said, Racheli, never feel bad when you're the instrument for somebody else to bring out the best in them. Right? Never feel bad when you're the instrument for somebody else to bring out the best in them. And for me, it was such a Torah, Here we are reaching out to each other, united to heal and depending on each other. And we always, we tell ourselves, you should merit to be on the giving side. It doesn't work like that. And we have this song that we're one human tissue. We breathe together. And often the greatest gift you can give someone is being willing to receive from them. So it even eventually happened that I told this story on a podcast in the war, and this amazing guy reached out and said, I'm so sorry, it was me, I paid for your meal, I didn't mean to make you feel bad. So you told him, okay, I'm going next week too. No, I told him, it was such a tremendous lesson, and I'm walking around the world repeating it. It was a Torah that needed to come to the world. And seriously, it's often we grow through us, somebody else grows through us. It's this relationship, and it's a human relationship, but Am Yisrael is like extra special about making it happen.
Can I ask you something? Yeah. Just, I'm going back to Amudim and what they do. It's just a question that came up in my mind, and I want to hear what you say. Because I'm, not struggling so much with that, but I want to know, want to get tips. So now with the situation that we said, and especially after Chagim, I felt like there's mental health everywhere with children, with wives, with husbands. I see people in my battalion or my unit in the army that are struggling to find a job or to go back, and they... So you have all those situations with different people dealing with different things, and everyone say, okay, you've been through a lot, take a big breath, give yourself the space, understand that it's okay, whatever you do, it's okay. If it happens to you that you shout at your house, you went through a lot, everyone will, it's okay, just accept yourself the way you are. And then I find myself thinking to myself, is what I do is okay? How to balance, to accept, the pain that we're going through and the healing period, and towards, I don't want to say being lazy, it's not the right phrasing. I don't know if it's a bit of a complicated question. I hope you get me. But how much I give myself discounts because, okay, I've been in Gaza and I was, in tunnels and I was not changing shoes for 3 months, so now I can be at home, not help in the house, be too much on the phone with movies because I need my space, how much we should take responsibility. Maybe the healing is on the other hand, doing good, being involved, not letting yourself saying, okay, poor me, I'm allowed, to take a break of doing good things or being nice.
I'm not sure there's a simple answer to that. As we are compassionate and understanding and giving ourselves space and taking good care of our bodies and our souls and everything that comes with it, often the greatest healing tools for us is reaching out to somebody else, seeing that the world doesn't revolve around me and what I'm experiencing, hoping that you're, in a way, a tool or a pipe in some other things going on in the world. And often,
so people say that,
cutting down the movie space in 5 minutes, is my step for today for healing because I want to feel I'm advancing somewhere. Okay, so it's about the tool set that you're using, and small steps could be huge tools. So we weren't perfect before, we're not going to be perfect tomorrow, but turning to a person that is in a very hard spot and has very, very low energies, and they can hardly handle what's going on in their internal space, and you're telling them, look at this guy and that guy and that. Sometimes it works, and sometimes you tell him, try doing the tiniest thing for that guy, and it will make you feel better, and you'll have more energy to pick yourself up, to function in the world. And it's fine to tell a person. There's a lot of even satisfaction that comes from understanding it's not all about you. There's something I feel is a tremendous treasure in my life, and I wish it on men too. I think women have it more than men, and that is the friends you can really talk to. For us, we have the sisterhood. I also have a group of friends that is willing to openly discuss things, and always, and it's a priceless treasure. And I know, some of us are luckier than others but some of us have it in hand's reach. We just we don't reach out to get it. We let these gifts just, sometimes, especially if you're a man and you're not used to speaking to your friends. So I just want to give it kavod. This being a friend is bemet. It's such a gift, Well, I'm honored to.
No, so for me, obviously, you're a gift, and especially in the war, and to speak about things. I have to say, that I'm always nervous, especially in those situations, because of the pain that you went through in life, and to be a very good friend and love you so much, and sometimes when I start just to think about the pain you go through, my tears come, and you always, you're smiling and you're positive and you give koach and life and chesed and all of that, but there's something there with the pain that I'm always I'm in a pain. For just thinking of all the pain that you and your family went through.
Look who's talking. No,
okay. But I just want to say that in the army, okay, part of the things that they do with us is that it's very important for them that we'll go to psychologists or speak or do massages, etc. Okay, and the army also give us different people to speak with us as a group or individually if you need. But I feel, and then even I can give a receipt and they will pay back for a specific amount, right? Which I didn't do so far. So I feel after this session, maybe I just had a psychologist session with Racheli Frankel.
We should pay into Amudim because they gave us the opportunity. So actually, we can go on for hours.
So thank you for the session. No, I just want to say thank you for that. Being able to connect to people and with an open heart, it's a big gift and it's a healing. And I think it's Shechina, mamash. One of the things we do together is going to Europe and getting together women from, 20, 30 countries, and we're learning Torah with them together. We're not teaching Torah so much, we're learning Torah together. And somehow being with so much loss, being surrounded with death morning till night, and last week I was 4 days in the army and in the base, and so much of death, the opportunity to be with women in a living situation, in Torat Chaim situation, it's one of the, it's the thing. For me, the Torah, Limud Torah, opening Chumash, Parshat Shavua, this is the best psychiatrist in the world.
And in a world that is dealing with a lot of loneliness.
Yeah, as a Torah,
reaching out to the people that you're willing to talk to and they're willing to listen, it's just a tremendous treasure. It's we can go on for hours.
It's not even it's life. This is it. זה החיים. זה החיים.
Yeah. יפה. We should thank Amudim for this opportunity.
Thank you. Do you want dinner?
So the truth is, Amudim didn't decide to get into the travel business or involved in entry permits and visas.
As we know, when COVID started in April of 2020, all the airlines to Israel were halted, and it was very difficult to get bodies to Israel in proper manner for burial.
The first thing that came up was, how do we deal with people that passed away that had bought plots in Israel and wanted to be buried overseas?
We had the first case in the community that somebody passed away and they had a plot in Israel, and they wanted to take the body to Israel, and the family didn't know what to do. They want to participate and vote.
I've dealt with Amudim on a few different times, and then during COVID, there was a lot of dealings with them getting bodies to Israel, including my own mom, who passed away from COVID.
We literally, went to bat and, pushed the system through our relationships and connections in order to reopen travel so deceased remains could come and go between the countries.
One text to David, within 2 hours, he has an issue of Misad Apinim, sent to me, go.
I called to them, and right away it was like, no problem, give me 10 minutes, I'll call you back, and was dealt with. A very, very smooth experience.
And I have to say that I was so impressed, whether it was the State Department or whichever agency and avenue we needed, Amudim really knew how to conquer those battles. A very difficult time that was made extremely easier and supported because of Amudim.
And then once the world saw that we were able to make headway in those areas, all the requests for simchas and students and medical travel, not just funerals and death travel, but all the other travel started literally pouring in.
I was able to get 470 students into Israel. I was able to get them in 2-3 days a visa and get them straight to Israel. It felt amazing that I was able to have them be learning right now.
During the pandemic, my daughter-in-law in Israel was expecting, and that's not an event you want to miss. And so I contacted Amudim because I had heard that Amudim had become the point organization for people who were seeking entry, and they walked me through. It was not simple. It included all sorts of documentation.
David cussed through the red tape and could get it right away. Tremendous service, it really was.
So the exact numbers we'll never know for sure definitively, but the numbers that we do know for sure is that we helped close to 12,000 people get in or out of Israel. We did not divert a single drop of any of our resources, whether financial, time, technical, in any which way, from our core missions of abuse, addiction, and mental health.
It was priceless, the nachama that it provided.
I was able to meet and greet and hold in my hands my new granddaughter in Israel.
I think there isn't a grandmother in the world practically that will say that moment isn't extra special.
And I'll be forever appreciative that they were there to help.
They're working around the clock. These guys are amazing. Amudim is doing the Gimlut Chesed Amiti.
Take out that credit card and make a generous donation.
Give generously, give often, give a lot. Whatever you think you can give more.
You may have $18 to give 18. That's fantastic. You may have $180. That's great. Multiples of 18, high.
When I walk around and talk about an organization that has made a difference and a place where we should support, Amudim has been one of my very first names.
And this is really, frankly, what the Almighty wants. He wants us to look out for each other. No one looks out for each other more than Amudim. Please, please help support them. My father had been a rabbi in a synagogue for 45 years, and he had COVID very, very seriously. And he was really on the way back. He was getting better. First day Rosh Hashanah, my dad was able to go up to the Bima for the first time since before Hanukkah. And he was able to give a sermon, held onto his podium. It was the most amazing day. And, that night, the middle of the night, he got very, very ill. We went to the hospital, my mom and him, and he passed away the second day, Rosh Hashanah. And it was really amazing because it was as if after 45 years of standing his post in that synagogue, God gave him one last perfect day. But then after Rosh Hashanah, we had to deal with the fact that we needed to go to Israel. We had to figure out what to do about permits. How do you get in? And someone said to call Amudim. 90 minutes before the flight, we got the permits. We were able to get on. My father was on the flight, able to get to Israel, able to bury him. And there's not a doubt in my mind or anyone's mind that without Amudim, none of that would have happened. I don't really know where we would have started. These things hit you. There's no scheduling. They just happen. You're going through a lot of emotions, and then Amudim steps in literally like angels. I don't know any other term for it. They pop on the scene. They know everything they do. Their just demeanor and kindness is just outstanding. Without them, I don't know how we would have gotten it done, and frankly, the family would have been devastated.
So Amudim is, 7 years old. And over the last 7 years, they have grown each and every year, not only because of the needs of the community, but because of the awareness that's taken place in the various different issues that are facing different families. And in particular, what's really amazing is in the last year and a half, Amudim organized itself in such a way, in such an efficient way to deal with these new crises. You have families that are now quarantining, and they're staying at home. Many of them, unfortunately, were already dysfunctional, so it exacerbated the issues. And you have new issues such as deaths in the family. You had bodies that had to be sent to Israel, and they stepped up in such a way, in such a professional way, in such a short period of time. It's incredibly impressive. When you think of an organization that's just 7 years old, I think in the past year they dealt with 4,500 cases and a budget now of close to $9 million and a staff that is incredible how they could step up and deal with new situations, new things that they never had to deal with before, and they did it so successfully. To me, that is just an incredible, incredible feat.
We at Amudim see all types of addictions, from gambling addiction, porn addiction, sex addiction, substance abuse, alcoholism. These are things that we sadly see a lot more than we would like to, but it's the unfortunate reality of the times that we're in, and therefore we need to be able to provide whatever help those that are suffering need.
First it was prescription opiates that he would buy from people, and then the summer of 2013 he started using heroin.
Addiction is something that affects many people all across the board. In our high schools, for example, we know that there is alcoholism and drugs, both experimentation and addiction, going on all across the board. We need to do more prevention programs within our high schools, everything from ultra yeshivish to modern Orthodox and everything in between. We need to be real and understand that addiction is real.
Last year, just before Purim, he OD'd in our house in the bathroom. My wife found him laying on the floor.
We also need to understand that nobody wakes up one day and decides to be an addict. And usually this is a process. And if we can catch it early enough, both by prevention through education and awareness programs, or by learning early detection when people start, we can actually curb this issue before it gets too far.
Like we say, Manishtana, why is this night different than all nights? Why is this campaign different than all campaigns? I'll put it in 5 letters, COVID. So if you start adding it all up, this is real, what we call sakanas nefashos. So there's no question. But I'm talking about the quality of the people that answer the phones. You could have a caseworker. You could have a junior caseworker. You could have a person that's just beginning to have a practice, someone that still has supervision over them, answering these life and death calls. And we had 2 or 3 of the top PhD clinicians doing this work by themselves. and Pasha living, letting their family down and doing this just to save God's children. It's a chapter in the history of Amudim, which great honor for Amudim to have facilitated that kind of response during the holiday of Pesach. Well, and before it and after it, during those early difficult March, April, and into May months of COVID.
So the amazing thing about seeing Amudim grow is seeing the work that the case managers do, seeing the therapists, seeing just the larger capacity expand. In a way, sometimes it's almost hard to see Amudim grow, because what does that mean for the world at large? Does it mean that there are more problems? And I think the answer is no, there aren't more problems. What we're doing is bringing people out of the darkness and out of the hiding places and into a place of healing. So it's not that there are more problems, it's that there are more people willing to come forward to find the helping hand that is being extended by Amudim.
As we know, when COVID started in April of 2020, all the airlines to Israel were halted, and it was very difficult to get bodies to Israel. And that's where we got hooked up with Amudim and 𝐶𝐕𝐄 and David Kushner, those two especially. They started working with the Israeli government and with private airlines, private planes, to take bodies to Israel. We had one particular case in the middle of COVID. It was like 20 people going along on the flight with the deceased, and it was very difficult for the family to get all the paperwork emailed to Amudim. So 𝐶𝐕𝐄 and David Kushner actually came down to our office in the middle of the funeral, sat down with the family, and process all the paperwork, and everybody went along on the flight, and everything worked out, Baruch Hashem, okay. And from only this one case, you can see how dedicated and how important this organization is.
There are many times where a case manager will hit a halachic roadblock, where perhaps therapeutically it might make sense to go to a certain place where the kashrus is a question, or someone maybe who's suffering from an eating disorder should not be fasting on Yom Kippur, and they need a rav. And although there are many qualified, really fantastic rabbanim that are there, this requires a certain sensitivity, a certain knowledge, and that's really where I fit in. The client then is referred to me by the case manager, and we kind of hold their hand, taking them through whatever it is that they're up to. It really puts their minds at rest. I mean, I have received numerous messages after Yom Kippur along the lines of, this was the first Yom Kippur that I ate, and I didn't feel guilty because I knew that I was taking care of what needed to be taken care of.
We get a lot of clients who have suicidal ideation. Suicidal ideation is somebody who has thoughts of suicide. The first question that I would ask to somebody who's calling in saying that they have suicidal ideation is, do you have a plan? Do you have intent? A lot of people feel lonely. A lot of people are scared. They're lost in the world, and they just need help getting back on the path. And a lot of times they'll say, yeah, I have a plan. And then after talking to them, you realize they don't really have a plan. They just need help. We just want to talk to them, see where their mind is at, help them if they need a treatment center, if they need a therapist, if they need an inpatient, outpatient treatment center. We want them to be the best version of themselves that they can possibly be, and not all of them are suicidal. At Amudim, we give people hope.
At Amudim, we help people.
At Amudim, we don't judge. At Amudim, we give people a helping hand.
At Amudim, we listen.
At Amudim, we're going to care about you and help you get the best treatment you can.
At Amudim, we strive to make others lead a healthier life.
At Amudim, we truly understand.
At Amudim, we adapt to the ever-changing needs of our community.
At Amudim, we provide the light that guides you through your darkest times.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
At Amudim, we save lives and build futures.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
At Amudim, we make a difference every single day.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Let's unite to heal.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rabbi Mendy Mirachnik. I am the Executive Vice President of the Igut HaRabbanim, the Rabbinical Alliance of America. I'm here today to discuss with the community, and in particular the Frum community, Amudim, an important organization that is dedicated with Ahavas Yisrael to help Jews in need. Unfortunately, as Rabbanim issues such as domestic violence, substance abuse, alcohol abuse, counseling, foster care comes up. And it's important to know there's a wonderful resource called Amudim, which hopefully we will never need. Hopefully we will never need. The time arises, we should take advantage of the opportunity to help our fellow Jew out in need. I know that in 2019, in August 2019, prior to the pandemic, the Rabbinical Alliance of America, the Igut HaRabbanim, in partnership with the National Council of Young Israel and Amudim, held a wonderful day of Iyun, a day to examine the services offered by Amudim to help the Rabbanim understand where to get help when the time arises. I therefore encourage everybody in the Jewish community to do whatever they can to help Amudim continue in the holy work, whether it's financial, whether it's recommending referrals. Therefore, I recommend that everybody in the Jewish community take whatever steps they can to help Amudim accomplish their mission, be it financial, be it showing support, and of course, using them as a resource when necessary. Together with Amudim, I am confident that we're able to make a difference in every Jew's life when the time arises. Again, this is Rabbi Mendy Mirachnik from the Rabbinical Alliance of America. I wish you all a good day.
This is a special, I don't know if it's a tribute, a thank you, an appreciation, a recognition, an awareness, an admittance that I don't think it's possible to go through this incredible, I will call it the jungle of this world, the challenges, the tragedies, the shailas that come to a rav, to a therapist, to a manik. And therefore, I want to publicly thank the Rebbeinu Shem that he created such shlichim as the Amudim team. And of course, thanking the shlichim themselves, that whenever I have a shaila of what to do, how to help, how to save a life, emotionally, physically, I have the number, I have Amudim's number. Ashreichem and Klal Yisrael really owe you a tremendous thank you. And the Rebbeinu Shem should gebenched you with siyata dishmaya, lemala min hateva, because you're dealing with lemala min hateva.
Everyone good? All right, welcome to the Amudim Tiny Studio sessions, this time featuring
Brother Joe.
New Chassidus, Joey Newcomb. And we're very excited to have you. And Chaim.
Gewel. It's a schus to be here on behalf of Amudei Sheish over here. What's the avoid? We're here on behalf of Amudim. Amudim! What did the Amud? The Amud is the pillars, not an Amud Gemara. I mean, maybe it's all. Oh, wow, it's just hot right now. Maybe an Amud Gemara is a pillar. It's not a pillar. We live our life with the pillars. But Amudim are the pillars of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 because they hold up Yidden. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes Yidden need to be held up and need a little extra boost. I was wondering which song we should fabrang with, and then Brother Mitch said we should definitely start like this. You remember that song, Brother Mitch? That's every Yid is forgiven, Rabbi say. Every Yid. Oh, we could. It doesn't work. I said, there's no such thing as a Yid that's unforgiven. You know what I'm saying? Every Yid is forgiven. Are we on the air? Oh, we're on the air. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Bottom line, we got to thank Hashem. We got to keep thanking Hashem. All right, how are you over there? How you doing over there? Here we go. Oy du lashem ki yitoy ki le'olam le'olam chazdoy. Oy du lashem ki yitoy ki le'olam ben the capital is the pixel. Oy du lashem ki yitoy ki le'olam le'olam chazdoy. Oy du lashem ki yitoy Kili oilam chazdo Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem Kili oilam li oilam chazdo Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem Hapam oide es Hashem Kili oilam li oilam chazdoy. Everyone together, let's go. Diri-la-la-la. Thank you, Hashem. Diri-la-la-la. Thank you, Hashem. Diri-la-la-la. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Wherever you are, let's go. Diri-la-la-la. Thank you, Hashem. Toda rabba lecha. Thank you, Hashem. Diri-la-la-la. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Brother Mitch, take it away over there. Ho! hoidu Lashem Giyitoy Giliyoylam liyoylam chazdoy hoidu Lashem Giyitoy Giliyoylam chazdoy Hapamoide es Hashem Hapamoide es Hashem Hapamoide es Hashem Giliyoylam liyoylam chazdoy Hapamoide es Hashem Hapamoide es Hashem Hapamoide es Hashem Kiliyoylam liyoylam. Everyone repeat after me. Tzazamen, go. Didi-la-la-la. Thank you Hashem. Hi, didi-la-la-la. Hi, didi-la-la-la. Thank you Hashem. Toda rabba lecha Hashem yitbarach. Toda rabba lecha Hashem yitbarach. Toda rabba lecha Hashem yitbarach. Thank you Hashem. Didi-la-la-la. Thank you Hashem. Didi-la-la-la. Thank you Hashem. Da-da-la-la-la. Thank you Hashem. That's all, folks. Thank you, Hashem. L'chaim Yidden. Gewalt, huh? What do you say? I got away with a train station gig, no? We're sitting around a few chavre, tiny fabrangans. I like the avoid. We should go down the subway one time and thank you Hashem for the oil. Yes. Maybe everyone will start thanking Hashem. Can you imagine? Yes. Imagine we got the whole subway to thank Hashem. That'd be wild. So here we are, tiny fabrangans. What's it called, Rabbi? Tiny studio. This is a tiny studio. I hear. Tiny fabrangans in a tiny studio over there. Anyways, this song is very deep. It's very dear to me because I actually wrote this with another Yid sitting together in the car late at night. And the words I completely made up. People said, "No, where's it say such a?" How do you say? Where? Wie steht? What do they say? Where does it say? Where does it say? And I say, you know what it says? Came out of my own head. How do you like that? It's the worst place. I could have got anything there, huh? But the mice, it was very deep. We were sitting together, me and another Yid, and he was in pain, and he was talking about his life and different things, and literally these words just came. And we made a song. And when people say, where does it say? I said, literally, it just came straight out of my heart, you know? It goes like this. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך כוח, אבל דע שיש הרבה כוח. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך עצות, אבל דע שיש הרבה עצות. שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל, בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש. שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל, בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך כוח, אבל דע שיש לך כוח. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך עצות, אבל דע שיש הרבה עצות, שהשם יתברך יכול לעזוב הכל בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך הוא ממש הכל יכול, ולמה לך ליפול? אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש.
So one time I sat with the evening, we went like this. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך כסף, אבל דע שיש הרבה כסף. The Abish is unlimited. It can bring whatever you want. ואפילו כשאתה חושב שאין לך שמחה, אבל דע שאתה יכול להיות בשמחה, שהשם יתברך יכול לעזוב הכל בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך הוא ממש הכל יכול, ולמה לך ליפול? אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך יכול לעזור בכל בכל מצב שיש. אסור להתייאש, שהשם יתברך ממש הכל יכול, ולמה לך ליפול? אסור להתייאש.
Chaim, Chaim. It's a gewalt, no, everybody? It's a gewalt song? You know where that's from the Rush. From the Rush. He's playing with me right now. Yeah, he just the Rambam. Avu steht? Steht. You know where it steht? In a Yid heart. That's where it steht. In a Yid's heart. Everybody knows. In the end of the day, we're all here. We don't give up. We love Hashem. He loves us back. Bottom line. Ready, Brother Morty over there? I just want to point out, they say Brother Morty is top 2 keyboard players in this studio right here. You know what I'm saying, Brother Mitch?
So they say.
Who's the second one?
I don't know.
Anybody else play keys over here? What? Oh, we didn't say if he's 1 or 2. Talking. Last night he was top 3. Somebody got knocked off the list. We don't know what happened over there. How you doing? Am I allowed to tune the guitar in the Avodah? It's a deep Indian because it's 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, you know. In Hilchas Shabbos, you're not allowed to play guitar because you might end up tuning it and you fix the kli. Because all kelim are fixed already. Life is about fixing the kelim, fine-tuning everything. I say deep. Now every time I tune my guitar, I'm going to tell the oil the whole kavana. Deep kavana. Give me an A, give me an A. Give me a D over there. Give me a G over there. Give me a B over there. Beauty. That's what we're here. We're here to tune. Maybe we're not only here to tune ourselves, we're here to help tune other you. What do you say, everybody over there? When you learned guitar, what did they tell you? How to remember the strings? E, A, D, G, B, E. There was a way to memorize what note each string was. What was it? No, but that's in the musical, not in the strings of a guitar.
It's Eddie Ate Dynamite, Goodbye Eddie.
Oh, there, it's a rough one right there. What? How you doing over there? Eddie Ate Dynamite, Goodbye Eddie.
That's actually pretty good. How would you forget that? That's so ridiculous.
That's very deep, very deep, very deep. That's a rough one. They could have come up with an easier one than that. Okay. Where are we here? Freilich? If I bring in Freilich? We got to be Freilich, bottom line. Okay, here we go. Freilach, Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in sein Besimcha, Freilach all the time. Freilach, 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 Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in sein Besimcha, Freilach all the time. If du es Hashem besimcha, for you listen up, it in honor. If du es Hashem besimcha, for you listen up, it in honor. I lie at the die, I did it, I did it at the die, That's what I'm saying. Listen to these guys back here. We got Brother Mitch. We got Brother Joe. Oh. Brother Edo. 𝐷𝐤. E's first name, Do last name. And we got Brother Morty right there. 𝐷𝐤. This is putting me right into the avoider. Freilach, 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 Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in sein Besimcha. Freilach, 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 Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in sein Besimcha. Freilach all the time. Again. Freilach, 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 Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in sein Besimcha. Freilach all the time. Freilach, 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 Freilach soll man sein. A year has to be besimcha, Freilach all the time. If du es Hashem besimcha, boy you live for now, the birinana. If du es Hashem besimcha, boy you live for now, the birinana. Diri-da-da, yap-di-da, diri-di-di-di-di-da, diri-di-di-di-di-da, diri-da-da-da-da-da. Es Hashem besimcha, oh you live for love. Here we go. Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in sein Besimcha, Freilach all the time. Freilach, 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 Freilach soll man sein. Jeden darf in sein Besimcha, Freilach all the time. If du es Hashem besimcha, boy you live for now, the birinana. If du es Hashem besimcha, boy, you live for now, the birinana. Diri yedu es Hashem besimcha. Boy, you live for now, birinana. Yedu es Hashem besimcha. Boy, you live for now, the birinana. Yedu es Hashem besimcha. Boy, you live for now, the birinana. Du es Hashem, oh you live to na birdana. How we doing over there? What do you say, Brother Mitch, over there?
I say that was good.
Was that a mambo? What was it?
It was something like
Was it a mambo? The bossa nova? Was it bossa nova?
Yeah, it was kind of a song.
Brother Ido, can we play a bossa nova? I need a bossa nova right now to get me in the avoider. There we go. It's a bossa nova. Any? No way. Hey, Lecha, you could do the bossa nova? This is Shlomo Kalach Yartzeit coming up. Really? Does it work, Doctor? Is this a bossa nova? This is a bossa nova? Wow. Listen to that, huh? Should we do this on F minor? I have a great idea. Now I'm very in the moichan of bossa nova. For some reason, I don't know what it is. I love that in you. It's like a bossa nova. Oh wow, I didn't know that. So how about we do this? We start like Mama's deep, and then halfway, the second round of the song, we go into the bossa nova. You with me over here? I could be a regular conductor. All I need is a jacket with a chopstick over there. You ever see that picture where they zoomed into the guy with the conductor and it said on the paper, it said turn around the bow?
No way, really?
Yeah, like there was no notes. This song is the Heilige song of Reb Levi Yitzchak, the Heilige Barditchever. The tune is the Barditchever's tune. But I was once sitting with a few Yidden and singing the song, and one guy next to me starts singing, "You fall down, you get back up." He started singing those words, and I'm sitting there. It's only him. Everybody else was just singing the niggin, and I'm looking at him. I asked him, he just came up with that? He said, no, I heard it from another Yid. From then on, I sang the song that way. I sang the nigga that way. It hit me so deep. And then we recorded it, and I could never find the Yid who was Machadish this Inyan. I have no idea. Whoever it was who started this Inyan. If you're watching this video, I thank you very much. You get all the credit. Don't worry about it. So I was sitting in the studio, and we came with an intro like this.
You fall down, you get back up. You fall down, you get back up. Sheva yipoel tzadi. You fall down, you get back up. You fall down, you get back up. Sheva yipoel etzadik. We did it all, it all, it all, it all, it all. Yo, it all, it all, boy, yo, 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 yo. Ain't shum yesh ba'olam klal. Let's go bossa nova over here. Let's give out. You fall down, you get back up. You fall down, you get back up. Sheva yipoel etzadik. One more time from the beginning. Me falt daarop, me hypt zich hoofd. Me falt daarop, me hypt zich hoofd. Sheva yipoel etzadik. Nido, nidida, nidida, nidida. Oh yeah. Wherever you are, sing it with me. It says Amen. You fall down, you get back up. You fall down, you get back up. Sheva yipoel etzadik. Me falt daarop, blijf zich hoog. You fall down, you get back up. Sheva yipoel etzadik. Brother Morning, take it away over there. You fall down, you get back up. You fall down, you get back up. Sheva yipoel etzadik. Ain't shum yesh ba'olam klal. Ve'aklal 𝐕𝐄 שלום יספחי L'chaim Yidden, l'chaim, l'chaim. It's been a schus. I hope you enjoyed. Give out.
Over the last 18 months throughout the pandemic, one of the more difficult issues was for people trying to enter Israel. Whether it was to attend yeshiva, seminary, visit family, attend simchas, it wasn't easy. But thankfully, Amudim was there. Whether it was their helpful website that kept updating guidance and helping people through these confusing Israeli forms, intervening with the Israeli government, especially in times of emergency, David Kushner and his team were there. My colleagues at Aguda all across the country were dealing with similar issues, and we found that all of us had David Kushner's number on speed dial, and we were constantly interacting with him, asking him for advice, assistance, and simply comparing notes. Because in times of crisis, Amudim is there for you.
Welcome to the Amudim Teeny Tiny Studio series. Eitan, welcome.
Thanks so much for having me. This is incredible.
Yeah.
I'm loving this. Yeah. Amudim United. United means that we're together. Yedid Nefesh Avarachman. We're together with Hashem, our best friend. And we're here with our friends, with Mitch, with Jeremy, with Morty, with Ido, and the crew. This is going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's start off with Yedid Nefesh. Yedid Nefesh Avar Rachman Meshoich Avdecha Tzaynecha I could do this tiny desk, tiny studio thing. I like this. This is good. Yeah. All right. Let's go, Mitch. Thank you, Hashem, for creating us for you. Thank you, Hashem, for Amudim. What a wonderful organization. Yivdilanu min atayim, we're so special. Baruch Hu Elokeinu shebra'anu lichvaydai. Baruch Hu Elokeinu shebra'anu lichvaydai. Those watching, please sing together. Let's break it down. Here we go. Morty Miller! Yes. Wow. Morty, how you doing? You're good? This is wonderful. All right. I don't have a chart for this. I just made it up. What do you mean?
Is that what you do it in? I have seen mine.
Which one?
This is what I have.
Oh, boy. You're pretty... Yes, that one. Okay. It's so much closer than you think. I am a ficha, you feel the I love so at home. Please give me harmony. Let's go. Ki kardoi hayay lecha. דבר מאוי פיך ובלבבך הילה התויסוי דידי לה דידי דידי I'm joking. That's not what the song is. It's always, you know. I could see a remix like that, right? Yeah. Don't even think about it. Okay? Don't even think about it. Yeah, okay.
Oh, no. I would never do that to you.
All right. For this last song I want to share with you. Baruch Hashem, about, 4 or 5 months ago, came out with an album. And the title of the album is called Beis Hashem. And on the cover of the album is a beautiful picture of the Beis Hashem that we're all waiting for. And David HaMelech tells us, Samachti be'omrim li Beis Hashem nelech. I was so glad, I was so happy when they told me we're going to Hashem's house. And I always wondered to myself, what does it mean they told me? David HaMelech's not good enough to decide to go to shul on his own? Like, it's pretty, who's they? Who's this, chevra? I was thinking that David HaMelech, of course, Tehillim is eternal. All the words that he says, it's not just for the moment, that's why we say Tehillim every single day, because it's for right now. Maybe it's possible that David HaMelech knew that down the line, down the road, there would be people that aren't inspired to go to Beis Hashem. It's too hard for them to go into shul, into the Beis Medrash, into the house of whatever, davening, learning. So David HaMelech is saying that you don't always have to be inspired. But if you surround yourself with the right group of people who tell you, come, let's go. Come, get out of bed. We're going to shul. Come, let's go this way. You want to go that way, but come. Samachti be'omrim. I was glad when maybe I wasn't feeling it myself. But I have good people around me telling me, come, let's go and do the right thing. So, in honor of Amudim, that is just, Amudim is the Omrim Li over here. Amudim is the people that come and tell us to come, let's do the right thing, let's get the right help, let's go on the right path. I want to dedicate it to all the staff, everybody at Amudim, all the just wonderful, wonderful people. And Emet Hashem, we should be zocher that samachti, that sometime, that one day, really soon, today, they're going to tap me on the shoulder and say, Omri, they're going to tell me, hey, Mashiach came. We're going to the Beis HaMikdash. Ani hoyle lebeis HaKnesset lavo Lavoim es boirim Hayis barach Shemo. So machti v'yovoim rimdi beis Hashem neilech so machti beyovoim dimi beis Hashem neilech Hai so machti beyovoim dimi beis Hashem neilech so machti beoim dimi Hai beis Hashem neilech Let's go everybody Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. 2, 3. Hashem doesn't have to be perfect. Thank you so much.
First of all, you're here.
Amudim is not just trying to answer a question right now. What does the client say they want right now? Amudim understands that whoever's calling them is dealing with something and is dealing with having to make very, very difficult decisions. And Amudim's always there and available to articulate what the right decision is, to walk you through the right decision, to make you feel that you're comfortable, to make you feel that you're safe. I believe that Klal Yisrael, who wants to continue to exist forever and ever, has to deal with certain issues they're facing. And that's going to restore life and sanity into Klal Yisrael. And I think Amudim is there and wants to be there, past, present, and future, to be able to be there to save those lives and give people that life of not only life or death, but that life to walk around as actually a living human. Therefore, I would recommend to anybody who wants to feel fulfilled, who wants to feel that they're part of something bigger, they want to feel that they're part of the Rebbeinu Shalom, that they're helping the Rebbeinu Shalom's children, I would say to get connected to Amudim, contribute if that's your connection, if that's what you could give, if that's what Hashem gave you to be able to do. This is a worthy course to be part of. You want to be part of something that's godly.
I would say that Amudim is vital to the mental health of the entire Jewish community. I know it sounds like a grand statement, but the fact is that, I get phone calls all the time. People need all different types of help that are not necessarily what we deal with. And, the answer could almost always just be call Amudim and they're going to help you. Amudim is like the missing link, the key to a lot of the gaps in the services that are being offered in the Jewish community. There are a lot of amazing organizations out there doing a lot of amazing work, and they're all kind of all over the place. Amudim kind of centralizes all of them and is a tremendous resource that gives people that are struggling with almost anything access to a resource, and they will point you in the right direction to be able to really support you to get to the kind of help that you need. And if you want to be somebody who's involved with that, and if that's something that's important to you, then this is a place where you should be supporting.
People often ask how we move on after hearing a tragic story or just a gut-wrenching abuse case and the details of a family that's literally falling apart at the seams due to addiction or some other type of mental health crisis. And how do we move on from that? The simple answer is, how do we not? Sadly, unfortunately, the reality is that there are far too many suffering from these types of challenges. And those that are suffering are not alone. So when we hang up the phone or finish a meeting with one, we have no other choice but to help the next one. Because why should one get help and the next not?
The victories at Amudim, we don't always have the privilege of hearing them. A lot of times, by the time they're done with Amudim, they move on. They continue with their therapeutic work, but we don't always see them 2 and 3 years down the line. But when we get those victory stories, it's a real celebration. It's phenomenal.
It is a feeling I don't even know how I could possibly explain. I guess you'd put it as a high, to be cliche. It's the most phenomenal high to know that you really made a difference in someone's life.
We want to know that we're being effective. We want to know that this is making a difference. It nurtures us. We speak to most people by phone, but we can see the smile through the phone. We can hear, we can see that little bit of hope that they start to experience, and that's motivation. That fuels us.
Thank you very much, Javier. It's great to be here in this tiny studio with all these massive personalities and great musicians doing something that's not so tiny. Amudim is literally, it's the pillar. It's the pillars that the world stands on. It's Torah, it's Avoda, and it's Gemilas Chasodim all combined together. And there's nothing more appropriate than the song we're about to sing that ties into Amudim. We say it during the Slichas. It's Rachmana Deyonei La'aniyeh, the merciful one, Hashem, who answers the poor. Rachmana Deyonei L'Svirei Liva, the merciful one who answers the broken hearts. Aneni, he should answer us as well. And literally, with the help of Amudim, every broken heart is able to get the help that they need. The Ezrat Hashem, with Hashem's help and with your support. Rachmana Deyonei La'aniyeh, Deyonei La'aniyeh Aneinu. Rachmana Deyonei La'aniyeh Rachmana Deyonei La'aniyeh, Deyonei La'aniyeh Aneinu. Rachmana Deyonei La'aniyeh Aneinu. Rachmana Deyonei L'Svirei Libo, Oy L'Svirei Libo Aneinu. Rachmana Deyonei L'Svirei Libo Aneinu. Rachmana Deyonei L'Svirei Libo, L'Svirei Libo Aneinu. Rachmana Deyonei L'Svirei Libo Rachmana Deyonei L'Svirei Libo, L'Svirei Libo Aneinu. Rachmana Deyonei L'Svirei Libo Okay, thank you very much, guys. That was beautiful. That was better than rehearsal. No, I'm kidding. Okay. Next song is really with the same theme. Aneni Hashem. It's from the Tefillahs. Ki kavanasi b'chaleil leman shimcha hagadol. It's whatever we do, we're doing to be serving Hashem. Therefore, Aneni. Therefore, answer what we need, because we need our health and we need our strength and we need our wealth and we need everything to be able to serve you, Hashem. But it's a much more coming from the Simcha point of view. So, whenever you guys are ready.
I have a question.
Yes.
What is Toronto Rock?
Okay, Toronto
I'm
Rock.
hoping it's like Rush.
Very, actually,
Right?
yeah, I actually recorded in their studio, yeah.
Really?
Yes,
See,
yeah.
there you go.
Very good.
Yeah, I think
So
it's
maybe that's the Toronto Rock.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, let's find out.
1, 2, 3.
Feel free to sing along with us. That was definitely a good Toronto Rock there, no question about it. So this next song, we were talking about doing a little bit of nostalgia, a little bit of... this is a song that I recorded on my first album. It was written by 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. It sounds like this was... I've had many people tell me, what are you talking about? This must have come from Europe. This was not a new composition. My grandfather used to sing it, but in reality, it's probably about a little over 30 years old. And it's a beautiful, beautiful song. Very controversial words, actually, even though most of us say it in Slichas. We actually, it's very unusual that we have a prayer where we talk to intermediaries. We talk to the Malachim, the angels that are in charge of prayer, that are in charge of crying, that are in charge of tears, that they should take our tefillahs, they should take our prayers and take it before, and beseech on our behalf before Hashem. Very, very unusual. It was controversial, but it is in the Slichas and it is accepted. And the idea of this prayer was to help us have that concept of, there is a judge, and we want to have a good year, and we need to prepare ourselves. So that's in that context it was allowed to ask somebody to go, like to take a lawyer and have them go for you. I feel very lucky to have been able to record this song. It's world famous. And please feel free to join along with all of us. הכניסו דחמנו לפני בעל רחמים משמיעי תפילו השמיעי תפילותינו לפני שומע תפילו השמיעי ציוקו השמיעי צעקותינו לפני שומע תפילו מכניסי תימו הכניסו דמויסנו לפני מלך משרצה מדמוי איי 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 ישתגו ליהרבו דחיינו איי ליהרבו דחיינו וכובשו מכניסי רחמים השמיעו צעקותינו לפני בעל נחמים משמיעי תפילות השמיעו תפילותינו לפני שמיעת תפילות משמיעי ציון השמיעו צעקותינו לפני שמיעת ציון מכניסי דמו הכניסו דמויסנו לפני מלך משרצי בימו Beautiful job, everybody. Really, really great. Let's do something. Let's get everybody up on their feet.
Yeah. Hold on. What? What's the chorus?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. More of a disc. I'm mixing it up with another. Okay, yeah. So let's start on a funk. Go with disco. Intro, Shlomo. Yeah, funk.
Start where?
Funk intro.
Yeah.
So I just want to say that we should. I hope everyone's enjoying this as much as we are, and it's been a lot of fun. We should do this every day, no? Yeah. See you tomorrow. And please, I hope this warms your heart and puts you in the mood to be able to give to Amudim, which you're really, really giving more to yourself than you are to Amudim, because Amudim is only giving it to others. And we appreciate your support. Menanili, ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני ואינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי מותני ואם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי אם אינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי מותני ואם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני ואינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי ממוני ואם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי אם אינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי ממוני ואם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי אני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני ואינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי ממוני ואם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי אם אינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי ממוני ואם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי כשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני ואינני לי לעצמי ואם לא יחשוב אם אינני לי שאני לעצמי ואם לא יחשוב מוסי Thank you. Beautiful.
התורה מתארת מקרה שהאדם פוגע בנערה, ומגדירה זאת התורה במילים קשות מאוד. התורה אומרת כי בשדה מצאה, צעקה הנערה מאורסה ואין מושיע לה. ומשווה התורה את המקרה הזה, כי כאשר יקום איש על רעהו ורצחו נפש, כן הדבר הזה. כלומר, כשאדם פוגע פגיעה מינית, מגדרה זאת התורה כרצח, כרציחת הנפש, כהריגת האדם. ולכן בדור שלנו קצת מודעים יותר לטיפול בקשיים בנושאים הללו, כי הדברים הללו כנראה שהיו מימות עולם. אבל בדור שלנו, ברוך השם, קמים אנשים ומעמידים עמודים כדי לסייע לאנשים ולמצוא את עצמם בחזרה בונים את הנפש שלהם.
Amudim Israel provides clinical case management, crisis intervention, and psychoeducation for English speakers in Israel. This includes Olim, people from abroad who now live in Israel. This includes gap year students, people coming to study here in Israel, even college tour programs, tourists, and providing these people with these crucial services.
Amudim Israel deals with victims of abuse, domestic violence, sexual abuse. They deal with addictions, drug addictions, also sex addictions. Now we're seeing addictions to video games, technology. It could be addictions that were caused because of abuse in their childhood, or things that were brought on because of PTSD or other trauma. It's often not a standalone case, if someone comes to us with an addiction, we'll often find that there was a initial cause for that addiction, and it's usually a trauma from their past.
Amudim is filling an important need in the community. There are a lot of organizations that deal with mental health, and Amudim has very much focused on the underserved population of abuse victims, which unfortunately is a very large population.
We have to put a stop to this. It's unacceptable, it's intolerable, and the damage that sexual molestation does is a total destruction of the human being. It affects generations afterwards. And any education and any workshop and any gathering which will further, even just to save one person from not allowing himself or herself to be abused and protect them, is worth the entire organization.
Amudim Israel is doing critical life-saving work. I could not say that more strongly. The work they are doing for families in crisis, for individuals, offering support, enabling people to rebuild their lives after trauma that they faced. It's a critical and important organization that we are very, very proud of our partnership with.
The organization is dealing with pikuach nefashos. Death doesn't only mean physical death. Emotional and spiritual death is just as deathly.
I urge anyone and everyone, if someone you know, if someone close to you is dealing with these issues, is struggling with the sorts of pain, to reach out to Amudim Israel. We provide a safe place. We make sure that you know that you're not alone in the suffering. You do not need to carry the burden by yourself. And there is hope. And we do have the resources and the care to provide help.
Amudim Israel is a warm and safe place for people to reach out. We care about the people that we help. When they reach out to us, we look outside the box. What are the ways that we can help this person to get them to a better place? It's a support for all the people who don't have anyone else to support them.
אשרי עמודים ישראל, שמסייעים לבניין נפשם של מי שנפגעו בפגיעות כל כך קשות, שהתורה מגדירה אותן כרציחה, ובונים בחזרה את נפש האדם.
If we can show that we have unlimited patience and unlimited love for a certain child, a person in a hard time, so then it demands from God to also be patient with us. This is what I see in Amudim. I sit with the staff, I hear their talk. Every day they hear tragedy upon tragedy upon tragedy. And guess what? They come back. They renew themselves. They re-inject positivity. They give hope. They give life to people. There are many great organizations out there, but we're living in a time that the challenges that befall Amudim has never existed. Maybe it has, but it's never been publicized. This is why I think this is a preferred tzedakah. It's because these children and these young adults that are being challenged, they are victims themselves. And the majority of civilization said that he's a Michigan, just write him off. And we're coming and saying, we're going to give you unconditional love. And for those that are investing, don't we all want a little bit more love? So we know the world works merit for merit. We invest into unconditional, infinitive love. God willing, we should receive it.
I am excited, humbled, and maybe even a little nervous to be having this conversation for the United to Heal event with a focus on healing. I really want to talk about the mechanics of healing, not just about, we go through difficult things and we improve, but really how to break that apart so that wherever we're listening to this conversation, we can learn. I'm 𝐹𝐺 Rabinowitz. I'm the host of 𝐾𝐬 in My Teeth, and I'm a fashion girl. And I'm excited to introduce Moran. So please tell us a little bit about yourself and your experiences and why we're sitting here today.
So hi, and thank you for welcoming me.
I don't like to start in that. I don't think that it defines me, but if I have to, then I'm a free hostage. I was held captive during the events of October 7th. And since then, I'm just on a journey, a non-stop journey to try to bring as much as awareness as I can, trying to reach out to people and trying to help my friends that are still held captive. I'm an artist, a dog lover, I'm a sister, I'm an aunt, I'm somebody's daughter, and in my basic, I'm a human being.
Mm.
This is who I am.
Mm. I'm excited to learn more about you in this conversation.
Me too.
I host conversations all the time, once a week. For those of you who don't know me, my name is 𝐹𝐡𝐬𝐭𝐫𝐞, and I'm the host of 𝐾𝐬𝐬 in My Teeth. And coming into this conversation, I'm humbled. I really am. But one thing you and I were discussing before the camera started rolling was the power of healing and how it looks different for every person, and how there are traumas that make world news, and there are private traumas that people go through that maybe they carry shame around, and we're all walking amongst each other. I would like the opportunity to learn a little bit about, I almost want to call it chapter 2, the next stage of your life, the mechanics of your healing, and the steps you took and continue to take to consider yourself your highest potential version of you.
Mm-hmm.
So talk to me a little bit about the post-October 7th version of you. Who was she? And who am I meeting today? And how did you get there? And we can break this down.
Okay, so before October 7th, if I can sum it up, I was a dreamer. I believed I managed to bring some innocence back to my life by developing my mind, because I did want to become that better version of my life, because till the age of 36, I didn't feel like I was living. I felt like I was doing things as a mandatory because society wanted me to. And then by the age of 40, which was right before October 7th, it's like I closed a huge circle in my journey and became my best friend. So I was my back, I was my security, I was my everything. And I always say going into captivity, I went in with a cemetery of tools to deal with situations. Post-October 7th, that's a whole new version of myself. I mean, before I was afraid to speak on stages. I was afraid to speak out. If I was sitting down next to smart people, I was not talking at all because I didn't felt like I have something wise to put on the table.
Mm.
Today, I think I'm more secure, and I'm still learning every single day. More secure with faith. Basically faith that's guided my way. I put a trust one day that it's too much to control. What happens now? What happens tomorrow? What happens next year? What happens? It's too much to control. And surrendering to an unknown situation is a very, very harsh process. But when you do it, life becomes a little bit easier. And I'm saying that I'm still learning because it's very easy to do it when you're surviving. You don't have nothing else. But since I came back home, it's dealing with things that I didn't expect to do. You become famous or public figure or somebody that another person have the title to put opinion on, and now I need to be careful of what I'm putting on the table. So it's just a really long process that probably will not end soon. And I think that if I need to sum it up in a sentence, that my former Stella was waiting for the outcome. And today I'm enjoying the way.
Wow. Yeah, that's so beautiful. And there's so much in there in what you said. You touched on something that I think about all the time. Against your will and with your will, you have become the face of resilience, survival. And that's heavy. That's heavy to carry. I want to talk a little bit about the burden that is placed upon, you feeling like, on the one hand, you're grateful for the opportunity to speak and to share your feelings of empowerment, survival, and learning. But on the other hand, you're still carrying what you've experienced then, before then, and after. And to feel like you have to represent those feelings of empowerment all the time can be lonely. What is that like for you?
Wow. So coming out, I was, packed of people around me all the time. Everybody's caring for me. Everybody's want to do everything for me. But at one point, I took myself out of it because it was too much for me. And at the beginning, everybody threw words that I couldn't understand. Hero, the face of resilience, celeb. I'm not a celebrity. I'm not the face of resilience, and I'm not a hero in my eyes. But one day, and I kept correcting people when they say you're a hero. I'm not. You're a celebrity. I'm not. And I had an issue with 3 of those words. And then one day, the one that I call her escorting me from the first day that I came back, she said, "This is not right. You can't take away the way somebody else looks at you. Mm-hmm. And if he calls you a hero, that's what you see in his eyes." And when she said it, I found logic in it. I mean, okay, I understand that. If I was talking to myself, I probably call myself a hero because I didn't experience that situation. So I came clean with that word. But a celebrity, I'm not. Mm-hmm. I know I am a public figure in a way, but I had to go on a very harsh process with that word to come to a conclusion that I do need the recognition. I do need it from each and any person I can find. And that's why I don't stop to speak since I came back home. I didn't take a vacation since I came back home. And you're talking about my personal story in front of the outside. I didn't stop even one day to tell myself what I went through. Mm-hmm. So I didn't have the closure with that. I can't answer. But I did went through a process with what I want to put on that table, Mm-hmm. I do need the recognition. I do want you to know my story. I do want to help you by giving you the tools that help me to cope with situation that is unbelievable, impossible. I hear that word every single time. But through my process, all I keep learning in time that everything is so possible if I just choose it. So it's learning.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk a little bit about how you mentioned you went straight from being released and right into amplifying your story. Do you think there's an element there of running, of dissociating from your emotion, jumping straight into action so you don't have to sit with the difficult feelings that you went through?
I'm so aware to my body that it's amazing. You know how many times before I went on stage, before I took that mic, I acted like a little girl. I was rocking with my face on the ground. I said, I don't want to. Why do I need to do it? I mean, I can take my things, go on to Copenhagen in Thailand, which is my second house, and close my phone and just live my life in there, But then why I was saved? Eventually, when I go up on that stage, taking that mic, and I specifically ask for a mic because then I hear my voice going back to my body. And then I understand it's not me anymore. It's not mine anymore. I'm just a tool. I'm looking at myself as a vessel and I'm listening to my belly. So when I finish that lecture or that speech or that talk or whatever, I feel suddenly like full of air. I understand that I'm doing something good. So it's not even mine, I'm nothing.
Wow.
We are nothing in this world. I mean, we're just vessels to bring up goodness to the table. And if somebody heard it, I did my thing,
Yeah. Something that I tell friends who are maybe secretly or privately going through something that maybe even their inner circle doesn't know And I always say, prepare yourself, because you will be at a dinner with friends or out with your family, and someone will say something that will trigger you that they have no idea you're struggling with, fighting with, and it could set you back. It could cause a regression months. I would like to hear if you've ever experienced that, and if those of us listening at home or in our cars can learn something from this. People who have helped you, ascend to the next level of your healing, but situations that have been so misspoken.
My line is Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey once said, "This shall well pass. The good will pass. The bad will pass. Everything passes." One day I was, I think it was right at the beginning, I think a week or a week and a half later, I was laughing with my ex-boyfriend, and he was trying to persuade me to go to the shower, to take a shower. I had an issue with water when I came back. And we were laughing, and he was trying to find excuses to take me to the shower. And then eventually he said, "If you not do it, I'm going to put a plastic chair and you're going to sit in it and I'm going to do a shower." He said a plastic chair. He could have known that he said a plastic chair, and it will take me right into a tunnel back into a day that he opened the door, the terrorist opened the door at midnight, put a plastic chair and threatened on my life, if I won't say this and that. Okay, that chair took me back, and I had a severe panic attack. My ex-boyfriend, he didn't know, he didn't understand what happened. And all I said to him, just wait a minute, let me take it out, let me understand the situation that I was, and everything will go back to be fine again, and I will sit on that plastic chair. And it happened. I mean, the one thing I need people to let me do as a person that let me cry. And it's okay to cry. Mm-hmm. And it's okay to have a panic attack, because I need to explain to myself that that's fine. I'm fine. I'm in a secure place right now. And I'm taking back the control to my hands. You know how many times it happened? And it can happen with words. It can happen also with, how do you say it? Silent things, Mm-hmm. Like one time I went to a shop and I was so happy because this is the first time I'm designing my own house. And I found this cabinet and I wanted to take it. And he had a statue, a small statue of a clown sitting down bent with his legs and hands and doing the hands on top of his face. And he had X's on his face and a sad smile. And again, it took me back in a second because I was sitting like that during captivity all the time when I was scared, when I had severe thoughts in my head. Okay, I'm in a bad situation, and what am I doing? What am I doing? I mean, that's the situation that I was sitting at. So again, panic attack, going outside from the store, crying myself, as much as I can, going back to the store, buying that clown and put it on front of my face in my house so I can see it every day. He's not going to control my life. The situation, I cannot give the control on my life to words, situation, noises. We still have alarms in Israel. I still hear gunshots everywhere. Every time we go down to the south, we hear the bombing. It doesn't go away. It cannot control how I breathe and live. So I know it's going to scare me, but this shall pass.
Such a powerful thing you're saying. To take what could have broken us and not only not allowing it to do that, but to take ownership.
Yeah.
Going back to traumatic experiences, conversations, and places and saying, I will not ban myself from this environment. Exactly. In fact, I will go back with my head held high and I will make it mine again.
Exactly.
It's so deep, so powerful.
I mean, I didn't give the terrorists the control of my life. I didn't give them the control to say if I'll go back home or not. I didn't give them the control to say who I was, because every time they tried to lower me down more and more and more and taking any humanity out of me, So, but in deep of myself, I knew who I was, So that helped me cope.
Well, it sounds like before even going into what you experienced on October 7th, you already had a lot of emotional intelligence. So I want to learn, be introduced to the version of you pre-October 7th. And like you said, it doesn't define you. Ideally, it's a chapter, a transformative chapter in your life. I will not minimize that. But you were an actualized, worked on spiritual person beforehand. So who were you then? Who are you now? And what can you learn from the version of yourself pre-October 7th that gave you the strength to hold on to your identity while you were there?
Well, it's a very long story. But you know how is it when you write in a book, the first chapter is the hardest. And my first chapter of my life was very difficult. And I'll give you points during the way. Till I was 11, I was a very, very happy girl. I mean, I looked at everybody and I felt that everybody should smile to everybody and all day long to play and laugh. And I didn't have worries, you know. Well, one day I came back to school after a summer break and I was 11 and I was 1.68 meter and 37 kilo. I was way, way different than the other kids. On the second day, I was boycotted by 120 children. Nobody talked to me anymore because I looked different, you know. And since then, I almost killed myself while I was in school because it was too much for me. The violence, the words, I felt like if I'll go, then everything will be okay because it's me. I'm the weirdest. I'm not compatible to society. And then 36 years, I was trying to be good as they wanted. And when I say they, it's that society. You need to have the best husband and you need to have the best car. You need to have the best title and you need to be the best girl. You need to look the best and you need to be the best. In what? Material? Why nobody teaches us to be the best in spiritual? I mean, nobody taught me that. All they taught me is to go into this race and catch as much as trophies as I can. And I couldn't run because I didn't understand why I was running. So 36 years I was trying to be that girl that everybody wants. And then I broke again because my body resisted to it. It was too much. And I almost gave up till one day I was walking in my house and my roommate, she played a video on YouTube that was Brené Brown, and she talked about shame. Something stopped. I mean, my body stopped. My ear opened, you know. Like I say, it's the right frequency. I was ready to hear it. And when she gave me the approval that it's okay to be shamed of what happened in my life, but shame is not a bad word, you know. Okay. So I'm ready to learn who I am. Finally, you know. And then that was one beautiful journey of 4 years that I heard any TED lecture that I could hear. I was trying to find answer with any mentor I could find, if it's Joe Dispenza, if it's Tony Robbins, if it's going to Buddhism, going to learn cultures. You know, I was exposed. That's why I know the Arabic culture so well, I know the Christian culture so well. I know how to come to different countries and to, you know, how to say it, to to communicate easily, you know.
Imbibe yourself
in
exactly.
their
Systems.
I mean, it's tools that I gained in the way. I was ready to learn. And eventually, after 4 years, I was the happiest I could find. I mean, I took so many challenges, things that I was so afraid of, you know, saying yes to everything, trusting that everything that God brings me, that's the right thing for me and not resist to anything, or to listen to my first voice in my head and not the thoughts that come in to break it after. So many different challenges that gave me the strength to go to the last one. And the last one was taken 3 weeks. I think if you calculate it, is a month before October 7th. I bought a plane ticket to Thailand. No plannings, no hotels, no people. I'm by myself. I'm going to, I call that surrender into the unknown. trusting that something is guiding me. You see, you saw that? Because it was very, very fearful for me to do. I mean, why are you so bored to take a plane ticket to the other side of the world to get to introduce yourself? You can do it at home, you know? But something pushed me to do it. That was one really amazing journey. I found out my abilities to speak with so many different people and still communicate with them and still connect with them and see them, you know? I mean, I feel happily saying it, that I become that observer again. I brought that child back. I look at people. I understand them. I see what points you don't need to push or what words will not be okay with that person. And there is no need to do it, you know? And I think that the best tool I give to people in my lectures is think about who's the first person you meet in the morning. It's me. Be kind to that person, you know, and take that kindness, take it to the neighbor, take it to the person at work. I mean, everybody carries something in their life, you know. When I heard Brené Brown's first speaking about shame, it gave me breath. I mean, it gave me air in my lungs that I'm not the only one in that experiencing that thing, you know, by thinking that I'm the only one that dealing now with situations is very difficult, you know.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so talk to me a little bit about survivor's guilt, the euphoria and relief and joy having been released at that time that sits side by side with the grief and worry and confusion that so many people are still there.
You know, first of all, it shows up in every single move I make in a day. Every move. I mean, flushing the water in the toilet, the basic things. Choosing not to need to choose what I'm using the water for. You know, I had this amount of water. What body part? Hands, legs, face, eyes. I don't need to worry for that anymore, you know. Thinking about that, I can eat whenever I want. I can speak whenever I want. So at the beginning, it was horrible. I didn't want to do anything. I was mad at people that live in open water bottles and not finish it up. People leaving food in their plates or they have too much food. Everything was too much for me at the beginning. Today, I'm doing it with tension, you know. Today, if I eat, I'm not eating too much. But if I eat, then I don't know how to say it, but I feel like, okay, I'm going to transfer this energy back to the hostage that needs to eat it, you know. And if I go out, then you're not just going out from the house. You're going to do everything you can do when you go out from the house. It's not for nothing, you know, because you have the ability to go out from your house. If I can cry, you will cry till the end. You will not stop, you know, feeling ashamed that somebody's seeing you cry because you remember you were not allowed to cry before and you were being punished by crying. So I can't do anything because everything I do feels guilty.
It's heavy. It's heavy.
I have to. This is my big trouble now.
Yeah.
Because I'm, you know, I don't have anger, no revenge since I came back home. But in the last few months, I have anger on my people because I feel you have to do everything. And then people saying to me, yeah, but you can, and I can't. I can't either.
Right.
So when somebody else is suffering, you need to help him. You don't need to say, well, this is life. It's not.
Yeah.
This is the life that we build.
You mentioned your boyfriend at that time is now an ex-boyfriend. So I want to talk a little bit about the relationships around us and how they shift and change when we go through difficult things. The loneliness, the expansiveness, the misunderstanding, and all of that comes with it.
Well, obviously, when I came back home, wow, that's I will answer it, but it's a difficult question for me because my life changed completely. When I got back home, I had my friends from before. It's not like years of friends, but I had my circle, you know, and I had the love for my boyfriend before October 7, and I was really in love. Like I can't even explain it. And everything changed when I got back home. The conversations, suddenly, it's like with my friends, with my ex-boyfriend, with my family even. I mean, they regular to speak to me in this level, and now I'm answering from this height. And at one point, unfortunately, I'm saying it, at one point, I didn't feel like I'm me, you know. Suddenly, they went back to the conversation that we had before, you know. Let's go shopping. Let's do this and that. Let's go on a trip. Let's go. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I'm on a different level. And I had a breakdown with myself. This is the first time I'm speaking about that. I had a severe breakdown when I realized I have no feelings for my ex-boyfriend. And how could it be? I mean, 3 years, I was the one that loved the most, you know. I was the one in the relationship that always wanted to be together, you know. He had to think about it, and I just wanted it. And how is it happening that in one day, it's like done? So I had a breakdown, and eventually I came to the conclusion that life is a journey. I mean, I learned in the harsh way and in the good way that people are coming and going. And I want to trust the Shem that he puts the right people in front of me. And I know that I keep evolving, you know. So I know that in the past 2 years, my circle has changed. Even the new circles changed, you know. So I keep echoing myself to the point that I know which people I want around me. And I know what contact I want in my life, you know. And sometimes it's harsh, and sometimes people don't understand that.
Yeah.
And I have to be okay with it. At one point, I have to be okay with it. I have to go back to what I said before. I'm a vessel.
Yeah.
This is my life right now. And maybe, you know, it's not only my experience. My family broke as well. True. I mean, my sister lost her everything that she worked on because she's a sister of an Israeli hostage, and her life was so international. So everybody blocked her, and she needed to renovate herself from beginning, you know. And my brother went such a process in his own life. I mean, he got divorced after, and they couldn't cope with the situation. He couldn't leave me. I mean, it took time. Talking about my mother and my father, they're very old, you know, 70, almost 80, you know. These old people, they don't go to therapists and psychiatrists, and they don't talk about it. They pushing it down, they cover it up with the carpet, and this is life. So at one point, I felt like I need to take care of them again, you know, pushing me aside. So I think eventually I'm just trying to find a balance in everything still. When, like I said before, I didn't stop yet to scream, you know. I have this dream that I'm going to an open space and just screaming as loud as I can, like I screamed on October 7th when I shouldn't scream, you know. Now I'm allowed to do it. And I want to do it because I want to release this anger from I'm not angry actually, but I want to release that energy out of me, you know.
Are you tired?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah.
But like I said before, he sends me power, and I'm not resisting. As long as I'm not resisting, everything is, you know, like a river going on.
Is there a part of you that feels like for ongoing social or romantic relationships, it needs to be somebody who either has gone through something transformative or at the very least has the emotional intelligence to hold you as someone who has gone through something so transformative?
Well, you're touching in a very, very good point. I found out, when I came back, that most of us broke up with the people that were not involved with the situation. I'm not sure that I'm looking for a person that went through this situation, because now after 2 years, I'm confident in myself. I don't need the approval of, oh, wow, you went through this too. Everything is okay. How do you do this and that? Now I need it, but not 24/7, you know. And you touch in a very sensitive point, because in the past 2 years, I was like, nobody talked to me or asked me out, or I didn't, I'm single for 2 years. But now I'm ready. Mm-hmm. And I know that because I'm ready now, doesn't matter who this person will be. He does need to be strong enough in his mind, in his heart. And I need a kind person. That's all. I need a person that doesn't judge, that accepts people as they are, and I don't care how you want to be called. I don't care what you choose to dress in the morning. I don't care what you believe in, as long as me and you can walk in the same street together without me being afraid, and being afraid to be judged all the time, or saying the right word, put the right shirt. I don't care. I'm way beyond that. I'm looking for, I think, my other half. And my other half is the same person that I'm looking at the mirror,
Beautiful. How did shame hold you back?
I was just not feeling right enough, I was not smart enough. I was not pretty enough. I was not okay enough. I was not ambitious enough. I didn't dare. I was afraid. I was handling by fear all the time, afraid to show my emotions. I was working in the nightlife for years. And then one day my manager, he texted me after I came back home, and he said something, and I said to him, my smile ended when I go back home. When I opened my door, not smiling anymore. And then he said, you know what? Me too. Oh. And me and him, we were like the party people in the nightlife. Everybody wanted to be next to us, but we were under the skies, And I was afraid all the time to say, I always needed to make up things, next to people that, I'm going to do this and that in the future. It will happen. It will not happen. You're fooling yourself. You're just trying to be in the same level of the person that sits next to you, that probably don't matches to the person you are. And I think shame came to me in so different angles, in work, in school, in my family. I was the black sheep. I was not okay. I didn't get married. I didn't have children. I don't have a house, not a car. Who are you? You're not suitable to the family. The family is very smart people. My sister is a ballerina. My brother is a high-tech, in high-tech. My father is a manager. My mother is a teacher. I mean, who are you?
So in your steps to dismantle, erase, eradicate how shame held you back, what were the most effective tools that you gave yourself?
I learned so many tools. I mean, NLP, CBT, Buddhism, whatever you can think of. And going back to what I said before, was Mel Robbins. She said, when you get up in the morning, prepare yourself to see yourself in the mirror and high five yourself. Mm-hmm. And then you'll see, because high five is a move that we make into victory, right? Mm-hmm. Good job. And then I did it the first day and the second day. And then she said on the third day, you will get up in the morning and you will already be happy to come to the mirror because you did something good. And then when you see yourself in the morning, it's not just to be kind. I mean, are you okay? Are you afraid of something today? Do we need to deal with something today? I promise to be kind to you today. I promise to do the best that I can. I promise to do the best by choosing the right words to express what you want. I promise to do whatever I can today, as much as I can. Mm-hmm. And when I'm saying it, it's not just unicorn and butterflies, Some days to put my right leg off bed is the best I can. And if I reach to that mirror in the bathroom, I'm smiling because that's the best I could today. Mm-hmm. It's not rushing. That's all.
Very often people who go through difficult feelings or experiences, their friends, their peers, the media will see you're a hero. And we talked about this a little bit in the beginning. And something that comes up for me when I hear that is I'll do like an internal eye roll. Like, what did you expect me to do? I wasn't trying to be amazing. I was simply a human surviving. You wouldn't have been any different. This is what has to go on in order to survive. Does that come up for you when people say that, where, you touched on this a little bit about don't call me a hero or a celebrity. And you mentioned yourself, people have to hold on to these words because it gives them feelings of hopefulness. But does that go on in your mind where you're like, it's not that I was amazing. What choice did I have?
First of all, for sure. I mean, at the beginning, I looked at the people and said, what did you expected to happen?
Exactly.
I'm not sure. I mean, I wanted to go back home, and I was very naive when I got back home. I mean, the first thing I asked was, okay, said, hello, I'm going off to smoke a cigarette. They looked at me and said, you're not going anywhere without escorting you, without preparing, without doing this and that. I want to take you to another point of view. You know how many times I came into places and this important person is sitting on the table and he doesn't recognize me. And when his face coming across me, I'm always, nice. So I'm smiling to that person, but he doesn't smile back to me, And I wait because I know what will happen now. And that all the time there is a person sitting next to that person that whisper in his ear, it's a former hostage. Yeah? And then his eyes are, oh, why did you need that?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I need to be a free hostage for you to smile to me as a human being?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you need that information just to be nice? That's acceptance for me. I mean, that's the journey that I'm going through. And I'm smiling to it because it makes me laugh,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's how I look at it.
That's a very good point, and something that I think many people could relate to, especially if anybody's listening who's maybe in a position that they can help and support people. As soon as people think that they can provide them with something, there's a lot more kindness given towards them. So
exactly.
I definitely understand where you're coming at through that. How would you give guidance? You said something that really stuck with me, which is I don't want to be defined by that experience. That said, part of your journey is teaching inspiration that you learned from having gone through that experience. How do you bridge those two where you say, I am more than that before, during, and after, yet at the same time, who I am today is because of what I went through?
Mm-hmm. My lectures, the first sentence that I say in my lecture is, I'm not here to tell you a story. If you're here to listen to a story, you can go buy a book. You're here to listen to what I went through in life because I worked so hard to get those tools. And if you're here, there is a reason that you're here to listen to it. I mean, why am I doing that? Why am I doing this? I mean, I can sit down at home with myself, with my animals that I don't see, with my mother that saw me for a second and then I ran off to 17 different countries. Why am I doing this? This is not only for, I went through this. But I remember that girl years ago that sat down on the couch, cried and feel ashamed, and didn't have that person that come to her and say, that's okay. And I want to be that person. I mean, that's how I bridge between those two worlds. I'm happy that I went through what I went through to come to this point because how many people don't awake in their life. I'm happy.
Are you finding healing all this time while you speak and help others heal?
Oh, yes, for sure.
Is it in and of itself healing?
For sure. How many times... First of all, when I speak, usually I don't remember what I say.
Yeah.
Usually it's like a trance, something goes in me and speaks for me. But sometimes I open my eyes during the lecture and I hear that story of mine. That's why you can see when I'm crying. I can say the same story, speak about the same story 20 times, no tears, and then suddenly I hear it and it goes back to me. I'm telling myself, parts of the story. So by lecturing, by speaking about it, by engaging with people, first of all, I believe that any human being, even a homeless in the street, if he stand in front of you, is your mirror to that second. I mean, you need to listen to something he said, and I need to listen to something you said. That's why I believe that when I'm lecturing, the people that sitting in the room that we're supposed to be there. I'm their mirror. I'm experiencing the same thing that you are. The minute you see it, I'm just a messenger, you know.
So true. Every relationship, whether fleeting, short-term or long-term, is our biggest teacher. And the more difficult the relationship is, the more important it is for us to understand that it's our teacher.
I really like to speak with Holocaust survivors, you know. With them, I feel like in a playground because we keep smiling to each other, you know. And they always come to me and say, you're doing good, you're doing good. Keep talking, this is good. I will not stop talking because then eventually you sit down and everything goes down, you know. You need to speak about things.
So you mentioned 2 or 3 times your body knew. So what I'm hearing when you say that is that you're practicing somatics or paying attention to how your body feels, being a witness to what's going on inside your body. For those who are listening that have maybe been interested in learning more about this, what does that process look like?
I mean, there is Louise Hayes. I don't know if you heard about her, but she wrote a crazy book that was a bestseller in so many different countries and literally gives you a menu of what hurt you, what you're feeling, you know, and what you need to say to fix it. And at the beginning, I used to read it, you know, and see, okay, my leg hurts, my hand hurts, my belly hurts. But then I just put logic into it, you know. At some point, I did a lot of meditation in my life, you know. It's breathing and listening to your body. So I'm not doing it today that as much as I want, but, you know, we're doing meditation 24/7 without knowing we're doing it. When my belly hurts, if I speak with somebody and my belly is, you know, itchy, then I'm probably uncomfortable in the situation. And when I feel like there is a lot of air going on into my body, it's probably a good conversation. And I started to listen to it. You know, if I'm walking to a place that I don't want to go, then automatically my leg hurts, you know. And if I'm trying to do something, but it's not the time to do it, then I get hurt, you know. And what happened to me when I came back from captivity is that girl in my head, she screamed, I know that you're going to fight, but please give me only 2 days before you start that journey, just to go back to myself, and then I'll have the fuel. And I didn't listen to it. I went on, you know, and I said, okay, next week, next month, next year, next whatever. You know, what happened to me after a month? I fell off so sick. I couldn't leave the house for a week and a half. I had to cancel so many flights, and my mind said, I told you, I asked for 2 days. You didn't give me 2 days. Now I'm going to take more than I should, you know? So even today, I'm on fuel, really. I am. Sometimes I'm just understanding that I'm in severe pain. I'm still in rehab.
Yes.
I'm still in physiotherapy. I broke both of my legs. I had injuries in my back. I lost half of my hearing. I went through a lot, physical things, you know? And let's say I'm not done in physio, but I have to go talk, you know, I have to go lecture, I have to go speak. Okay, but my leg hurts. And if you'll not stop, then I will stop you. So it's all about listening to your body parts and make sense, you know. Don't try to force it, to read about it, to look the interpretation of what this means and what that means. Hear your thoughts. Hear your body. It speaks all the time. And that's it. That's what I did, you know.
It's really good advice.
Thank you.
A part of my brain, after integrating and hearing so much beauty and depth and poignancy, I like to feel like there's a takeaway that I can sort of walk away from these conversations with. And so much of what you said in and of itself could be its own episode. Really.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to be talked about, and there is not enough time, but I always say that whatever you have to hear, you will hear it if you want it or not. I think that my best tool is you will have the right book all the time next to you. You will have the right person all the time next to you. You will have the right house all the time. Wherever you need to be, it's the right time. It's the right moment. That's how I live now. I don't try to resist it. I want to go to that person. No, that's not your journey. You need to go back. I mean, I feel today that everything that presented in front of me is the right thing for me. So it could be, again, the homeless street and the homeless in the street that I need to stop and have a conversation with him. He's not a transparent person, you know? And if it's like just go and buy clothes because you want to do something stupid right now, it's okay. Everything is okay as long as I can feel all my emotions. And today I can tell you that I feel all my emotion in 1 hour.
Yeah.
I can cry, I can be scared, I can laugh, I can be learning something. Let yourself feel everything.
Yeah.
Do not resist to anything that comes up. All the thoughts that comes up to my head, it's not for nothing. Listen to it. Listen to them and let them pass through if they're not relevant to you. Find your, I don't know even how to say it in English, but find your core. It's there. It's really easy. It's a hard way to get it, but as soon as you get it, it's really easy.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you for this conversation. I feel so honored to have sat with you.
Thank you so
Truly,
much.
truly. You speak, your aura is so radiant because you're speaking truth, like you said, from your gut feeling. And I'm grateful for this chat.
Thank you so much.
Before Amudim existed, I didn't even know where to turn. Which therapy, which rehab. As Klal Yisrael is growing, there are more situations to deal with, and we need to deal emergency with helping victims, educating the younger generation so we don't have victims, and we're doing much better the past few years with that, and then with addiction and many other mental health issues, and it's the most basic component of a vibrant and healthy community. We love Klal Yisrael, we love our community, and the only way we could make sure that our children and our grandchildren, our nieces, our nephews, our siblings, and our friends, when there is a struggle, they should get the resources. There is a gap that only Amudim is filling, and let's make sure that that continues stronger with more resources so we can help everyone.
There's no question that we live in a very complicated world today. The world of technology, as great as it is, has caused a lot of turmoil out there, and there are a lot of kids struggling out there with it. And Amudim is always there. They are always there for us. I don't know what we would do without it today. We have a community of close to 80,000 people today. And when you're going to have a community that large, from right to left, you're going to have problems. The problems are out there. And there are hundreds of these problems, maybe even in the thousands from our community alone, that we have brought to Amudim's door. And they're there for us.
What we have to do is support Amudim to the full extent that we can, and it's real tzedukah. Real emes tzedukah, and it's tzatzulas nefesh, kolam kaim nefesh achas miyisrael. Whoever retains one soul of a Jewish soul, it's like you serve a whole world. You create a world, because this person's going to have children. The children are going to go the right way. Their children, until Mashiach comes. So basically, what this organization is the starting of a new life for all the people that have been afflicted.
We are here sitting with Achia, an incredible Israeli soldier who gave his health and so much of his life protecting the state of Israel, and who went on to be a para-Olympian. What is so amazing about him is not his athleticism and not the sacrifices he's made for the state of Israel, but his perspective. The way that he looks at his own life, I think, will transform the way that you look at yours. So when we come together for Amudim, Unite to Heal, it is stories like 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 that I think inspire us in our own lives, and I'm so grateful to be sitting in conversation with our friend 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. It is such a privilege and pleasure to be sitting with really a hero, someone who's incredibly courageous with an incredible story. But I want to begin from the middle of your story. Looking at you, clearly you have been through a lot and you have experienced a great deal of pain, suffering, but also some great deal of courage and bravery. Can we start at the middle of your story? How did you first get injured while serving in the IDF?
So first of all, thanks for having me. So back in 2013, 31 in October 2013, I served in an elite unit called 𝐷𝐿𝐿. I was an officer and a team leader, and I led my team to an operation to demolish tunnel that was between Gaza to Israel. It was almost 12 years ago, and the tunnel was already crossing to the Israeli side. The length of the tunnel was about 2 kilometers, and we launched a special operation to cross the border, reconnect to the tunnel with a big drill machine, and we were supposed to drill down to the tunnel, explore it a little bit to see if there is more entrance or exit close to the border, and then demolish it as much as we can with explosive towards Gaza. And while working on the tunnel, I was half a meter next to the hole, and it was a booby trap inside the tunnel that was exploded. And I was the first one in the line, and I get most of the explosive in my face and in the upper body.
But when you suffer a tragedy like that and you're injured on duty, what happens afterwards in terms of your relationship to serving in the Army? Were you resentful? Were you angry? Were you frustrated? What is the feeling? You're in an elite unit, you're an elite soldier, and now you've been injured in a way that is going to make it more difficult, not just to serve, obviously, but for the duration of your life. What were the emotions you were contending with after realizing the extent of your injury?
I can tell that the first two questions that I have after I woke up in the hospital, after I was out of conscious for a few days, the first two questions was what happened with the mission and what happened to the rest of the team. And for years I'm thinking about it, and I'm trying to understand with myself what led a person to ask this specific question after something so big happened to you.
You woke up in the hospital, and the first two things you want to know is what happened to the mission and what happened to the rest of your team.
Correct. So what happened to the mission is part of the IDF value that you're going to a mission you need to make it happen. Like you need to accomplish the mission. That's the thing that you learn since the first day in the army. And the second one is more related to the feeling that I had, because that in Hebrew there is a very strong word called acharai, and it's also in the IDF. Acharai means follow me, but acharai, it's also the letter of achrayut, responsibility, exactly. And when I led my team for a mission, your soldier following you, not because you're their commander, and because you cannot force someone to lead you, especially when you need people to step into a chariot tunnel, because that's a little bit, it's a different story. But I strongly believe that people will follow you, and it's true for the IDF, but it's also true for leadership. It can meet you in every stage in your life, because people following you because they believe in you. They know that they trust you, also because they know that you will, take care of them. So that was my first two questions and feelings that I have after I woke up from my injury.
Once it became clear to you that you would suffer permanent injury to your sight and just to your physical strength is going to be diminished or changed for the entirety of your life, I could imagine that somebody would want to like retreat from anything having to do with athleticism or physical activity that got taken away from you. But you didn't do that, and in fact afterwards you were in the Paralympics. I'm curious, why did you decide to be a part of the Paralympic team? Why not say, look, I did my service. I'm not the warrior. I'm not as strong as I once was. I don't have the same capacity. So I'll find a different area. Why continue in the world of physical strength and feats even after suffering injury? What drew you to join the Israeli Paralympic team?
So actually, your question leading me to the first few weeks after that I was already on the hospital, and I was already out of like a life risk, and it was the first surgery that the doctor did to my eyes. And after the surgery, I was born optimistic. Until today, I'm very optimistic. But they told me like, you need to come back in a few days, and we will check what happened to your eyes, because they didn't know exactly what's the condition, what the situations are. And I came back after a few days, and they started asking me so many questions, and I didn't understand what they asked, because in my head I was like, before you ask me if I see something, see light, fingers, colors, like take off the bandages. And when I understood they already took the bandages, I understood that it's not going to be like the other time that I was injured and was able to go back to service. So I understood that this time is different. And somehow that's feeling that I have after I understand that was very, very heavy. And I understood, like knowing myself, I knew that in order to overcome challenge in my life, in order to live fulfilling life, I need to make a decision to be more focusing on the future. Because if I will be focusing on the past, what happened to me, all this like a what if question, what if I was I was a little bit far, what if someone else was there? In order to overcome challenge, I need to focus on the future. And in the minute I realized that, everything became much more easier. So for me to choose sports as a recovery and going to the Paralympics was about to achieve another goal. As a kid, I grew up in a kibbutz. I didn't do much sports. The only sports that I knew maybe is a basketball and maybe running in the field. But after my injury, I was introduced to a different opportunity to do much bigger things. And I think that's what drove me today, also, like in my life. When I realized that life brings you so many opportunity, and you need to be focused on the positivity. What can you achieve after? So I think what drove me was to see how can I achieve it, how can I challenge myself. And I always tell my friends that I have a very strange habit to put myself in an uncomfortable situation, but that's the drive that I have, and what drove me to get married, to have a family, kids, to go to the Paralympics as a part of the rowing team and finish 6th place in the world. That's the whole overcome challenge mentality that I'm looking to have to myself.
What's so remarkable and what I find so moving about you and your story is that so many people, when they face impediments and challenges and they get knocked down, so even if they get up, but they get up and they don't try again with the same intensity, they lower the bar. And you, when you got knocked down, you raise the bar and you remain so positive and optimistic. My question is, where do you think your resilience, your ability to constantly reinvent, take on new challenges, even after confronting tremendous suffering, where do you think your capacity for resilience derives from?
I think it's obviously related to my roots. I grew up in Kibbutz 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 in a Judea mountain, and from young age I grew up on the story. Of course, my grandparents was a Holocaust survivor, and I grew up in the place that was in the War of Independence was the Jordanian conquered, and then the whole history, how we came back and build it again from zero. I think that was a story that about the warrior of 𝐔𝐢𝐯, how they didn't they fought until the end, and I think that's kind of story that I heard all over my life again and again and again. Kind of build me the strength or the resiliency that's push me forward or help me to push forward all over my life. So, for example, my childhood was mostly during the Second Intifada, and I used to go to school with bulletproof buses. So, for if I'm telling it today, or if I'm even thinking that my kids will need to go, I'm like, oh, no, that's not a safe place to my kids. But for me, that was the kind of environment that I grew up. So that was also, it's like every story or every stage in our life, it's like a small piece of puzzle that's, at the end of the day, it's like who we are. So that's, I think, that the stuff that, when I put everything together, that's the small things that, leading or creating my path.
For people who are listening to you now, who are struggling in different ways in their own lives, what do you hope the message is from someone who listens to you and hears your story? What do you want them to walk away with?
I heard a very strong sentence that was resonate with me. It's like it's a very famous one, but it's life begins at the end of your comfort zone.
Life begins at the end of your comfort zone.
Yes,
beautiful.
And I believe that this sentence it's not like a one-time experience. It's a way of life, because when you step out of your comfort zone, you basically expand the bubble, so you create another one. So it's what I believe. It's something that you need to live through every day. So after 1, 2, 3 times that you actually able to push yourself beyond your limits, or beyond something that you think that you are not able or not capable. Once you learn how to do it and how to live like that, that's help you to live completely different life. So that's what I'm really trying to teach people. That's the message that I'm trying to tell people. You need to sometimes start with the small things, with the little things that help you to be a little bit to live in the unknown situation. But when you accomplish that, you will be so much confident, so much able to do stuff. That's what I'm trying to tell people.
You have an incredible spirit and perspective. I'm curious, when you look at the current situation in Israel, and you see the rise of anti-Semitism, you see what happened on October 7th, and how really the entire world, it seems in many ways, has turned against Israel and the Jewish people. Are you worried in this moment? How do you process the moment that we are in, given the experiences that you've had?
So for the first time in my life, because today I'm living in Toronto, I was able to be exposed to anti-Semitism, because when you live in Israel, you don't really understand that, because you really understand anti-Semitism, what they meet you in every day, or the worst, when there is a potential that can meet your kids. That's where you start to be worried about it. But a short example from today, there is a very famous. We said that I'm an athlete, so I'm very very involved in the cycling world. And there is a one team. It's called Israel Premier Tech. Steven Adams, a Canadian Jew, he owned the team, and this in the last few weeks they're racing in a world tour called Vuelta de España, and during this race there is so many pro-Palestinian protests stopping the race for so many times. But today, maybe I think it's one of the last stages in the tour. One of the rider, it was a lot of protests today, but he managed to get fifth today. But he also managed to be on the podium today because he's the young rider. And when I know that this rider is American, he's not Israeli or Jews, but he's standing there with the Israeli premier tag, I understood that, they can try as much as they can to put us down, to kick us from the world, stage in sports, in politics, in trade, in business, in everything. But because I see it, between right and wrong, and I understand that as long as we keep doing what we're doing, will be there, and we will show everyone that we are here to stay.
That is absolutely beautiful. In terms of Judaism, Yiddishkeit, I'm curious if there's a specific place that you look to within Jewish life or Jewish text that gives you strength and hope.
For me, I grew up in a religious family, and I think that until today, the thing that stay with me the most is all the nigunim. It's the Jewish music. The thing that, like, once you going to the shul and you hear the Shabbat songs, or just you hear, like, today we're in the Slichot, and before Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, like the song that really touch your soul. That's what's keep me, bring me back to my roots and everything, and help me, something that really touch inside, like touching your soul, and that's what I really love about Judaism.
𝐋𝐈𝐬, your life and your story are such an inspiration. I am so privileged to share and be in conversation with you today. Thank you so much for sharing your story with Amudim Night to Heal. What you represent and your story and your perspective is something that I think everyone can gain and be uplifted from, and I am so privileged to be sitting here with you today. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Damage that sexual molestation does is a total destruction of the human being. It affects generations afterwards. And any education and any workshop and any gathering which will further, even just to save one person from not allowing himself or herself to be abused and protect them, is worth the entire organization. The organization is dealing with pikuach nefashos. Death doesn't only mean physical death. Emotional and spiritual death is just as deathly. And we believe in that firmly, and that's what this organization is about. It's about pikuach nefashos. It's a form of hatzalah. So if once a year we save one kid, or we save one kid before or one kid afterwards, it's worth the whole thing.
There are many incredible communal organizations that do a lot for people. There's a problem, they jump on it, they put a Band-Aid on it, they're there, and they move on to the next. What I find with Amudim is they're there for the long run. They stay with it. Someone comes to them for help. They don't just help their moment. They don't just take away. She wants to commit suicide. She wants to take drugs. They don't just stop it today. But where is she going to be tomorrow? Where is she going to be next week and next month? They're on top of it. They follow up, and they change lives. They change lives for generations. It's something that's just so unique and so special of what Amudim does for the Jewish people.
Unfortunately, there's a certain stigma associated in many segments of particularly the Orthodox community of acknowledging these issues, that they exist, as well as people being afraid to address these issues, and a simple lack of awareness in terms of what resources are available to help families cope with these crises when they do crop into their lives. And I think Amudim Israel being here is critical, not only for the Olet population, for those families that have made Aliyah, but even for students who are here on gap year programs who may already be struggling with certain issues, whether it be addiction, whether it be trauma in their past, or maybe facing those issues as part of their year here. and they need a place to turn to for support and services to address those issues.
Within the English-speaking communities of Olim here in Israel, Amudim Israel's work has been crucial. On the one hand, we provide psychoeducation, awareness, all sorts of events in communities and shuls to parent groups, giving education and awareness about sexual abuse, about prevention, child safety, substance abuse. In addition to the education component, the case management, there are so many people, whether they've made Aliyah 8 months ago or 8 years ago. At the end of the day, English speakers here in Israel are not always comfortable with the Israeli system in terms of reporting issues, working with the authorities and various government agencies, and always having an open ear, a shoulder to cry on, and a hand to hold in their native tongue provides tremendous comfort to these people. Israel services for the gap year students. Very commonly, these young adults, these teenagers who may have whatever issues, perhaps a history of sexual abuse, whatever the case may be, they come to Israel and for the first time, they're away from home, they're away from whatever triggers or source of abuse that may have been in their surroundings, and they're really able to face this for themselves on their own for the first time, and it's their first opportunity to deal with this, and that's when we get the call.
There's a phenomena which a lot of people are aware of, that if someone was abused, so then they walk around with a victim mentality and they blame themselves. And this is something that makes it very hard to reach out for help. And it's also something that compounds the problem by making it like an emotional, mental illness out of it when they're walking around feeling like they're bad. That does a lot to diminish from someone's emotional well-being. So the first thing I tell clients is how amazing it is that they're coming and talking about it, and that I respect them for doing so, because it's not easy to talk about. And the more we talk about it, and the more we seek out help, and the more we talk to our friends about it, and the more we talk to our peers about it, and the more we talk to our communities about it, the easier it is for people to get that help.
We deal with behavioral addictions like internet addiction, porn addiction, eating disorders is also a kind of addiction. I deal with a lot of wives of addicts and try to help them deal with the codependency that comes with that, and the world turning upside down of having a spouse who is an addict, to be that support network and get them to their own care and therapy. And we deal with women who are addicts as well.
Hello, everyone. This is Ben Sion Klatsko on behalf of Amudim. It says in the pasuk, "Even moasu aboinim hos l'rosh pina." Sometimes the stone that's cast aside is the cornerstone. Amudim understands that the children in our community and those who have been through difficult times and need our support, very often they become the cornerstone of the future generation. No one's doing what Amudim is doing. Please support them in every way that you can. Thank you very much.
Amudim is involved in so many areas of Jewish life that we could wonder, like, what did we do before Amudim? And I think the answer is we struggled. Before Amudim, we did not have solutions. Amudim created solutions where we used to not have them in order to make things work so much more smoothly and effectively. Amudim has been there for us. We need to be there for them. Amudim is an organization for all of Klal Yisrael. Me and you and everyone. We all need to be there for them.
Dear friends, we as Jewish communities around the world can be justifiably proud of the support that we have for our institutions of Torah and Tefillah. for our shuls and our yeshivas, and our koilim and our chadarim and our girl schools. We have Hatzalah, we have Bikur Cholim and Tomchei Shabbos, and chesed organizations from today till tomorrow, and good that we do, and kol hakavod for all the great work that you do. However, sometimes when we're facing the deepest and darkest of our problems, I get a sense we're a bit like hell, building a hospital at the base of the cliff because the bridge is out. Amudim, literally the pillars that support the bridges in our community, are our go-to people whenever we have situations that require their assistance. They are there for us every time, all the time. And they are the ones that will help us keep our bridges intact and keep our people back on the path to success in all that they do. Amudim, we thank you, we salute you, and we support you.
Hi, it's Dov Lipman, former member of Knesset and founder of Yad La'olim. I want to share with you what a special organization Amudim is. We have worked in partnership with the wonderful people of Amudim, especially when it came to real emergency circumstances, funerals, and the like. They have been unbelievable partners during the whole Corona crisis, and they're just wonderful people who are here to help Am Yisrael in so many areas, and we're so thankful that Amudim exists and that we can partner and work together with them.
Good morning. This is a message to all of what Amudim, Reb David Kushner and Reb Tzvi Gluck, what they do. I personally experienced a case where they were involved and they were very helpful, and they know what's going on, and they have their finger on the issues, and they're very, very, very helpful. Please support Amudim and the great things they do. Thank you.
And I'm also a criminal defense lawyer, former prosecutor. I've worked with Amudim personally on cases of young people that were incarcerated or were in drug treatment that they personally helped and gave shelter to. And we support very much the work of Amudim, and they're there for Klal Yisrael, and we need to be there for them.
Rabbi Gluck and his organization Amudim deserve your generous support. Literally, they save lives, treating each and every one of our brothers and sisters in crisis and their families and loved ones as the precious human beings they are. Amudim saves lives wherever and whenever they're called. Each life in crisis is of infinite value and deserves to be nurtured, treated, and saved. Please do your part. I urge you to support Amudim generously in its essential and holy work.
Hi, my name is Mo Reeder, and I'm a therapist working out of Lakewood, New Jersey. The work that Amudim does cannot possibly be understated. The incredible support that they offer the community as well as therapists is really incredible. I know it from the inside. A number of years ago, I worked there, and I'm not saying this because I worked there. I'm telling you because it's reality. Just in the last 3 weeks, they helped me place 2 of my clients. One of them actually is in rehab already, and the other one is heading up shortly. From A to Z, whether it was finding the perfect fit for them or helping to figure out every financial angle, how it might be able to work out that these people could get the help that they need. I have only good things to say about Amudim. Keep up the amazing work.
So we're brothers. We're brothers, we're friends. For many years we're sitting together in one room in Yerushalayim. But there was a time that brothers much greater than us were together in one room, and they did not recognize each other, and they did not hear each other. And I want to begin with this pasuk. V'yomri ish el achiv. This is, of course, Yosef's brothers. When things were unraveling. V'yomri ish el achiv, aval hashemim anachnu. We are guilty. Al achinu asher re'inu tzaras nafsho. We saw the tzaras hanefesh of our brother. We saw what our brother was going through. V'yischano eleinu, and he was crying out to us. V'lo shamanu. We didn't hear him. Al kain ba eleinu hatzara azos. Al kain ba eleinu hatzara azos. And because of that, we're going through this tzara now. So we all understand that to blame the generation, to blame the children, to blame the kids for the tzaras that they're going through would be shirking our own responsibility. The reality is, lo shamanu. Lo shamanu means that we have not done enough to hear the tzaras hanefesh of our generation, young and old. We're not hearing. We're beginning to hear. We're beginning to hear.
I think people are very, very intimidated to become shom'im, because they themselves maybe never had anyone hearing them as well. But I think that there's a new door today, as Rebbe just said, shematchilim lishmoa. People are starting to hear. People are starting to see. Not to be scared from if you don't do it the best way. Everyone wants to be a perfectionist and take care of things to the best of their ability. And if they don't know how to do it exactly perfectly to lishmaya, as adif shelo natchil, and they'd rather not even start. But I've seen with my own chevra that even we say hate oznecha, there's a little, just hate means just, I don't even know what the right word is in English for that.
To lean, to incline, to try to hear, to listen. Just show that you're actually trying to take in what you see, what you experience by someone else's tzaras and what they're going through, and that's already chetzi. That's already half of the way. People want to be heard. They want to be heard. So many times I've heard kids, of all ages, kids, I've heard them use the expression, I finally found my voice. I have a voice. They were hoping that somehow their parents, their teachers, the rebbeim, would hear them crying inside. But not everybody's ears are inclined to listen. So we need people, and Baruch Hashem, there are wonderful, wonderful people, such as the Chevra from Amudim. We need people who are listening, who have been listening for years, and who are able to teach us to listen as well, to be able to begin to hear what is it that's troubling the Chevra. The tzaddikim have taught us that the truth of the matter is that this last generation before Mashiach comes is a very exalted one. They want very, very much to connect to Hashem. They want very much to connect to Am Yisrael. But there's a lot of or, there's a lot of light, and they don't always have the kelim to be able to deal with all of this or. You know, I read something recently. There's a lot of talk now about PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And I'm not a therapist, although I've spent a lot of time talking to people. I'm not a therapist. But there are new studies that are coming out of something called complex PTSD. What does that mean? The chiluk is as follows. PTSD is usually referring to some terrible episode, a traumatic moment that happened. Chalila, something terrible took place in the life of a child, especially because children don't know how to defend themselves. Something terrible happened. There was a maysa that happened. Complex PTSD means that there wasn't necessarily one particular cataclysmic event that took place, but rather over years and years of feeling ashamed, of feeling some guilt, of feeling that they're not living up to the expectations of parents or teachers. There's no particular thing that necessarily happened. There wasn't Khalila, a molestation necessarily. There wasn't some terrible event that took place. But over years, this feeling of being somebody who is not worthy in Hashem's eyes, who's not worthy in their parents' eyes. And then it's just a matter of time. The parents are not necessarily tuned into this. It's happening very quietly, very, very discreetly. And the teachers are good people, but they have a classroom of 30 kids.
So how does one begin, Rabbi? How does one begin the zihui, the identification of what the shoresh, of what the root is?
You know, I've noticed over the past 10, 15 years, especially with boys, that when I speak in high schools, I go to speak to kids, it's becoming more and more difficult for them to make eye contact. We're able to look at each other in the eyes. A husband and wife, people who love each other, who care for each other, able to look at each other in the eyes. A lot of the kids, especially boys, but the girls, there are other issues as well, but for the boys in particular, many of them are feeling a sense of guilt and shame. I find that it's not always a siman, but it's often a siman, this inability to really communicate and to make eye contact. It says, it's a fascinating thing, it says at the beginning of Sefer Devarim, but it says why, that it's talking about the time of the Meragim, that they were, Moshe Rabbeinu says they were complaining in their tents, and they said, "B'sinas Hashem osanu hotziyanu mitzrayim," because Hashem hates us, He took us out of Mitzrayim. So how could they have come to such a conclusion that Hashem hates them? B'sinas Hashem osanu, Hashem hates us. He did all the makas in Mitzrayim, and He split open the ocean. He gave us the man. He gave us everything. So how could it be that He hates us? So the Sforno says over there, "Al she'avadnu avodah zarah b'Mitzrayim," because we were worshiping idols in Mitzrayim. So Hashem is saying, I don't hate you, I love you. But if you feel bad about yourself, if you feel ugly, if you heard some teacher that gave a talk about how if a boy does this or a boy does that, then he's finished. There's no tshuva. So even if they don't hear that from the teacher, they've picked up along the way that there are certain grave sins that they're guilty of. Whatever that was, I went to a club, I watched something on my phone. And then there's this feeling of, B'sinas Hashem osanu, Hashem hates me. My Rebbe hates me. My parents hate me. Now, there are rare instances where a parent or Rebbe doesn't get along with. There are such things. But to be hated, to be despised, no. No, we love you. They feel within themselves. And you could usually see it in a certain way, in a look, in a walk. You could see it more and more. It's becoming more apparent. That's what I see.
I feel that, but maybe it's because we're sitting in Yerushalayim, and because I was also sitting here with Rabbi, that I'm very optimistic about the awareness of the tzarchei hador, of the needs of the generation, needs of the Noah, that there are people today. There are real people that have dedicated their lives to specialize in making sure that people feel seen, that people know that it doesn't matter, you can reach Sheol Tachlis, but there are people that come to you with zero judgment, and they're not going to leave, they'll wait for you. Like Yerushalayim's been waiting for us all these years, and Atat, we've been coming back. But there's a story that Rebbe shared a number of times. I would love to hear it again. I think it would be so meduyak about Reb Shimon Skernowitzer.
Yeah. Bishop Kvarka's grandson. Yeah. So what Rav Shlomo was talking about, what we're talking about is a Maaseh from one of the tzaddikim, Reb Shlomo Skernowitzer, who was an Einik from Yitzhak Kvarka. You know, Amshnov is known for many things, but especially for the Ahavas Yisrael, the love of Jews, Amshnov. And there was a father who came to the Rebbe who said that My daughter's gone. She ran away with some boyfriend who's not Jewish. And she's in a convent somewhere, because in order for her to get married to this person, she'll have to convert. And I've tried everything. I tried talking to her, nothing helped, and she's gone. I don't know what to do. So the Rebbe said, "Where is this place? Where is this convent?" So the father said, "It's in this place, whatever." So the Rebbe went with his gabbai. Shimel went with his gabbai, and they camped out. They found a bench by the convent, and they had some fruit or bread, and they camped out on this thing. They were there actually for 3 days and 3 nights. Now the Rebbe gave a little note. He paid. He saw a worker coming out, and he paid this person, gave him a bribe, and gave him a note. And they just sat there. The gabbai didn't know what to do. The Rebbe was just sitting there. The oven's there, waits there. It's not leaving. Zeb will come up. It's not leaving. Finally, like at midnight on the 3rd night, there's a little bit of noises, and then there's a girl wrapped in some blanket, and she's running out. And the Rebbe says, whatever her name is, Parala, and the girl goes, and the 3 of them run off into the forest. Finally, when they catch their breath, the Rebbe says, Parala, how did you do that? How did you do that? How did you escape? How did you get out of that place, the kingdom of darkness? She said, because Rebbe, I knew that you would be waiting for me on the note, and it's not what I'm here. Shimon, I'm here waiting for you. I knew that you would not leave. And because I knew that you were waiting for me, I got the courage, and I got the 𝐔𝐬𝐯 to escape. So we're talking here about Amudim, our friends in Amudim, 𝐶 and the rest of the Chevra for so many years have been on that bench, waiting for these kids, waiting. A phone call, a text, we're here. Anachnu mechakim lachem. So you're totally 100% right. We've always had problems, but we've never had the army of tzaddikim who are out there now, who are here to help, who are here to educate, to teach us how to listen, how to tune in to the kids, and how to love them, and how to respect them, and how to understand them, and to give us guidance, to be patient, and to wait for them on each one on our own park bench.
It should be filled with Hatzlacha, filled with, and the whole world should know about this Avodas HaKodesh, and it should mechazek us to, even people that may not fall into the category of a lot of the things we've been speaking about, just push it between 2 people to see each other much more. Mikarov, not just mirachok, as the Pasuk also says, Vayiro also echav mirachok. And the tikkun of the brothers is Shenireh kol echad mikarov, which is exactly what Amudim is doing.
And through that, we'll be zaycher to the day of 𝐾𝐈𝐕𝐄 here. We'll be able to see Mashiach, we'll be able to see and to look at him in the eyes ourselves, and to be able to agree Mashiach with our families and all of our Yisrael.
Amen. Ken Yiratzon.
Amen.
All anyone needs to hear is what Rebbe said, and it's all good.
If the client is interested in us following through, we're here every step of the way up until the very end. For some clients, there is no very end. They just want us checking in to make sure everything is going smoothly, if they want a change of a therapist, if they want anything like that. If we're sending a client to a treatment center, we're speaking to her therapist and her whole team at the treatment center. If there are any issues, we're the first person they call to kind of figure out what we can do to make the situation better, to speak with them, to make her experience at treatment the best possible.
Welcome to Unite to Heal, a 36-hour global broadcast powered by Amudim, an organization that has become a lifeline for our community. Amudim is where people turn when life becomes too heavy to carry alone, whether it's mental health struggles, addiction, abuse, or crisis. They're on the front lines every single day, reminding us that no matter how hard things get, nobody struggles alone. Unite to Heal brings together voices from across the Jewish world, rabbanim, educators, leaders, artists, to remind us that healing begins when we face reality with honesty, faith, and compassion. Tonight, we're doing exactly that. This isn't a typical panel. We're calling this conversation uncharted territory, things that as rabbis we never expected to face. Together with some of the most respected rabbinic leaders of our time, Rabbi Shai Shechter, Rabbi Aryeh Leibowitz, Rabbi Larry Rothwachs, Rabbi Ephraim Goldberg, we're going to talk about the real issues confronting our families and communities today. Challenges that probably did exist a generation ago, but somehow not in the same presentation, not with the same intensity, and things that we have perhaps stopped denying existed in our community. Questions that, to be honest, many of us were never fully trained to answer. This is meant to be raw and real. It's going to be intense, but it's also going to involve some anecdotes that I'm sure will bring a smile to your faces and ours. And it's rooted in Torah, because the Torah has something to say and rabbis have what to say about every challenge, even the ones we never imagined we'd face.
And with that, should we begin by introducing ourselves
Yeah.
more fully?
My name is Larry Rothwachs. I'm the rabbi of Congregation Beth Aaron in Teaneck, where I've been for 24 years. I have the privilege of serving as the director of professional rabbinics at �REITz, involved in training the future of the rabbinate. And more recently, I've had the privilege of becoming a licensed social worker, so I'm also transitioning a little bit into the space of mental health counseling. These are overlapping fields, but obviously each with their own unique opportunities and challenges.
Ephraim Goldberg, I'm in Boca Raton, Florida. We have considered a large community, a large shul of a little over 1,000 families, very, very diverse, and spanning all kinds of ages, backgrounds, levels of observance, political affiliations, levels of knowledge, hashkafos, and that presents a lot of common themes and challenges in the world today, but also some nuanced differences between them, and it's an honor to be here.
Thank you. I'm Menachem Penner. I was for many years a rabbi in Queens, and then I served as the dean of the Rabbi Isaac Elchanan Theological Seminary, where I put together a team, including Rabbi Rothwachs, Rabbi Leibowitz, to try to help the next generation of rabbis deal with many of the challenges that they would face. And now I have the privilege to serve as the executive vice president of the Rabbinical Council of America. I'm the only one here who doesn't have a congregation, but in a certain way I do. We support about 1,000 rabbis around the world, and I'm going to be bringing you not so much my own experiences in the last few years, but the collective wisdom of many of those rabbis.
My name is Shai Shechter. I'm the associate rabbi at the Young Israel of Woodmere. We have a congregation here in New York that is one of the larger congregations in the country as well. And we have many different kinds of people with a varying degree of ages, different kinds of challenges. And we're here to talk about some of those together, just to discuss as friends how we deal with some of the challenges that all of us are faced with.
My name is Aryeh Leibowitz. I am the rabbi of the shul where we happen to be right now, in the Beis HaKnesses of North Woodmere. It is not a very diverse, neither in age nor in religious background type of congregation. However, my insight into the diversity of the Jewish people comes more from my other job as a Rebbe in the Smicha program in �REITz, in Yeshiva University. When Rabbi Penner brought me in, I was able to connect with so many young rabbis, so many aspiring rabbis, and many rabbis throughout the country who are dealing with a variety of different issues with different constituencies, and you get to see the full gamut of the issues that come up.
I think it's worthwhile to point out and to share that we're not just colleagues. People watching or listening might be surprised to know that rabbis don't just get along, but sometimes are good friends, like each other, mutual admirers, collaborate, and tap into each other's wisdom. So I think it's exciting for us to do this together, not only as colleagues, but also as a group of good friends.
I think I would do this even if it wasn't me.
In fact, before the cameras turned on, it was more fun than after the cameras turned on.
Can we take our ties off yet? Or?
Not yet.
So where should we begin, Rabbi Panner?
I think probably to try to grapple with, maybe to think back to the first time that you realized that as much as we tried, or those who came before us tried to train us in smicha, that we were sort of already in a different world. That as much as you can try to train in a classroom, that something is going to come before you. What memories do you have of something that happened in the first few years of your Rabbanos? Something that stands out, that's something that you may have thought it would happen, but now that it was really in front of you, you were like, wow, this is in our community too.
I'll go back to literally the first day, the second day of the job, because I started on a Sunday, and on Monday morning I was sitting at my desk. I still recall many of my belongings still in boxes, and I was staring at the phone. It was obviously not a cell phone because we didn't have them yet, and I was waiting for it to ring. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. I was sitting and waiting, and approximately, 9:08, 9:09, the phone rang, and it was...
I think a very important point that space of the rabbi filling that void of not being the fixer, but being the one who's actually going to hold their hands is a very important space for you to fill, and one that probably many of the professionals would not be the appropriate fit to be filling. So I think that's also an important point that you're raising.
I agree. I found myself fairly often when people are willing, when you have the rapport and there is the trust and they do make the appointment and they're sitting there and they're so nervous and they're struggling to even communicate. And when you can calm down and say, I'm not here to judge, I'm here to love, I'm here to help, I'm here to be your friend, I'm here to be your rabbi. I often say, there's probably nothing you can share or tell me that haven't been involved with, although every time I've said that, I've come to learn something new, which is also an important point. But I think to communicate that and transmit that as rabbis, that certainly we have our values and our principles and our lives and our lifestyles, and we're here to teach and promote and support Torah and Torah living and Torah standards and Torah expectations, but also the humanity of Torah and the fallibility and the fact that we're real people, it's a real world, the Torah is not a utopian document, and we're not here to judge. We're here to listen, to learn, to love, and to try to help you however we can. I remember also, as a young rabbi, I maybe was equally as excited to get a question about like the dish,